The cracked earth was riddled with fissures, and black smoke obscured the last rays of the setting sun. On the muddy road, countless survivors trudged forward with difficulty, their faces etched with despair and fear. From time to time, someone would fall into the cracks, their piercing cries echoing one after another, tightening the hearts of those who heard them. The procession of tens of thousands stretched like a long dragon. On both sides of the line, at regular intervals, stood warriors with enhanced physiques guarding the group. They were known as Evolvers. Since the sudden catastrophe struck Earth 6 months ago, Evolvers have emerged one after another. At the rear of the procession, Luin raised his head to look into the distance, his ears catching the chilling sound of chewing. A roar broke out, and from behind a burning giant tree, a mutated dog about 2 meters long with blood-red eyes charged out, blood dripping from its mouth as it snarled and lunged toward the group. Many survivors in the team screamed in terror. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as he drew a peculiar weapon from his waist. It looked like an iron rod, but one side was sharpened, resembling a razor-sharp blade. He leapt into the air and swung down with one hand, effortlessly severing the mutated dog's head. Blood sprayed out, staining the surrounding grass. With the mutated dog dead, the team finally regained their composure and continued forward in fear. Lu Yin retracted the iron rod and examined it carefully. Several cracks had appeared on its surface. Looks like it won't last much longer. The setting sun gradually sank, and the earth was engulfed in darkness. All the Evolvers lit fires, the flames spreading along the ranks in an attempt to drive away the mutant beasts. The group also halted their advance. Stepping into unfamiliar territory in the dark was tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a raspy static sound crackled, and a voice came through the walkie-talkie at Lu Yin's waist. Evolver with the code ending in 3, search for food within a 1-kilometer radius. Lu Yin's code was 103. He looked up at the mutant dog he had just slain, picked it up, and tossed it toward the front of the group. Eat it. The team suddenly erupted into commotion, with several men stepping forward to handle the situation skillfully, despite the mutated dog's mouth still bearing fragments of bone. The meat of one mutated dog could only feed a little over 20 people. Lu Yin stepped out of the fire pit, gripping an iron rod, and strode into the distance. The sound of chewing never ceased by his ears. In the darkness, pairs of glowing green eyes stared intently at Lu Yin mutated rats. Though their appearance was grotesque and hideous, their meat was still edible. Lu Yin swung his club repeatedly, killing more than a dozen mutated rats. He hoisted them up and threw them toward the group. That's enough. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night sky. Without turning his head, Lu Yin knew it was an Evolver who had perished. He had no intention of rescuing them. No one knew what the attacker was. It could be a swarm of venomous snakes, blood-sucking mosquitoes, or powerful mutated rats capable of biting through steel. Such wild creatures were not uncommon. The group fell into silence, everyone pressing close to the fire, as if the thin flames were their only protection. Lu Yin looked at the survivors with pity, then raised his head to gaze at the starry sky, brilliant and bright. After the catastrophe 6 months ago, the once polluted air had been purified, but countless creatures had mutated, and humanity was no exception. No one knows the exact origin of the mutation. It was as if overnight, the creatures of the world became terrifyingly abnormal. Many people turned into mindless beings, losing their sanity and devouring living things everywhere. These entities, known as zombies, brought even greater despair. The remaining survivors experienced some physical enhancement, but the changes were limited. They strengthened their bodies by consuming the crystals found within mutated creatures, which became the method to evolve. Earth seemed to regress to ancient times, where the law of the jungle became the only rule. The once vast arsenals were almost completely destroyed. Lu Yin personally witnessed the explosion of the weapons depot in his city, as if modern weapons were no longer suited for this apocalyptic era. The fierce wind howled, and blood-stained newspapers were pinned down by stones, making a rustling sound. Lu Yin picked up the newspaper, and the headline boldly read, February 3, 2200, a day to be recorded in history. China's Sky 5 successfully landed on Neptune, and Bai Qian became Earth's first astronaut to explore Neptune. He immediately discarded the newspaper. A little girl cautiously handed over a roasted beast leg. Lu Yin took it and gave a faint smile. Thank you. The little girl shyly smiled and ran back to the group. The beast's leg was hard to swallow, and despite the abundance of seasoning, it was still unpalatable. However, Lu Yin ate with great satisfaction. Only a full stomach could provide the strength to keep moving forward. The flames suddenly trembled. Lu Yin swiftly withdrew his rod and smashed it down hard, killing a mutated mantis that had darted through the firelight. If such a mutated mantis broke into the group, the consequences would be unimaginable. Its blade-like forearms reflected a red glow, no less menacing than the iron rod in Lu Yin's hand. Throughout the night, Lu Yin rested for only 2 hours, during which he killed more than 10 mutated creatures attempting to attack the group. In this area, the survivors suffered relatively few casualties, but elsewhere, the situation was far more tragic. A group of dozens of survivors and evolvers was slaughtered by a giant mutated wild boar. The boar could shoot out hardened bristles, and a single round of attacks was enough to claim several lives. If not for the intervention of a few powerful evolvers, the casualties would have been even more devastating. morning. As the morning sun rose, the team continued advancing southward, aiming for Jinling, the largest survivor settlement in Su province. There, they would find the military, numerous evolved individuals, and Zhou Shan, who was hailed as the Saint of Justice in Huaxia. Half a year into the apocalypse, countless evolved individuals emerged, along with the top-tier elites known as the Seven Saints. Despite the lack of smooth communication, survivors could still exchange information. Evolved individuals had been categorized into levels: ordinary evolved individuals who had just consumed crystals, human-level elites who could crush ordinary evolved individuals, earth-shaking level, earth level, elites who possessed the power to destroy cities, and the pinnacle sky-soaring level, sky level, elites who could fly through the skies. The Seven Saints were the 7 sky-level elites. In half a year, this classification had reached its limit. As long as the 7 sky-soaring elites remained undefeated, they would forever stand at the summit. This is the origin of the title Saint, perhaps a faith born from countless survivors hoping they would protect them. The Jiling settlement happens to have a Saint Xing Zhou Shan. The team is still over 100 kilometers away from Jiling. A journey that would take a few hours in peacetime now requires several days. Several kilometers away from the team, countless zombies are slowly approaching, seemingly drawn by the scent of living beings. The evolved individuals on both sides are on high alert, many with fear evident in their eyes. Zombies may not be fast, but their strength is astonishing, and their blood is highly toxic. Even evolved individuals will suffer skin corrosion and lose their sanity upon contact, eventually turning into one of them. This is the true horror. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes, gripping the iron rod tightly. Fighting zombies wasn't particularly difficult. They always remained the same, unlike evolvers who could grow stronger. Survivors were thankful if zombies could evolve too. All hope for survival would be lost. At present, mutant beasts were the greatest threat. Just as Lu Ying and the others were preparing to face the horde of zombies, the creatures suddenly stopped, turned around, and retreated. A sense of foreboding surged in Lu Yin's heart. The ground trembled abruptly. Ahead of the group, a massive vine surged up from the earth, its branches and leaves seemingly sentient as they seized several survivors. Amidst their despairing screams, those captured were crushed into pools of blood, which soaked into the soil where the vine was rooted. All the survivors scattered in terror, with even many of the evolvers fleeing. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This mutated vine was definitely not something ordinary evolvers could contend with. It had absolutely reached the earth level, and even if there were human-level experts in the team, they would be powerless. The evolvers in the team dared not fight head-on and retreated to the rear, avoiding the vine's area of influence. After a long while, the vine seemed to have had its fill and retracted back into the ground. Survivors wept bitterly, cried out in despair, and many broke down mentally in such an environment, with even some of the evolved ones not spared. Before long, the hoarse sound of static came again, and a voice sounded from the walkie-talkie: "Rest in place, Xing Shang will personally come to assist." The news spread, and countless people cheered. To the survivors of today, a heaven-level powerhouse was like a deity, as if their presence could solve all problems. Lu Yin's face showed mockery as he covered his left arm with one hand. Even now, half of his body still throbbed faintly with pain, the piercing agony seemingly a constant reminder of the horrors of that night. The entire city was abandoned, and the undestroyed thermal weapons exploded collectively. Wails filled the air. Half of his body was burned, and as he turned back, he saw those lofty eyes and the dazzling golden light. Lu Xiaoge, the man known as the Saint of Light, one of the 7 saints, had inflicted upon him the ultimate pain. Lu Ying swore that this pain would be repaid tenfold. Flames rose, the sky darkened, and as Lu Ying was preparing to rest, screams and cries came from afar. He frowned and turned to look. 100 meters away, several girls were surrounded by more than 10 evolvers, who were wantonly harassing them. Many of the girls' clothes were in tatters, and they silently shed tears. This scene was not unfamiliar to Lu Ying. The apocalypse, the degradation of humanity, he had long grown accustomed to it. In such an environment, seeking protection without paying a price was simply impossible. Lu Ying closed his eyes, allowing his mind to relax slightly. In the distance, a young girl let out a scream as she was slapped to the ground. "I risk my life to protect you all, so what's wrong with having some fun? Don't act so ungrateful. Just a few days ago, I had my way with a little celebrity, and now even if she begged me, I wouldn't care. Get up!" The girl glared at the evolver with fury, her eyes burning red. The onlooking evolvers laughed heartily. They loved this era, where they could act recklessly and do whatever they pleased without anyone to stop them. A gust of wind blew past, and suddenly a figure appeared before the evolvers. It was Lu Ying, with an iron rod in his hand resting against the neck of one of the evolvers. He said calmly, "Leave." The surroundings fell into complete silence, with only a few young girls silently weeping. The threatened evolver's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu, this has nothing to do with you. They are under my protection." "You've disturbed me," Lu Ying responded coldly, pressing the sharp edge of the iron rod downward. Instantly, the evolver's skin split open, and blood flowed along the iron rod. The evolver was shocked. All right, you're ruthless. They're yours. I won't make a move." Lu Ying put away the iron rod and walked back to his original spot indifferently. Many in the group silently watched the scene, already accustomed to it. Even when those few young girls were killed earlier, no one stepped forward to help. As for Lu Yin, he appeared particularly peculiar in their eyes. The dozen or so evolvers exchanged angry glances but dared not act recklessly. They were well aware of Lu Yin's strength. Several young girls ran behind Lu Yin, wanting to speak but hesitating. Lu Yin closed his eyes and ignored them, so they could only look at him gratefully and sit down carefully. Before long, a stunningly beautiful young woman dressed provocatively walked over to Lu Yin's side with a smile. Her sharp gaze swept over the young girls, scaring them into retreating, bowing their heads, and trembling. The beautiful woman nodded in satisfaction, sat down next to Lu Yin, and leaned in close to his ear, exhaling softly. Lu Yin raised his hand, gripping the woman's neck. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "If it happens again, you'll die." The woman's gaze was cold, forcing a hint of a seductive smile. "You're still so heartless." Lu Yin let go, staring indifferently. "What is it?" The woman rubbed her neck and gave him a sidelong glance. "You've offended someone, you know." Lu Yin remained silent. The woman continued, "Zhang Tong and his group are plotting against you. They have more than 10 evolvers, and you can't handle them alone. Be careful." "Thank you," Lu Yin replied indifferently. The woman looked at Lu Yin helplessly. "Actually, if you ask, I can help you. I have someone backing me." "No need." Lu Yin refused indifferently. The woman sighed. "Alright, contact me anytime. I'll keep an eye on them for you. I'm leaving now." With that, she smiled at him, turned around, and left, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Lu Yin closed his eyes again. The woman's presence had no effect on him. In the latter half of the night, the glamorous woman visited again and said with a smile, "Congratulations, the trouble is gone." Lu Yin looked at her in confusion. The woman said, "I asked my elder brother to take action. Zhang Tong has been captured, and he wants you to come over to discuss how to deal with them." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he stood up. "Let's go." The woman smiled and led the way, crossing the flames and arriving at a spot 300 meters away from the team. Though this place wasn't entirely safe, it was close enough. When Lu Yin arrived, Zhang Tong and his dozen or so accomplices were kneeling on the ground, while a tall man stood before them with his hands behind his back. "Lu Yin is here," a glamorous woman said coquettishly. The man turned around, smiling as he looked at Lu Yin. "You must be Lu Yin?" Lu Yin nodded. "My name is Lu Shang, and I am one of the captains of this team," the man said proudly. Lu Yin responded indifferently, "I know." Lu Shang frowned, dissatisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. "What do you plan to do with these people?" "I'll leave them to you." Lu Yin stared at him. "Terms." Lu Shang's lips curved slightly as he gazed at Lu Yin. "Just say it. I've heard of you and observed you. You haven't consumed the crystals inside the mutant beasts, yet your strength is astonishing. Tell me, why?" The gorgeous woman beside him looked at Lu Yin with anticipation, while Zhang Tong and the others watched nervously. Lu Yin smiled faintly. "Is this the reason you called me here?" Lu Shang chuckled softly and glanced at the woman. The woman took a few steps forward, approached Lu Yin, and said coquettishly, "Brother Lu, tell us, won't you? Is it another path of evolution? Telling us is like telling all of humanity. All of humanity will be grateful to you, and I can accompany you." Lu Yin turned his head and said coldly, "I warned you, if it happens again, you'll die." As soon as the words fell, the iron rod flashed, and the woman clutched her neck. Blood slid down her fingers, staining her clothes red. She collapsed to the ground in shock, never expecting Lu Yin would dare to kill her in front of Lu Shang. Lu Shang was the captain, a human-level powerhouse. Lu Shang froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Yin swung the iron rod. "You're all unbearable. From the moment the team was formed, you've been watching me. Tonight, it all ends." With that, he charged at Lu Shang, the iron rod striking down. Lu Shang roared, courting death. He drew his blade to block the attack, the blade clashing against the iron rod. He had thought he could severely injure Lu Yin, but the iron rod split the long blade in two, leaving a deep bone-revealing wound on his right shoulder. Lu Shang was utterly shocked. As a human-level powerhouse, he could take on multiple ordinary evolvers single-handedly. How could he lose to Lu Yin in just one move? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yin injured Lu Shang with a slash, the iron rod sweeping across. Lu Shang hurriedly dodged, flipping to the side and throwing the hilt of his blade at Lu Yin. Lu Yin easily deflected it with a swing of his rod, the force of the strike cutting into the ground like a sharp blade, leaving a small crack. "What are you looking at? Attack together and kill him!" Lu Shang roared, glaring angrily at Zhang Tong and the others. Zhang Tong and the others dared not hesitate. They drew their weapons and charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. He flipped the iron rod, his legs kicked fiercely, and the shockwave cracked the ground. In an instant, he leaped over 10 meters, the blade of the iron rod sweeping horizontally. Zhang Tong and the others were struck in the chest, blood splattering as they quickly lost consciousness and fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, Lu Yin's heart was as firm as iron. This is the worst of times, without restraint, yet also the best of times. Evil must be eradicated. Lu Shang stood frozen. "Impossible. You are a Earth-level expert." "Definitely Earth-level. A human level could never possess such power." Lu Yin's gaze was icy cold. Lu Shang trembled and knelt. "Lu Yin, no, young Master Lu, spare my life. I am willing to be your dog, kill for you, find women for you, whatever you want, I can give." Lu Yin raised his head to gaze at the starry starry sky. Lu Sheng viciously swung his blade, stabbing forward. The blade struck Luin, but the figure of Luin before him gradually faded. It was merely an afterimage. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief. What is this? Flowing body step, a battle technique originating from the stars, Luin said calmly. The iron rod swept across, and Lu Sheng's head drooped as he fell to his knees, dead. Luin sighed, put away the iron rod, and continued gazing at the starry sky. I am but a guest, yet I have usurped the host's role. Soon, Luin extracted the energy crystals from Lu Sheng and the others, brought them close to his ring, and the crystals vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. It was a void-condensing ring, a type of storage treasure, originating from the stars just like battle techniques. The disappearance of Zheng Tong and the others went unnoticed, but Lu Sheng's disappearance as a team leader drew the attention of several other leaders. Since Lu Sheng had schemed to seize Lu Yin's method of evolution and deliberately concealed his whereabouts, no one came to trouble Lu Yin, which was considered his just deserts. The next day at noon, tens of thousands of survivors looked up to the sky as the news came that Xingsheng Zhoushan was about to arrive. Before long, a black dot appeared in everyone's vision. In the sky, a burly man over 2 meters tall appeared, with short hair and wielding a giant 3-meter-long mountain-splitting axe, standing proudly. Everyone held their breath and stared. Can humans really fly? Is this a flying-level powerhouse? One of the 7 saints of Huaxia? Amid the roaring sound, Zhoushan said not a word. He raised his hand and pressed downward, causing airwaves to sweep through and dust to fly, making it almost impossible for tens of thousands of people to keep their eyes open. All the evolvers gazed ahead fervently. This was a heaven-level powerhouse, possessing the strength to destroy mountains and rivers. Underground, the giant vine twisted and extended, sweeping toward Zhoushan. Zhoushan let out a cold snort, his voice thunderous, then raised his axe and spun. The air behind him rippled, faintly forming transparent wings. Storm slash! With an angry shout, Zhoushan rolled down with his axe, fiercely chopping at the vine. Thunderous roars shook the heavens, the ground cracked and scattered, dust flew, and intense energy spread in all directions. Fortunately, the captain of the evolvers stood in front, otherwise, this energy alone would have been enough to injure the survivors. Lu Yin's gaze locked onto the front. Yesterday, they speculated that the vines were earth level, but only he felt the vines had reached heaven level. This was also the reason Zhoushan struck with full force. The fierce wind howled, the dust settled, and what appeared before everyone was Zhoushan's imposing figure wielding an axe. The vines shattered, the ground forming a massive pit filled with green liquid. Tens of thousands cheered in reverence. Zhoushan soared into the sky, raising his axe and shouting angrily, "Let's go, back to Jinling. It's safe there." "Thank you, Saint Xing. Long live Saint Xing. Saint Xing." The crowd shouted in unison. The era of apocalypse urgently needs heroes. Zhoushan is the hero, and the 7 saints are their guardians. Lu Ying tightly gripped the iron rod. His strength had not yet reached the heavenly level. As Lu Sheng said, he had not consumed crystals and was walking another path of evolution, the true path of evolution in the starry sky. With a thought, Lu Ying looked up. Soon, it should be soon. With Zhoushan escorting them, the team's progress was smooth. There might be creatures far stronger than Zhoushan in the world, but they are extremely rare and almost impossible to encounter. A day later, tens of thousands of troops arrived in Jinling, and it was only at this moment that many began to weep openly. Jinling was under martial law, with towering earthen walls surrounding the outer city. The walls were lined with soldiers who had evolved, their heavy gazes fixed on the tens of thousands of survivors entering. This group had lost at least 1/10 of its population from the time they set out to now. They were survivors who had emerged from despair. Lu Yin had visited Jinling during the era of peace. Back then, the scenery was beautiful, with ancient trees towering on both sides of the streets. Now, Jinling had been drastically reduced in size, its outskirts abandoned, and countless zombies roamed freely. Without Zhoushan clearing the way, they would have been unable to reach the settlement. The survivors will be properly arranged, while the evolvers will be assigned by another group of people. This team has about 500 evolvers, facing tens of thousands of survivors. On average, one evolver protects nearly 100 people. The sparse ratio indirectly proves how difficult it is to kill mutated creatures. Unfortunately, there are no energy crystals inside the zombies, otherwise, the number of evolvers would surely increase significantly. The Punishment Camp, an organization founded by Xingsheng Zhoushan to manage evolvers. All evolvers in the Jinling settlement, whether they join or not, must register and undergo combat power and physical fitness tests. Lu Yin and the others were also taken to the Punishment Camp. The Penal Camp is not a single camp but a vast area located in Zhongshan, Jinling. It is said that in the early days of Zhongshan's establishment, there were countless zombies and mutant beasts. Zhoushan led a group of evolvers and spent a month capturing this place. Fortunately, Zhongshan was once a tourist area in Jinling, so there were fewer wild mutant beasts. The Penal Camp, with Zhongshan as its center, radiates outward, gradually assisting survivors in reclaiming Jinling, becoming one of the largest survivor gathering places in the Huaxia East China region. The Zhongshan Penal Camp is solemn and majestic. Evolvers nearby look enviously at the soldiers of the Penal Camp in their uniform attire, dreaming of becoming one of them in the future. Within just half a year, Xingsheng has already established such a massive organization. It's truly incredible, someone remarked. Someone nearby immediately agreed. With the apocalypse upon us, many people are still hiding in fear, while Xingsheng has already founded Xingcamp. He is bound to dominate China in the future. As these words were spoken, the crowd responded enthusiastically. Luin walked among the evolvers, scanning the soldiers passing by, his gaze flickering. These soldiers were real military personnel. The apocalypse has arrived, and no matter how charismatic a person may be, it is difficult to establish an organization of such scale. Zhoushan was able to achieve this for one reason: these people are soldiers, and Zhoushan represents the nation. Huaxia did not collapse due to the apocalypse but instead stabilized in another form. Zhoushan came from the military, and it is highly likely that the Seven Saints also originated from the military, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the heavenly rank within half a year. Fortunately, the apocalypse did not lead to a complete collapse of communications, otherwise, even the nation would struggle to stabilize the situation in the short term. The interior of Zhongshan was hollowed out, with a vast space filled with modern facilities, astonishing hundreds of evolutionists. Teams of evolutionist soldiers passed by, carrying standard steel knives that combine modern and ancient elements, appearing peculiar. As the strength of evolutionists increased, ordinary firearms gradually became less practical than cold weapons. Coupled with the destruction of numerous arsenals, the provision of standard steel knives showcased the strength of the penal camp. Luin and the others were led to a massive square, surrounded by evolutionist soldiers, with female soldiers standing solemnly. Above the square, at a height of more than 10 meters, there is a layer of transparent glass with a similarly spacious interior. Near the glass, several men and women are laughing and watching below. A team of people, not sure how many useful ones we can recruit. Even if they can't reach the human level, just don't be too bad, a middle-aged man said in a muffled voice. Don't get your hopes up too high. Reaching the human level isn't easy. The human level captain of this team was already assigned by the Saint of Punishment, and we didn't get a single one, a charming woman complained. Not entirely without a chance. Protecting tens of thousands of survivors to Nanjing wasn't easy. I value these people greatly, so don't take them all from me, a young man said with a smile. Stop dreaming. Look at Feng Hong's arrangements. The bulk will definitely be taken by him, the middle-aged man replied. The few of them were all commanders of 10,000 in the punishment camp. The punishment camp had 80,000 evolved individuals, and only those at the Earth level could become commanders of 10,000. In Nanjing, commanders of 10,000 were regional overlords, second only to the punishment Saint Zhoushan. To the millions of survivors, the punishment saint rarely appeared, and the commanders of 10,000 were like gods. I heard that the Snow Maiden under Luo Shang's command is coming to Jinling for a sparring match. Who among you will go? The charming woman asked with a smile. Several people remained silent. The woman chuckled. Luo Shang claims the Snow Maiden is invincible at the Earth level. Aren't you curious to see for yourselves? The group still remained silent. The woman chuckled softly and fell silent. Luo Shang by Shui stood tall on the snowy mountain, founded the Blue Camp, and was ranked among the Seven Saints alongside Xingsheng Zhoushan, though her status was higher. Outsiders viewed the Seven Saints as equals, but a few insiders understood that the Seven Saints were divided into the upper three saints and the lower four saints, with Luo Shang by Shui being one of the upper three saints, while Zhoushan belonged to the lower four saints. In the square, the evolvers underwent inspections one by one. Due to the severe mutation of the Doomsday virus, especially the difficult-to-treat zombie virus, the Xing camp had to ensure that the evolvers were not infected to guarantee safety. It was Lu Yin's turn. The nurse placed the preserved blood sample aside and filled out the information. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, his legs exerted force, and his figure flickered briefly before instantly returning to normal, unnoticed by the crowd. The blood in the sample briefly showed a faint purple hue before returning to normal. Lu Yin, right? Please wait a moment, it will be done soon, the nurse said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded, thank you, and turned to leave. Soon, nearly 500 evolvers were examined, all without any abnormalities. A middle-aged man in a dark military uniform approached, exuding an imposing aura that drew the astonished attention of all the evolvers. Amidst crackling sounds, the ground split open, and the sweeping force intimidated everyone present. Earth level, a ground-shaking powerhouse, someone exclaimed, and the crowd was filled with both fear and envy. The middle-aged man stood about 10 meters away from Lu Yin and the others and said loudly, my name is Feng Hong, commander of the punishment camp. I'll ask this once, anyone unwilling to join the punishment camp may leave now. Hundreds of evolvers looked at each other, and gradually, some stepped forward to leave. Although the punishment camp was powerful, it required strict adherence to management, and many who had never served were unwilling to join, including Lu Yin. About 200 people, nearly half, chose not to join the camp. Feng Hong said indifferently, joining the punishment camp not only ensures safety but also allows you to bring your family to the vicinity of Zhongshan. Energy crystals for cultivation are distributed monthly, and you can even learn combat techniques taught by the punishment saint. What are combat techniques? Someone asked curiously. Feng Feng Hong replied coldly, techniques that can double your power. The Punishment Saint's combat technique, Storm Slash, is so powerful that few in the world can withstand it. The evolutionaries were all excited. Of course, they had seen it before, Storm Slash cutting through mutated vines in one strike, turning the world pale with its unparalleled might. Can we learn Storm Slash? Someone asked expectantly. Feng Hong said coldly, as long as you gain the approval of the Saint of Punishment, anyone can learn it. As soon as the words were spoken, those who had intended to leave hesitated and gradually returned, with fewer than 50 people resolutely departing, Luin among them. Feng Hong waved his hand, take them away. Soon, nearly 50 evolvers were brought out of Zhongshan. Luin looked back, sensing that a storm was about to rise here. Outside Zhongshan, many survivors and evolvers had gathered, and as soon as Luin and the others emerged, they were surrounded. Brother, want to buy property? Fair prices. Brother, need a guide? Outside the city of Jinling, there are numerous zombie monsters. Without a guide, it's easy to get surrounded. Brother, need weapons? Sharp battle knives, sturdy long spears, hot weapons, bombs, everything you need. Do you have a map? Luin asked. A shifty-eyed evolver leaned in, cautiously scanning the surroundings to scare off competitors, then quietly took out a map. Brother, 10 crystals, a sincere price. Luin raised an eyebrow. 10 crystals? Are you crazy? 1 crystal is enough for an ordinary person to evolve. The shifty-eyed evolver whispered, brother, this isn't an ordinary map. It details the gathering spots of strong mutant zombies outside Nanjing's outer city. You don't want to be surrounded as soon as you leave the city, do you? This concerns your life. Isn't your life worth 10 crystals? Luin chuckled, 3 crystals at most, no more. The evolver agreed readily, deal, the map is yours. Luin knew he had been tricked, but it didn't matter. He took out 3 rice-sized white crystals and handed them over. The shifty-eyed evolver excitedly accepted them, then leaned in and whispered, brother, you seem straightforward, so I'll give you something. No need to thank me. With that, he stuffed a round pill into Lu Yin's hand and turned to leave. Luin looked at the pill with a strange expression. He recognized it. It was an aphrodisiac. After the apocalypse, plants mutated, and conventional medicines became obsolete. Medicines made from mutated plants were far more effective. He had seen others use this aphrodisiac before. Its effects were remarkable, but it was extremely rare and worth far more than 3 crystals. He couldn't understand where this man had obtained it. Without much thought, Luin casually threw away the aphrodisiac, glanced around, and headed toward the outer city. Carefully examining the map, his gaze finally settled on the desolate mountain in the southern part of the city. Hopefully, there are clues here. In the highest level of Zhongshan, the conference room was fully occupied. The seat at the very top was empty. The first person on the lower left had a scar on his face and wore a military uniform, while the first person on the lower right was a stunning girl wearing glasses. Both were commanders of the penal camp. Moments later, Zhou Shan stepped into the conference room and naturally took the seat at the very top. His gaze swept over the crowd before finally landing on the girl with glasses. What's the plan? The young girl adjusted her glasses. Preliminary estimates suggest that expanding the Nanjing settlement will take at least 2 months, with combat personnel losses possibly reaching 2,000 to 3,000. If we aim to incorporate the entire Nanjing area from the peaceful era into the settlement, the losses will triple. Zhou Shan frowned. The settlement must expand. Progress on the northern route is still relatively smooth, and within a few months, we can connect to the capital. Once the entire country is connected, reclaiming the land will be much easier. We cannot fall behind, nor can we allow others to mock us. Xing Shang, we just received news that a heaven-level powerhouse has emerged in India, a monk named Ku Sang. The scar-faced man suddenly said. The crowd was in an uproar. China had only 7 heaven-level powerhouses, and now India had produced one, which was truly rare. Zhou Shan's gaze turned cold. Ku Sang? Check the records. Logically, no one should be able to break through to the heaven level within a year. Anything else? The scar-faced man waved his hand, and an evolver was about to speak when his gaze suddenly froze, staring blankly out the window. The others also turned to look. Zhou Shan quickly turned around, his eyes sharp. Dozens of meteors streaked across the sky, trailing long flames, with one falling toward Jinling, causing a slight tremor on the ground. The crowd witnessed the meteors vanish in an instant, as dazzling as fireworks. Outside Jinling city, Luin, who was following a map to the desolate mountains south of the city, also saw the scene. The meteor was not far from him. A violent shockwave swept through the sky, scattering the clouds and causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Luin kicked away the steel frame hurtling toward him, fixed his gaze to the south, pondered for a moment, and swiftly dashed off. Inside Jinling city, Zhou Shan soared into the air intending to head south, but was stopped. Saint of Punishment, countless zombies are attacking the city walls. Zhou Shan turned his eyes to the east, where a dense mass of zombies roamed. Jinling city was sealed off, leaving many survivors trapped outside, crying out in despair. Zhou Shan gripped his massive mountain-splitting axe and flew outside the city. With one swing, countless zombies were shattered. Open the city gates, let them in, I will guard. South of Jinling city, at the site where a meteor fell, smoke and dust shot straight into the sky. A massive crater, spanning 1,000 meters, formed a conical shape. At its deepest point lay a white sphere, 2 meters in diameter, emitting white smoke, with the surrounding air visibly distorted. Lewin approached the crater, hiding in a nearby abandoned factory. Through the wooden planks, he observed the white sphere, his gaze shifting slightly. Although he had anticipated it, its actual appearance still shocked him. I didn't expect it to arrive earlier than predicted. A spaceship. With a soft sound, the hatch opened, and a hand extended outward. Then, a young man stepped out. He had short hair, wore light white armor, and his combat boots touched the ground. Slowly stretching and yawning, he said, so exhausting. A trial is a trial, but choosing such a far-off place and making us fly here ourselves so annoying. After speaking, he took out a short knife from the spaceship, put on a device resembling a wristwatch, pressed a button, and a beeping sound echoed. His gaze fixed in Lu Yin's direction. Who are you? Then he leapt up, swung the knife horizontally, and with immense force, split the factory in two. Lu Ying bent down to dodge, retreating awkwardly over 10 meters, watching as the factory instantly turned into ruins. In the sky, the young man looked down coldly, his tone arrogant. Are you a native of this planet? Lu Yin's expression turned grave. An elite-level powerhouse. I asked you a question, didn't you understand? The young man shouted coldly, casually slashing downward. Wherever the strike landed, the ground was split open, and dust filled the air. Lu Yin replied seriously, are you an alien? The young man landed with a cold laugh, glanced at his wristwatch. Combat power only 8? Trash. Wait, combat power of 8 couldn't have dodged my strike. He stared at Lu Yin in surprise. Do you specialize in physical training? Lu Yin asked in confusion. You're an alien, right? The young man frowned. That's what you natives call us, but we prefer you to call us superior beings. Superior? Lu Yin frowned. The young man looked down and said, this planet has long been under the surveillance of our grand universe empire. To us, you are nothing more than domesticated natives. Of course, we are the superiors. Tell me, have you specialized in physical cultivation, reaching the Sentinel realm, or perhaps even approaching the Explorer realm? I don't understand what you mean, Lu Yin replied. The young man narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. How could a native planet possibly know about realm divisions? A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lu Yin. Since you dared to attack me, show me your strength. Lu Yin clenched his fist. Are you sure? The young man sneered. I, Asta, am not someone who can be injured by a native like you. Even if you hide your strength, it's impossible for you to reach the Explorer realm. Even if you were in the Explorer realm, you wouldn't compare to me. I'll show you what a gap of despair truly means. Lu Yin drew out an iron rod. Then make your move. Asta arrogantly curled his finger. The next moment, Lu Yin swiftly lunged at Yasta, sweeping the blade of the iron rod toward his neck. Yasta easily dodged, hands in his pockets, mocking. Planetary evolution has indeed created a group of savages, striking ruthlessly and decisively, with killing moves one after another. Well, that's fine. Only this way can one be forged into a bloodthirsty warrior. Lu Yin pressed forward with the iron rod, blocking all of Yasta's attack routes. Each move was faster than the last, the force sharp as a blade splitting the earth, leaving deep scars. Yasta remained at ease. Seeing Lu Yin's blade coming down, he raised his leg to block it with his combat boot, hands still in his pockets, gazing coldly. Combat power of 302, not bad. Achieving the Explorer realm with just physical strength is no easy feat. Even our Academy's Explorer-level students struggle to do so. I admire you. I'll give you a chance. Come with me, become my slave, and I can take you off this planet to witness a different starry sky. Lu Yin's iron rod firmly pressed down on Asta's battle boots, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A different starry sky? Asta said proudly, of course. I am a top student of the first military academy of the Grand Universe Empire, qualified to participate in the planetary evolution trials. Successfully completing the mission allows me to advance to a higher academy. Following me is your lifelong honor. Of course, it also depends on whether this planet has someone more suitable than you. Pray you're not too useless, huh? With a kick, he sent the iron rod in Lu Yin's hand flying. Lu Yin stared at the self-absorbed Asta, his gaze suddenly turning icy. His right palm shook rapidly, causing visible ripples to appear in the air, as if tightly controlled. At first, Asta was indifferent, but upon seeing this, he was shocked. Wave palm? How do you know that? In the next moment, Lu Yin struck Yasta's chest with a heavy palm, causing a surge of airwaves. Yasta's white light armor shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. In midair, he struggled to lift his head, forcibly twisted his body, and drew his blade to counterattack. Lu Yin charged forward, his right palm trembling once more. Yasta gritted his teeth and roared in fury. You're not a native, you come from the stars. Lu Yin's gaze was icy as he struck out with another palm. Yasta let out a low growl, thrusting his short blade forward, but it hit nothing. Lu Yin's figure had vanished, and the blade pierced only an afterimage. Footwork combat technique? Asta spat blood. The ring on his finger melted, transforming into fragments of armor that covered his entire body. With a loud bang, Asta was struck again by a palm, faintly hearing the sound of something shattering. Although the armor quickly covered his body, it was too late. His heart was completely crushed, and he fell heavily beside the pit near the spaceship, blood slowly flowing along the outer shell of the vessel. Lu Yin knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, the blood vessels muscles in his right hand burst, his face contorted in pain. The wave palm was not something he could easily execute at this moment. If not for the purpose of killing Asta, he wouldn't have risked crippling his arm. Fortunately, the ambush succeeded. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In that brief instant, he executed the wave palm twice and used the flowing body step once. His body trembled violently, already operating beyond its limits. He slowly walked to Asta's corpse, watching as the armor covering the body gradually dissipated, transforming into a ring. Luin removed the ring and placed it in his pocket. It was a ring armor, a protective device commonly used by star cultivators. Asta's ring was of the lowest grade, yet it could withstand the attacks of a heaven-level expert without any difficulty. Apart from the ring armor, Asta's personal terminal on his wrist recorded combat power information and positioning. Luin skillfully dismantled the positioning device and stored it in the Ning space ring. His gaze swept over Asta, finally fixing on the second knuckle of his right hand. Without hesitation, he severed it, and a chip fell out from the blood. Just as I thought, it's here, Luin exclaimed in delight, picking up the chip. He ambushed Asta and refrained from becoming an evolver by consuming energy crystals, precisely to wait for this item. The body shaping technique is a chip condensed from the energy of a superpowerful being. When integrated into the body, it can stimulate cells, cleanse the body, break through limitations, and even directly absorb cosmic energy for cultivation. This is universally recognized as the most effective cultivation method in the cosmos. In comparison, consuming energy crystals is merely a lower-tier cultivation method. It cannot directly absorb cosmic energy and makes it difficult to break through limitations. Such cultivators are referred to as wanderers in the universe, and some even call them war slaves. The energy in the universe that can be directly absorbed is called star energy. The energy crystals within mutant beasts are also condensed star energy, but they contain too many impurities, making direct absorption harmful. Luin comes from the starry sky. To legalize his identity, he refrained from cultivating with the body sculpting technique before arriving on Earth, completely existing as an ordinary person. Now, on this planet, he has no need for restraint. In the planetary evolution trial, anything is possible. In the universe, anyone practicing the body sculpting technique must register, otherwise, it is illegal. However, the gains from the planetary evolution trial belong to the individual, and the Youth Council of the Great Yu Empire has decreed that no one may violate this rule. This person is only at the exploration realm, which means this body sculpting technique has been used twice, leaving one more chance. What a pity, I still have to keep searching, Luin muttered to himself, tossing Asta into the spaceship before turning to leave. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sunlight and an attacker came from behind. Luin sidestepped and turned, delivering a fierce kick that clashed directly with the assailant, producing a loud bang. The opponent was a ground-level expert, and Luin immediately became alert, quickly retreating. The attacker also stepped back a few paces. Raising her head, a delicate face came into view. It was a woman. Why did you attack me? Luin's tone was icy. Although he didn't sense killing intent, an ambush was still an ambush. The woman scanned the spaceship, her gaze fixed on Luin. I saw you throw that alien corpse into the spaceship. Who are you? Why did you kill the alien? What do you know? Luin sneered. Why should I tell you? The woman said coldly, I'll make you talk. With that, she drew a dagger and leapt forward, the blade slicing through the air, radiating a chilling gleam. Luin dodged nimbly. The woman before him moved with astonishing speed, her dagger dancing as it tore through the air, each strike aimed directly at his vital points. Luin pierced through the cold gleam, seized the opportunity, and grabbed the woman's wrist with one hand while reaching toward her abdomen with the other. The woman frowned, her feet cracking the ground as she let go and met Lu Yin's palm with hers. The air turned frigid, and Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as his palm froze. Battle technique? You're no match for me, speak quickly, the woman said in a low voice, the temperature plummeting. Lu Yin's gaze was sharp. The injuries left by the ripple palm had yet to heal, making it impossible to break free from the freezing ice. Seeing the ice spreading, he had no choice but to exert force with his legs and use the flowing body step while carrying the woman. The woman felt a wave of dizziness as the scene around her changed abruptly. Caught off guard, she fainted and vomited. Luin tore open the woman's sleeve, and several extremely cold leaves fell to the ground, instantly freezing. I knew it. How could you perform supernatural combat techniques? Turns out you're relying on external objects, Luin sneered coldly. The woman gritted her teeth and glared angrily. What did you just do? A combat technique? Luin remained silent, weighing in his heart whether to silence her. At that moment, a stream of air swept across the sky, and Saint Zhoushan descended. Luin felt helpless. Even if he wanted to silence her, it was too late. The woman caught sight of Zhoushan, her expression slightly changed. Luin was puzzled. Was the woman not a member of the punishment camp? A strong Earth-level fighter, shouldn't Zhoushan have dealt with her? Air currents surged as Zhoushan descended, his imposing gaze sweeping over Luin and the woman before finally landing on the white spaceship, his expression complicated. Who will explain this to me? Zhoushan asked in a deep voice. Luin pondered for a moment and said calmly, a spaceship landed, and someone inside tried to kill me. However, they were no match for me after taking a heavy blow, so I killed them instead. Zhou Shan stared at Lu Ying, then turned to the woman. Instead of rushing to inspect the spaceship, he smiled and said, "It's been a long time. Of the 3 snow maidens, only you came?" The woman bowed respectfully. Snow Maiden Zhao Yu greets the punishment saint. Lu Ying looked at the woman in surprise. A snow maiden? A powerful figure under the Lozan Blue camp of Changbai Mountain in the north. Why would a snow maiden appear in Jinling? Since the catastrophe, we haven't met. I didn't expect that upon reunion, everything would have changed. Zhou Shan sighed. Zhao Yu respectfully said, Luo Shang asked me to convey his regards to you and congratulate the punishment camp for dominating Su province. Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. There's nothing worth congratulating. I'm far inferior to Luo Shang. I know how strong the top 3 saints are. Not to mention others, even you surpass all my commanders. Zhao Yu laughed. Punishment saint, you're too kind. I just lost to this commander under your command. He is indeed formidable. Zhou Shan was surprised and pointed at Lu Ying. Him? I don't know him. Zhao Yu was astonished. Isn't he your centurion? Zhou Shan suddenly understood. Zhao Yu had been defeated by Lu Ying. He looked at Lu Ying in amazement, not expecting this person to be capable of defeating the Snow Maiden. Lu Ying lowered his head in thought. From Zhou Shan's tone, they had known each other before the apocalypse but hadn't met since. In that case, he had already witnessed the so-called strength of the 3 saints before the apocalypse. As expected, the 7 saints had begun their cultivation long before the apocalypse. He had heard rumors that exploring Neptune was not fruitless, but rather yielded a battle blade and a corpse, which reportedly almost triggered a world war. In the end, China compromised, calming the dispute. Perhaps the secret relied upon by the 7 saints for their cultivation lies within that corpse. Lu Ying clenched his fist, confirming that his guess was correct. The 7 saints could not possibly know the body shaping technique, but if that corpse belonged to a peerless powerhouse, it might contain the body shaping technique, which was his true objective. Soon, the military forces of the penal camp arrived, led by a beautiful woman wearing glasses. Zhou Shan ordered the troops to seal off the surroundings, watched a few researchers in white lab coats examining the spaceship, then turned to Lu Ying and asked, "Young man, do you know anything about these aliens?" Snow Maiden Zhao Yu also looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying pondered. He mentioned a few things: academy assessment, primitive planet evolution trial, mission. Zhou Shan's eyes flashed. That's all? Lu Ying nodded. He didn't say much, just mentioned wanting me to be a slave and referred to us as savages. Savages? Zhou Shan sneered, looking up at the starry sky. It seems Earth won't remain peaceful for long. Just now, dozens of spaceships landed, which means dozens of aliens have arrived. I didn't expect contact with aliens to happen so quickly. Lu Ying looked at Zhou Shan and noticed that he didn't seem surprised. Reporting to Xing Shang, the spaceship will be transported back to Jinling for analysis. The alien died due to its heart being shattered. Probes indicate it should have had a weapon, but searches in the vicinity yielded nothing, the woman with glasses reported. Lu Ying had already disrupted the battlefield while searching Asta's corpse, making it impossible to restore the scene. Zhou Shan looked at Lu Ying. Young man, the items on the alien could aid our research. Could you hand them over? They will be returned after the study. Lu Ying pondered for a moment, then drew out a short knife. This is its weapon. I didn't take anything else. He deliberately tore open his shirt to show Zhou Shan and the others for inspection. All items were stored in the void condensation ring, making it impossible for Zhou Shan and the others to identify them, nor could they imagine the existence of a storage space ring, so they naturally paid no attention. Zhou Shan took the short knife, swung it, and slashed across the ground. Sharp, this material is indeed not of Earth. He handed the short knife to the woman with glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lu Ying. Seeing that he truly had nothing else, he stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and praised, to be able to kill an alien and defeat the Snow Maiden. Young man, you're impressive. What's your name? Interested in joining the penal camp and becoming a commander of 1,000? Lu Ying agreed without hesitation, as he had no other choice. Zhou Shan appeared calm on the surface, but suspicion lingered in his heart. Everyone would speculate whether he was hiding alien items, so rather than letting him leave, it was better to agree outright to avoid conflict. A heaven-level expert is not someone he can contend with at his current strength, and if Asta does not make a mistake, it will be difficult to kill him. Lu Ying is certain that the same method will not work against Zhou Shan, especially with so many evolvers around. Just Zhao Yu alone is incredibly formidable. On the other side, Zhao Yu frowned and said to Zhou Shan, I can't get in touch with Luo Shang. All communication lines were completely cut off when the aliens arrived. Zhou Shan nodded, his expression serious. The alien spaceship destroyed the communication lines. I will send someone to repair them as soon as possible. Don't worry, even if the aliens appear in the northeastern blue camp, Luo Shang is powerful enough to handle it. Zhao Yu nodded silently. Researching alien spacecraft is not an overnight endeavor. Fortunately, the spacecraft was small, and the army successfully transported it secretly to Jinling. Lu Ying was authorized to reside in Zhongshan, becoming the 14th commander of the Xing camp. The Xing camp army numbers 80,000, and his title of commander is merely nominal, with no troops under his command. Lu Ying didn't mind. What he most wanted wanted now was to refine his body and become a true cultivator. At the peak of Zhongshan, Zhou Shan gazed southward. Behind him, a bespectacled woman reported, "Commander, the area around the sinkhole has been thoroughly investigated, with no hidden objects found. That person is not as simple as they appear. Their strength might be formidable." Zhou Shan sighed. "Got it, you may leave. There is something to report. The battle traces in the sinkhole have been covered up." Lu Ying might not be simple, his strength could be extraordinary, the woman with glasses said solemnly. Zhou Shan smiled. "I know. His right palm and leg injuries have yet to heal, yet he was able to defeat the Snow Maiden. His true strength is unparalleled at the Earth level. Moreover, he seems not to have consumed energy crystals, which is extremely interesting. Should we monitor him comprehensively?" the woman with glasses asked. Zhou Shan shook his head. "No need, humanity should unite at this time. Even if he is hiding his strength as a mere Earth level, he can't cause much trouble." In the Zhongshan punishment camp, inside the tent of the commander of 10,000 soldiers, Lu Ying sat cross-legged on the bed, breathing slowly. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He took out the body-shaping technique from the void ring, his expression fervent, and bit his index finger, causing blood to flow. He slowly merged the body-shaping technique into his fingertip, and the chip quickly disappeared. Lu Ying was filled with anticipation, but moments later, intense pain spread from his fingertip to his entire body. His gaze was sharp, enduring the pain with gritted teeth. The pain surged like a tide, as if tearing his body apart, with the cells within him reorganizing and refining. His blood vessels writhed, and his entire being felt as though it was being scorched by fierce flames and crushed by an invisible giant hand. This was the power of a peerless strongman. All body-forging techniques originated from such figures. At this moment, Lu Ying truly felt the greatness of power. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. He looked toward the void, his eyes shining even brighter. The impurities on his body surface were cleansed and burned away, and the surrounding air distorted. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ying spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. A surge of airwaves erupted from his body, overturning the tent and affecting an area spanning hundreds of meters. The monitors outside shattered one after another, and even the trees were uprooted layer by layer. This commotion immediately drew the attention of the penal camp, and two commanders quickly rushed over. One of them was Feng Hong, while the other was a charming woman with a curious look in her eyes. The two stood outside the ruins of Lu Yin's tent. Feng Hong called out loudly, "Is it the newly appointed commander, Lu Yin?" Behind him, the army of evolvers stood on alert. Before long, Lu Yin walked out of the ruins, pale-faced and staggering. "Sorry to disturb you both. I am Lu Yin." Feng Hong and the alluring woman looked at him in surprise. "Why are you so weak?" Lu Yin gave a bitter smile. "I previously watched the Saint of Punishment perform a battle technique. I couldn't resist trying it myself, but I failed and ended up injuring myself." Feng Hong understood and laughed. "Brother Lu, you're too impatient. Battle techniques aren't something everyone can master, nor can they be figured out in a short time. All our battalion commanders in the punishment camp have the opportunity to receive personal instruction from the Saint of Punishment. There's no need for you to rush." Lu Yin solemnly nodded. "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Brother Feng." Feng Hong waved his hand, showing none of the authority he had as an instructor during the day. "No need to be polite. We're all brothers in the punishment camp, future comrades who will face doomsday together and rely on each other. Alright, I'll arrange a new place for you to stay. You should rest and recover. Do you need a doctor?" Lu Yin shook his head. "No need, it's just superficial wounds and overexertion. There's no need to see a doctor." Feng Hong nodded. "Alright, then we'll leave for now. Brother Lu, take a good rest." After speaking, he gave a meaningful glance to the charming woman. The woman nodded, glanced at Lu Yin once more, and turned to leave. Lu Yin followed the soldier to a nearby tent. "I'll take my leave for now. Commander Lu, just call me if you need anything." The soldier saluted and withdrew. Lu Yin nodded, stepped into the tent, his gaze filled with a mix of excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. The body refinement was successful, and it brought an immense surprise. He raised his hand, and a dice the size of a palm slowly appeared, emitting a hazy starlight. It had 6 sides like a regular dice, each representing a number. This was a talent, a mysterious gift that only a very small number of cultivators developed after shaping their bodies. Talents were enigmatic and unfathomable, with no one knowing their origins. Cosmologists speculated that talents were the deepest secrets of humanity, representing ancient bloodlines. However, this was ultimately just a hypothesis, as no one had truly unraveled the mystery. Lu Yin didn't care about the origins, he only cared about the talent itself. Before setting foot on Earth, he had heard that talents were incredibly powerful, and all cultivators with talents were prodigies, sought after by the major forces of the universe. Most famously, anyone with a talent could directly enter the Cosmic Youth Council. Lu Yin's gaze burned as he stared at the die. Though the talent was somewhat peculiar, the true key lay in its utility. He gently tapped it, and the die spun rapidly before gradually coming to a stop. The 6 sides of the die began to change, with 5 sides disappearing, leaving only one side with a single dot. Lu Yin stared at that point, and a use suddenly appeared in his mind. It could randomly extract any item from anyone's cosmic ring. Before Before he could react, the die emitted a beam of light that shot into the void, disappearing in an instant, as if opening a passage. Immediately after, a chip fell to the ground. The die dimmed and then completely vanished. Lu Ying was stunned, staring at the chip on the ground, thinking, is this what it stole for me, or rather, retrieved for me? He picked up the chip, examined it, and then retrieved Yasta's personal terminal from the void ring. Inserting the chip, a light screen appeared in front of the display, with 3 bold characters prominently displayed: Heavenly Star Technique. Lu Ying stared blankly at the figures, the universe, the nebulae, and the palm imprints flashing on the screen for a full half hour. The chip self-destructed, and only then did Lu Ying snap out of it. Shock surged in his heart. He knew that what he had obtained was extraordinary. The Tianqing technique is a cultivation method that absorbs star energy, mimicking the movement of celestial bodies. Theoretically, for every star's movement mimicked, the speed of absorbing star energy increases by 10%. This introductory Tianqing technique contains the method to mimic the movement of 8 stars, meaning that if successfully cultivated, the speed of absorbing star energy will increase eightfold. This efficiency is terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, the Tianqing technique also contains a set of combat skills, the Tianqing palm. When the palm strikes, it creates a celestial phenomenon, possessing immense power. Lu Ying put away his personal terminal, his eyes filled with excitement. He had never heard of the Tianqing technique before, but it was undoubtedly extremely powerful, perhaps originating from the inner universe. He suppressed his excitement, not expecting his luck to be so extraordinary. Generally speaking, when the die rolls a 1, the probability of randomly obtaining combat skills or techniques is extremely low. Even if he expected this thing to steal back a torn pair of underwear for him, it wouldn't be surprising. But obtaining the heaven-defying technique Tianqing Gong on the first try is enough to secure the future. Unfortunately, it's still at the beginner level. Lu Ying shook his head with a bitter smile, mocking himself for overthinking. This technique must be the ultimate secret of a powerful sect, impossible to have the complete set recorded on a chip and preserved with extreme security. The destroyed chip was clearly just recorded, likely stolen from some unlucky person. Obtaining the complete set of techniques is as difficult as reaching the heavens. He stopped thinking further, walked out of the military tent, found a tree to lie under, gazed at the sky, and recalled the cultivation method of the Heavenly Star Technique. The stars revolve? It seems I'll have to sleep under the open sky forever. Meanwhile, deep in the universe, a towering giant peak slowly floats, surrounded by dozens of stars. Flames burn at the summit, resembling a cigarette ember from afar, flickering on and off. Billowing smoke stretches across the cosmic sky, like white ribbons entwining the dark universe. Inside the peak, a furious roar echoes through the cosmos. What did you say? You brat, the technique is gone? You gave it to that wretched woman again? Get over here. In the dark universe, a young man flees in distress, clutching his backside in embarrassment. Dad, don't accuse me. I didn't steal it. It's really gone. It vanished like a ghost. You little brat, do you think your old man is an idiot? Who dares to steal something right under my nose? Get over here. No, Dad, I swear it's haunted. Throughout the night, Lu Ying failed to uncover any secrets and entered Zhongshan's interior feeling slightly fatigued. At the highest level of Zhongshan, the massive conference room was filled with people, with the seat at the head of the table left vacant. Lu Ying stepped in, and everyone's gaze turned to him, filled with curiosity, friendliness, and doubt, a mix of various emotions. Brother Lu, sit here, Feng Hong immediately called out upon seeing him. Lu Ying naturally took a seat beside him, with the charming woman he had met the previous night on the other side. Diagonally opposite him was the bespectacled woman he had seen before. Here are mostly centurions, as well as researchers. Before long, Zhou Shan entered the conference room, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and pausing briefly on Lu Ying, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. He then took the seat at the head of the table and smiled, saying, "Everyone, let me introduce our new centurion, Lu Ying." Lu Ying stood up, nodded in greeting to those around him, and then sat back down. The introduction was merely a formality. The meeting then proceeded to discuss various matters, but Lu Ying was distracted until the meeting concluded half an hour later. The crowd dispersed, leaving Zhou Shan alone with Lu Ying. Lu Ying, yesterday I thought you hadn't cultivated using energy crystals and was planning to discuss it. It seems you simply ran out of energy, Zhou Shan probed. Lu Ying nodded and replied seriously, Warden, that alien was incredibly powerful. Even though he was severely injured, he was still a formidable opponent. I used up all my energy to kill him. I can tell. He was a heaven-level expert. It's impressive that you managed to kill him, Zhou Shan said with a smile. Lu Ying smiled without speaking. I heard you visited the penal camp yesterday but refused to stay. Why? Zhou Shan asked. Lu Ying replied, I like freedom. I can't stand the atmosphere of the military camp. Zhou Shan nodded and sighed. Many people think this way. With the apocalypse upon us, humanity should unite, sacrificing where necessary. I understand, Xing Shang, Lu Ying responded. Zhou Shan hummed, how are your injuries? No problem, I'll recover soon. Evolutionaries have strong recovery abilities, making them more dangerous than ordinary people. Once they've tasted power, they will never settle for falling behind. The more they desire strength, the harder they push themselves. Countless people have fallen on this path, and even I don't know when I'll meet my end, Zhou Shan remarked with emotion. Lu Ying glanced at Zhou Shan, understanding in his heart that what he said was not false. The so-called seven saints of Huaxia, despite being heaven-level experts, were nothing more than ants in the vast universe. Even an ordinary student could reach the heaven level in strength. The heaven level, known as the exploration realm in the universe, is merely the second step in cultivation. The first step is the observation realm, symbolizing a fledgling bird that can only observe. This is the realm he is currently in. Next is the exploration realm, where one begins to explore the body's potential. The third step is the fusion realm, where one starts to touch the limits of the human body. The fourth step is the extreme realm, where one breaks through the body's limits and can traverse the void. At even higher levels are explorers who can walk through the void, being so distant that if they descended upon Earth, a mere wave of their hand could overturn mountains and rivers, causing continents to collapse. However, explorers have not yet reached the level required to create the body refinement technique. The path of cultivation is long and vast, and for wandering soldiers like Zhou Shan, who rely on energy crystals for cultivation, it is almost impossible to reach the level of an explorer. The stronger one becomes, the more insignificant they feel. Heh, why am I telling you all this? Come on, let's go out and take a look. At this moment, Zhao Yu should be sparring with my subordinate, the centurion. Zhou Shan laughed freely and led Lu Ying out of the conference room. Lu Ying silently followed, quickly arriving above the previous square. Through the glass, he happened to see a centurion being struck down by Zhao Yu, falling to the ground in a sorry state, unable to get up. Zhao Yu, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, attacked with sharp decisiveness, something Lu Ying had already witnessed before. At this moment, she was suppressing Feng Hong. Zhou Shan looked down and shook his head, saying, even among Earth-level fighters, there are vast differences in strength. Zhao Yu hasn't even used her combat techniques, yet she easily defeated my centurion. Lu Yin's gaze grew serious as he said in a low voice, her combat technique is triggered by some kind of plant. Zhou Shan laughed and said, of course, whether it's the Snow Maiden or Luo Shang, when they use the ice palm that can freeze the human body, they must rely on external objects. The human body itself cannot produce such effects. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes, thinking, cannot produce? Wrong. Powerful techniques, combat skills, and even innate talents can alter celestial phenomena. It's just that Earth has never encountered them. His heavenly star technique even mimics the movement of stars. If spoken of, no one would believe it. Below, Feng Hong was swiftly defeated, followed by 2 consecutive defeats of battalion commanders, with no one willing to step forward. Zhao Yu raised his head and scanned the surroundings. I heard the battalion commanders of the punishment camp are all iron-blooded warriors. Why is no one willing to fight me? Feng Hong and the others looked grim. Above, Zhou Shan chuckled. The 3 snow maidens under Luo Shang's command are called invincible at the earth level by her. They do have some skill. At this moment, Zhao Yu stared directly at Lu Ying, raised her hand, and beckoned with her finger, exuding heroic charm. Feng Hong and the others looked up in astonishment. Yes. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, clearly provoked. Zhou Shan laughed and said, it seems that after you defeated her yesterday, she is not convinced. Lu Ying said, yesterday's match did not determine a winner. Zhou Shan said, then have a fight. We can't let our penal camp lose face. Lu Ying nodded and turned to leave. In the square, hundreds of cultivators were engaged in heated discussions, with many gazing at Zhao Yu in admiration. The reputation of a single woman made even the commander of the punishment camp hesitate to fight her lightly. She was undoubtedly an idol-level figure. Zhao Yu saw Lu Ying approaching, took a deep breath, and her gaze turned sharp. Yesterday's battle had indeed left her unwilling to accept the outcome. She had held the upper hand but inexplicably lost, and she was eager to witness that combat technique again. In the distance, Feng Hong and the others watched Lu Ying slowly approach and couldn't help but warn, Brother Lu, be careful. This woman can use the ice palm combat technique, it's extremely powerful. Lu Ying nodded, stepping closer to Zhao Yu. Please. Zhao Yu was brimming with fighting spirit. She leaped up, raising her hand to draw a dagger from who knows where, launching the first attack just like by the edge of the sinkhole. The dagger tore through the air, its cold gleam flashing. Lu Ying dodged effortlessly. The person he was yesterday and the person he was today were worlds apart. Yesterday, he was merely an ordinary man with a strong physique. Today, he was a cultivator who had reached the sentinel realm. He evaded with ease, making Feng Hong and the others break out in a cold sweat. Zhao Yu's attack speed grew even faster, and the dagger carried an icy chill. White mist condensed in the air, and the temperature plummeted. The ground of the square cracked open. Zhao Yu wielded her dagger like a whirlwind, sealing off all directions around Lu Ying. The force of her strike shot out, piercing through walls and making it difficult for many evolvers to breathe. Lu Ying fixed his gaze on Zhao Yu. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his figure weaving through with movements as light as the wind. In his hand, a dagger exuding an icy chill was swiftly thrown. Everyone held their breath, their focus unwavering. In the arena, Zhao Yu froze, her hands empty, her dagger had been snatched away. Feng Hong and the others were astonished, then exhilarated. Well done, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, impressive. Lu Ying turned around, facing Zhao Yu, the dagger spinning in his hand, casually returning it to her. Want to continue? Zhao Yu stared at
at Luin. How did you do that?
Luin shrugged. Vision and speed, both are indispensable.
Everyone inwardly complained. Nonsense. Zhao Yu's expression was complex. You won. You managed to take my dagger without a scratch. No one at the earth level is your match. You're very strong.
Luin smiled, knowing these people had a narrow perspective. These cultivators at the Seeker realm, who didn't even possess proper battle techniques, would be considered the lowest tier in the universe's academies. They had no right to make such comments. But Zhao Yu was correct. He was confident that no one in the Seeker realm could defeat him. Zhao Yu felt quite dejected and put away the dagger.
Only then did she realize that Luin was different from yesterday. Were you completely drained of energy yesterday?
Luin did not explain and turned to walk outside, intending to take a stroll in the desolate mountains. The desolate mountains did not have what he was looking for. Perhaps there were clues elsewhere. Zhao Yu watched Luin leave, wanting to ask about the battle technique from the previous day, but since it was a private matter, she did not dare to speak. Feng Hong and the others were astonished, not expecting the newly promoted centurion to be so formidable. Rumor had it that the alien was killed by him, and it seemed to be true. After all, that alien was a heaven-level powerhouse, though severely injured. Although becoming a centurion came with no real authority, the punishment camp still assigned Luin 100 soldiers for him to command. Walking out of Zhongshan, Luin waved his hand to signal, and a young evolutionary soldier stepped forward. Commander, please give the order.
Luin said calmly. Where was the former hot weapons depot in Jinling?
The soldier responded, in the northwest direction. Luin took out a map. Mark it for me to see. The soldier took a pen and drew a circle on the map.
Luin glanced at it. You can go back now. I'll go by myself.
The soldier hesitated. Commander, the armory was destroyed at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the remaining firearms have been relocated. If needed, you can apply to Xing Shang.
Luin nodded. Understood. You can go back now. With that, he headed northwest alone.
These soldiers, though at his disposal, also carried a sense of surveillance.
Luin had no intention of hiding his whereabouts.
What he was looking for was deeply hidden, and blindly searching would only alert the enemy. Now, by searching openly with Earth-level strength, he was less likely to provoke suspicion and might uncover something.
Sure enough, not long after he left, someone reported to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's eyes narrowed. The armory? What's he looking for there?
A woman with glasses adjusted her frames as she approached.
The armory has already been destroyed.
What he's looking for is likely not firearms, but the specifics are unclear. Let him go, we have no secrets.
Zhou Shan smiled, unconcerned.
Jinling radiates outward with Zhongshan as its center. The closer to Zhongshan, the better the geographical location and the safer it is. This city has long lost the planning of peaceful times. People live in the streets, flowerbeds, and even river channels, spending their days in fear.
In contrast, some live recklessly, their consciences eroded, doing whatever they please.
Along the way, Luin saw many evolvers bullying survivors, and even when the soldiers of the penal camp tried to intervene, it was too late. This is the current state of the world. For Earth, everything is uncertain at present, but Luin knows this is evolution, a civilization transitioning to another, with an inevitably tragic cost. The sky was overcast, and suddenly, torrential rain poured down, washing the ground. Red blood mixed with rainwater spread, mingling with scattered trash. Luin found a seemingly clean restaurant to sit in, while survivors crowded at the entrance. Every time the restaurant brought out food waste, it triggered a frenzy of scrambling. Get out! Get out! Get away! Remember, clean the bucket thoroughly and return it, or next time we'll switch to another group for cleaning. The restaurant waiter shouted loudly, clearly someone who had evolved. Luin quietly observed the scene before him and casually ordered 2 dishes. Being able to run a restaurant in these chaotic times clearly indicated that the establishment had significant backing. At the very least, no one dared to cause trouble here. Soldiers from the penal camp occasionally patrolled the entrance, evidently providing special protection. Your dishes, please enjoy. The waiter placed 3 plates in front of him and left without looking back. Luin took a bite and frowned. The taste was not good. However, compared to rat meat and mutant dog meat, it was much better. He ate while flipping through a map. Before long, over a dozen figures entered the restaurant. The owner's eyes lit up at the sight. Young Master Kong, please come in. It's raining so heavily outside. If there's anything you'd like to eat, we can deliver it to you. The man referred to as young Master Kong grunted in acknowledgement, sat at a table not far from Luin, casually glanced at him, and paid no further attention. He tapped the table, bring it over. With a loud bang, a figure was heavily thrown to the ground, breaking his stool. Trembling all over, the person looked at young Master Kong and pleaded, I'm sorry, young Master Kong, I didn't know that was yours. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to steal it. Please spare my life. Young Master Kong sneered, spare you? How would I face my brothers below? That thing was a gift from my uncle, and you actually lost 1 piece. I'll give you 2 choices, 30 energy crystals, or death. Pick one. The man desperately begged, young Master Kong, I really didn't know it was yours. Please forgive me. I'm willing to be your dog. Kong Xiaoming slammed the table, pulled out a gun, and pressed it against the man's head. No crystals, goodbye. The man's eyes narrowed in despair as he shouted, suddenly looking toward Louis not far away. Him, I gave it to him. him.
Everyone turned their heads toward Lu Ying in unison. Lu Ying put down his water glass and remained silent.
From the moment he entered, he had already noticed that the man beaten half to death was the shifty-eyed evolver who had sold him the map. That man had traded the map for 3 crystals and even gifted him an aphrodisiac. Now it seemed that the aphrodisiac had been stolen, and behind this theft was none other than Kong Xiao.
Kong Xiao stared at Lu Ying for a moment, then suddenly kicked Susan. Susan, how dare you mess with me? Just find someone random to fool me? Susan hurriedly shouted, it's true. It's him. He bought a map from me.
Look at the bottom right corner of the map on the table. There's a mark.
Kong Xiao and the others looked over.
Lu Ying also glanced at the map, and sure enough, there was that mark. Kong Xiao and the others gathered around, shouting angrily, brother, you took something you shouldn't have.
Shouldn't you hand it over? Get lost. Lu Ying replied indifferently. Kong Xiao's expression changed drastically, and over a dozen evolvers erupted in fury. Arrogant. Do you know what Kong Xiao represents in the Jinling settlement? Kid, you've got some nerve.
Before the words had even faded, the group made their move, lunging at Lu Ying. Lu Ying casually shot out a few chopsticks, accurately piercing the arms of several evolvers. The chopsticks nailed into the wall, causing it to crack instantly. Blood splattered, and screams echoed one after another. Kong Xiao's face turned pale as he hurriedly retreated, and the surrounding evolvers also backed away. The restaurant owner was so frightened that he quickly hid.
Kong Xiao pointed a gun at Lu Ying. My uncle is a commander in the penal camp. Don't mess around. Hand over the item, and we can talk. Lu Ying said indifferently, throw it away. Kong Xiao clearly didn't believe him.
Say it again, hand over the item, or I'll show you what despair means. A strong Earth-level fighter isn't someone you can afford to offend. Lu Ying suddenly became curious, his gaze sharp.
Since your uncle is an Earth-level fighter, why does he still need aphrodisiacs? Kong Xiao's face twitched, furious as he retorted, how dare you slander my uncle? You're courting death. Old Wu, contact my uncle immediately.
He knew very well that firearms were useless against Lu Ying. Lu Ying's gaze swept over the half-dead Susan lying on the ground, and he understood that he had misunderstood.
Young Master Kong wasn't after an aphrodisiac but something else.
This guy was shifting the blame, and he had become the scapegoat. Susan, seeing Lu Ying's gaze fall on him, immediately lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact.
Lu Ying smiled faintly, unconcerned about taking the blame.
What intrigued him at this moment was the item that could make a centurion so nervous. The Earth underwent evolution, giving birth to many miraculous items, which is one of the reasons why students from various cosmic academies are drawn here for trials.
Perhaps this centurion truly holds some kind of secret.
Before long, a middle-aged man entered the restaurant, waving his hand to dismiss all the soldiers from the penal camp, his gaze sweeping across the interior.
Uncle, you're here.
Kong Xiao exclaimed with great joy, raising his gun even higher. Lu Ying looked over and saw it was one of the centurions previously defeated by Zhao Yu, named Kong Dafeng.
Kong Dafeng nodded at Kong Xiao, signaling him, did you find the item?
Kong Xiao replied coldly, I found it, but that kid took it. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Xiao pointed at Lu Ying.
Following his gaze, Kong Dafeng looked over, and his expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ying.
The two had met earlier, and Zhao Yu's prowess had left a deep impression on him. However, seeing Zhao Yu completely powerless in front of Lu Ying made Kong Dafeng both envious and astonished. He had been planning to ask Lu Ying for some pointers, but he hadn't expected to encounter him so soon.
So it's Brother Lu. Kong Dafeng walked up warmly, his face beaming with politeness.
Lu Ying looked at him calmly.
What a coincidence, Brother Kong, here for a meal. Kong Dafeng laughed and said, this restaurant is owned by Brother Li. We often gather here. About what happened today, I must apologize to Brother Lu. I hope you won't hold it against my nephew. He's still young and immature.
Everyone stood frozen, watching.
What was this? Did they run into someone tough? Lu Ying smiled and said, it's nothing, just a joke.
Kong Dafeng immediately glared sternly at Kong Xiao. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Lu. Kong Xiao, quick-witted, immediately put on a smile, bowed, and saluted with a humble attitude. It was my lack of discernment, failing to recognize greatness. I ask for General Lu's forgiveness.
Lu Ying waved his hand, it's fine. Kong Dafeng signaled Kong Xiao and the others to leave.
After exchanging a few brief words with Lu Ying, he also departed. It was not the right time to say much. Before leaving, Susan was stopped by Lu Ying. After Kong Dafeng and the others left, the restaurant owner personally refilled Lu Ying's water and brought over several plates of exquisite side dishes, claiming they were complimentary. Outside the restaurant, Kong Xiao asked curiously, Uncle, why are you being so polite to that person?
Is he also a captain?
Kong Dafeng replied in a low voice, remember, be respectful when you see him in the future.
This person is extremely powerful. Uncle, you're just a centurion too. How strong can you be? Kong Xiao muttered. Kong Dafeng glared at him. Shut up. Let me tell you, this man is several times stronger than your uncle.
In all of Jinling, aside from the punishment saint, no one can definitely beat him.
Perhaps even the strongest centurion, Li Hongliang, isn't his match. Kong Xiao's mouth fell open as he stared blankly at the restaurant.
Then, realizing how close he had come to death today, he sprinted away. Inside Inside the restaurant, Lu Yin's cold gaze locked onto Su San.
You've got some nerve, daring to frame me. Su San felt that his luck had completely run out. He had stolen something and provoked Kong Xiao, falsely accused someone even the Wanfu commander respected, and it seemed like misfortune was piling up. He felt abandoned by the heavens. What is it that Kong Dafeng wants? Lu Yin asked casually. A kind of red crystal. I sold it, Su San replied bitterly, collapsing to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. A red crystal? Is it rather hot to the touch? Su San was surprised. How do you know?
Lu Yin had already understood what it was: a flame crystal, a type of crystal that seals flame energy, igniting flames upon contact.
Many flame-based battle techniques rely on it.
Its effect is similar to Jiaoyu's ice palm, belonging to external objects used to perform battle techniques. This type of crystal is hard currency in the universe and even more precious on Earth. No wonder Kong Dafeng was so nervous.
Do you know where it comes from? Lu Yin asked. Su San shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin smiled wryly. So, you wronged me, made me enemies for no reason, and in the end, I got nothing out of it?
Su San's face turned pale, and he could only tremble as he apologized. I'm sorry.
Lu Yin toyed with the chopstick in his hand. Do you think this chopstick can pierce through your throat? Why don't we give it a try?
Su San's eyes were filled with terror, remembering the gruesome scene of several evolvers having their arms pierced by chopsticks earlier. He hurriedly begged for mercy, his forehead swollen from kowtowing. Lu Yin shook his head. He was just trying to scare him. In the face of doomsday, people's hearts were easily strained. He took a sip of water and prepared to leave. Su San saw Lu Yin stand up and mistakenly thought he was about to make a move on him. In the apocalypse, human lives were as insignificant as grass. He had no doubt he would be killed out of anger. He hurriedly shouted, Sir, I can work for you, do many things for you. Please, don't kill me. Lu Yin stepped out of the restaurant without paying him any attention. As Lu Yin passed by Su San, the fear of this evolver reached its peak, and he truly believed his life was about to end. Clenching his teeth, he anxiously said, Sir, I have special abilities. I can be of help to you. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and looked back at him in surprise. What did you say? Special ability? Su San's face was pale as he whispered, My eyes can see very far, much farther than ordinary people. Because of this, I've been able to steal quite a few good things. Lu Yin crouched down in astonishment, staring intently at Su San's eyes. He noticed the pupils faintly spreading, double pupils. Lu Yin was genuinely surprised. This was a kind of talent, a gift that only emerged among countless cultivators in the universe. Does anyone else know about this special ability of yours? Lu Yin asked with a frown. Su San shook his head and said in a low voice, I don't want others to think I'm a monster. I've never told anyone before. This is the first time I'm telling you. Lu Yin's lips curved slightly upward. Name, Su San. Alright, Su San, from today onward, you'll follow me. I'll take you into the penal camp, Lu Yin said calmly. Su San raised his head in fear. You want to dissect me? Lu Yin chuckled. I won't, but others might. So your uniqueness must never be exposed, understand? Su San nodded in confusion. Those who have never set foot in the starry sky will never understand the value of talent. The Cosmic Youth Council directly allows talented cultivators to join, a glory countless people dream of but can hardly attain. To Lu Yin, Su San is a treasure, bound to be of great use in the future. Even selling him would fetch a considerable price. Su San was a local tyrant. Under his guidance, Lu Yin scoured Jinling within a few days, including the once destroyed arsenal, but found no clues at all. Boss, this is the second highest peak in Jinling after Zhongshan, Su San said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Check which areas have a higher concentration of troops, apart from Zhongshan. Su San nodded, his gaze extending into the distance. His pupils became more unfocused, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. After a long while, Su San smiled wryly and said, Boss, although my eyesight is better than most, it's not good enough to see the entire Jinling clearly. Lu Yin said calmly, practice more, and you'll improve. Su San was speechless and widened his eyes to look carefully. Boss, do you see someone flying over from the horizon? Su San suddenly shouted, pointing to the high sky in the east. Lu Yin looked up, his gaze sharpening. Sure enough, someone was flying over, and they were definitely not from Earth. Like Asta, they came from the starry sky. The newcomer flew at an incredible speed, descending directly over Jinling. Taking a deep breath, they let out a furious roar. A violent force pressed down, and a storm-like energy instantly swept across the entire Jinling. At the same time, alarms sounded in the Jinling settlement. Countless people looked up in shock at the massive figure standing in the sky. Zhou Shan, Feng Hong, and other commanders rushed out quickly, their faces pale as they looked up. A heaven-level powerhouse? Countless people stared blankly at the sky. A strong individual capable of flight. This was the hallmark of a heaven-tier expert. Since when did Huaxia gain a heaven-tier powerhouse? In the high skies, Orton overlooked the Jinling settlement with an arrogant gaze, no different from Asta. All those from the universe regarded Earthlings as savages. Respected heaven-tier expert, why are you targeting the Jinling settlement? This area is under the protection of the Saint of Justice. A voice came from within Zhongshan, questioning yet filled with respect. Orton sneered, Saint of Justice? Is that a title you natives gave yourself?
yourselves? Such audacity! Do you think you can wield the word saint? Tell your so-called saint of justice to come out. Millions of people in the Jinling settlement were terrified. The unfamiliar heaven-level expert exuded intense hostility, clearly an enemy. Foam Hong and the others looked grim. Outsiders might not understand, but they knew that the newcomer was definitely an alien, just like the one killed a few days ago, both possessing heaven-level strength. Jinling was in grave danger. With a loud shout, Zhou Shan leaped into the air, carrying a 3-meter giant axe. Facing Orton, his expression was solemn. I am Zhou Shan, the Punisher Saint. Countless people cheered. The Punisher Saint Zhou Shan was the guardian deity of Jinling. Auden responded coldly, I suppose you've guessed my origin. I'll give you a chance to serve me. In the future, I might take you beyond Earth and into the stars. Zhou Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't care about your origin. Auden sneered, a mere native dares to play tricks? The place where Asta landed is nearby. Don't tell me you haven't seen him. Let me tell you, my academy ranking is far higher than his. Following me offers a better future than following him. Zhou Shan gripped his giant axe tightly. We are Earthlings, not natives. Auden's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems you're still unconvinced. I'll show you the difference between a native and us, the superior beings. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared, thrusting straight at Zhou Shan. No one expected Auden to strike as soon as he spoke, nor did Zhou Shan anticipate it. However, he reacted swiftly, his combat experience extremely rich. Raising the handle of his giant axe, he deflected the sword and, taking advantage of the momentum, spun 360 degrees to slash upward from below. Auden was startled such quick reflexes. He couldn't help but gain a bit more respect for Zhou Shan. The long sword vibrated as it blocked the giant axe's strike, but Auden's body was sent flying 100 meters, his hands numb. The clash between the sword and axe created an arc-shaped shockwave that slashed toward the gathering area. Instantly, the ground split open with a deep fissure stretching 100 meters, and many people were affected, fleeing in terror. What great strength! Orton exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Shan wielded a giant axe and struck fiercely at Orton. Orton sneered, energy surging around him like a tide. He held his sword horizontally, firmly blocking the blow from the giant axe. Zhou Shan's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he launched another attack. You want to drive me out of this settlement? No matter, I will make you admit defeat willingly, Orton said coldly. Before the voice had faded, the long sword and the giant axe clashed fiercely once again. Under the immense pressure, Orton was forced back, flying directly out of the skies above the Jinling settlement. The brief exchange just now had shocked countless people. Humans could actually fight in midair, and every move could split the earth. This was simply the power of gods. Foam Hong and the others looked grim. The aliens dared to descend upon Earth, so they must have come prepared. They were worried about Zhou Shan's safety. On another mountain peak, Su San trembled. This was the first time he had witnessed a battle between heaven-level powerhouses, and his horizons were greatly expanded. Luing gazed outside the city, listening to the faint rumbling sounds in the distance, his brows tightly furrowed. Every student who descended brought with them a ring armor, capable of withstanding attacks from heaven-level powerhouses, which placed Orton in an invincible position. He was confident of victory, but Zhou Shan was one of the 7 saints of Huaxia. These 7 had undoubtedly inherited the legacy of that corpse on Neptune. Even if the inheritance was thin, it was not something Orton could underestimate. Being able to stand tall on Neptune indicated that the corpse possessed the power to traverse the stars, with unfathomable depths. Luing could look down on all the evolvers on Earth, but he would never underestimate the 7 saints of Huaxia. These 7 had been cultivating even before the apocalypse. A few days ago, when Zhou Shan saw Asta's corpse in the spaceship, he did not show much surprise. Luing observed this scene very carefully and concluded that Orton might not necessarily win. Not long after, deafening roars erupted outside Jinling City. Countless bursts of energy shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds, and then returned to calm. Soon, Zhou Shan soared into the air. Although his face appeared slightly pale, he seemed unharmed, raising a giant axe amidst the cheers of millions of survivors in Jinling. Stay here, Luing instructed briefly, then rushed toward the outskirts of the city. The battlefield between Zhou Shan and Orton was not far away, just over 20 kilometers outside the city. When Luing arrived, he was met with a scene of ruins, towering burning skyscrapers, and the ground covered in countless slash marks, with sharp traces stretching into the distance. The surrounding zombies and mutated beasts had long since scattered or turned to dust. Luing crouched down, touching the slash marks, still feeling traces of sharp energy. This was the residual power of the Zhou Mountain combat technique. The day he killed the mutated vines, he hadn't used his full strength, but now this was his true power. Not far away, white fragments reflected the light. Luing picked it up, his gaze sharpening. It was a fragment of the ring armor. Orton had been defeated miserably, even his ring armor had been shattered. His life or death was uncertain, though he was likely still alive. Otherwise, Zhou Shan would have already brought his corpse back to Jinling. Luing reassessed the strength of the 7 saints of Huaxia. He still did not know the power of the top 3 saints, but Zhou Shan might have already reached the peak of the explorer realm. The fact that he could shatter the ring armor was proof enough. Noises came from the distance, screams, clearly from other commanders rushing over. Not wanting to confront them directly, Luing turned and left. That night, after Zhongshan sent Susan away, Luing once again came to the large tree outside the military tent, gazing up at the starry sky. The apocalypse purified the Earth's air, allowing him to see more stars. These past few days, he had been practicing the heavenly star technique, imitating the trajectories of the stars' movements. How could it be so easy? At first, Luing was completely clueless, but today, after touching the slash mark left by Zhou Shan, he faintly sensed the immense power from his battle with Orton. Suddenly, his mind cleared, and his eyes fixed intently on the night sky. As time passed, the noise in his ears gradually faded, and in his eyes, all the stars dimmed except for a bright moon. This beam of brilliance illuminated the night sky and also lit up Luing, leaving nothing else in his gaze. He unconsciously raised his hand, the air rippled, and energy seemed to be visibly drawn into his body. In his palm, a star shimmered faintly. That was the moon, revolving around his hand. The star in his palm appeared. This was the celestial star palm. His body swayed slightly, and a wave of clarity and shock surged through him. Luing stared at the star in his palm. At this moment, he could feel the terrifying power of that star. Although there was no way to compare, he always felt that this strike might be enough to astonish Zhou Shan. Casually dispersing the stars, he felt the surging star energy within him. It was the energy he had been continuously absorbing, no longer restricted by energy crystals, and he could absorb it anytime and anywhere, at a speed twice as fast as Yasta and the others. This was the mystery of the heavenly star technique, and he had finally truly entered its threshold. At the moment Luing dispersed the stars in his palm, Zhou Shan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a momentary palpitation, but soon sensed nothing. Is it an illusion? It seems today's battle was too exhausting, he murmured softly. The next day, Luing received a notification that Saint Zhou Shan had personally ordered him to head to the Northern Front for support. The Northern Front was a crucial battlefield for Jinling to open the route to the northern capital's war line. Zhou Shan had always longed to connect Jinling with the capital, and then join forces with the other 6 saints to reclaim Huaxia together. This idea is good, but extremely difficult. Just a single small path took several months, and not even 1/10 of the journey was cleared, with communication lines long severed. The front line is extremely important to Zhou Shan, and no matter how difficult it is, his focus has always been there. 14 commanders of the Xing camp, nearly half stationed at the front line, show how resolute Zhou Shan is in connecting the capital. The team heading to the front line this time was led by Luing, Kong Dafeng, and Luo Yun. Luo Yun, the alluringly beautiful commander, had always been curious about Luing. Leading 10,000 troops, Luing and the others set out from Jinling, heading north. Rather than calling this a mission to support the front line, it feels more like road construction, Luo Yun said wearily. The march has lasted nearly a day with little rest, no wonder she complained. The journey was bumpy, with occasional breakdowns requiring repairs, and the road had to be leveled, making progress slow. Inside the armored vehicle, Luing rested with his eyes closed, occasionally looking up at the sky to gaze at the glaring sunlight. He was pondering whether he could simulate the sun's trajectory. If successful, the speed of absorbing star energy would double. At the moment, he felt that he was not far from exploring the realm. However, simulating the sun is no easy task. Perhaps he should start with Earth instead of focusing on the starry sky. Searching for star system videos from peaceful times could also work. Simulating the movement of stars hinges on sensing the rhythm of the universe's operation, and Luing must keep trying. Passing through a city, flames blazed on both sides, zombies roamed, occasionally attacking the convoy, only to be swept away by military gunfire. Restrain yourselves, ammunition is limited, Kong Dafeng shouted angrily, and the gunfire immediately decreased significantly. Inside the armored vehicle, Susan sneered, the longer the apocalypse lasts, the less effective firearms become. If we don't use them now, then when? Sooner or later, these guns will be useless. Luing gazed out the window, his brows tightly furrowed as more and more zombies gathered. Order them to speed up. Don't get surrounded by the zombie horde in the city and waste time, he commanded coldly. Understood, boss. Susan responded and stepped out of the armored vehicle. The convoy immediately picked up speed. After Luing defeated Zhao Yu, his status rose significantly, and Kong Dafeng and Luo Yun didn't dare to talk back. Speaking of Zhao Yu, Luing admired her quite a bit. She actually dared to traverse the region alone and safely reach Jinling. Such courage was extraordinary. Soon, the convoy was forced to stop as the road ahead was damaged and under repair. Luing closed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping in the void, occasionally rotating, mimicking the trajectory of celestial movements. Suddenly, a shout rang out as Kong Dafeng struck and killed a zombie, cursing under his breath. Luing glanced at him impatiently and paid no further attention. Susan exclaimed, no wonder he's a commander. Those zombies ran away as soon as they saw him. Tell Kong Dafeng to come back and keep moving forward. There are too many zombies, we can't kill them all, Luing said coldly. Susan nodded and was about to get out of the car again but turned back helplessly. Boss, Kong Dafeng chased the zombies into that abandoned building. Luing raised his eyes to look, remained silent for a moment, then stepped out of the armored vehicle, his expression grave. Boss, what's wrong? Susan asked anxiously. Luing
Luwing squinted his eyes, no sound. Su-san pondered, right, there's no sound of fighting in that building. At this moment, Luo Yun walked over and asked, Brother Lu, where did Kong Dafeng go? Luwing said in a deep voice, you stay here, I'll go take a look. After speaking, he drew out the iron rod and walked toward the abandoned building. Asta's dagger was still in Jinling. Luwing had no hope that the penal camp would return it to him and had refused the steel knife Zhou Shan offered him. For now, he could only use the iron rod. Flames burned around the perimeter of the abandoned building. Even under the bright sunlight, it appeared particularly eerie. Luwing stepped into the building slowly, only to see Kong Dafeng's knife scattered on the ground, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. He advanced step by step, taking out Asta's personal terminal from the void ring, tapping it a few times to calculate combat power. The arrow on the terminal pointed to the rear right, with the number displayed 900. Lu Yin's figure shifted to the side, and a white thread pierced through the air, slamming fiercely into the wall. A massive crack instantly appeared on the wall. Upon closer inspection, a giant mutated spider suddenly emerged. Its 6 pairs of scarlet eyes were extremely eerie, and a piece of blood-stained cloth hung from its mouth, the emblem of the penal camp. Lu Yin sighed. Kong Dafeng was dead, devoured by this mutated spider. He was still too late. This mutated spider had a combat power of 900, close to the peak of the earth level, while Kong Dafeng had just stepped into the earth level and was no match. Lu Yin gripped the iron rod tightly and charged forward. The iron rod swept across, and the mutated spider's 8 legs quickly sprang up in an attempt to dodge. Suddenly, Lu Yin's figure disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the spider, striking down fiercely with the iron rod, directly severing the spider's body. Kong Dafeng, who had not been digested, fell out of the spider's abdomen, creating an extremely disgusting scene. Lu Yin frowned and turned to leave. After returning to the convoy, Lu Yin instructed Su-san to announce that no one was allowed to leave the team without permission. Violators would be expelled from the penal camp. Kong Dafeng, is he really dead? Luo Yun was shocked. Lu Yin said calmly, you can go to the building and take a look. The body has not been completely digested and is still faintly recognizable. Luo Yun's face turned pale. A dignified commander of 1,000 men had died just like that, without even a sound of struggle. If not for Lu Yin's intervention, Kong Dafeng would have been completely devoured by the spider. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse, where even commanders of 1,000 men struggle to survive. Su-san's face also turned pale. He quickly got into the armored vehicle, deciding that he wouldn't leave Lu Yin's side, even in death. Luo Yun also got into Lu Yin's armored vehicle, clearly not planning to leave. Lu Yin sighed helplessly, as long as you don't leave the convoy, you'll be fine. Luo Yun shot him a glance, easy for you to say. Who knows how many mutated creatures are still out there in this world? It's safer to stay with you. Lu Yin ignored her and ordered the convoy to move forward. Boss, should we report to Jiling? The death of a centurion is no small matter, Su-san asked. Lu Yin said calmly, no rush. We'll talk about it when we reach the front lines. We might not even make it there alive. Hearing this, Su-san's face turned even paler. Luo Yun licked her lips and instinctively moved closer to Lu Yin. It's not that bad, right? We should be able to reach the front line safely, Su-san comforted himself. Yes. Lu Yin gazed out the window as the convoy moved forward slowly. Speaking of which, Kong Dafeng was indeed unlucky. He actually chased into that building, otherwise, he wouldn't have died, Su-san muttered to himself, feeling that talking more could increase his sense of security. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Lu Yin suddenly looked up, staring at him. What did you say? Say it again? Su-san was stunned. I said Kong Dafeng was so unlucky, he actually chased into that building, otherwise he wouldn't have died. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Chase? Zombies? Building? Something's not right. Although zombies lack consciousness, they have instincts and will avoid danger. That mutated spider was obviously extremely dangerous. Zombies shouldn't have approached it, yet they still fled into that building. More than half a year had passed since the apocalypse. Lu Yin had experienced countless crises and understood zombies very well. Even if they feared Kong Dafeng, zombies would never flee toward an even more dangerous creature. Could this be a deliberate ploy to lure the enemy? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, silently hoping he was overthinking. After the tragic incident with Kong Dafeng, everyone in the convoy was even more on edge. A day later, the convoy stopped by an abandoned toll station, and their mission officially began to repair this damaged section of the line. Report, a battle has been spotted 5 miles away. 5 evolvers are under siege by mutant beasts, a soldier urgently reported. Lu Yin immediately ordered people to go for the rescue. Half an hour later, 5 men were escorted back, all in tattered clothes, looking extremely disheveled, and seemingly so hungry their stomachs were growling. Lu Yin did not give them food. Venturing alone into the wild to hunt mutant beasts meant being prepared to face death at any moment. He was not a saint, and the army's food was not meant to be given away for free. If they were truly starving, the mutant rats all over the ground could serve as sustenance. The 5 evolvers were isolated outside the toll station, watching the army open fire with eager eyes. Not long after, one of them suggested meeting Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood on the roof of the toll station, surveying the surroundings. The
evolver's face was pale as he pleaded, "Sir, could you give us some food? We can exchange it for information."
Luin stared at him coldly. "Speak.
"If I tell you, will you give us food?"
The other party's eyes glimmered with longing.
Luin replied coldly, "Are you bargaining with me?"
The evolver's expression changed, and he quickly said, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Then he continued, "Actually, we brought enough food, but it was stolen yesterday. It was taken by a heaven-level expert wearing silver-white battle armor." Lu Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light.
"Continue."
The other person swallowed his dry throat and continued, "Around Jinling, we only have Lord Zhou Shan, the Saint of Punishment, as a heaven-level expert.
But that man can fly. I guess it's because of that battle armor.
After stealing the food, he should have killed us to silence us, but instead, he acted like a lunatic, talking to himself excitedly and flew eastward."
Lu Yin was secretly alarmed.
These people had clearly encountered Orton.
Talking to himself? Normally, it should be communication through a personal terminal. Could it be that Orton has already established contact with other landed students? This is not good.
Zhou Shan being able to repel Orton is already remarkable. If other students were to intervene, Zhou Shan might not be able to hold on.
"Give them some food," Lu Yin ordered, then sat down, gazing at the starry sky. He silently asked himself, what exactly was he worried about? Was it Jinling? Or those survivors?
After all, he was an outsider, not a native of Earth. To put it bluntly, he was no different from Asta and the others. But the days spent living on Earth gradually made him accept this identity. His memories only spanned 2.5 years, with everything before that a complete blank. And most of those 2.5 years of memories belonged to Earth. Earth could be considered his home. Lu Ying took a deep breath, knowing he was not an invincible powerhouse who could save the entire Earth, but within his capabilities, he could help some people. Thinking about it, he connected to Zhou Shan's communicator and told him his suspicions about Orton.
Zhou Shan's tone was grave. "Got it.
Fix the lines as soon as possible. I need to know the situation of the others."
"Those students are not ordinary." Lu Yin hung up, feeling puzzled. "The others? The other 6 saints?
Hope Lu Xiaoga doesn't die, or who will I take revenge on?" he muttered coldly. That night, the sky was covered by dark clouds, with no starlight visible. Lu Ying felt a bit disappointed and rested inside the armored vehicle.
In the middle of the night, a startled cry rang out, waking everyone up.
"Boss, the corpse tide is here. We've spotted the corpse tide,"
Su San shouted anxiously.
Lu Ying jumped off the armored vehicle and climbed onto the roof of the toll station to look out. On the dark earth, countless wandering zombies surged like a tide, coming from all directions, densely packed. "Everyone, activate defenses immediately and throw the flaming projectiles,"
Luo Yun commanded loudly.
Before long, the zombie horde began to assault the toll station. The ground burned with flames, countless burning objects fell, and blazing fire swept through, with scorching heat waves engulfing everything. "Be careful with the fire. Don't let the flames get near the toll station, or everything will burn,"
Luo Yun shouted urgently.
Machine guns sprayed bullets in all directions, and the silent night instantly became deafening. Nearly 10,000 soldiers slaughtered zombies on the outermost perimeter, and when the bullets ran out, only steel blades swung. From time to time, soldiers were scratched or even dragged into the zombie horde, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The 5 rescued evolvers stared around in shock. The brutality of this army's combat far exceeded their imagination. Luo Yun wielded her steel blade. As an Earth-level expert, she was far superior to ordinary evolvers. With one slash, her fierce energy tore through dozens of zombies. Though timid, she fought with remarkable bravery.
Lu Yin, on the other hand, swung his iron rod as he charged into the zombie horde, sweeping away large swaths of zombies with a single strike. To deal with the zombie horde, hot weapons are the best choice, but unfortunately, there are few hot weapons left in Jinling. If the arsenal hadn't been destroyed, missiles could sweep through in waves, and no matter how many zombies there were, it wouldn't be enough to stop them. Just as Lu Yin was fighting fiercely, an urgent call came from the walkie-talkie at his waist. "Boss, the southwest direction is about to fall." Lu Yin's heart tightened. He leaped up and stepped on the zombies' heads, rushing toward the southwest. Sure enough, countless soldiers were slaughtered over there, and the situation was critical. "Boss, there's a strange zombie with immense power. Even human-level captains can't stop it," Su San reported through the walkie-talkie as he observed from a high vantage point. Lu Ying landed and rushed straight to the intersection of soldiers and zombies. The iron rod swung down, slicing through the sky, tearing the air, and splitting the earth. Dozens of zombies were slain, leaving a clear dividing line on the ground. Within the dividing line, the soldiers retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Just now, the death toll had already exceeded 50. Snap! The iron rod suddenly broke into 2 pieces. As Lu Yin's strength increased, the iron rod naturally could not withstand his power. "Centurion, be careful," someone exclaimed. The surrounding tide of corpses surged like waves, their numbers uncountable, at least 100,000, covering the mountains and plains. The heavenly star technique circulated on Lu Yin's body surface, and the star energy formed shockwaves, rippling outward. Within a 10-meter radius, there was nothing. All the zombies were repelled. Only a long-haired zombie withstood the energy impact, standing firmly and staring intently at Lu Yin. "Boss, it's him. He killed quite a few soldiers. Su San's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Luin stared in shock at the zombie before him. It was by no means an ordinary zombie. This zombie possesses intelligence. The idea of a zombie gaining intelligence sounds absurd, yet it truly exists. Luin stared at the long-haired zombie just 2 meters away from him. Its scarlet eyes were no longer vacant but filled with thought. Before he could think further, the long-haired zombie suddenly lunged forward, its claws reaching out to grab Luin. Luin quickly dodged. The claw wind swept past, tearing apart a zombie 10 meters away. This was Earth-level strength, far surpassing Kong Dafeng and Luo Yun, and on par with Zhao Yu. Luin closely observed the long-haired zombie's offensive, methodical and well-structured, chaotic yet impenetrable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the one attacking him was actually a zombie. Several consecutive offensives failed to succeed, and the long-haired zombie let out a low growl before turning to flee. Luin stared at the white threads on its back. Was that spider silk? Suddenly, he recalled his speculation from earlier in the day. This zombie was the intelligent creature that lured Kong Dafeng into the abandoned building. This zombie definitely possesses intelligence. There was no time to think. Luin swung the broken iron rod fiercely, piercing through the void and stabbing into the abdomen of the long-haired zombie. The long-haired zombie roared, turned to glare at Luin, and then fled southward. The zombie horde suddenly roared, as if enraged, blocking Lu Yin's path completely. Luin shouted, "Su San, report the location of that zombie." Su San's voice came from the intercom. "Boss, he's turning west 100 meters away. That's the road we came from." Luin pushed forward with force, his figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared into the tide of corpses. Su San stared in shock at the scene. Is this a combat technique? It's incredible. Luin rushed out of the encirclement of corpses at full speed, chasing along the road they came from, but could no longer find any trace of the long-haired zombie. "Boss, it's out of sight," Su San reported. Luin stopped, turned his back to the toll station, and took out his personal terminal to check combat power. The terminal flickered continuously, displaying the combat power of the surrounding mutant beasts. Among them, one showed a powerful combat power of 990, already at the peak of the Earth level. It must be that long-haired zombie. He followed the direction indicated by the terminal and pursued. As long as the long-haired zombie is dealt with, the zombie horde might be brought to an end. If there are no mistakes, that zombie is the zombie king, controlling the horde siege and also the mastermind behind wanting to eliminate this army. Kong Dafeng was merely his first target. Luin is not entirely sure about the specific detection range of Asta's personal terminal, but it should roughly cover a radius of 10 miles. He followed the strong combat power indicator on the terminal, tracking all the way and gradually moving away from the toll station. As the long-haired zombie left, the previously enraged zombie horde surprisingly calmed down, returning to a state of aimless wandering, which allowed Su San and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. The foul-smelling ditch meandered into the distance, and in the darkness, green eyes occasionally lit up in the grass, only to vanish again. Luin moved through the grass, occasionally glancing at his personal terminal. The combat power location displayed was right around here. If this long-haired corpse king is not eliminated, the future passage of the Jinling army through this route will be extremely dangerous. A corpse king with intelligence could even bring disaster to Jinling. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing echoed in Lu Yin's ears. Following the sound, a dark red glow flickered beneath the ditch. The dark clouds dispersed, moonlight poured down, a streak of red shimmered, accompanied by 2 scarlet eyes. Lu Yin's gaze narrowed. Flame crystal? This corpse king is actually devouring a flame crystal? With a furious roar, the long-haired corpse king suddenly leaped high, swinging a claw, its arm dark red, radiating a scorching aura. Luin narrowly dodged. The grass was instantly torn apart, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The next moment, several flame crystals fell from the corpse king's body, crashing into the grass, instantly igniting a blaze that illuminated the surrounding land. Luin used the wandering step technique to circle behind the corpse king, pulled out the iron rod embedded in its back, and thrust it fiercely into the back of its head. The corpse king immediately froze, its body trembling, and slowly collapsed to the ground. Dark red flames surged from within, engulfing and incinerating the corpse king from the inside out. Luin was shocked. He hadn't expected the corpse king to gain abilities by devouring various energy crystals. Humans struggle to obtain abilities, with success being 1 in 10,000, yet the corpse king could easily acquire them through devouring. Who is truly the pinnacle of evolution? This left Luin feeling confused. The corpse king was soon consumed by the flames, and the surrounding fire gradually extinguished. Luin walked to the trench where the corpse king had just swallowed the flame crystal and discovered an opening. Turning on the light to illuminate, a dark red scene appeared before his eyes. Is this a flame crystal mine? Luin was shocked and excited. Energy crystals are extremely popular in the universe. Whether pure star energy crystals or natural energy crystals like flame and water flow, they are all highly valuable. He hadn't expected there to be a flame crystal mine hidden here. The quantity was unknown, but it was definitely a precious treasure. Feeling excited, Luin took a portion, then covered the entrance again and carefully camouflaged it to ensure no one would discover it. This place, like Su San, is part
part of the capital he has accumulated for the future. Just as he was about to leave, a dark red glow suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He squatted down and brushed aside the soil, revealing a scarlet vertical eye. It was not a real eye, but a scarlet vertical eye crafted from a peculiar material. Lu Yun picked it up, his spine tingling with cold. Turning around, he saw a bizarre skull staring coldly at him. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun's scalp tingled. He instinctively wanted to throw it away but ultimately couldn't bear to and directly placed it into the condensed void ring. After storing it away, he finally came to his senses, his gaze filled with disbelief. What on earth is this? Why is it here? It is clearly man-made. Someone has been here. An object that could make his current self feel a chill down his spine. He knew he had picked up an extraordinary treasure. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun quickly left the scene. Returning to the toll station, he found that the tide of corpses had significantly receded and more were gradually retreating. An hour later, the tide of corpses completely dispersed. Outside the toll station, piles of corpses emitted a foul stench, attracting mutated rats to gnaw on them, making one feel nauseous. Brother Lu, where did you go? Luo Yun immediately questioned upon seeing Lu Yun return. Lu Yun replied indifferently, I discovered an intelligent corpse king. The corpse tide was caused by it. What? Really? Luo Yun was shocked. Lu Yun told her, report to the Saint of Punishment immediately. The appearance of this type of corpse king means that zombies are not only relying on numbers but can also produce powerful beings. At least 50 soldiers died at the hands of that corpse king tonight. Luo Yun realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately reported it. Boss, how are you? Su San asked with concern, though not out of genuine care. Without Lu Yun, he couldn't establish himself in the penal camp. Lu Yun replied indifferently, take care of the remaining matters. I'm going to rest. Got it, boss, Su San responded. A wave of corpses brought nearly 100 casualties. Though brutal, everyone had long since grown numb. Since the day of the apocalypse, no one knew how many had died. Comrades fell one after another, and the soldiers had already become accustomed to this harsh reality. Lying on the rooftop of the toll station, Lu Yun couldn't help but touch the void condensation ring. The skeletal vertical eye inside made him uneasy. That kind of material, that kind of feeling, is definitely not of this earth. Did those students bring it down? What kind of students would carry such a thing? Luo Yun leapt onto the rooftop, her charming face utterly exhausted, and sat beside him. The Sage of Punishment wants us to contact the front line as soon as possible, preferably connecting to the capital's line to report this matter to the capital. Lu Yun smiled faintly. The capital? Perhaps they already know. Why do you say that? Luo Yun asked in surprise. Lu Yun shook his head. Not sure, just a guess. Since a corpse king appeared in Jinling, it might also appear elsewhere. Luo Yun hugged her knees, staring blankly into the distance, the dark night sky deep and boundless. Moonlight spilled down, but was quickly obscured by dark clouds. When do you think the earth will regain peace? She asked softly. Lu Yun did not answer. The night made one feel lonely. At this moment, Luo Yun was like a completely different person from during the day. But so what? The end of the world will not cease because of one person's loneliness. The evolution of the planet is far from complete, and the true trials have only just begun. These secrets are known only to him, and perhaps the seven saints understand as well. And those students are the ones who will determine the fate of the earth in the future. Asta and Odin are merely students of an ordinary academy in the great universe empire. They may be elites, but they are far from being the powerhouses of top-tier institutions. The elites of top-tier institutions each possess formidable combat skills far beyond what this group of students can compare to. As for the so-called trial, the true protagonists are them. Thinking of this, Lu Yun touched the void condensing ring and looked at Luo Yun. Go rest. I'll take the watch tonight. Luo Yun nodded and gave him a smile. Actually, if you had comforted me just now, maybe something could have happened between us. Lu Yun smiled faintly, indifferent. This woman was not his type. Luo Yun left the rooftop, while the surrounding soldiers numbly cleared the wreckage, and Su San shouted orders in the distance. Lu Yun took out Asta's personal terminal and opened it. Although he had removed the positioning device on the terminal, he still felt uneasy and had not dared to connect to the cosmic network. Now that he had left Jinling, he decided to give it a try. The personal terminal serves as proof of identity, containing all information, including details about friends, family, and personal circumstances. Lu Yun connected to the network, only to see the screen display unable to connect. Although he had anticipated it, he still felt slightly disappointed. The students participating in the planetary evolution trial had all been registered, and their personal terminals would be disconnected from the network upon death. This also meant that the news of Asta's death had already been discovered. Lu Yun exhaled and looked up at the starry sky. He wasn't worried that killing Asta would be exposed. The planetary evolution trial holds great significance, overseen by the Youth Council of the Grand Universe Empire, and no one is allowed to interfere. For the Grand Universe Empire, Earth may be a primitive planet that has not yet ventured into space, but it is still a member. This trial is not only for the students but also a test for Earthlings. This is a fair trial. Lu Yun killing Asta is not surprising to the Youth Council of the Grand Universe Empire. On the contrary, it might even earn
earn their admiration. This is also one of the reasons he decisively killed Asta. He wants to enter the sights of certain people. Any student entering Earth cannot communicate with the outside world except with each other. They can only observe and cannot speak. This is the trial, the iron-blooded trial, where death is the norm. Lewin stared at the personal terminal screen, finding no useful information. Finally, he discovered a few notifications saved by Asta in the corner. 1. Student Asta, if the task is not completed within 3 months, the council will initiate the second batch of trial trainees. Please make an effort. 2. The Cosmic Youth Council has decided to dissolve the Great U Empire Youth Council, with the reorganization time to be determined. 3. The Cosmic Youth Council has decided that the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky will enter the Kanglan territory of the outer cosmos. Wishing everyone great success in martial endeavors. There are a total of 3 notices, including 2 related to the Cosmic Youth Council. Lewin stared at the screen in surprise, never expecting the Youth Council of the Dayu Empire to be abolished, and even less expecting the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky to appear in the Kanglan territory. The Starry Sky Battle Academy is a top-tier institution in the universe, divided into 10 academies. Except for the 9th Academy, which is located in the endless territories of the outer universe, the other 9 are situated in the inner universe. However, this time, the 10th Academy will make its first appearance in the Kanglan territory, the very region that includes the Dayu Empire. Lewin closed the screen, his gaze flickering uncertainly. This piece of information carried immense weight. The Starry Sky Battle Academy holds a fatal allure for countless youths across the universe. Once distant and unrelated to him, the 10th Academy's timely entry into the Kanglan territory was no coincidence. To enter the 10th Academy, one must not only possess exceptional talent and formidable combat strength but also undergo rigorous trials. The current Earth Evolution trial is precisely such a training experience. No wonder so many participants have come for this trial. Asta's involvement must also be due to this news. Luyin's heart tightened. First, he didn't understand what Asta's so-called mission was. Second, if no one completed the mission within 3 months, the second batch of trial students would arrive. The 10th Institute of the Starry Sky is about to emerge, and many descendants of powerful clans and prestigious families want to use this opportunity to enhance their foundations. The trial of Earth's evolution naturally holds infinite allure, and the arrival of the second batch of trial students may bring even more devastating hardships to Earth. Lewin was extremely anxious. The first batch of trial students were at least exploratory realm powerhouses, and the second batch might be even stronger. His own strength might not be enough to ensure his survival. This thought made him restless and uneasy. He had to break through to the exploratory realm within 3 months, or he would be reduced to an ant. The night passed quickly, and the next day the army set out again, advancing northward. Lewin grew increasingly silent, no longer staying inside the armored vehicle but lying on its roof. At this moment, Wuching in Hubei, the central region of Huaxia, was home to millions of survivors. Even so, countless people still arrived daily, all because this place was home to one of the 7 saints Guanxing Lu Shaoga. After the apocalypse, a batch of strange minerals appeared around Wuching, containing the energy of light. Lu Shaoga used this ore as a foundation, supplemented by his own combat skills, to protect millions of survivors, and was thus revered as the Saint of Light. Pillars of light soared into the sky around Wuching, encircling the entire city. For this reason, Wuching is also known as the City of Light, and some call it the city that never sleeps. At the center of the city, a piece of land is lifted by the pillars of light, floating high in the air. This is the residence of the Saint of Light, known as the Heavenly Capital. Below the Heavenly Capital lies the Radiant Camp, guarded by 100,000 evolvers, with its influence gradually radiating outward. Within the Heavenly Capital, there are no grand palaces, only elegant courtyards, open and unshielded. Anyone standing here can gaze up at the starry sky. At this moment, in the courtyard, a handsome and dashing young man stands at the edge, gazing into the distance. He raises his wine cup for a light sip, a peculiar smile curling at the corner of his lips. He is the radiant saint, Lu Shaoga. Not far away, another young man looked on arrogantly, his expression cold, regarding Lu Shaoga as if he were an ant. Everything here is your resource, especially the light crystals, which are the most precious. They could put you 10 years ahead of your peers, yet you're wasting them, the young man said discontentedly. Lu Shaoga turned his head and smiled. Don't say that, Puai. Everything here belongs to all of us, not just me alone. The man called Puai softened his expression slightly. Take down those light pillars. You're squandering resources. Lu Shaoga nodded. Alright, I'll listen to you. By the way, can you elaborate on the regional division you mentioned earlier? Puai replied calmly. The trial has its own unwritten rules. As long as our group of trainees controls a certain area, we can mark that area as blue on the network. In the early stages of the trial, blue areas are generally not attacked, unless by opposing forces. Lu Shaoga asked, so Wuching has already been marked as a blue area? Puai affirmed, of course. Otherwise, do you think I'm the only one who has approached here recently? The trial is brutal, and few are willing to fight to the death in the early stages. Moreover, the trainees' backgrounds must be taken into account. Fortunately, my background is quite notable, so after
marking it, no one dares to disturb it.
Lu Xiaoga smiled faintly and nodded. I see. Alright, let me ask you, how's the investigation going? Puyi asked impatiently, glancing at the light beams with a hint of regret in his eyes.
Turn off those light beams quickly, such a waste. Lu Xiaoga poured wine for Puyi with a smile. The matter you asked me to investigate has some leads.
Puyi's eyes lit up. Really? Tell me.
Lu Xiaoga handed over the wine glass. Take a look at this glass of wine.
Puyi looked over in confusion.
The liquid rippled in layers, endlessly cycling, as if it would never stop. Lu Xiaoga smiled and waited for a moment before speaking calmly. Give me your personal terminal.
Puyi handed over the terminal in a daze.
Soon, Lu Xiaoga shut down the terminal and rubbed his head.
Trouble. He actually shut down the cosmic network. Does this mean he discovered I was controlling him? Forget it.
After saying this, Lu Xiaoga put on his personal terminal, a smile on his lips, and looked sharply up at the starry sky.
2 days later, the Xingying army approached the front line.
If not for repairing communication lines along the way, they would have arrived long ago. For the past 2 nights, Lu Ying has been gazing at the bright moon every evening, causing Luo Yun to mistakenly think he has gone mad. The convoy suddenly stopped, and Susan said to Lu Ying, "Boss, something's wrong.
Since yesterday, we haven't seen any trace of survivors."
There should have been soldiers monitoring the front lines, but after traveling for a whole day, there's not a single person in sight.
Lu Ying stood up and looked into the distance. Have the troops stop and rest.
Avoiding the crowd, he opened his personal terminal and began calculating combat strength from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers, gradually shield combat power below the exploration realm. Finally, at a distance of 37 kilometers from here, a combat power of the exploration realm was detected, measuring 1800.
Lu Yin's expression turned serious as he unfolded the map. 37 kilometers away lies an abandoned county town, less than 20 kilometers from the front line, positioned directly between the front line and the convoy.
He ordered the army to stay put and personally went north to investigate. After advancing less than 10 kilometers, Lu Ying discovered there was no need to go further, as an army of evolvers appeared ahead. The presence of the army proved that the abandoned county was a gathering place. In other words, the detected explorer-level expert was most likely one of the students who had descended to Earth.
Lu Ying pondered for a moment and reattached the tracking device to Asta's personal terminal.
As the tracking device was restored, a woman dressed in white battle armor with waist-length hair, located more than 10 kilometers away from Lu Ying, suddenly changed her expression. She glanced at her personal terminal, snorted coldly, and flew southward. Moments later, a white figure appeared in the sky, hovering high above, coldly staring at Lu Ying.
Student, this area has been marked as a blue zone by me.
Please leave immediately, the woman said indifferently. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, thinking the other person looked quite good.
He smiled in response. Hello, classmate.
My name is Yada, from the 1st Military Academy of Tata Planet in the Great Yu Empire. The woman coldly rejected. I'm not interested.
Leave immediately.
Energy fluctuations emanated from her body, ripples spreading out, bringing a sense of oppression. Lu Ying hurriedly said, Classmate, don't worry, I'm injured and not strong. No threat to you. I can even give you resources, lots and lots of resources.
The woman's gaze was icy. A mere seeker realm dares to join the planetary evolution trial? How did you get in? Lu Ying replied proudly, my grandfather is the principal.
The woman said disdainfully, get lost. Lu Ying took out a few flame crystals from his condensed void ring and tossed them to the woman. Help me pass the trial alive, and I'll give you a whole basket of these crystals afterward. The woman caught them in surprise, feeling the warmth of the flame crystals as she landed on the ground. Where did you get these? Lu Ying said smugly, of course, my grandfather gave them to me. My grandfather is a powerful figure who roams the stars. He has as many of these as he wants. The woman narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist, a hint of killing intent flickering. Lu Ying cautiously stepped back, glaring angrily, don't act recklessly. Although no one can interfere in the trial, who lives, who dies, and who kills whom can all be clearly investigated.
You wouldn't want my grandfather to hunt you down, would you?
The woman pondered for a moment, then loosened her fist and said coldly, I can help you leave this planet alive, but the trial results have nothing to do with you.
Lu Ying exhaled, doesn't matter.
Anyway, my grandfather can get me into the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky. The results are all yours. The woman grew increasingly disgusted, her face full of disdain. The 10th Academy of the Starry Sky was not something outsiders could meddle with casually. Even if one were a powerful figure traversing the starry sky, so what? The universe was filled with such figures, as numerous as the stars, utterly insignificant.
Wait, how can I be sure you're not a native?
The woman stared sharply at Lu Ying and asked. Lu Ying raised his hand, his right palm vibrating rapidly. The air seemed to be abruptly torn apart, and a powerful wave crashed onto the ground, instantly creating a massive crater.
Wave palm? The woman looked at Lu Ying in astonishment. Lu Ying smiled smugly. How about that? Is this proof enough?
The woman squinted her eyes. Although the ripple palm was a common combat technique, it was not something ordinary people could master. Without sufficient physical strength, it was impossible to execute. She considered it difficult even for herself to use, yet she hadn't expected expected someone at the mere observing realm to be able to wield it. For a moment, she felt a bit more wary of Luin.
Being able to use the ripple palm shows that you have some value.
Help me seize Jinling, and I can include you in the credits, the woman said in a slightly softened tone, speaking indifferently.
Luin asked in surprise, you want to seize Jinling?
I heard there's a powerful Punisher saint there, a strong explorer realm expert.
I know.
Orton was also defeated by him.
But I am not that useless Orton.
If you and I join forces, we can easily suppress this native, the woman said coldly.
How do you know a student lost to the natives? Luin pressed further.
The woman replied nonchalantly, before the trial, students from the same academy usually agree to team up if they land in nearby areas.
No one reached out to you? Makes sense, you're so weak.
Luin secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he hadn't pretended to be Asta.
This woman knew Orton and might also know Asta.
If that's the case, after Orton lost to Joshan, he fled north, possibly to find her.
But why did he head east midway?
He didn't ask further. The more he asked, the easier it would be to expose himself. At this moment, the woman wanted to team up with him, clearly indicating a conflict with Orton.
Perhaps Orton had found someone else.
Either way, Jinling had become dangerous. Alright, I'll help you, but I need to improve my strength first, Luin said.
The woman frowned and said, that's not necessary. Luin sighed helplessly, then at least let me recover from my injuries.
The woman stared at him, then suddenly grabbed Luin and flew toward the gathering place.
Asta's body sculpting technique can only be used 3 times.
He has already used it twice himself, helping him break through from an ordinary person to the vision realm, and then to the exploration realm.
The last use was to break through to the vision realm.
If he wants to break through to the exploration realm, he must obtain a new body sculpting technique, which is why he wants to get close to this woman. He must acquire the body sculpting technique to advance further. The small survivor settlement in the county town has a population of just over 200,000, but there are plenty of troops. Most of the soldiers wear uniforms from the penal camp, clearly frontline soldiers under the control of this woman.
That so-called saint of punishment in Jinling has some skills too.
He commands 80,000 evolved individuals, 20,000 of whom are stationed on the front lines, trying to establish connections with other regions.
6 vision realm experts came, I killed 2, 1 died in the mouth of a mutant beast, and 3 remain.
The woman led Luin to the top of a high building in the settlement and explained.
Luin asked, I still don't know your name.
Granny, the woman said indifferently. At this moment, a figure approached and respectfully said, Sir, a military camp has been discovered 30 kilometers away. Luin turned his head and immediately saw the newcomer, his gaze changing sharply.
The newcomer also noticed Luin and looked at him with confusion.
Suddenly, Luin charged at the newcomer, extending a wave palm.
Taking advantage of Granny's unpreparedness, he struck the newcomer's chest forcefully.
The person spat out a mouthful of blood, their body blasted away by the force, crashing downstairs and causing a burst of exclamations.
Granny glared at Luin and shouted sternly, what are you doing? Luin said angrily, it's him.
When I just landed in this area, this bastard led people to ambush me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been injured.
Granny said coldly, when? The day we arrived, Luin answered without hesitation.
Where? About 100 kilometers to the south, Luin said, then stared at Granny.
Are you doubting me? Or are you reluctant to part with this native? Granny snorted.
Watch your words. I don't care about a native, but you can't just kill my people.
Luin said indifferently, it's just a native. That native is still one of my people. Granny retorted angrily.
Luin shrugged helplessly. Alright, I get it.
It won't happen again next time.
By the way, the army 30 kilometers away is mine.
Do you want me to bring them over?
Granny turned around to look in the direction of Jinling, then glanced at her personal terminal, ignoring him.
Luin looked downstairs and took a deep breath. This person's name was Li Hongliang.
He was also present when Asta was killed, had seen Luin, and knew that Luin was an Earthling, even the one who killed Asta.
If Luin hadn't acted, it would have been troublesome as soon as Li Hongliang recognized him. This woman was not Asta.
Luin could sense that her strength surpassed Asta's, and he might not succeed in a sneak attack. Better to wait a little longer. The front line is no longer usable. The presence of Glanny has caused the collapse of the penal camp's front line. Soldiers were either recruited or scattered, barely surviving. Since this morning, Jinling has lost contact, leaving Luin restless and uneasy. He brought nearly 10,000 evolved soldiers, including Luo Yun and Su San, to the gathering point and sternly warned the 2 commanders who had defected to Glanny. That night, he sought out Glanny once again.
What? Borrow star energy crystals from me?
Granny exclaimed, her tone peculiar. Luin nodded. Don't worry, however much I borrow, I'll repay tenfold when I return.
Granny scrutinized him. You have flame crystals but no star energy crystals?
Used them all up, Luin replied.
Granny hesitated. Star energy crystals are not ordinary energy crystals found within Earth's mutant beasts.
Each planet and ecosystem has different energy, and star energy crystals contain absorbable cosmic star energy. These crystals can be absorbed and cultivated by anyone, but only systems integrated with the cosmic ecosystem can produce them. Although the Earth currently has peculiar crystals such as flame crystals and ice crystals, crystals, it does not have star energy crystals. What these students need most is precisely star energy crystals.
Don't believe me? Then I'll exchange it for you, Luing said. Granny looked coldly. How will you exchange it? Luing poured out a pile of flame crystals from the condensed void ring. Exchange these.
Granny's eyes lit up as she recalled the exchange rates of various energy crystals across the universe, only to realize there was no unified standard.
The exchange rates varied across different regions of the universe.
Now on Earth, faced with Lu Yin's urgent need for star energy crystals, the exchange rate naturally had to be adjusted. I'll give you 5 star energy crystals, Granny said indifferently.
Luing glared. You're too ruthless. These flame crystals can at least be exchanged for 20 star energy crystals, and you're only giving me 5? You've slashed the price by 4 times.
Take it or leave it, Granny responded coldly.
Luing was helpless and gritted his teeth, saying,
fine, but I have one condition. Let me test the power of the battle technique.
Granny scoffed. Anytime. Luing took the 5 thumb-sized transparent star energy crystals and turned to leave. Granny excitedly put away the flame crystal.
This peculiar crystal can not only assist in cultivating combat techniques but also enhance their power, making it a treasure countless people dream of. For her, it was even more precious than star energy crystals because her combat skills required flame crystals.
She secretly rejoiced. Tata planet? Never heard of it. Could it be that it specializes in producing such unique minerals? Leaving Granny's residence, Lu Yin's lips curved slightly.
Although the exchange was a loss, it was a case of getting something for nothing. The important thing is that, apart from these students, no one on Earth possesses star energy crystals. Yasta doesn't even have a spatial ring, making it impossible for him to carry these crystals.
Granny's family background is much better than Yasta's. Perhaps more can be obtained from her.
Returning to his residence, a deserted villa, Luing buried flame crystals around the villa to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Stepping into the living room, he waved his hand and threw out all the discarded furniture. Then he took out an energy crystal, crushed it, and immediately surging star energy filled the entire living room. Using the body shaping technique for cultivation allows direct absorption of the free star energy in the void, with the absorption speed closely related to the technique. Many powerful forces collect star energy crystals to accelerate absorption, causing star energy to erupt in confined spaces and improve absorption efficiency. This is also one of the reasons why major forces compete for star energy crystals. Luing never expected to be able to cultivate on Earth in this way. Coupled with the heavenly star technique doubling his cultivation speed, his rate of star energy absorption far surpassed that of students like Granny. Looking across the grand universe empire, he should rank among the top. Before long, an entire star energy crystal was completely absorbed by him, and the star energy within his body increased significantly. Next, he crushed another one and continued to absorb. However, although there are many star energy crystals, it doesn't mean one can easily cultivate to the peak of the current realm. They contain many energy impurities that need to be refined and purified through the body shaping technique. Only those who practice the body shaping technique can remove these impurities. Those who directly absorb star energy crystals without reaching the fusion realm have unstable energy intensity, making it difficult to enhance their combat power. Moreover, they must rely on star energy crystals, which are extremely difficult to obtain, creating a vicious cycle.
This is also the origin of the terms rogue soldiers and battle slaves.
Luing absorbed a total of 5 star energy crystals, and the energy within him surged. He had reached the peak of the gaze realm, equivalent to the pinnacle of the Earth grade on Earth. Just one step away from entering the exploration realm, and this step requires the help of the body shaping technique. He rested on the villa rooftop for a night, and the next day he approached Granny. Let's spar for a bit. Granny said helplessly, coming to spar with me so early in the morning? Although I'm a cultivator, I'm still a woman. What kind of man asks a woman to fight first thing in the morning? Luing also felt it was inappropriate. Then I'll come in the afternoon. No need, just fight if you want. Granny responded indifferently, not taking him seriously at all. If it weren't for the slight power in his wave palm, she wouldn't have paid him any attention. The two chose an open area, 10 meters apart, with faint beastly roars echoing around them, accompanied by a piercing scent of blood carried by the wind. Make your move, I won't fight back, Granny said arrogantly. Lu Yin's right hand clenched tightly and then suddenly released, tearing through the air like a curtain. His legs stomped fiercely on the ground, and a shockwave burst forth. In an instant, he charged in front of Granny and struck with a palm, unleashing the pure wave palm with full force. This move left Granny astonished. Initially planning to block with one hand, she ultimately raised both hands. Bang! The shockwave swept across, and the immense pressure shattered the ground. Luing struck with his palm, driving Granny's legs into the ground, creating a massive pit several meters wide.
Granny was astonished. Impressive power.
Even the explorers from our academy might not be able to unleash such a fierce palm strike. If it were a sneak attack, it could kill an explorer with a power level below 2000.
Lu Yun grinned. It's not over yet. Let's continue.
With that, he struck again, using the same ripple palm, its power comparable to the previous one.
Granny was once again struck deeper into the ground.
She frowned, her hands numb. Enough, your attacks are ineffective against me. My combat power has already surpassed 2000. You should understand that with every increase of 1000 in combat power, the energy intensity and strength are completely different.
Lu Yun shouted, the final palm.
The surface of his right hand faintly shimmered with starlight, the moon circling his palm, surrounded by airflow resembling a rippling palm. This was none other than the celestial star palm. When he delivered the final palm strike, Granny's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her body turned into an afterimage to dodge. Unfortunately, before the afterimage could dissipate, the ground was shattered by the palm strike. The earth cracked within a 100-meter radius, energy surged in all directions, the sound shook the heavens, and even the air in midair was distorted. Granny appeared several meters away, staring in shock at the scene before her.
What is this?
Lu Yun said proudly, this is what my grandfather taught me, the extreme wave palm. Granny squinted her eyes. Although she couldn't discern the essence of the celestial palm, she was shocked by the power of the ripple palm, which even made her feel a sense of danger. I heard that the ripple palm can be stacked. That strike just now should be a double ripple palm, she said solemnly.
Lu Yun shrugged. Maybe, it's just a different name.
Granny looked at Lu Yun, her gaze no longer arrogant but rather serious, her voice calm. The double ripple palm demands extremely high physical strength. Even explorers rarely master it.
No one in our academy can match it.
You're very impressive. Once you break through to the explorer realm, you'll be able to compete with any elite, and you might even have a chance to enter the Empire's top academy. Yutong.
Lu Yun was surprised. Yutong? Me? Granny nodded. Possibly.
With your physical strength, it's not entirely hopeless.
Alright, I'm tired, let's go.
After speaking, she turned and left. Lu Yun watched her back, raised his hand to take a look. Sparring was certainly important, but more crucially, he wanted to explore whether he had the possibility of defeating her. This woman reacts quickly, dodging the Tianqing palm with her footwork at a critical moment, truly deserving of being an academy elite. But I am not inferior either. The power of the Tianqing palm was somewhat restrained just now. If she thinks that was my full strength, she will surely be disappointed. Jinling lost contact, and Lu Yun instructed Luo Yun and the others to stay at the gathering point.
Granny looked down on Luo Yun and the others, saving him the trouble of explaining further.
2 days later, Luo Yun approached Lu Yun.
Brother Lu, how long do we have to stay here?
She stared at Lu Yun, her eyes full of confusion. She had learned from 2 frontline commanders that this was a frontline supply station, but she always felt something was off. People around here often mentioned the presence of heaven-level experts.
Where exactly did they come from?
Lu Yun replied, don't ask too much, I'll give you an answer in a few days. Luo Yun hesitated to speak, but her expression suddenly changed as she looked up at the sky.
Lu Yun turned around and saw Granny descending anxiously.
Let's go, Auden and the others have gone to Jinling. Lu Yun's heart trembled as he grabbed Granny's arm, being carried by her as they flew toward Jinling.
Luo Yun was astonished.
If she wasn't mistaken, the armor on Granny was identical to that of the aliens who attacked Jinling a few days ago. Not far away, Susan also arrived, equally surprised. Air currents swept across the sky as Granny flew toward Jinling at an extremely fast speed. Although carrying Lu Yun, the speed could not be increased much.
How do you know Auden went to Jinling? Lu Yun asked.
Granny said coldly, it's none of your business. Remember, act according to the situation when you reach Jinling.
Our goal is to seize Jinling.
Auden is definitely not going alone, and his helpers are by no means weak. Be careful yourself. Lu Yun's gaze turned serious. Since Orton abandoned Granny, it means the person he chose must be even stronger. According to calculations, Asta's combat power is around 1500, Orton's is likely close to 2000, and Granny's exceeds 2000. The person teaming up with Orton must far surpass 2000 combat power, and there is more than one. Lu Yun silently prayed that Zhou Shan could hold on. He looked towards the south. Half an hour later, Granny quickly approached Jinling with Lu Yun. Above Jinling, 2 figures hovered in the air, one of whom was Orton. The surface of the ring armor he was wearing was largely shattered. A young man stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze proud. All the survivors in Jinling looked up, fearfully gazing at the sky.
2 heaven-level powerhouses? Zhongshan issued a strong warning.
Zhou Shan soared into the air, stopping 100 meters away from the 2 of them, his expression grave.
It's you again? Auden sneered. Isn't it a pity you didn't kill me last time? Zhou Shan squinted. A great pity. Humph, too bad you'll never have the chance again.
This is my senior, Trace, Auden said smugly. Zhou Shan's gaze shifted to Trace, sensing the energy fluctuations on his body's surface, and his heart sank.
This person is far stronger than Orton.
Trace looked at Zhou Shan coldly. I didn't expect there to be someone as strong as you among the natives. I can help you step into the starry skies.
Come with me.
Orton interjected.
objected. Senior Trace, there's no need to say much to him. Natives like this are stubborn and won't agree. Trace shot him a cold glance. It's not your place to interrupt when I'm speaking. Auden quickly responded, gritting his teeth and glaring angrily at Zhou Shan, his resentment evident. Zhou Shan gripped his giant axe tightly and said coldly, I will never follow you. You aliens want to seize Jinling? Defeat me first. With that, he flew north of Jinling City, unwilling to fight above the city. Unfortunately, the situation was no longer under his control.
Zhou Shan had just flown several hundred meters when Orton swung his sword at Zhou Shan.
The sword-like strike sliced off a corner of Zhou Shan, causing wails to erupt. Zhou Shan roared, you're courting death. The giant axe swung out, chopping toward Orton.
Orton sneered and raised his sword to counterattack. A few minutes later, Granny arrived in Jinling with Luin in tow. At a glance, she saw the destroyed Zhongshan and the devastated settlement filled with whales. Countless people fled outside the city. The earth cracked open with several fissures, devouring everything. Void energy surged, destroying countless buildings. The clouds in the sky were blown apart. In the city, Zhou Shan spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to hold up the giant axe as he glared at the sky. Trace and Orton looked down coldly. Not bad strength, enough to rank in the top 15 of the military academy. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Trace said indifferently. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight into the sky from the west of Jinling City, colliding fiercely with the sword energy Orton had unleashed. The explosion echoed through the clouds. Technological weapons? Orton sneered. The reason they avoided fighting outside the city was precisely their wariness of such equipment. Even this native planet possessed technology at a level capable of threatening them. Outside the city, Granny landed with Luin. It's actually Trace? This is big trouble. Granny's expression was grave. Luin asked in confusion, Trace? One of the top 3 powerhouses of the first military academy, with a combat strength of 2,500, Granny replied in a low voice. Luin's heart sank. As long as you can hold him off, I will deal with Auden as quickly as possible. Granny pondered and finally nodded. Alright, but don't take too long. Luin responded and rushed swiftly toward Zhou Mountain. Beams of light shot toward Auden in the sky. Auden frowned impatiently. I'll kill this native first, then settle accounts with you. After speaking, he swung his sword straight at the ground, pointing directly at Mount Zhou. Mount Zhou gritted his teeth and raised his axe to counter, engaging in a fierce battle with Auden. In terms of strength, he was confident he could hold his own against Trace in a fight, but facing Auden's assault, the outcome was immediately clear. At the same time, Trace also landed. Although confident in evading technological weapon attacks, he remained cautious. Luin approached the battlefield, took out a flame crystal, and hurled it fiercely into the air. The red crystal shone brilliantly. Auden and Zhou Shan were locked in fierce combat and did not notice, but Trace's gaze suddenly turned fiery. Before he could react to the appearance of the flame crystal in the air, a sharp pain struck his back. He spun around swiftly, swaying like a leaf in the wind, narrowly evading Granny's second attack. It's you? Trace glared angrily. Granny remained silent, retrieving the flame crystal from the void ring and crushing it fiercely. Scorching flames swept across the land. Flame palm, she shouted in a low voice, deep red flames gathering in her palm as she attacked Trace. Trace roared angrily, courting death. Both palms vibrated rapidly, grasping the air, unleashing the wave palm. The palms struck fiercely, colliding with force. The fiery airflow swept across the land, toppling buildings within a 100-meter radius. The flames were swept up by the airflow, soaring against the sky like frenzied fire serpents. Granny stepped back several paces, her face pale. Trace's wave palm far surpassed Lu Yin's. Even if she used combat techniques, it was difficult to resist. Trace was also struggling. The power of the flame combat technique was ferocious and caused massive destruction. Granny harnessed the power of the flame crystal, and the might of this strike was by no means inferior. Granny, this is my territory, Trace roared. Granny remained silent. Her ring armor on the surface of her body emitted a red glow under the reflection of the flames. Trace gritted his teeth as the ring armor on his body slowly enveloped him completely. Previously, he had not worn battle armor and now felt immense pressure. Worse still, he was severely injured. In the distance, Orton turned back, shocked, and said, Granny, what are you doing here? Zhou Shan roared, striking Orton heavily with a giant axe. Orton dared not be negligent, raising his sword to counterattack, with fierce energy sweeping around and tearing the earth apart. Luin suddenly used the wandering step, swiftly dashing to Orton's side. He struck with a palm, stars spinning. This was the celestial star palm. Neither Orton nor Zhou Shan had anticipated someone lurking nearby. Seeing Luin appear, Auden was stunned. The next moment, Lu Yin's heavenly star palm struck Auden's chest fiercely. Before Auden could scream, his heart shattered, and the overwhelming energy pierced through his chest, blasting into a residential building, reducing it to rubble. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked open. Zhou Shan looked at Luin in shock. You. Luin turned around and swept a kick toward Zhou Shan. With his back to Trace and Granny, he said in a low voice, attack me. Zhou Shan's eyes flickered, but in the end, he made his move without hesitation, unleashing a ruthless storm slash. Luin used the wandering step to dodge. Although uninjured, his clothes were torn. Pushed
push me over there, Luin shouted in a low voice. Joshan roared, sweeping his giant axe horizontally. Luin used the force to be propelled toward the battlefield of Trace and Granny. The violent tremors spread in all directions. Granny's face turned pale, her right palm trembling, severely injured by Trace. Trace was equally formidable, his battle armor scorched and cracked by the flames. Luin was slammed into a wall not far from Trace and slowly slid down. Trace glanced at Luin and then looked into the distance. Seeing the dead Orton, his expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to speak, Joshan fled swiftly. You can't escape. Trace leaped to chase after Joshan. Back facing Luin. Luin used the abandoned building to leap into midair. He struck with a palm, unleashing the celestial star palm without hesitation. The stars rotated and fiercely imprinted on Trace's back. Trace initially dismissed it, but suddenly felt a strong sense of danger and tried to evade, yet it was already too late. The stars exploded, and Trace was struck down heavily, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Luin also suffered a heavy counterattack, spitting blood as he was sent flying backward, embedding into a wall. The surface ring armor cracked, and Asta's ring armor was completely shattered. Granny clutched her arm and walked to the edge of the crater, staring intently. Trace lay on his back, face pale, coughing up blood intermittently. Granny looked at Luin in shock, unable to believe that his single strike had severely injured Trace. Before she could think further, the dying Trace suddenly opened his eyes. He pulled out a strangely shaped gun and fired a beam of energy at Granny, piercing her shoulder. Granny struck Trace's chest with a reverse flame palm, completely shattering his internal organs and killing him. Granny collapsed to the ground, staring in shock at Trace's corpse, her back chilled. Although the planetary evolution trial does not limit the number of casualties, causing excessive damage will inevitably provoke resentment from certain individuals. In this battle, both Orton and Trace perished, with Trace's loss being particularly significant. He was one of the top 3 students at the military academy, highly regarded and full of promise. Now that he has fallen, Granny couldn't help but feel uneasy. Luin, dragging his severely injured body, approached Granny and weakly said, "Don't worry, at worst I'll ask my grandfather to help transfer you to the academy on Tata Planet." Granny stared coldly at Luin. What was the reason behind your strike that injured Trace? Even the double wave palm shouldn't be able to seriously harm him. Luin replied calmly, "You're overthinking it. He was severely injured by you. I just happened to hit the same spot." Granny clearly didn't believe it. A mighty Trace with a combat power of 2,500 being seriously injured by a cultivator at the Seeker realm was rare, even if it was a coincidence. Suddenly, a furious shout came from behind. Joshan, who had originally fled, reappeared, swinging his axe toward Luin and Granny. Granny instinctively grabbed Luin, shielding him in front. Joshan saw Luin being protected and hurriedly tilted his axe. The axe missed Luin, slicing past his ear and smashing into the ground. Luin turned around and struck Granny with a palm. He was seriously injured. Although this strike did not have the power to kill Orton, it was enough to severely wound Granny. Granny's face turned pale. She endured the intense pain and instinctively kicked Luin, sending him flying. She herself fell beside Trace's corpse. Joshan roared again, swinging his giant axe at Granny. Granny grabbed the gun Trace had left behind and fired a shot. The energy beam pierced through Joshan's giant axe, also penetrating his shoulder, blasting him over 10 meters away, where he fell heavily, his fate uncertain. The scene fell into dead silence, with only the flames on the ground roaring fiercely. For explorers of the Boundary Realm and one of the Vision Realm fought fiercely, destroying half of Jinling. A large area was engulfed in flames. Granny took out a healing potion, swallowed it in one gulp, and slowly began to recover from her injuries. Minutes later, sounds gradually began to echo around. Granny's expression changed, and she struggled to climb out of the pit. She was seriously injured, her shoulder pierced by a beam of light, and she struggled to reach Joshan's side. At this moment, Joshan lay unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. Soon, Feng Hong, Qin Xian, and others surrounded the area, staring at Granny. "Surrender immediately, and we may spare your life," Feng Hong shouted loudly. Granny retorted disdainfully, "You natives think you can spare my life? What, don't want this native's life anymore?" Before the words were finished, she pointed the gun at Zhou Shan's head. "Let go of Xing Shang," Feng Hong roared. "Retreat 10 miles, or I'll kill him immediately," Granny ordered sharply. Feng Hong and the others exchanged glances, hesitating to step forward. A cold glint flashed in Granny's eyes as she casually picked up a stone and smashed it fiercely at Zhou Shan's head, causing blood to splatter instantly. Feng Hong shouted angrily, "Stop, we can back off, but you must treat Xing Shang, or he will surely die." Granny coldly agreed. Not long after, a doctor arrived to examine Zhou Shan's injuries and administered emergency treatment. After a full 20 minutes, the doctor stopped and said, "The injuries of the Xing Shang are extremely severe. We cannot delay, comprehensive treatment must be administered as soon as possible." Ignoring everyone, Granny said coldly, "Fall back 10 miles. I will leave in 3 hours. Otherwise, I will kill this native." "Can the Xing Shang hold on for 3 hours?" Qin Xian stared intently at the doctor, his voice filled with anxiety. The doctor nodded and said, "Yes, that's possible." Not long after, the the surrounding military forces of the prison camp all retreated. With no one around, Glanny finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 hours were just a precaution. In reality, she only needed 2 hours to recover from some of her injuries. Without any boundary-breaking cultivators present, no one else could possibly stop her. She glanced at Trace's corpse, then turned to look at Auden. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. Wait, where's Auden? Remembering this, Glanny's expression changed drastically. She tried to get up, but a sharp pain struck her, forcing her to sit back down helplessly. Don't rush, wait for 2 hours before taking action, she thought. Even if Orton isn't dead, his injuries must be worse than hers, and that Yada, daring to strike at her, must be taught a good lesson. 1,000 meters away, beneath the ruins, Orton's corpse lay silently. Luing gasped for breath. Although his injuries were severe, he knew the most important thing at this moment was the body-shaping technique. The technique could heal injuries to a certain extent. After some observation, Luing finally severed 5 fingers from Orton's arm and found the body-shaping technique chip. This is the moment. He excitedly integrated the body-shaping technique into his body. Suddenly, intense pain swept through his entire body, and he once again felt that supreme power. All the cells in his body seemed to be reorganizing and refining, the surging mighty force like overlooking the starry sky, lifting him, an insignificant ant, out of the narrow confines of Earth. Luing spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain of cellular remodeling was accompanied by a sense of happiness. He could clearly feel his own evolution, gradually aligning with this vast starry sky. An hour passed, and Granny's complexion slightly improved, her injuries easing. Give me 1 more hour, and I'll be able to move, she said excitedly. She had no intention of leaving. After gaining control of Jinling, she would have leverage to negotiate with even stronger individuals. The blue zone has some protection, but not everyone will follow the rules. The evolution trial of ordinary planets is still negotiable, but now that the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky is about to appear, everyone wants to shine in this trial. This Earth trial is destined to be exceptionally brutal. What worries Granny the most is the second batch of trial participants set to arrive in just over 2 months. This group of trial participants had already been decided. At the time, the news of the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky had just been released, and there were few students who joined temporarily. But the second group was completely different. Everyone came specifically for the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky. Granny was uncertain about what kind of extraordinary talents might emerge, but she had a premonition that they would be remarkable. She did not intend to monopolize Jinling, as that would be unrealistic. She wanted to rely on Jinling to seek out the strong and exchange allegiance for better trial results. This was also Trace's goal. Another half-hour passed, and Granny felt more recovered. She was about to get up to look for Orton. Suddenly, a surge of star energy fluctuations came from the distance. Granny looked over in shock. What is this? A kilometer away in the ruins, Lu Yin's internal pain gradually subsided. He clenched his fist, feeling his own strength. At this moment, he had truly stepped into the realm of cultivation, possessing a trace of capital to gaze at the starry sky. Granny opened her personal terminal to test combat power. Beep, beep, beep. The notification sound kept ringing, finally displaying 1080. She was puzzled. 1080? Just broke through the exploration realm? Who is it? Yada? Amidst the ruins, Luing pushed aside the rubble and slowly walked out, his gaze locking onto Granny. Granny was startled, her heart sinking, her eyes flickering. You broke through the exploration realm? Luing approached step by step, responding with a faint smile. Haven't you already detected it? Granny frowned, her tone gentle. I'm sorry, Yada. I shouldn't have pushed you out to block the enemy's attack just now, but you have to believe me, it was an instinctive reaction, not intentional. Luing smiled and said, of course I believe you. As an academy elite who has been through life and death trials, having such instinctive reactions is perfectly normal. Granny revealed a faint smile. That's good. Yada, Trace and Orton are both dead, and that native is seriously injured. From now on, Jinling belongs to us. If we work together, no one can take it away. Luing responded with a smile. Well said. Then before that, could you lend me something? Granny's expression changed, forcing a smile. What thing? Luing said casually, nothing much, just some energy crystals. Granny's gaze turned sharp. What did you say? Luing stared at her and calmly said, let's put it this way, hand over your void condensation ring. Are you trying to rob me? Granny shouted angrily. Luing shrugged. Don't make it sound so dark. I just want to take a look. Granny stood up, glaring coldly at Luing, and said harshly, Yada, don't think that just because the body sculpting technique helped you recover some of your injuries, you can suppress me. You're not fully healed yet, and I've recovered quite a bit. If we really fight, the outcome is uncertain. Don't forget, you just reached the exploration realm, with a mere 1080 combat power. Lu Yin's lips curved slightly. Really? If you truly believed in combat power, would you be wasting so many words with me? Glenny's gaze flickered, but she did not respond. Luing continued, combat power is merely the external influence of an individual star energy, simply reflecting the strength of star energy. It doesn't represent true strength. Isn't that the first sentence in the Academy's textbooks? Glenny retorted coldly, wrong. The textbooks just don't want to discourage ordinary students students.
The higher the combat power, the greater the individual star energy strength, which suppresses those with lower combat power.
Otherwise, why do you think Trace is stronger than me?
Our combat power differs by nearly double, and no battle technique can make up for that. Luin lifted his foot, approaching step by step.
Since you're confident, then make your move. Granny's gaze turned sharp, staring intently at the approaching Luin.
She took out a flame crystal from the void ring, crushed it, and flames surged into the air.
Flame palm. Granny was forced to make a move.
If this palm strike could defeat Luin, she herself would inevitably suffer injuries. As the flaming palm descended, the center of the palm gathered intense flames. Luin raised his hand, the moon circling his palm, and unhesitatingly met the heavenly star palm. When their palms touched, the moon erupted with terrifying power, completely extinguishing the flames. With one strike, Granny was sent flying 100 meters, her arm broken, crashing to the ground in a sorry state, her gaze incredulously fixed on Luin. She never expected that Luin could severely injure her with a single strike. What kind of battle technique is this? It's definitely not the ripple palm. Wave palm is fundamentally no match for flame fire palm. The combat strength of the two differs by nearly double, and under normal circumstances, battle techniques cannot make up for it. Lu Yin's gaze burned as he stared at his right palm.
This is the celestial star palm.
After reaching the exploration realm, the power of the heavenly star palm surges dramatically. The stars in the palm rotate, and the explosive force is enough to crush everything. This is merely the power of a single star.
What if there were 2, 10, 20? The power is unimaginable.
This combat technique must never be disclosed. At this moment, the commotion attracted the attention of Qin Xian and others. The army appeared once again, seeing Luin standing alone on the ground.
Brother Lu? Feng Hong was surprised.
Qin Xian and the others were the same. They had retreated far away during the battle and hadn't seen this scene at all.
Luin ordered, detain that woman and imprison her. Treat the punishment saint. Not long after, Blaney was escorted away by the army. Zhou Shan was urgently taken to the treatment room by the doctor. Wait, Zhou Shan's weak voice sounded.
The crowd gathered around. Zhou Shan looked at Luin. While I'm undergoing treatment, Jinling will be under your protection.
I'm counting on you. Luin nodded. Don't worry.
Thank you, Zhou Shan said before falling unconscious.
Today's battle caused heavy losses in Jinling. Luin ordered the reconstruction of the destroyed settlements and comforted the survivors. At the same time, Luo Yun and others were ordered to return to Jinling immediately. Many matters did not require his personal attention. The penal camp had its own mature handling procedures. He then headed to the lowest level of the Jinling Evolver prison to meet Granny. At this moment, Granny's limbs were bound, and the surroundings were filled with concealed technological weapons. Any slight movement would result in being shot.
Luin dismissed the guards and approached her. He removed her spatial ring, cut his finger, and used the genetic code in his blood to unlock the ring, pouring out all the items inside. The spatial ring was extremely valuable, and very few could afford it. Asta and Orton both lacked the void condensation ring. Only Granny and Trace possess it. Trace's void condensation ring has already been taken by Luin, yielding quite a few good items.
Now it's Granny's turn. Who exactly are you? Granny questioned. Luin smiled. What do you think? You must be from the universe, definitely not an earthling. Granny glared angrily through gritted teeth.
Luin nodded and took away all the energy crystals. The rest, such as underwear and other items, were placed back into the spatial ring and returned to her. Without a genetic code, the void ring is useless, and Luin has no reason to seize a worthless ring. My name is Luin, don't get it wrong, Luin said calmly.
Is that the name you use on Earth? Granny asked, puzzled.
Luin did not answer directly. He simply stared at her and said coldly, log into the cosmic network and change Jinling to blue.
Granny sneered coldly, completely ignoring it.
Luin sighed, actually, I don't like using torture, but this is the punishment camp, you know, they have plenty of ways to make you obedient.
Granny said angrily, these natives will pay the price sooner or later.
Before that, you'll pay an even more terrifying price. Luin stared at her coldly. The two stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, Granny lowered her head in submission. After all, she was just a student. When facing Earthlings, she might be proud, cold, or even cruel, but that was due to the difference in status. Once that status was stripped away, she was nothing more than an ordinary student. In front of Luin, Granny changed the color of Jinling on the Earth map in the cosmic network to blue. Luin looked at the screen and noticed that parts of Earth had already turned blue, signifying that these areas were completely under the control of the students. Of course, this wasn't entirely the case. Some students might have been forced or coerced into marking the areas, but such instances should be rare. Parts of China turned blue, as did regions in Europe, the Americas, and Africa. What caught Lu Yin's attention the most was Hubei, which had also turned blue. He pondered, had Lu Shaoge surrendered, or had he already fallen? I ask you, who among the arriving students are strong? Luin questioned Glanny, staring at her.
Glanny shook her head. I don't know.
The planetary evolution trial is organized by the Dayu Empire, with participants from various academies.
I only know about the Imperial First Military Academy. Trace is considered strong, but I really don't know about the others. Lu Ying did not press further, knowing that the real test would come in over 2 months. He was confident in handling the first batch of students. Nowadays, everyone was busy, and Lu Ying personally took action, slaying several heaven-level mutant beasts detected by personal terminals. It wasn't until 5 days later that the busyness slightly subsided. Lu Ying convened a meeting, with all the commanders attending, including Luo Yun, who had just rushed back from the front lines. This time, Su San was completely convinced by Lu Ying. Having joined the punishment camp not long ago and already replacing the position of the punishment saint, he felt his future was bright. Lu Ying grew increasingly appreciative of Su San. With his support, Su San had stepped into the earthly realm, also known as the observing boundary. Once he reached the exploring boundary, his value would become immeasurable. Su San, filled with determination, secretly resolved to grow stronger quickly. The more he did so, the more Lu Ying admired him. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. No one at the meeting voiced any objections to Lu Ying. The fact that he dared to intervene in the heavenly battlefield spoke volumes, not to mention that Lu Ying had openly admitted to reaching heavenly strength comparable to a punishment saint. None of the commanders dared to challenge him lightly. As for the 2 commanders who had defected to Granny, Lu Ying stripped them of their positions and demoted them to the army to atone for their crimes through service. What's most important now is to abandon the front line and focus entirely on expanding the Jinling settlement, Lu Ying said, looking at the remaining 8 commanders. Someone hesitated and said, opening the passage to the capital is a fundamental strategy set by Saint Xing. If we abandon it, wouldn't that be inappropriate? The bespectacled woman Qin Xian solemnly agreed. I concur. With Jinling's current strength, it's impossible to connect with other regions. Stabilizing internally must come before external plans. Feng Hong and the others also nodded in agreement. Lu Ying stood up. It's decided then. Recall all the soldiers from the penal battalion, expand westward, and reclaim the lost territory step by step. After speaking, he turned and left. Before leaving, he said indifferently, get me a star map of the solar system, as detailed as possible. The people at the meeting site exchanged silent glances. Qin Xian stared at Lu Yin's back, lost in thought. She felt that this person was even more domineering than Xing Shang and seemed to have intentions toward Jinling. Xing Shang merely entrusted him with temporary management, but this person overturned Xing Shang's strategy. What would Xing Shang's reaction be if he woke up? Feng Hong, during this period, you must stay by Xing Shang's side and not leave him for a moment, Qin Xian said softly to Feng Hong. Feng Hong asked in confusion, why is that? Qin Xian replied, it's nothing, just to protect Xing Shang. She was worried that Lu Ying might take action against Xing Shang, causing his death and allowing her to completely take control of Jinling. Opposite them, Luo Yun watched the two conversing, her eyes flickering. A few days ago, Zhao Yu had already left, heading to the northeast alone. Her courage impressed Lu Ying, but he also thought it was not very wise. The former 80,000 evolvers of the penal camp, after deducting losses on the front line, now only number 50,000. After being fully recalled to Jinling, the defensive strength has greatly increased. Each major commander guards all sides of Jinling, making it impregnable. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually fades, beams of light streak across the sky, eliminating flying mutant beasts. On the city wall, Lu Ying ordered in a deep voice, if a beast tide or corpse tide is detected, feel free to use thermal weapons without worrying about ammunition wastage. Yes, responded two commanders in unison. Suddenly, a cry echoed from afar. On the ground, pieces of zombies were torn into pools of blood. A massive flying mutant beast skimmed low, heading straight for Jinling. The crowd panicked. Attack, quickly attack. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed slightly as he leaped into the air. He swung the sword that belonged to Orton. With a single slash, the strike condensed from probing energy bore down fiercely, slamming the flying mutant beast hard into the ground. The mutant beast's head twisted grotesquely, letting out a wail. Lu Ying landed, stepping on the back of the mutant beast, and thrust his longsword into its brain. The mutant beast trembled twice before collapsing completely, dead. Countless people watched the scene in shock, then erupted into cheers. Someone took the lead in shouting Saint Yin, followed by the crowd echoing in unison. Why? Lu Yin's lips moved slightly, knowing that the title saint did not suit him. He quickly stopped everyone. However, the name Hidden Saint gradually spread. The number of zombies and mutant beasts around Jinling gradually decreased, essentially cleared out by the punishment camp. As Lu Yin's orders were issued, the main forces of the punishment camp began gathering in the west. Nearly half of the centurions rushed to the western front to begin clearing the roads. The number of survivors attracted to Jinling increased day by day, and naturally, the number of evolvers rose accordingly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, leaving less than 70 days until the arrival of the second batch of trial participants. During this time, Lu Ying absorbed some star energy crystals, raising his combat power to 1,500. Still nearly half of the star energy crystals remain unused. The primary use of star energy crystals is not merely to accelerate combat power enhancement, but to train combat techniques, serve as a power source for advanced technological weapons, and provide emergency energy replenishment during shortages. Practitioners who rely on the body shaping technique
technique rarely directly absorb the energy within star energy crystals.
Combat techniques, however, are the foundation of the strong. Powerful combat skills can exponentially enhance strength. Although the combat power value is high, it is more likely to intimidate enemies.
Of course, the higher the combat power, the stronger the energy within. The same attack will naturally have greater destructive power. Like Trace, although the wave palm could directly clash with Granny's battle technique, he still reserved a large amount of star energy crystals to refine his battle technique. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Otherwise, the battle situation from half a month ago might have been rewritten. Lu Ying planned to use the remaining star energy crystals to refine the celestial palm while also attempting a new technique.
During this half-month, Granny finally yielded.
She took the initiative to request a meeting with Lu Ying. Lu Ying had never been merciful. Though there was no punishment, he confined her alone in a dark cell,
silent and unaccompanied.
Though there was food, it consisted entirely of mutated rat meat. This half-month has become the darkest time in Granny's life. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and pleaded, "I am willing to help you. Please let me out." Granny's face was pale, her gaze murky, and she emitted an unpleasant odor as she looked at Lu Ying with a pleading expression.
Lu Ying asked indifferently, "What can you help me with?" Granny weakly replied, "Help you protect Jinling. I'll follow your orders. Let me go. I really can't take it anymore." Lu Ying stared at her. "I ask you, what is the final mission of this trial?" Granny's eyes flickered. "You're really not a student? Then how did you enter Earth?"
"This place has long been under the surveillance of the Great Yu Empire. It's impossible to come and go freely." Lu Ying turned and prepared to leave.
Granny quickly called out, "Wait, I'm just curious. I won't ask more. Our mission is to capture the fugitive." Lu Ying turned back curiously. "Fugitive?" Granny nodded.
"We only received the notice the day before the trial. A fugitive broke through the surveillance network and entered Earth, bringing evolution with them. The Empire originally had no intention of letting us conduct the trial on Earth, but since Earth has evolved, the Empire had no choice but to temporarily change the trial location, causing a delay of several months. Otherwise, we should have arrived on Earth months ago."
Lu Ying was surprised. "The evolution of Earth wasn't brought by you?"
Granny shook her head. "No, the trial planet we were supposed to go to is quite far from Earth." Lu Ying hadn't expected to obtain such crucial information. The evolution of Earth was not brought about by the Great Yu Empire but was naturally occurring internally.
A fugitive? Neptune. Could that corpse be the key? What exactly is the fugitive's identity? Lu Ying asked.
Granny coughed a few times, her voice hoarse. "No, I don't know. His identity is top secret. No one knows his appearance or name."
"Then how do you plan to find him?" Lu Ying continued to ask.
"That's the essence of the mission. Trial tasks are never simple," Granny replied.
"Even if you manage to find the fugitive, do you students have the strength to capture him?" Lu Ying asked doubtfully.
"He fled from the inner universe to the outer universe and is already severely injured, making it impossible for him to retain strength beyond the fusion realm.
Moreover, all the items he had to protect himself have been destroyed, leaving him without any means of survival," Granny answered. 10 minutes later, Granny was released.
Lu Ying arranged for someone to bathe her and treat her injuries.
Granny did not appear before Lu Ying for an entire day. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that they met again.
Although the half-month period had been excruciating for Granny, apart from the injury on her right shoulder, her other wounds had significantly improved, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of the universe's special healing medicine.
When they met again, Lu Ying brought her to an open grassy area on Zhongshan. "Aside from your shoulder, you've recovered quite a bit. So, how about trying to defeat me and letting me experience what it's like to be imprisoned?"
Granny glared at Lu Ying with resentment, her hands and feet still bound by iron chains.
Lu Ying smiled and said, "Stop pretending. With your strength, this little restraint can't possibly hold you." Clang!
The chains broke and a piercing pain shot through Granny's right arm. Her face turned pale as she exhaled. "I told you, I will help you." Lu Ying pulled out Trace's gun from his waist and tossed it on the ground.
"Without this energy gun, you shouldn't have anything to fear now, right?"
Granny stared in shock at the gun thrown to the ground. It was Trace's life-saving treasure, capable of threatening explorers, and the reason she feared Lu Ying.
And now Lu Ying had voluntarily given it up? "Come on, you can try to defeat me. If you win, Jinling is yours, and you can avenge yourself." "How great is that?"
Lu Ying said provocatively. Granny's eyes sparkled as she flicked her long hair, her figure shifting instantly, charging toward Lu Ying.
She was determined to go all out. Even with only one hand left, she was confident she could fight Lu Ying to a draw. She was no novice explorer.
Approaching Lu Ying, Granny's feet scraped the ground, sparking flames. Her left palm swung out, the sparks converging, flame palm. Lu Ying saw the fiery palm coming and easily dodged with a light step, casually tossing out a flame crystal. "This level of firepower isn't enough. Try again."
Granny was surprised but didn't hesitate.
The flame crystal shattered, unleashing a sky-high blaze. She leapt over the flames, her left palm spinning, the fire seeming to possess a life of its own as it gathered. A deeper, more intense flame condensed in her palm, and she struck toward Lu Ying. Lu Ying's gaze sharpened as he stepped back half a pace, his right palm striking out, with starlight shining in his palm to counter Granny's flame palm.
Bang! The shockwave cracked the earth. Heat waves surged surged, flames erupted into the sky, and countless sparks scattered. A powerful shockwave exploded between the two. Immediately after, Granny spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was flung 100 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood foam. Luin remained motionless, his expression calm. When he was at the gaze realm, he had severely injured Trace with the celestial palm. Now, both at the exploration realm, their combat strength was nearly equal, and the power of the celestial palm surpassed its former might. At this moment, holding back and not killing Glanny was already an act of great restraint. Glanny collapsed weakly to the ground, staring at Lu Yin in shock. How is this possible? She knew that Lu Yin's palm combat technique was powerful, capable of defeating her flame palm when he had just broken through to the explorer realm. At that time, she was injured and unable to exert her full strength. But just now, she had unleashed her flame palm with full force, yet it wasn't even enough to make Lu Yin take a step back. The surrounding troops from the penal battalion quickly approached, but were ordered to retreat by Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward to stand in front of Granny. Still want to resist? Blood seeped from Granny's lips, her face pale. What battle technique? Lu Yin sneered. Triple wave palm. How is that possible? It doesn't resemble wave palm at all, Granny responded weakly. Lu Yin picked up the energy gun with a smile. Haven't you heard? There's a legend of a strong individual who shattered stars with a 100-fold wave palm. Defeating you with a 3-fold wave palm is a piece of cake. Granny was still trapped in shock and disbelief. Someone she could easily suppress in the past was now effortlessly defeated by her, making it hard for her to accept. Go heal yourself. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguard. Lu Yin smiled at her and turned to leave. Granny spat out blood bitterly, secretly thinking that no wonder this bastard made her take action. It turned out he wanted to subdue her. Back at his residence, Lu Yin was inwardly excited. Although his combat power was only 1005, with the heavenly star palm, even if Granny went all out, she wouldn't be his match. He finally had the means to protect himself. He instructed Susan to guard the entrance and announced his seclusion for cultivation. Inside the closed training room in Zhongshan, he took out the star energy crystal, but instead of directly absorbing it, he brought out the dice. Since its last use, the dice had remained dim and lifeless. Lu Yin observed it multiple times and discovered its glow was slowly recovering, speculating that it required the aid of star energy. Just taken out, the training room was filled with surging star energy, all absorbed by the die. The dim surface gradually regained its luster. Lu Yin took out star energy crystals one after another, and the glow on the die's surface continued to intensify. Finally, when only the last crystal remained, the die returned to its original appearance, shrouded in a hazy starlight. Lu Yin wiped his forehead, sighing at how immense the demand for star energy was. He estimated that the star energy crystals stored by Granny and Trace, combined with the star energy the die had recovered and absorbed during this time, would amount to nearly half a cubic meter if converted into crystals. And this didn't even include the burst of energy during his breakthrough to the explorer realm. If everything were accounted for, it might require a full cubic meter of star energy crystals. You should know that the star energy crystal Tress carried for the trial is already nearing its limit. Even wealthy students find it difficult to obtain a whole cubic crystal. This shows how extraordinarily precious this item is. And every time this thing is used, it consumes 1 cubic star energy crystal. Lu Yin lamented that he might be very poor in the future and would need to find a way to make a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford this thing. He would never easily give up the dice. The first use had already brought him the heaven-defying technique, the starry sky technique. Who knows what it might bring him in the future? The key is that there are no after effects, and no one knows he took it. This thing is a cheat tool for countless people. Don't mention 1 cubic star energy, even 10 cubic, 100 cubic, he will still use it. At worst, it's just robbery. Lu Yin looked at the dice floating in midair, swallowed, and rubbed his hands. Come on, the moment to show my luck has arrived. Hopefully, it'll bring something good this time. Saying this, he reverently tapped the dice. The dice spun faster and faster, and finally, the numbers on 5 sides disappeared, leaving only one side 4. 4 points? Lu Yin wondered. Before he could think further, the surroundings suddenly changed. The training room disappeared, and Zhongshan faded away. He saw an endless gray-white space, boundless and infinite. Looking up, there was profound darkness, stepping on a hard-to-identify material ground. Behind him, a set of numbers slowly flickered. 259200, 259199, 259,198. In Lu Yin's mind, he vaguely understood that this place was the time stasis space. In shock, he muttered to himself, unbelievable, time stasis? I've only heard this name in legends, never thought the dice would have such a function. 4 points mean he can stay in the time-stop space for 3 days. The numbers behind him are the seconds counting down. In other words, if he stays here until the last second, the outside time remains completely unchanged. He focused on the changing numbers and took a deep breath, thinking to himself, is his talent a bit too terrifying? Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he raised his hand and summoned the dice again. This time, it was dim and lifeless once more. Only then did Lu Yin understand why using it required such a massive amount of star energy.
At this moment, it seems that the consumed star energy might still be insufficient. He took out the last star energy crystal and cast it toward the number. The star energy instantly transformed into a stream of light, increasing the number by 5 seconds.
Lewin smiled wryly. 5 seconds? That's way too little.
The initial space lasts only 3 days, and extending the time using star energy crystals comes at an extremely high cost. A fist-sized star energy crystal can only add 5 seconds, and even a cubic meter of star energy crystals can only extend the time by about 80 minutes, which is just 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Cultivation, combat techniques, weapon energy, dice, time.
Lewin realized that everything about him was inseparable from star energy crystals.
His premonition grew stronger and stronger that in the future, he might have to resort to some dishonorable actions for star energy crystals, such as robbery. Perhaps becoming an interstellar pirate wouldn't be such a bad choice.
Looking around, Lewin knew he had to stay here for 3 days. This time frame was quite awkward. Cultivating the sky star palm was simply not enough, and there were no star energy crystals to absorb. As for other combat techniques, after thinking for a moment, he ultimately decided to cultivate the void split palm. The void split palm is an advanced version of the wave palm, also considered a common combat technique, but it demands far more from the body than the wave palm. Even among cultivators at the fusion realm, few can perform the void split palm because its physical requirements are simply too stringent, and this was exactly to Lu Yin's liking. Without energy, it was the most suitable choice for him. His confidence in his physical strength solidified his decision.
The splitting sky palm is even more powerful than the ripple palm.
More importantly, it can attack from a distance, perfectly compensating for Lu Yin's shortcomings. All along, although he hadn't deliberately trained, Lu Yin had never neglected exercising his body. It was precisely because of this that the ripple palm was able to help him defeat Yasta back then. While star energy permeates the universe, the ecosystems of different planets vary, and the distribution and utilization of star energy are not fixed. For this reason, combat techniques like the ripple palm, which rely on physical strength, are particularly valuable. Unfortunately, many people focus solely on powerful combat techniques, ignoring the fact that such techniques are often impractical in many situations.
The numbers in the time-stopping space continued to decrease.
Supporting his body with a single finger, Lu Yin was drenched in sweat as 3 days passed swiftly. As the countdown reached the final second, the scene before him suddenly shifted, and he found himself back in the training room, everything around him unchanged. He quickly checked the time and, as expected, almost no time had passed. He had trained intensively for 3 whole days, yet only a second had elapsed outside. After taking a bath and having a good rest for a day, the next day, Lu Yin met Granny again. At this moment, Granny looked at him with caution and a hint of fear in her eyes.
"Do you know your duty?" Lu Yin asked casually.
Granny replied softly, "Your guard." Lu Yin smiled, "Let's go, Xing Sheng should be waking up soon."
Zhou Shan had been undergoing intensive treatment.
His injuries were far worse than Granny's. If it hadn't been for Lu Yin's intervention back then, he would have been killed by Orton, not to mention the earlier attack from Trace. Half a month of treatment had caused Zhou Shan to lose a significant amount of weight. When Lu Yin brought Granny to the outside of the ward, Feng Hong quickly stood up. "Brother Lu, no, Sage Yin, Sage Xing has woken up." Lu Yin felt helpless. He didn't want to be called the hidden sage at all, especially with the second batch of trial students about to arrive. This title was likely to become a focal point for attacks, but now that the name had spread throughout Jinling, and he had been recognized as a heaven-level powerhouse, there was no way to refute it.
"Got it. You all stay outside. I'll go in," Lu Yin said calmly as he stepped past Feng Hong and the others, entering the ward. Feng Hong looked warily at Granny. After all, this woman was an alien. Granny ignored Feng Hong. To be precise, she didn't care about anyone except Lu Yin.
If Lu Yin hadn't come from the starry sky, with her pride, she might have struggled for a while longer before submitting. In the ward, besides Zhou Shan, there was Qin Xian. Seeing Lu Yin come in, Qin Xian immediately became alert, subtly positioning herself in front of Zhou Shan. Lu Yin smiled, "I want to have a word with the Saint of Punishment.
He won't mind, will he?" Qin Xian pondered for a moment.
"Qin Xian, step aside." Zhou Shan's weak voice came through. Qin Xian hesitated for a moment but eventually stepped aside and moved to the side. Lu Yin looked at her, "You go out first." Qin Xian's gaze shifted slightly as she turned to look at Zhou Shan.
Zhou Shan nodded, signaling her to leave. Qin Xian reluctantly left.
"Sorry, she's too worried about me," Zhou Shan said softly, gesturing for Lu Yin to sit down. Lu Yin sat by the bedside and smiled. "She's afraid I'll hurt you." Zhou Shan smiled, "If you wanted to harm me, I would have been dead long ago. I heard you rejected the northern front and want to focus on Jinling in the west?" Lu Yin nodded, got up, and walked to the window, gazing at the chaotic scene of Jinling before him.
He said calmly, "It's only been half a year since the apocalypse.
Zombies are the most numerous, but aside from their numbers, their aggression isn't strong, and they don't pose much harm to evolvers. Mutant beasts, on the other hand, are different. The longer time passes, the stronger they become. The Xing camp's front line is stretched too thin. Sooner or later, it will collapse entirely. Precisely because it's only been half a year since the apocalypse, I hope to connect connect with other forces as soon as possible and join hands to reclaim China. That's also the reason Zhao Yu risked coming to Jinling, Zhou Shan said.
Lu Ying turned to look at him. How many casualties does Xing camp suffer daily? How much road can they open up?
I had Luo Yan report to you before your so-called safe passage has encountered Corpse Kings. Corpse Kings are intelligent and can evolve. They can even acquire alternative attack methods by consuming special substances.
They're not something a commander can handle. Can you personally go to the front line? How far can you go? Can you guarantee you won't encounter a heaven-level mutant beast?
Zhou Shan fell silent and said bitterly, I know all that, but I must get through to the capital.
I want to understand what really happened back then. Maybe I can find the root cause of the apocalypse.
Lu Ying narrowed his eyes.
The root cause of the apocalypse? Zhou Shan looked at Lu Ying solemnly. Back then, China brought back a corpse from Neptune and obtained some information.
It was based on this information that we got ahead of all other forces.
After the apocalypse, we even became one of the 7 saints.
But there was something wrong with that corpse. The Academy of Science detected an abnormal substance on it, a substance capable of causing cellular mutations. I suspect that the apocalyptic disaster was triggered by that corpse.
And then what? Lu Ying pressed further.
Zhou Shan said bitterly, those abnormal substances are simply beyond the control of the Academy of Science. So back then, number 1 ordered the corpse to be transported away and had the 7 of us dispersed to guard different parts of Huaxia. Perhaps number 1 already had a premonition at that time, but on the very day the corpse was transported, the apocalypse arrived. Lu Ying stared intently at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan gazed at the ceiling, speaking in confusion. We don't know exactly what happened. We only know that the world suddenly changed. Researchers from the Academy of Science, number 1, and many others perished in that massive explosion. Later, we tried our best to make contact, but there was no response.
Even Zhang Dingtian in the capital was unaware. What about the corpse? Lu Ying asked urgently.
What he valued most was that corpse, which contained the body sculpting technique and might be the fugitive sought during the student trial, someone from the inner universe.
Zhou Shan shook his head. I don't know.
All that was left at the scene was a sinkhole filled with magma. All the information disappeared in the explosion, bringing about doomsday. Lu Ying turned his head, his gaze resolute. Clearly, Zhou Shan was not lying. He had been tirelessly searching for that corpse, traveling from Hubei to Jinling for this purpose. But even the 7 saints did not know the whereabouts of the body. It seemed he would have to make a trip to the capital.
Get some rest.
I'm leaving now, Lu Ying said calmly.
Zhou Shan asked, are you leaving Jinling? Lu Ying looked at Zhou Shan. You want me to stay? Of course I do. Only if you stay can Jinling be defended. I can sense your strength is formidable.
You were able to injure that strongest alien when you were at the Earth level, and now you've reached the Heaven level. Your power is definitely above mine. I hope you stay. The penal camp can follow your orders, and I am even willing to obey you, Zhou Shan said solemnly.
Lu Ying was surprised. Why?
If I leave, Jinling will still be your domain, and you'll still be the revered saint of justice.
Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. Do you think we want this title? I guard Jinling under the orders of number 1.
I am a soldier. Whether or not there is glory, I will carry out orders.
The lives of millions in Jinling are more important than anything. I hope you stay and protect them.
Lu Yin's gaze met Zhou Shan's, and neither backed down as they stared at each other.
After a long while, Lu Ying nodded. I will stay for now.
With that, he turned and walked out of the ward. Zhou Shan let out a sigh of relief and looked out the window.
The battle half a month ago had left an indelible mark on him.
The so-called saint of punishment was nothing more than an ant. The heavy burden of millions of lives weighed on him, making it hard to breathe. He sincerely hoped Lu Ying would stay. Only by living could there be a future.
Everything he told Lu Ying was top secret, but it also represented his sincerity.
Walking out of the ward, Qin Xian hurriedly rushed in.
Lu Ying nodded to Feng Hong and left with Granny. Soldier, this heavy word represents endless responsibility.
The responsibility is too great, and Lu Ying does not want to bear it. He respects Zhou Shan, but that does not mean he will stay here forever to help him. Trace's body shaping technique was already in his possession, so there was no need to worry about breaking through to the fusion realm. He could stay for the time being, but the moment there was news about that corpse, he would leave immediately. Nothing was more important than that corpse. The land of Jinling was engulfed in smoke and flames, with battles raging incessantly. Every few days, a beast tide would surge from the west, appearing out of nowhere. In the sky, flocks of flying mutant beasts charged toward the settlement. Granny soared into the air, flames condensing into a fiery palm that shook the heavens.
Sparks flew everywhere, drawing countless expressions of admiration and reverence.
Lu Ying stood on the city wall, gazing westward.
The beast tides had been coming a bit too frequently these past few days. Could it be that a powerful mutant beast had appeared? Granny, support the southwest. Lu Ying shouted loudly.
In the sky, Granny was frustrated. She was a favored child of the stars, yet she was being ordered around like this. She wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Lu Yin's cold eyes, she wisely carried out the command.
Her mind couldn't help but recall a scene from a few days ago. It was the day after visiting Zhou Shan.
Lu Ying had suddenly proposed a sparring match, promising not to use the ripple palm.
Only then did Granny agree.
To her dismay, the scoundrel actually used the sky-splitting palm, nearly crippling her with one strike. Furious, Granny swore never to spar with him again. Of course, she was also shocked by Lu Yin's strength.
If the ripple palm wasn't too surprising, then the sky-splitting palm was completely different.
Among her peers, only one person could use the sky-splitting palm, the strongest at the Empire's first military academy, Willow.
Lu Yin was the second. Boom! The flame palm slammed fiercely onto the ground, shattering several powerful mutant beasts. Granny took a deep breath.
She also found it strange. After the apocalypse, although there were many mutant beasts, not all of them attacked humans. Beasts had their own instincts. As long as no one invaded their territory, they rarely came out. This was the key reason so many survivors could persist. But at this moment, beast tides seemed to be occurring more frequently.
A massive roar echoed. Ahead, two mutant beasts charged to attack Granny. Granny once again unleashed her flame palm, killing the two mutant beasts with a single strike. On the city wall, Lu Ying frowned. This woman relied too much on combat techniques, which limited her development. If she stopped using flame palm, her combat power would immediately drop by half. In the academy, she was probably only considered above average, far inferior to Trace, and only slightly stronger than Orton. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened sharply, shouting angrily, "Stop!" As he spoke, he raised his palm and pressed down in mid-air. The air was seized, forming ripples that spread outward, then blasted toward Granny's direction like an air cannon. Granny turned her head in surprise, only to see Lu Yin's split void palm coming at her. Her expression changed drastically. This lunatic was actually attacking me. Suddenly, Granny felt a chill on her back. Someone was ambushing her. Reacting quickly, she instinctively bent down. The split void palm swept past Granny and struck directly behind her. With a loud bang, the air trembled, and Granny was swept away by the immense force. Behind her, a man spat out blood and was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground. Lu Ying leaped into the air, swiftly flying toward Granny, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the man lying on the ground. He landed in front of Granny. Granny exhaled in relief, looking at Lu Ying with gratitude. If it hadn't been for Lu Ying just now, she would have been ambushed. The attacker was also at the explorer level of strength. If the ambush had succeeded, she didn't know how severe her injuries would have been. She might even have been killed. The ground split open with a massive crack. The man clutched his chest, staring at Lu Ying in shock. Split void palm? How is that possible? Lu Ying coldly stared at the man, his peripheral vision scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with a flash of movement, he disappeared into the beast tide. The man shouted, "Run!" but it was too late. From the abdomen of a mutated beast, a young man looked at Lu Ying in surprise as he reached out with one hand. The young man drew a long blade and slashed at him. With a clang, the blade shattered upon impact. Lu Ying crushed the blade with one palm and struck the man, causing the ground within tens of meters to crack and collapse. A whirlwind of air currents shot out, tearing countless mutated beasts to shreds. With just two moves, Lu Ying defeated two explorers, leaving Granny stunned and speechless. She was certain these two were students. Although they weren't from the Empire's first military academy, anyone participating in the trial was definitely not weak. Yet, they were defeated so easily. This was Lu Yin's current strength. His true combat power far exceeded his numerical battle value. As the two were defeated, the beast tide strangely began to retreat. Lu Ying immediately realized that the beast tide during this period came from these two people. "Who are you?" Granny shouted angrily, almost being ambushed. The two men glanced at Lu Ying warily but did not answer. Lu Ying waved to dismiss the soldiers and coldly stared at the two. "If you don't speak, I'll chop you up and feed you to the mutant beasts. We are all students, you can't be so cruel," a man said fearfully, his face somewhat pale. Lu Ying shrugged. "Sorry, I'm not a student, I'm an earthling." "Impossible," the two exclaimed in shock, simultaneously looking at Granny. Granny remained silent. The two were shocked. How could a mere native defeat us so easily? And even know the splitting void palm? "Enough, no need for nonsense. Speak or die," Lu Ying said coldly. 10 minutes later, Lu Ying ordered the two to be imprisoned, his gaze contemplative. These two were from the Blue Mountain Academy of the Great Yu Empire. The academy was located on a planet teeming with beasts, so they knew some beast taming techniques, but they could only control very weak mutant beasts. As for attacking Jinling, like Granny and the others, they wanted to seize Jinling. However, unlike Granny, these two had someone backing them, and they weren't far from Jinling, located in Manhwa. Granny said angrily, "Why not kill them? They want to seize Jinling." Lu Ying looked at Granny. "You go kill them." Granny was startled and turned her head. "I can't do it." Lu Ying said coldly, "Although trials don't forbid life and death, excessive killing is not good either. Don't try to play tricks in front of me again. This is the first time, and it will be the last." After speaking, Lu Ying turned and left. Granny looked at Lu Yin's back and pursed her lips, secretly thinking it was a pity. She had wanted to push Lu Yin into a position where everyone would be hostile toward him, so she could escape control, but she failed. This
This bastard was smarter than she had imagined. Boss, the beast tide has retreated, Susan said to Luin excitedly, his small eyes sparkling. Luin glanced at him and immediately knew what he was thinking. You've used up the energy crystals I gave you? Susan replied sheepishly, use them all. I've gotten a lot stronger. Luin said, no need to rush to break through to the heaven level. For now, you don't have that capability. Try to immerse yourself and refine the energy within your body. Got it, boss. Susan felt Luin's concern. As for Luin, he certainly didn't want this person to lose potential by absorbing too many impurities, as that would make him worthless. Many major powers have ways to disperse all the energy in one's body and then retrain it. Currently, Susan is worth such an effort to those powers, but the higher the strength, the greater the cost, and the corresponding price would be lower. So the stronger Susan becomes, the less Luin could gain in the future. Earth level is just right. It's enough to save his life. Zhou Shan's injuries had recovered significantly. Luin had used Granny's healing medicine on him. What do you plan to do with those two aliens? Zhou Shan asked. Luin said, keep them locked up for now. They'll definitely be useful. You can interrogate them too. It's good to learn more about the alien situation. Zhou Shan nodded. I heard they're from Manhwa? Luin said, it's right in the direction we're heading, so we might as well deal with it along the way. The direction forward? I've always been curious. Why do you always want to go west? Zhou Shan asked in confusion. Luin looked at Zhou Shan. Want to hear the truth? Obviously. I'm going to Hubei to see someone, Luin said calmly. Hubei? Your relative? Zhou Shan asked in confusion. Luin smiled and said, sort of. Zhou Shan nodded. Alright, Jinling was saved by you. If you say to go west, then we'll go west. By the way, if we really reach Hubei, that's not bad either. We can connect with Lu Xiaoga's Wuqing and join forces to deal with the aliens. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Lu Xiaoga? The radiant saint? How is he? Zhou Shan said. What do you mean? Strength or personality? I'm curious about both, Luin said with a smile. Zhou Shan said, actually, I don't know him very well. Although we worked together back then, we didn't interact much. The person who knows Lu Xiaoga best should be Luo Shang by Shui. From what I've heard, the two of them seem to have had a thing. Luin frowned, then relaxed. Had a thing? Are they married? No, we just have mutual affection, Zhou Shan said uncertainly, then smiled and looked at Luin, grinning. Have you ever seen Bai Shui? Luin shook his head. Zhou Shan raised his head to look at the sky and pointed at the clouds. Bai Shui, that's what it looks like. Luin looked up, following Zhou Shan's gaze, feeling rather confused. White snow, as pure as the lotus emerging from clear water, naturally unadorned, the goddess of the Luo River, breathtakingly beautiful like a painting, Zhou Shan remarked with admiration. Luin stared at Zhou Shan as if he'd seen a ghost. You even know how to use idioms? Zhou Shan rolled his eyes at Luin. I didn't come up with that. It's universally acknowledged. Bai Shui is considered the most beautiful woman in China, bar none. No celebrity, internet influencer, socialite, or campus belle can compare to her, not even a finger. At first, I didn't believe it either, but after seeing her, I was convinced. This woman was born to be worshipped. The word goddess is absolutely fitting for her. Luin chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? Goddess? Such arrogance. A native is just a native. If you were to meet Kai Xingnu, you'd probably kneel and lick her boots. Granny suddenly interjected mockingly. Luin said coldly, from now on, I don't want to hear the word native from your mouth again. Go guard the gate. Granny snorted, not daring to challenge Luin, and turned to leave. Zhou Shan felt awkward. Discussing women and being overheard by another woman was not ideal. Please continue, Brother Zhou, Luin said. Zhou Shan coughed a few times. There's not much to say, really. Lu Xiaoga is handsome. Bai Shui is beautiful. They're a perfect match. What about their strength? Luin asked curiously, his eyes bright. Zhou Shan shrugged. Both Lu Xiaoga and I are in the lower 4 saints, while Bai Shui is in the upper 3 saints. Although there are rumors that Lu Xiaoga is cautious and good at hiding his strength, even if he's stronger than me, it wouldn't be by much. Luin nodded to show his understanding. Although Zhou Shan's words suggested he didn't know much about Lu Xiaoga, Luin could tell that Zhou Shan had a good impression of him. The title of Light Saint was already an extreme form of praise. The image Lu Xiaoga presented to the outside world was nearly perfect. Apart from someone like him who had survived by chance, only the dead knew about Lu Xiaoga's darkness. Originally, Luin thought Lu Xiaoga was his only enemy. If Luo Shang Bai Shui was truly involved with him, the number of enemies might increase. Society is like this, pulling one thread moves the whole body. Luin tapped his fingers on the wall, lost in thought. It wasn't until evening that the beast tide completely retreated. After nightfall, Luin left Jinling. He didn't have many flame crystals left and needed to dig for more. Moonlight poured down, illuminating the cold and desolate earth. Apart from the hair-raising sound of chewing coming from the darkness, the only thing on this land was the howling of the fierce wind. When Luin arrived at the trench near the flame crystal mine, he saw a figure standing quietly. It was a man with short silver hair, gazing up at the moonlight with a somewhat dazed expression. The moment he saw this person, Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. This location, apart from the long-haired corpse king, the flame crystals, and that eerie skeletal vertical eye, was this person here by coincidence?
coincidence or on purpose? Lu Ying hadn't known there was someone here and hadn't deliberately concealed his presence. Naturally, the silver-haired man noticed him as well. Who are you? Lu Yin's gaze was heavy, his expression vigilant. He didn't know how strong this person was, but an intense sense of danger spread through him, making him reluctant to approach. The image of that skeletal vertical eye kept lingering in his mind. The silver-haired man looked at Lu Ying, a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, plunging the earth into darkness. In an instant, Lu Yin's scalp tingled. A flash of white light pierced the darkness as Lu Ying swiftly retreated using his flowing step technique, simultaneously striking out with his right palm. As the palm strike unleashed a starry glow, a pair of cool, icy eyes flickered with surprise under the white light. The white light suddenly spun rapidly and collided with Lu Yin's right palm. Faintly, Lu Ying caught sight of the white light emanating from a beautiful butterfly knife. The blade, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, tore through the air and completely deflected the power of the Skystar palm. With a resounding bang, the air distorted, and both retreated simultaneously. Moonlight emerged once again, spilling onto the earth and illuminating the two figures. Lu Yin's gaze was solemn. This person had blocked the full-force strike of the celestial palm. Opposite him, the silver-haired man looked surprised, then scratched his head. Sorry about that. I thought you were a zombie, so I attacked. My apologies. Ha! Lu Ying narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the man, then curved his lips into a smile. No need to apologize. I also thought you were a zombie, so I attacked. Luckily, I didn't use my full strength, only about half of my palm's power. You weren't hurt, were you? The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow. No, how could I possibly get hurt? Although I barely used a third of my strength, blocking your strike was more than enough, huh? Lu Ying looked at his own palm and smiled. Sorry, I misspoke. I only used a quarter of my strength just now. Luckily, it didn't hurt you. The silver-haired man laughed heartily. Well, I also misspoke. I only used a fifth of my strength. Is that so? I don't believe you. How about we try again? Lu Ying taunted. The silver-haired man quickly waved his hand. No, I am an elegant gourmet who never fights with anyone. By the way, let me ask you a question. What are you doing here? Lu Ying replied indifferently, looking for a classmate. I agreed to meet my classmate here. The silver-haired man let out an "Oh, actually, me too. I remember there's a Jinling nearby, but it was marked blue. Could it be your classmate's doing?" Lu Ying nodded. It's her. The silver-haired man sighed. I see. I was thinking of having some fun, but never mind. You keep waiting. I'll be off, he said, turning around and leaving, disappearing quickly. Lu Ying looked at his personal terminal, only exhaling after confirming the silver-haired man had left. His expression was more serious than ever. His celestial palm had been blocked. This was a full-force strike after he had broken through to the explorer realm. In that moment of darkness and extreme danger, he had no time to hesitate. That strike was indeed his full strength, yet it was still blocked. Who exactly was this person? Among the first batch of trial takers, such a powerful individual had appeared. Lu Ying walked to the edge of the trench, gazing at the location of the flame crystal mine. That person had been standing there from the beginning, and this was the spot where Lu Ying had found the skeletal vertical eye. That person was very likely the owner of that skeletal vertical eye. Lu Ying recalled all the symbols he had seen in the universe, but none of them included a skeletal vertical eye. When he first picked it up, Lu Ying felt he might have come into contact with something extraordinary. Now, this feeling was even stronger. Although the silver-haired man possessed the strength of the exploration realm, Lu Ying sensed during their clash that this man hadn't exerted his full power. His depth was unfathomable. On the other side, the silver-haired man flew under the moonlight, his expression peculiar. His ultimate strike had been blocked. A student in the exploration realm can actually block my attack? Interesting. I originally thought such individuals would only appear among the second batch of trial participants, but it seems there are some in the first batch as well. Yuxiang, located at the border between Jiangsu province and Anhui province. Ever since the penal camp concentrated its main forces westward, this area had become the front line of the penal camp. It was consistently staffed with 5 commanders of 1,000 men and 30,000 evolvers. Advancing westward, they not only rescued many survivors but also recruited numerous evolvers. Nowadays, the total number of evolvers on the Yuxiang front line is close to 40,000, and a new centurion has been added. The overall commander of the front line is Feng Hong, and the only one Lu Ying is familiar with is him. Originally, everything on the front line was stable. However, on this day, a figure appeared high in the sky, overlooking Yuxiang from above. Tens of thousands of evolvers raised their heads to gaze upward. In Jinling, Lu Ying looked at the map. The distance from Jinling to Wucheng was too far, with Anhui in between. This was an entire province filled with countless zombies, numerous mutant beasts, and evolvers dominating their own territories. It was simply too distant. It would take several months to open the road to Wucheng through the punishment camp. Lu Ying pondered. Wucheng is now marked in blue, and even if we reach Wucheng, we might be facing alien students. At that moment, Luo Yun hurried over. Seijin, news from the front line. The punishment camp has been defeated, everyone has been captured, and commanders like Feng
Feng Hong have been arrested.
Lu Yin was surprised. Did aliens make a move?
Luo Yun nodded seriously and said, the soldier who escaped reported that the person who acted left 6 words Blue Mountain Academy Yigu. Let Granny come over, Lu Yin said calmly.
Soon, Granny arrived. Go, use the personal terminal of a Blue Mountain Academy student to contact Yigu.
He has taken control of the penal camp's front line, Lu Yin said calmly. Granny nodded, took out the personal terminals of the 2 students from the void ring, tapped a few times, and a light screen appeared in front of her. On the screen was a young man, smiling as he looked at Granny.
Miss Granny, long time no see. I didn't expect we would meet in this situation.
I am Yego, a student of Blue Mountain Academy, the young man said politely.
Granny asked in confusion, you know me?
Yego smiled and said, the famous elite beauty of the Empire's first military academy.
Blue Mountain Academy is not far from your academy. Of course I know you. Did you arrange for those 2 people to ambush me? Granny asked coldly.
Yego chuckled and said,
of course not. I just told them to look around and see if there were any classmates nearby.
What, they ambushed you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to teach them a good lesson.
There's no need. They've already paid the price, Granny replied indifferently. Lu Yin walked to Granny's side and looked at Yego. Yego was not surprised at all to see Lu Yin. You're the hidden sage of Jinling?
You must also come from the stars, otherwise Granny wouldn't cooperate with you.
Lu Yin said calmly, my name is Yada, a student at Tata Planet Academy. My grandfather is the principal.
Granny's face twitched slightly. She hated that sentence. It was because of that sentence that she let her guard down against this scoundrel.
Yigu was momentarily stunned. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin displayed a hint of arrogance. I have money. Release my people, and I can give you plenty of resources. Yigu laughed heartily. Tata Planet? Never heard of it.
I don't care who you are. I approached you only to propose cooperation.
Cooperation? Lu Yin was surprised.
Yego said solemnly, I discovered a Gale crystal mine nearby, but unfortunately, it's occupied by a group of mutated beasts.
Those mutated beasts have all reached the exploration realm and are very difficult to deal with. I need help. How much? Granny asked. Yego shook his head.
Not sure, but a conservative estimate would be several dozen cubic meters.
Granny's eyes burned with intensity. Several dozen cubic meters of Gale crystals was quite a lot.
On most planets, such crystals would only amount to a few cubic meters at most. Granny wanted to agree, but the words stopped at her lips. Instead, she looked toward Lu Yin. Lu Yin said indifferently, I have money, I don't care.
Yigu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected a student to refuse.
This was dozens of cubic meters of Gale crystals, equivalent to at least 100 cubic meters of star energy crystals. It was enough for someone to practice a battle technique to a very proficient level and could even accelerate cultivation to the fusion realm. It was definitely a considerable resource.
Granny secretly glared at Lu Yin. She wanted to go. However, even though I have money, no one dislikes having more.
Fine, we'll come find you in a couple of days, but you are not allowed to touch any of my people from the penal camp, Lu Yin said, changing the topic.
Yiga nodded. Sure, then I'll bring along those 2 juniors of mine as well. The more, the merrier.
Lu Yin agreed, and Granny immediately hung up the screen.
Is this Yiga the one those 2 mentioned, a powerhouse on the same level as Trace? Lu Yin asked. Granny nodded. I've heard of his name.
He's one of the top 3 powerhouses at Blue Mountain Academy, and he might even be stronger than Trace.
How is your family situation? Lu Yin asked. Granny was startled. Family situation? I don't know.
Lu Yin's gaze flickered. He wasn't going there for the Gale crystals. No matter how many of those crystals he had, they couldn't be exchanged for star energy crystals on Earth. Ultimately, they might all end up in the hands of the Great Yu Empire. What he needed now were star energy crystals, and Yaij should have some on him.
From Jinling to Yuxian wasn't far.
Lu Yin had Granny carry those 2 students from Blue Mountain Academy upside down, and they arrived after just half a day's flight. Tens of thousands of evolvers from Yu Village were trapped in the camp, their weapons confiscated, and they were surrounded by another group of evolvers keeping watch. Lu Yin saw Feng Hong, the pitiful centurion, hanging from a tree. A powerful energy fluctuation swept through the entire camp. When Lu Yin and Granny arrived, this energy surged outward, causing the sky to tremble. Lu Yin knew this was Yego's show of force, and at the same time, he wanted to test his own strength. In fact, this kind of show of force is not only useless but also exposes one's own strength. Yego's energy fluctuation is very powerful, even slightly surpassing Trace's, but Lu Yin doesn't care. A barking dog doesn't bite. Only the silver-haired man's deadly methods are truly terrifying. Granny stepped forward, her external energy vibrating to block Yego's energy fluctuation, causing the air to distort and an invisible crack to appear on the ground, perfectly dividing the camp from Lu Yin and the others. Feng Hong and several other commanders raised their heads, looking at Lu Yin with eyes full of shame. Lu Yin paid no attention to them but instead focused on the man slowly rising into the air. It was Yego. Clap clap clap. As expected of the flower of the military academy, Granny's strength is truly astonishing, Yego praised, his gaze openly filled with greed.
Granny snorted. Is this how Blue Mountain Academy treats its guests?
Yego chuckled. That was rude of me. I apologize, he said. said, shifting his gaze to Luin, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Luin had only recently broken through to the exploration realm. His energy was not strong, and he failed to catch Yego's attention.
Can you two release my two juniors now? Yego looked at Glanny and said, assuming she was the leader of the two.
The two captured students from Blue Mountain Academy wanted to speak when they saw Yego, but their mouths were sealed. They could only keep signaling with their eyes, trying to warn him about Lu Yin's strength, but Yego couldn't understand. Whether we release them depends on your sincerity, Glanny said coldly.
Yego shrugged. Alright, please, let's talk at the camp. Soon, a few people appeared in the camp.
Yiga took out a map and spread it open, pointing to a large mountain 100 kilometers away from you village. The Gale Crystal is there, but it's surrounded by a group of mutated birds. Among them, at least 5 have exploration level strength, which the natives refer to as heavenly level, and there's also a large number with observation level strength.
What do you plan to do? Glanny glanced at Luin and asked Yigu.
Yiga said, with the 5 of us, we can deal with this group of birds, but it would be too exhausting. I've thought of a way: let the natives lure the bird flock out, and then use this planet's thermal weapons to blast them away, clean and efficient. Hearing this, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold.
Granny was startled and quickly said, if we do this, those natives are doomed, aren't they?
Yego laughed and said, the life or death of the natives doesn't matter.
The point is, it will be very easy for us.
Even without sending these natives to their deaths, we can still succeed, Luin said indifferently.
Yego looked at Luin with amusement.
Brother Yada, the life and death of these natives is not worth caring about. Once the trial is over, the evolved ones among these natives will be sent to the battlefield. Some with cultivation talent might become slaves to some noble students, and the beautiful ones might become maids.
The rest are just batches of cannon fodder.
There's no need to care. In fact, dying here would be a happier fate for them.
They might even thank us. Haha. Luin remained silent.
Earth's fate had actually been sealed long ago.
From the moment the trial began, all Earthlings were under the observation of the Dayu Empire and the Cosmic Youth Council.
Only a very small number of the gifted could receive slightly fairer treatment. The rest were mere cannon fodder.
Yego wasn't wrong. Alright, I've already shown my sincerity. Can you release them now?
Yego looked at Granny and said.
Granny looked at Luin. Luin said calmly, wait a moment, I have one more question.
A trace of coldness flashed in Yego's eyes.
What question? Luin looked at Yi Gu. You are considered one of the top experts at Blue Mountain Academy. Why aren't you completing missions and instead staying here?
Yi Ji's gaze showed surprise.
He glanced at Luin, then at Granny, and chuckled. I almost forgot.
It's normal for people at your level not to have access to certain information.
Fine, I can give you a little briefing.
Saying this, Yiga sat down and had a few cups of tea brought over. Luin and Granny also sat down, took the tea, and looked at Yigu. Yiga took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice, students are divided into 3 tiers.
The first tier includes my 2 juniors here.
Their trial's purpose is merely to showcase themselves to certain people, akin to gilding.
As long as they survive the trial, their future will be bright. The second tier is us. Granny was surprised.
She thought that Yego, as a top expert of Blue Mountain Academy, wouldn't be on the same level as her.
Yego nodded.
You, me, and even Trace from your military academy are all at this level. The goal is to achieve some results, like occupying territories and marking them blue, or discovering valuable minerals, and so on.
Granny, since you landed, has anyone talked to you about completing tasks together?
Granny shook her head, her expression serious.
Yego smiled and said, that's it, because we are not qualified.
Only one type of person is qualified, and that is Willow from your academy and Paris from our academy.
The strongest in the academy? Granny was surprised.
Yego nodded and said seriously, there is no fairness in this universe. The news about the trial needs to be communicated to us, but they already knew about it long ago. Moreover, each academy's strongest has a way to contact each other. This is their circle, and we can't reach it. Before the trial began, they had already formed alliances to complete the task.
Willow isn't in this area, is he?
Granny's gaze turned bitter. I haven't seen him since before the trial started.
Yego laughed and said, I know a bit more than you do. I can barely gather some information about that circle.
Willow has joined forces with our academy's strongest, Paris and Bailey. They are probably investigating the cause of this planet's evolution, and perhaps they've already gone to the capital. That place is beyond our reach. I'm satisfied as long as I can occupy a region and discover a mineral deposit. There's no need to compete with those monsters.
Bailey? Bailey from the 3rd gravity planet?
Granny exclaimed, her face turning pale. Yego's expression grew serious. That's right, Bailey. The one renowned among the younger generation of the Grand Universe Empire, who almost joined the Grand Universe Youth Council. His combat power is 3,000, and he's at the peak of the exploration realm.
Luin was surprised. He hadn't expected this group of students to be unprepared.
They had already quietly divided their roles. Only the top-tier powerhouses would complete the mission. Asta and Auden belonged to the lowest tier, while Granny barely counted among the Trace and Yego's level. The top-tier powerhouses weren't even in Su province but were closer to the capital, which was the most brutal trial trial ground. To my knowledge, there are 3 top-tier teams in the Huaxia region of this planet. One is Bailey and his group, while the other 2 I'm not sure about specifically, but they must also consist of the strongest elites from various academies. They are monsters capable of competing with the second batch of trial students who are about to arrive. These monsters' goal isn't the planetary trial at all, but the legendary territory trial. For now, this is just a warm-up, Yego said solemnly.
Granny fell silent. She knew too little and was of too low a level. Alright, I've told you everything I needed to, and the time has come, Yego suddenly said. Granny was puzzled. What time? Yego laughed strangely. The time to make you happy. Granny looked at Yego's smile, her heart sinking as she glanced at the teacup. Did you poison the tea? Of course not. Poisoning isn't that easy. Personal terminals can detect substance components to some extent. What I added is something good strength powder. Yego took out a crystal bottle from the void ring, which had 3 emerald green leaves on it. Granny exclaimed, a potion from Clover Company? What is strength powder? Yego said smugly, you can try channeling the energy within your body. Luing placed one hand on Granny's shoulder. Don't act rashly, he said, then turned to Yego. The strength enhancement powder is a potion meant for fusion realm experts to instantly control all the star energy within their bodies and unleash immense power. If someone in the exploration realm uses it, their star energy will deplete, and they'll suffer severe backlash and injuries. Am I wrong? Yego was surprised. You actually know about it? Oh, right, you just mentioned your grandfather is the principal? Seems like you have some background. Lu Yin's gaze turned icy. Practitioners below the fusion realm can't mobilize star energy after taking the strength enhancement powder. What exactly are you trying to achieve by wasting such a costly resource? Yiga put away the crystal bottle and said proudly, Jinling is a remarkable place, holding a unique position in this country. Occupying Jinling is an achievement that can make me shine even brighter. Moreover, he paused, his greedy gaze sweeping over Glanny. I've long wanted to taste the charm of the beauties from the Imperial Military Academy. Glanny stepped back, her face pale, and angrily said, despicable. Yiga laughed and said, despicable? How can you say that? What I gave you was a tonic. It's not my fault if your frail body can't handle it. In the corner, the 2 students from Blue Mountain Academy kept twisting and making noises. Yiga swept his gaze over and frowned, saying, useless things, I still have to save you. With that, he flicked his hand, and a strong wind tore apart the iron chains binding the 2 students. The 2 hurriedly shouted, Senior, watch out. Yiga turned his head, his eyes narrowing. His abdomen was struck by a powerful impact accompanied by intense pressure, blasting him out of the military camp and directly into the abandoned fields behind it. Luin leaped out, raised his hand, and the air rippled. With a single palm pressing downward, a terrifying shockwave struck the ground. Yiga, lying on the ground, was hit again. He barely managed to lift his hands to block, but was still driven into the ground. His arms broke, and he spat a mouthful of blood skyward before passing out. Luin landed on the ground, coldly staring at Yigu. The ripple palm and the sky-splitting palm could be unleashed with physical strength alone, without the need to use star energy. Countless evolvers surrounded the military camp, staring in shock at the half-dead Yigu, not daring to move. Luin coldly swept his gaze over them, then turned his attention to the 2 students from Blue Mountain Academy. The 2 looked pale and obediently stayed in place without moving. Granny let out a sigh of relief, but she was even more shocked. Although she knew the power of the sky-splitting palm, she hadn't expected it to crush Yigu. Lu Yin's sheer physical strength was enough to contend with the top 3 experts from various academies. His progress was astonishingly fast. I ask you, is the matter of the Gale crystal true or false? Luin looked at the 2 students and asked. Before coming, he had asked them, and their answers were the same as Yi Ji's. But at this moment, Luin no longer believed them. The 2 exchanged a glance and whispered, the Gale crystal does indeed exist, but the mutated bird flock is not to be trifled with. There's a giant bird there that might have reached the fusion realm. One of our classmates died under its claws. Granny glared at Yego angrily. She had no intention of provoking a fusion realm expert. In half an hour, the effects of the medicine in their bodies will wear off. By then, take these people back to Jinling, Luin said to Granny. After speaking, he walked out of the military camp. Feng Hong and several other commanders were already waiting outside. A group of evolvers had been subdued. They were from Manhwa and were under Yego's control. This group of evolvers did not mourn Yego's death. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yego's rule over them had been entirely based on his strength. Let them go. Those willing to join the penal camp can stay, and those unwilling can leave, Luin said. Feng Hong nodded and immediately made the arrangements. After a while, Feng Hong returned and said softly, I'm sorry, Seijin, but we still need you to save us. Luin smiled and said, the opponent is a heaven-level expert. Nothing we can do. Tell me, how's the cleanup around the area going? Yes, the zombies from Jinling to Yuxiang have been almost completely cleared out, and a batch of mutant beasts has also been dealt with. However, it's impossible to clear them all. The mutant beasts are very strong, so we can only mark some of their territories on the map as warnings. Further west is Anhui, and that heaven-level powerhouse came from the west. Feng Hong reported. Luin listened for a while and then sent Feng Hong away. He realized he had been looking in the wrong direction. During that time when the city was bombarded with thermal weapons, he saw Lu Xiaoga's eyes filled with intense ambition. Before the students descended, Lu Xiaoga didn't understand the starry sky, and his ambition was limited to this land. But now, with the students appearing more frequently, would his vision still be confined to Earth? Lu Ying was certain that someone like Lu Xiaoga would not easily submit to others. The fact that Wucheng was marked in blue was 90% likely to be similar to Jinling. He had suppressed the students and learned everything about the starry sky. As for Huaxia, or rather Earth, he probably didn't have much desire for it anymore. His ambition would shift to the starry sky. Yet here he was, still thinking about using the penal camp to strike at Lu Xiaoga's Wucheng. It was far too narrow-minded. The penal camp would take too long to reach Wucheng, Hubei, through Anhui, not to mention the significant sacrifices involved. By that time, everything would have changed. The arrival of the second batch of trial participants would bring great uncertainty, and nothing would progress in the desired direction. Lu Xiaoga might not even be able to withstand the attack of the second batch of trial participants. Lu Ying exhaled and looked westward. He decided to temporarily set aside his hatred for Lu Xiaoga and focus on that corpse. He had to complete the mission. A student's mission could also be a mission for the people of Earth. Once he completed the mission, combined with his previous arrangements, entering the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky would not be impossible. Half an hour later, Granny dragged Yego and the other two out. The two students were once again tied up, and Yego was in even worse shape. His internal organs had been severely injured by Lu Ying, making it difficult for him to even move. Lu Ying unceremoniously removed Yego's void condensing ring, unlocked it using his bloodline code, and emptied all its contents. Yego was just a student and didn't have much of value, only a few gale crystals, some unknown potions, and dozens of star energy crystals. Lu Ying took all the useful items. Let's go, back to Jinling. Granny nodded and obediently followed Lu Ying away. Most of those who descended around Jinling were students from the First Military Academy of the Great Yu Empire and the Blue Mountain Battle Academy. They were either dead or captured, with one being subdued by Lu Ying. Before the second batch of trial participants appeared, Jinling should remain secure. The only thing Lu Ying worried about was the silver-haired man. That person made Lu Ying experience a chilling sense of crisis for the first time and was the first to completely block the Skystar Palm. His strength far surpassed Yego and Trace. Lu Ying tested whether Granny knew that person, but Granny was completely puzzled. In Jinling, Lu Ying formally proposed to Zhou Shan that he wanted to go to the capital. Why go to the capital? The apocalypse has arrived, and every place is the same, Zhou Shan asked in confusion. Lu Ying did not mention anything about the mission. He simply said, I want to uncover the truth about the apocalypse, and that corpse. Zhou Shan shook his head. There's no need. That massive explosion turned everything within dozens of miles outside the capital into dust. Although the apocalypse followed the explosion, some people rushed to the scene to investigate immediately afterward, but they found nothing. Do you think going there now, after all this time, will be of any use? Lu Ying said firmly, whether it's useful or not, I have to go. Zhou Shan sighed and looked outside Jinling City with a complicated expression. If you insist on going, I can't stop you. But I hope that if you don't find anything, you can return to Jinling. Lu Ying nodded, I will. Zhou Shan took out a document from his pocket. This is my identification for my position in the National Army, and it also serves as my token. Back then, the Seven Saints made an agreement. Seeing this is like seeing me in person. Take it to the capital and find Zhang Dingtian, and have him help you. Zhang Dingtian? One of the Seven Saints? Lu Ying was puzzled. He didn't know much about the Seven Saints. The apocalyptic communication was intermittent, and his attention had been focused on Lu Xiaoga. If he hadn't come to Jinling, he wouldn't even have known that the Saint of Punishment was named Zhou Shan. As for the Seven Saints in the capital, he only knew of someone called the Blade Saint. Mentioning Zhang Dingtian, Zhou Shan's face showed an inexplicable brilliance. Lu Ying, I know you're very strong now and can suppress aliens, but I still have to tell you this. Don't underestimate the Seven Saints. Don't measure the Seven Saints by my strength, especially the top 3 saints. Zhang Dingtian is one of the top 3 saints, universally acknowledged as the leader of the Seven Saints. Lu Ying was surprised. The leader of the Seven Saints? That's not an ordinary title. Zhou Shan said solemnly, ever since that corpse was brought back to Earth, China secretly selected countless people in an attempt to pass on some legacies. Ultimately, the Seven Saints were the ones who succeeded, and Zhang Dingtian is universally acknowledged as the strongest among them. His blade can suppress everything. Those students are strong, but I absolutely do not believe that anyone of the same level can defeat Zhang Dingtian. Even Luo Shangbai Shui, who holds herself in the highest regard, would not compare herself to Zhang Dingtian. Many call him the Blade Saint, but his full title is Mad Blade Hua Saint. He is Hua Saint. Listening to Zhou Shan's words, an image of a blade and a domineering man inexplicably appeared in Lu Yin's mind. One man and one blade suppressing the capital. How do you compare to him? Lu Yin asked, wanting a direct comparison. Zhou Shan smiled bitterly and raised one finger. Apart from the 3 saints, anyone facing him would only last one strike. Lu Yin
Yin's gaze changed.
Defeating Zhou Shan with one strike was absolutely terrifying. Zhou Shan's true strength surpassed Auden and Granny, and he could even contend with Trace. This meant that Zhang Dingtian could defeat someone of Trace's level with a single strike.
According to Yego, he should be at the level of the strongest individuals in the academies.
Earth actually has someone like this.
Lu Ying believed that by using the Void Split Palm or the Heavenly Star Palm, he could also defeat Zhou Shan in one move.
So, who was stronger, him or Zhang Dingtian?
Taking Zhou Shan's credentials, Lu Ying carefully put them away. Zhou Shan had done him a favor, hoping he would return to Jinling someday. However, Lu Ying was destined to disappoint him. His future lay among the stars.
There are 2 months left until the arrival of the second batch of trial participants.
Lu Ying hopes to find that corpse and confirm its identity within these 2 months, as his time is quite urgent.
What? You want me to go to the capital with you? Impossible, Granny exclaimed, immediately refusing.
Lu Ying said coldly, you have no right to refuse.
Granny said anxiously, didn't Jigu tell you? The ones going to the capital are the strongest from those academies. Those people are insanely powerful.
I saw Willow crush Trace with my own eyes.
He can't be defeated by a sneak attack.
I told you, you have no right to refuse, Lu Ying said. Granny was speechless and pleaded helplessly, Yada, no, Lu Ying, you have no idea what representing the strongest in the academy means.
During the academy competition, Trace challenged Willow and was severely injured with a single strike. The gap is too vast.
Yego was also severely injured by me with a single strike, Lu Ying said calmly.
Granny wanted to refute, but suddenly realized it might be true.
She had always positioned herself at a level below Trace, which unconsciously lowered her evaluation of Lu Yin's combat strength. But now, thinking back, the person in front of her seemed to be a monster as well, severely injuring Trace at the Explorer realm, and injuring Yego even without being able to use star energy.
Granny took a few steps back and scrutinized Lu Ying.
She suddenly felt that this guy might really be able to rival the strongest in the academy. Lu Ying had never used his full strength against Granny, and Granny had no understanding of Lu Yin's true combat power. However, even the abilities he had displayed were enough to leave her astonished. Leave tonight, head to the capital, Lu Ying said indifferently before walking away, giving Granny no chance to refuse.
Granny felt helpless.
The universe was vast, with countless academies scattered across its starry domains. Even the Great Yu Empire had many academies, and so-called trial missions were far beyond her level of access. Yet now, she was being forced into another circle, the one known as the Circle of the Strongest. In Hebei, amidst the vast mountains, blood-red smoke shot straight into the sky, dyeing the mountain ravines crimson. Blood covered the rivers, and the pungent stench attracted more and more mutant beasts. In an instant, the land was filled with whales, only to be slaughtered into silence. The stream was dyed red, and a short man stood in the river washing his body. Several scars on his back had already scabbed over, and his solid muscles bulged. On the shore, a man and a woman quietly observed him. Bale, if you keep playing like this, there won't be any mutated beasts left in this mountain range. The short man glanced at the shore and said coldly, there are 2 fusion realm mutated beasts I haven't touched. I'll take them out before we head back. The woman said calmly, it's time to go to the capital of this country. That's where we'll have the best chance of finding the fugitive. The corpse brought from the Neptune belt to this planet is very likely the fugitive. The short man Bailey had a glint of cold light in his eyes. Willow, where are the other 2 teams? The man on the shore was none other than Willow, the strongest from the Empire's first military academy, while the woman was Paris, the strongest from Blue Mountain Academy. These 3 were the elites Yego knew. Willow replied, based on the location estimates, Grace and her team are on the grasslands, which is north of the capital, while Erd and his team are in Shangxi, both not far from the capital. Bailey stepped ashore, energy rippling around his body, instantly drying himself. Let's go to the capital.
The 3 left. Behind them lay countless corpses of mutated beasts, including quite a few heavenly-level mutated beasts.
In northern China, the boundless grassland swayed under the blowing wind, appearing from above like green waves dancing in the sunlight, exceptionally beautiful. On the grasslands, a woman raised her hands high and took a deep breath. So fresh, this is the scent of the grasslands. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall man with green skin glanced at the woman and grumbled in a deep voice, the stench of manure smells good to you? Ridiculous. Bolaro, what did you say? The woman, with sharp ears, heard it and immediately glared angrily. The green-skinned man, Bolaro, quickly smiled and said, nothing, smells good, smells good. The woman smirked triumphantly, good that you know your place. Let's go to the capital. I heard that the people of this planet obtained a corpse from a primitive planet, probably a fugitive. Alright, Bolaro responded. He lifted his head, and the endless stretch of grass ahead suddenly parted, as if it had a mind of its own, making way. Shangxi, 2 figures draped in black robes walked slowly, with endless yellow earth stretching ahead. From time to time, grotesque and ferocious mutant beasts would burst out from the yellow soil, only to disappear again shortly after. Under one of the black robes, a man with scales on his forehead had an icy gaze. With every step he took, the yellow earth became incomparably dry, as if all the moisture had been drained away. 100 meters behind them, the land they had walked over crumbled into dust, and the mutant beasts within were reduced to mere husks, their bodies completely drained of water.
I don't like this place. We should have landed in the ocean back then. No choice. If we want to complete the mission, we have to come to the capital.
I know you were born in the depths of the sea, but try to endure it.
We won't be here for long. I've sacrificed so much.
Anyone who dares to stop me from completing the mission will be killed.
Even if all the natives on this planet die, they cannot hinder me.
Of course, no one can obstruct us. In the northeast, the endless snow and ice obscure the view, creating a boundless white world. Amid this infinite whiteness, a pair of red boots slowly steps forward. Against the wind and snow, a breathtakingly beautiful face is revealed, with eyes as dazzling as the stars, almost melting this frozen land. She is Bai Shui, the beauty of Luoxing in Huaxia, by the banks of the Luo River, captivating and enchanting.
This is the blue camp of Luoxing.
3 figures knelt on the snowy ground, their faces twisted in extreme pain. One of them barely raised his head, looking in fear at the stunningly beautiful woman before him.
His lips trembled as he stammered, "You, just a mere native, how can you be so powerful?"
Snow White turned her back to the wind and snow, calmly looking at the 3 people. "Students from the stars, your combat skills are not bad.
Who exactly are you? You can't be a native."
"There's no way a native could crush the 3 of us. We're all elites from various academies," the person said in disbelief. Snow White's eyes were bright, more dazzling than diamonds. "Please mark the northeast as blue.
I don't want this place to be disturbed." The student painfully closed his eyes, resignedly activated his personal terminal, and shortly after, the northeast region turned blue on the network.
Luing set out with Granny that very evening, resting for a while 100 kilometers north of Jinling before continuing northward.
At this moment, they arrived in Wei County, Shandong.
The northeast has turned blue," Granny exclaimed in surprise.
Lu Yin was astonished. Had Bai Shui been defeated? Without giving Lu Yin much time to think, a massive tree appeared ahead, resembling a willow.
Its branches stretched over a kilometer, countless of them covering a portion of the sky, engulfing the entire Wei County and even extending over nearby highways and mountain villages. Lu Yin and Granny immediately stopped, instinctively probing its combat strength.
4,290, the two exclaimed in shock.
This was the combat strength of the fusion realm. The mutated giant tree before them was a fusion realm creature. "Avoid it," Lu Yin decisively ordered to steer clear. Suddenly, several branches extended from the river below, whipping toward Lu Yin and Granny. Lu Yin pushed Granny aside and dodged himself.
The branches lashed into the sky, tearing through the air with a loud noise. Granny was terrified.
If Lu Yin hadn't pushed her away just now, she would have been struck by the attack of the creature at the fusion realm.
"Avoid it, go around," Lu Yin shouted.
As he spoke, countless branches appeared from all directions, whipping toward them. Although the two were still quite a distance from the mutated giant tree, they were already within its attack range. At this moment, it was very difficult to bypass the giant tree. If they used the range of the giant tree's attacks as the radius, it would take them at least 10 seconds to go around it, and this was a conservative estimate.
The giant tree would never let them pass smoothly, especially Granny.
With her speed, it was almost impossible for her to bypass it.
Lu Yin maneuvered in midair, seeing that Granny could no longer hold on.
He struck out with a palm, deflecting the branches with his sky-splitting palm, and swiftly rushed to Granny's side. He grabbed her and charged directly toward the mutated giant tree.
"You're crazy!"
Granny exclaimed in shock, watching as the giant tree ahead grew closer and closer. Countless branches rose into the air like giant pythons, faintly revealing the ground littered with white bones, an extremely terrifying sight. Lu Yin said in a deep voice, "Look behind you." Granny turned her head to look back, her face pale. Their retreat was blocked, a wall formed by endless green branches, leaving them with no way out.
"It's over, a fusion realm creature.
We're doomed," Granny said sorrowfully. Lu Yin's gaze swept coldly around. Branch after branch lashed out, and Lu Yin deftly dodged, occasionally using the branch's force to propel himself a significant distance forward. At this moment, he was less than 3,000 meters away from the mutated giant tree's main body. The closer he got, the more he could feel the enormity and terror of this giant tree. Its energy distorted the void, blotting out the sky and sun. Lu Yin was relieved that he wasn't facing an intelligent creature. Although this mutated giant tree was formidable, its attacks were entirely instinctive, which allowed him to survive safely with Granny for now. However, he knew they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Granny took out more than 10 flame crystals from the void condensation ring and smashed them down, causing flames to ignite the ground.
Lu Yin was speechless. "You want to burn it down?" Granny said bitterly. "Let's give it a try. Maybe it's afraid of fire."
There was nothing wrong with that logic. Plants being afraid of fire was natural, but looking at the giant tree before them, which blocked out the sky, setting it ablaze would require at least a volcanic eruption. Even the flame crystal deposits outside Jinling City wouldn't be enough. Lu Yin had no time to waste talking nonsense with Granny. His gaze sharpened. Was that a person? Under the mutated giant tree, a black dot darted back and forth, then grew larger and larger.
Like Lu Yin and the others, it was a person.
That person was even closer to the giant tree than they were, constantly retreating at the moment, evading the attacks of the tree trunk.
"So strong," Granny exclaimed in surprise. She admitted she couldn't withstand the tree trunk's attacks. If not for Luin, she would already be dead. But the person in the distance was clearly at ease, looking completely unbothered. When Luin saw that person clearly, his gaze turned icy. It was that silver-haired man. Under the moonlight, his full-force celestial palm was neutralized by a beautiful butterfly knife. This scene was something Luin would never forget. He could severely injure Trace in the Seeker realm with the celestial palm, yet after reaching the Explorer realm and unleashing the full power of the celestial palm, it was still neutralized. Moreover, it wasn't even his initiative at the time. The opponent's killing intent had forced him to strike with full force. At that moment, he was completely passive, unable to gauge the opponent's step. "Well, classmate, we meet again." The silver-haired man's eyes lit up when he saw Luin, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Granny looked puzzled. Did the two of them know each other? Luin dodged the whipping tree trunk and said calmly, "What a coincidence." The silver-haired man deftly avoided the tree trunk. "Not a coincidence. I've been trapped here for a while. If you're heading north, there's a good chance you'd run into me. It's fate. You know we're heading north?" Luin raised an eyebrow in confusion. The silver-haired man replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. I also know your destination. It must be the capital city, right?" Luin squinted his eyes, speculating about who this person might be, perhaps one of the strongest individuals from a certain academy mentioned by Yi Gu. "Be careful!" Granny exclaimed in alarm as dozens of branches lashed out in all directions toward the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man gave Granny a friendly smile, and a beautiful butterfly knife mysteriously appeared in his right hand. With a dazzling flourish, he hurled it toward the branches. With a soft swoosh, the branches were pierced, and the silver-haired man emerged unscathed. He turned back to smile at Granny once more, then provocatively looked at Luin. Luin held Granny tightly and, under her frightened gaze, raised his palm to strike the incoming branches. As his palm descended, stars appeared, and with one strike, the branches shattered. Luin also walked out unscathed. "Didn't sleep well last night, so I used 30% of my strength," Luin said indifferently. The silver-haired man curled his lips. "I used 20% of my strength." "Wrong, I only used 10%, Luin retorted without backing down. The silver-haired man snorted. "I used 5%. Granny was speechless. Were these two competing, at a time like this? For some reason, facing the silver-haired man, Luin always felt an indescribable sense of crisis, as if that butterfly knife hanging above his head could fall at any moment. Unconsciously, he wanted to make this person wary. Only by keeping him uncertain would he refrain from acting rashly. Countless branches appeared once again from all directions, sealing off the space. Luin said calmly to the silver-haired man, "Let's join forces and attack the main body, or this will never end." The silver-haired man nodded. "I played too hard a few days ago, otherwise, I could have handled it alone." Luin said calmly, "If I weren't in a hurry, I would have liked to test my palm strike on it." The silver-haired man's lips curved into a smile as he stepped on the whipping branch and charged toward the giant tree's main body. Luin threw Granny toward the flames on the ground. "Be careful," he said, before also charging toward the giant tree's main body. The two were not far from the giant tree's main body and reached it in the blink of an eye. The fusion realm surpasses the exploration realm, marking a significant leap in cultivation. Reaching the fusion realm signifies that one has begun to grow strong and touch the limits of the human body. Practitioners in this realm often remain there for a long time, only advancing to the next realm after breaking through the body's limits. Most elite students are in the exploration realm, with few reaching the fusion realm. Even rarer are those who can confront fusion realm creatures while still in the exploration realm. Although the giant tree is not an intelligent being, its immense size and vast energy make defeating it even harder than defeating ordinary fusion realm creatures. The silver-haired man wielded a butterfly knife that gleamed with white light, transforming into a meteor as it charged toward the giant tree. Luin unleashed the sky star palm with full force. Faintly, the embryonic form of a second star began to emerge. Once it fully formed, its power would surge dramatically. The two attacked the giant tree almost simultaneously. The butterfly knife and the Tianqing palm struck the same spot, causing the sturdy surface of the tree to gradually crack. With a loud bang, the two pierced through the giant tree, shooting out hundreds of meters before hovering in midair and looking back. The massive mutated giant tree slowly toppled, countless branches crashing down and crushing the ground, even covering the rivers. Luin and the silver-haired man turned to look at each other at the same time. In the instant of their attack, they both felt the other's strength, this time more clearly than before. This person has become stronger. This thought appeared in both of their minds simultaneously. On the other side, it was Granny who was most shocked. Mutant plants are hard to dodge and even harder to kill due to their strong defenses. Although she had never fought Willow, she could confirm that Willow absolutely did not have the ability to harm this giant tree. Yet, those two people managed to do it. They were comparable to, or even surpassed, the strongest individuals in the academy. Who is that person?
Granny looked at the silver-haired man.
She had no impression of him at all.
The butterfly knife and silver hair were rare features, yet she had no recollection of him.
Could he be a native? Ah, the blade is dull.
No time to sharpen it, so I can only exert 50% of my combat strength, the silver-haired man said with feigned regret, glancing at Lu Yin as he spoke. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to look at his palm. My hand is dirty, so I can only exert 40% of my combat strength. The silver-haired man was speechless.
This counts as a reason? Classmate, this is our second meeting. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Yin, the silver-haired man said to Lu Yin with a sly smile, smiling like a fox.
Lu Yin smiled faintly. My name is Yada, from Tata Planet. My grandfather is the principal.
Yin exclaimed, Principal? Oh, second-generation student, no, third-generation student, congratulations, congratulations.
Lu Yin smiled and said, You're too kind, I like your silver hair. Ha ha ha, I like it too.
By the way, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first.
See you if fate allows, Yada classmate, Yin said politely.
Lu Yin smiled and said, See you if fate allows, Yin. Quickly, the silver disappeared into the horizon.
Granny flew behind Lu Yin, puzzled, and asked, Which school is he from?
Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know, let's go.
Wait, don't you want the energy crystal?
Granny extended her hand, revealing a finger-sized white crystal that reflected light under the sunlight. Although this type of energy crystal isn't suitable for absorption, it can be used as an energy source for technological weapons. Its price is quite good, after all, it's from a fusion realm creature.
Lu Yin took it without hesitation.
Let's go, keep moving, he said, then flew north with Granny. The energy crystals within Earth's evolved organisms are considered inferior energy crystals in the universe. Even wandering cultivators who directly absorb energy crystals for training wouldn't use them. The impurities are too many, greatly affecting the progress of cultivation. They are of no use to Lu Yin himself either. The dye is also quite picky. It doesn't absorb inferior energy crystals. Lu Yin plans to accumulate a large amount and then sell them to exchange for star energy crystals. Silver flew eastward, stopping after a certain distance.
He looked back, his gaze filled with doubt. What kind of battle technique is it? Just breaking through the exploration realm and yet able to block me. A strange battle technique, but very strong. I must investigate when I return.
The apocalypse arrived, and countless ordinary people in the capital turned into zombies. The national leadership perished in a massive explosion, leaving the capital leaderless. Fortunately, Zhang Dingtian, the head of the Seven Saints, stepped forward to suppress the chaos and drive away the zombies, thus saving the capital. Even so, only less than one-third of the capital's area remains, with the outskirts completely overrun by an endless tide of zombies. The capital's population is enormous, with nearly 10 million zombies, far exceeding the numbers in Jinling. Even after more than half a year, Zhang Dingtian and the combined strength of over 100,000 evolved individuals in the capital have still been unable to eliminate these zombies. The capital is like a giant beast surrounded by countless ants. Despite possessing the power to crush the ants, it remains trapped and unable to move. The gathering area around the capital is reinforced with 10-meter-high steel walls. On these steel walls, countless evolved guards stand densely, calmly gazing at the wandering zombie hordes in the distance. The city gate opened from time to time, and the evolvers rushed out in armored vehicles rented from the army, aiming to gather useful supplies outside the city.
Not long after, the city gate opened again, and an armored vehicle rushed back into the city. On the steel city wall, a centurion remarked curiously, Didn't that armored vehicle just go out?
Beside him, another centurion said, It's normal. They probably encountered a powerful mutant beast, lost a few people, and the rest came back to regroup. Near the steel city walls, many survivors had gathered, dressed in rags. Most were so emaciated that their bones showed through their skin. As they saw the armored vehicle rushing in, they hurriedly surrounded it, but the vehicle did not stop at all, nearly hitting someone. Inside the vehicle, Paris's eyes sparkled.
I've only seen these primitive thermal weapons in textbooks. I never thought I'd have the chance to operate one. This is so interesting.
Willow chuckled and said, If you like it, take one back with you. At the rear, Bear's expression was solemn as he gazed toward the interior of the capital. There, a sharp and chilling energy intermittently emanated, making even him feel uneasy.
Willow, who is the strongest in the capital city?
Bale asked. Initially, he didn't care, but now he felt differently. Willow replied, A man named Zhang Dingtian, known as the Mad Blade Hua Saint, is the leader of the Seven Saints.
Bale's gaze turned serious. Willow glanced at Bale, Don't worry about it.
The so-called Seven Saints of this planet are merely at the exploration realm, barely surpassing some elite students. Compared to you and me, they're far inferior. Bai Lai ignored Willow. Among the three, only he sensed that piercing force, seemingly faint yet palpable, distant yet close. The armored vehicle charged forward recklessly, ignoring the soldiers' warnings and heading straight for the southern part of the city, where the massive explosion had occurred. The site of the explosion in the southern part of the city had long been sealed off, with a centurion stationed there. When the armored vehicle appeared, it was immediately stopped, but Paris excitedly drove straight into it.
Bold! A loud shout rang out as a commander of 10,000 at the earth level leapt high sky and attacked the armored vehicle. Willow raised his eyes and casually flicked his fingers. A fierce wind tore through the air, piercing the commander and leaving him gravely injured on the ground. The surrounding soldiers were horrified. The armored vehicle stopped, and Bailey and the other two stepped out, gazing at the nearby pit filled with fiery red magma, with the air above it distorted. This is the place. A massive explosion brought evolution to this planet, but the corpse is missing, Willow said solemnly. Bai Lai's gaze was contemplative. The pit was filled with lava, and even if there were clues, they had been burned to ashes. It was impossible to get any information from here. It seems we'll have to find the person in charge in the capital, the number one of the seven saints. Willow smiled faintly. I'll go capture him. Bai Lai was just about to speak when his gaze suddenly froze. He looked up, and at the same time, Willow and Paris also looked up. At some point, a man was quietly standing in the sky, coldly staring at them. Seeing this scene, Bai Lai's gaze contracted, and his expression became more solemn than ever. When did this person appear? Paris was surprised. In the sky, the man held a knife in his right hand and descended slowly. The surrounding soldiers saluted in unison. Greetings, Hua Shang. Bai Lai and the other two looked on in astonishment. Was this person Zhang Dingtian? All retreat, Zhang Dingtian said indifferently, and all the surrounding soldiers immediately stepped back in an orderly manner. Bai Lai and the other two carefully observed Zhang Dingtian. His appearance was ordinary, not particularly strong, and there were no obvious scars on his body. He didn't seem remarkable, but there was one thing: this person exuded an overall domineering aura. The three couldn't quite pinpoint why, but they felt his dominance, perhaps because of that blade. Are you from the stars? Zhang Dingtian calmly looked at the three and said indifferently. Willow stepped forward a few steps. That's right, we are from the stars. We have questions for you. Zhang Dingtian's gaze passed over Willow and landed on Bale. Leave the capital, and do not step foot here again. Bale narrowed his eyes. Willow was furious. This person actually ignored him. I have something to ask you. Didn't you hear me? Zhang Dingtian's gaze swept toward Willow. Before you leave, as punishment for disturbing the capital, each of you will take a strike from me. Without waiting for the three to respond, he raised his hand and delivered the first strike, aiming at Willow. Beep 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 beep. Paris's personal terminal suddenly blared loudly. She looked down, her expression changing drastically. Willow, be careful, he's a cross-border powerhouse. Willow's expression shifted. Before him, what seemed like an ordinary slash suddenly became incredibly terrifying. Everything in the world disappeared. In his eyes, there was only that blade, coming closer and closer. Willow's pupils contracted as he raised his palm. Sky-splitting palm, he growled lowly. The air rippled, forming a shockwave that blasted forward. Zhang Dingtian's slash was intercepted mid-air by the sky-splitting palm. A powerful pressure erupted suddenly, spreading in all directions. The ground was shattered. Paris's breath hitched as she hurriedly retreated. The violent pressure surged into the sky, dispersing the clouds and even lifting the magma from the crater not far away. In the distance, countless soldiers watched this scene in awe. Every time Hua Shang made a move, it was so breathtaking. Willow gritted his teeth, staring in disbelief at Zhang Dingtian, who was only a few meters away. A native, just a mere native, how could he be this strong? A cross-border powerhouse, how could such a monster exist among the natives? From the rear, Bailey struck, throwing a punch toward Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian's gaze sharpened as he shifted his long blade horizontally. The back of the blade collided with Bailey's fist wind, sending out an arc-shaped shockwave that destroyed the distant ruins and tore the ground apart. The surging shockwave reverberated violently, forcing Willow to retreat instantly, coughing up blood. Bailey used the force to retreat as well, while Zhang Dingtian remained motionless, still maintaining his blade-swinging posture. His gaze turned to Paris, and with another flip of the blade, he slashed out once more. Paris's pupils contracted as she quickly retreated. She hadn't expected that the native, under the combined attack of Bale and Willow, would still have the strength to strike at her. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. The slash swept past, leaving a massive bloodstain on Paris's abdomen. Blood dripped to the ground through her clothes, and the intense pain surged through her nerves. Unconsciously, Paris dropped to one knee, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. One man, one blade, suppressing the capital. The first of the seven saints, the mad blade Hua Shang. At this moment, Bale and the other two deeply understood what it meant to be the first of the seven saints. This man might very well be the strongest on Earth. They couldn't comprehend how, in just half a year of evolution, Earth could produce such a terrifying figure. Even in the vast Dayu Empire, it was rare to see a cross-border powerhouse. The so-called cross-border refers to those strong individuals who can display combat power of a higher realm despite being in their current realm. Personal terminal settings are quite strict, and even if one reaches the peak combat power of their current realm, it is not necessarily possible to exhibit the combat power values of a higher realm with the aid of combat techniques. Take Bai Lai as an example. His combat value is 3000, which is the peak of the exploration realm. However, even if he uses combat techniques and possesses the power to fight creatures of the fusion realm, his combat value cannot reach 3001. It is like a wall separating the exploration realm from the fusion realm. Only one type of person can break this
this wall, and that is the cross-border strong individual. Clearly possessing the strength of the exploration realm, yet able to display the combat power of the fusion realm, such people are called prodigies. Just now, when Zhang Dingtian raised his blade, his combat value was 3,200, the combat value of the fusion realm. Go, Bai Lai said in a low voice, directly soaring into the air and heading outside the capital. Willow and Paris endured their injuries and left at the same time. Zhang Dingtian did not pursue them, calmly watching the three leave. None of them were weak. Recently, some alien students had also come to Beijing to cause trouble, but none had survived a single strike from him. He had already killed 5 students, yet these 3 could each withstand one of his strikes. Truly the combat strength of the 3 saints, especially that short one, who matched him evenly in a single strike, extremely formidable. China's saint. One armored vehicle after another appeared, and from one of the vehicles stepped out a young woman in professional attire with a beautiful appearance. She approached Zhang Dingtian and said with concern. Zhang Dingtian said indifferently, pass down the order to strictly investigate unfamiliar evolvers. If you encounter an evolver resembling a student, report immediately and do not take action on your own. Was the one who just fought with you from that group of Starry Sky students? The woman asked. Zhang Dingtian looked at the woman. Don't overthink it, no one is my match. The woman gazed at him with admiration, nodded, and issued orders to the army, acting with decisive efficiency. Outside the capital, the 3 landed. Paris growled angrily, a native, he hurt me, actually hurt me. I want him dead immediately. Willow wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. A cross-border powerhouse among the natives, unbelievable. Baylor said in a deep voice, don't mind it. Combat values are the most unreliable means of detection. Victory or defeat still depends on the individual and their combat skills. Willow frowned deeply as he looked toward the capital. Unreliable? That's right. Generally speaking, combat values are indeed unreliable. Many powerhouses don't even bother to improve their combat values, focusing solely on their combat skills. Such people are incredibly strong, but the combat values required to break through the current realm are a different matter. The Great Yu Empire even once decreed that cross-boundary powerhouses could directly join the 13 divisions of the Imperial Court, the highest authority of the empire. Cross-boundary powerhouses, like talent, are held in high esteem. He had just experienced the terror of such a powerhouse. That native seemed not to have used any combat techniques, yet with just one strike, he was overwhelmed. This is the might of a cross-boundary powerhouse. Although Bale spoke lightly, he couldn't hide the envy and jealousy in his tone. He was strong, born on the 3rd gravity planet, with a combat power of 3,000, at the peak of the exploration realm. Using combat techniques, he had even defeated creatures in the fusion realm. But so what? He still couldn't break through that barrier, unable to raise his combat power to 3,001. That one had trapped countless geniuses, and now he had seen it in a native. I won't let him go. A native dares to hurt me. Paris was consumed by hatred, her eyes flashing with deep-seated resentment. I will trigger a beast tide. Bale's gaze sharpened, but he said nothing. Beside him, Willow agreed. The fugitive's clues must be hidden in the capital. That Zhang Dingtian might know something. A direct confrontation isn't wise. Paris, trigger the beast tide immediately to keep Zhang Dingtian occupied outside the city. Bale and I will search for the clues. Paris nodded, licked the corner of her mouth, and rushed into the distance. One day later, when Luing brought Granny to Hebei, he heard that the capital had been struck by a beast tide, and the area outside the capital was filled with mutant beasts and zombies. There are nearly 10 million zombies outside the capital. A beast tide shouldn't occur. I remember Yaij mentioned that their academy's strongest, Paris, also came to the capital. Could it be her doing? Luing speculated. Granny said, it's possible. The students of Blue Mountain Academy more or less know some beast taming techniques. As the strongest in the academy, Paris's methods must be extraordinary. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. If it was truly this person who acted, they could not be allowed to remain. Actually, this is a good thing. The beast tide and the corpse tide clashing means that as long as the people inside the capital don't come out, they should be safe, Granny said. Lu Yin pondered. If Granny could think of this, then that Paris could think of it too. So why still drive the beast tide? Inside the capital, countless soldiers ran to switch defenses. The impact of the beast tide and the corpse tide also had some effect on the capital. Occasionally, a flying-level mutant beast would sweep past, causing exclamations. On top of a tall building, 2 figures gazed outside the city. In the distance, a slash streaked across the sky, cutting a flying mutated beast in half, its blood spraying in the air. That's Zhang Dingtian, the top of the 7 saints. Truly impressive, Duel said in amazement. Beside her, Bolaro said gravely, this person's strength surpasses mine. Obviously, he's a cross-border powerhouse. Even if we join forces, we might not be a match for him, Duels replied. Bolaro, unconvinced, clenched his green fist. I don't need to fight him head-on, I can wear him down. This beast tide was probably triggered by that woman Paris. She's very vicious. It seems she suffered under Zhang Dingtian, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone mad like this, inducing a beast tide of such scale. The price she paid must have been significant, Duels pondered. The beast tide
attracts Zhang Dingtian, leaving the city empty. Bale and Willow might be in the city looking for clues about the fugitives, Bolaro said.
Jules immediately opened her personal terminal and exclaimed, "Wow, 5 exploration-level experts, one of whom has reached fusion-level combat power Zhang Dingtian. The other 4 should be Bale, Willow, and Hadian.
They've all snuck in. This is going to be lively."
Bolaro's face was grave.
Has come too, that's troublesome. This person is very strong,
Jules said, entering the Universe Hall exceptionally, having defeated the strongest from 30 academies. This is Erd's record.
It's a bit of a problem, but no worries. What do you think would happen if we leaked the information to Zhang Dingtian? Bolaro frowned and said, betray our own people?
Jules rolled her eyes.
What own people? We're competitors.
Besides, in the Empire's eyes, both we and the Earthlings are just trial participants. There's no such thing as betrayal. Bolaro nodded. I can drive the plants to help hold back the beast tide, giving Zhang Dingtian a chance to act.
That's a delightful decision, Grace said joyfully.
On the other side, 2 figures wrapped in black robes stood inside an abandoned hotel.
Erda, I can sense Bolaro's presence.
His plant aura is very strong, one of the black-robed figures said, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Another black-robed man, Erd, said in a deep voice, including us. There are 7 boundary explorers in the city, plus Paris outside the city.
That makes 8 boundary explorers gathered here. It's a bit troublesome, but not too difficult to kill. The only real problem is Zhang Dingtian. It's unbelievable that there is a cross-boundary powerhouse among the natives.
Leave Zhang Dingtian to me. I want to see what this so-called cross-boundary powerhouse is really like, the black-robed man said excitedly, raising his head as his eyes flickered with green light. On the steel city wall, Zhang Dingtian's face was heavy. In the distance, the vast tide of corpses clashed with the beast tide, resembling a grinding mill of flesh and blood. Every second, creatures were dying, and the stench of blood filled the sky. The zombies were very weak and could be easily torn apart by the claws of the mutant beasts, but the zombies' toxicity was extremely potent, causing significant losses to the mutant beasts as well. Over 10 kilometers to the east, Paris's face was pale as she excitedly gazed into the distance.
Go ahead, more. I want to bury this city with a beast tide. How dare these mere natives hurt me? I will make you pay the price.
Paris didn't notice that at some point, a chill had appeared beneath her feet. Although the temperature wasn't low, the air was filled with a frosty white sheen. Paris continued to stare at the battlefield in the distance, pulling her clothes tighter.
Why does it feel a bit cold? Inexplicably, Paris's heart tightened, and a chill ran down her back.
She suddenly turned around, and before her eyes was an absolutely stunning woman calmly watching her. Red boots stepped on the dark red ground, a snow-white plain dress adorned her body, blue hair cascading down to her waist, and her expression was cold.
Who are you? Paris asked in shock.
Someone had gotten so close to her without her noticing.
Was it carelessness, or the after-effects of her injuries? The stunning woman looked at Paris indifferently. This beast tide, was it caused by you?
Paris stared intently at the woman, a flash of jealousy in her eyes.
This woman was too beautiful.
Among all the people she had met, only the star-gathering maiden could compare. This kind of beauty was untainted by the impurities of the world, pure and flawless.
How could such a person exist?
I'll ask you again, was the beast tide caused by you? The stunningly beautiful woman asked once more.
Who are you? Paris asked sharply, her gaze vigilant.
The stunningly beautiful woman looked at Paris.
My name is Bai Shui, one of the 7 saints, Saint Bai Shui? Paris exclaimed in surprise.
Snow's gaze passed over Paris, looking at the blood-stained battlefield, her eyes icy cold.
Triggering a beast tide, what are you trying to do?
Paris sneered, a mere native has no right to speak to me. Once I catch you, I'll tear your face apart. As she spoke, she reached out toward Snow, the roar of a beast emanating from her palm, making one's scalp tingle.
Snow stepped back, layers of solid ice appearing before her, only to be easily shattered by Paris. Do you think the ice created by mere plants can stop me? A native is just a native.
Snow stopped, raising her palm to strike at Paris.
Paris sneered, courting death.
With that, she clashed palms with Snow. A chilling current swept in all directions, freezing the ground as Snow's ice spread toward Paris.
Paris didn't care.
Although her injuries hadn't healed yet, she didn't take Bai Shui seriously at all. I said, the cold caused by plants is completely useless, Paris said in a low voice. The ice shattered explosively, even tearing Bai Shui's sleeve apart. A few icy cold blades of grass fell, identical to the ones on Xiaoyu earlier. It was precisely this kind of grass that emitted cold air, enabling Xiaoyu to perform the ice palm, with an effect similar to that of the flame crystal. Paris looked arrogantly at Bai Shui, wanting to see the expression of despair on her face. However, in the next moment, an extreme chill enveloped the surroundings. The ground froze instantly, and a layer of white ice suddenly appeared, solidifying the air. Paris's pupils contracted sharply, and the color drained from her face.
Impossible, this is a talent, an ice talent. You have a talent?
White Snow's gaze remained unchanged. An endless chill enveloped Paris once again, instantly freezing her right arm.
Paris screamed and tried to retreat, but it was too late.
In just 2 seconds, her entire body was frozen and then shattered.
The mighty strong strongest of Blue Mountain Academy dead.
With Paris's death, the beast tied on the blood-colored battlefield regained clarity, and many began to retreat.
Snow exhaled. This woman was very strong. If she hadn't been injured, she might have been able to break free.
She had underestimated herself, but even so, she had forced out her ice talent. Inside the city, Willow and Byleth searched the place where Zhang Dingtian had lived, as well as the former office of Number 1, but found nothing. Luin and Granny arrived outside the capital, then crossed the battlefield and entered the city. The atmosphere in the capital was heavy at this moment, but it was not chaotic. Although the faces of all the survivors showed fear, they still maintained confidence in the Hua camp. No matter how prosperous a city is in times of peace, it all becomes the same after the apocalypse. Bridges collapse, skyscrapers are abandoned, houses crumble. Having a place to live is already a blessing.
Luin found a map of the capital city and headed directly to Zhang Dingtian's residence with Granny.
Like Willow and the others, he believed that if anyone in the capital knew the whereabouts of that corpse, it was most likely Zhang Dingtian. On the steel city walls, Zhang Dingtian gazed into the distance at the white mist rising high into the sky. It was freezing air, the frost of white snow.
Huasheng, look, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked into the distance. On the battlefield, countless mutant beasts were fighting zombies, staining the ground red.
However, at this moment, a streak of white suddenly appeared, freezing the ground. A stunningly beautiful woman walked slowly across the battlefield, and wherever she passed, both mutant beasts and zombies froze. It's Luoshang by Shuet, someone shouted in joy, followed by countless cheers. The seven saints are the guardians of the apocalypse, and Bai Shui is their emblem. She is the only female among the seven saints and is also the most beautiful woman in China. Her appearance made countless evolved soldiers feel an adrenaline rush of excitement. Beauty is a kind of power that can inspire potential, allowing people to ignore physical pain and suffering. Bai Shui undoubtedly possesses this power. The moment Bai Shui appeared on the city wall, everyone in the Hua camp let out a low roar, striking fear into countless mutated beasts on the battlefield. Zhang Dingtian gazed calmly at the battlefield, gripping his long blade tightly.
Bai Shui walked to Zhang Dingtian's side. I've already dealt with the person who triggered the beast tide. It was an alien student.
Thank you, Zhang Dingtian said indifferently. Bai Shui said coldly, you are too merciful. Even if you don't kill them, you should have captured them.
These people don't even see us as human.
Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, I killed 5.
These few, it's difficult. Bai Shui was surprised. Difficult? Even you can't kill them?
Zhang Dingtian looked at Bai Shui. The 7 saints are divided into the upper 3 saints and the lower 4 saints, and alien students are naturally divided as well. The person you just killed wasn't simple, was she? Bai Shui remained silent. That woman had forced her to use her innate ability, something even the lower 4 saints couldn't achieve. That woman possessed the strength to fight against the upper 3 saints.
You just mentioned several. Does that mean the alien students appearing this time aren't just one person? What about the others?
Bai Shui suddenly asked.
Zhang Dingtian narrowed his eyes. I don't know.
Bai Shui took out the stolen personal terminal, tapped it a few times, and the screen emitted a beeping sound. 8. There are 8 heaven-level experts in the city, Bai Shui said in surprise.
Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened in fury, his anger surging. The sudden appearance of 8 heaven-level experts was enough to completely destroy the capital. They're courting death.
On the other side, when Luin and Granny arrived a few kilometers away from Zhang Dingtian's residence, Granny suddenly stopped, looking ahead in astonishment. Following her gaze, Luin immediately spotted 2 men, one tall and one short. They were simply too conspicuous. Survivors rarely dressed so cleanly, and most striking of all was the short man's peculiar appearance, about 1 meter tall with a stocky build. Such a figure could be recognized at a glance on the street. The 2 were Willow and Bale, who had just come out of Zhang Dingtian's residence empty-handed. They were about to head elsewhere when they happened to encounter Luin and Granny. Willow and Bale stood out, but Luin and Granny were no less noticeable, especially Granny. After the apocalypse, many women struggled to survive, let alone maintain their appearance. Granny's beauty made her seem as if she glowed in the crowd, immediately catching Willow's attention and recognition. Willow, Granny exclaimed in surprise, instinctively moving closer to Luin. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened. Willow? He had heard this name several times before. The strongest figure at the Empire's first military academy, an elite qualified to complete missions. What a coincidence to meet here. Willow looked at Granny with some surprise. The capital city was a necessary stop for the investigation mission. Could Granny's appearance mean she also wanted to complete the mission? Willow couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze shifting to Luin, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Through star energy, he could sense that Luin had just broken through a mere piece of trash. Do you know him? Bale asked in a deep voice. Willow replied, from the same academy. Bring him along. We're short on manpower, Bale said in a deep voice. Willow nodded and shouted softly at Granny, come here, follow us. A trace of fear flashed in Granny's eyes as she looked at Luin. The trial targeted everyone, unless they were friends or relatives, they were enemies. Even those from the same academy were enemies. To Granny, although Luin controlled her, he hadn't put her life in danger. Willow was different. People from the stars were even more ruthless.
worthless. I told you to come here, didn't you hear me? Willow shouted loudly, drawing the attention of many. Bai Lai frowned, keep your voice down.
Willow glared coldly at Granny, his gaze icy.
Luing took a few steps forward and looked at Willow indifferently. Who are you talking to? Do you know how noisy you are?
Willow was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting Luing to say that, and sneered, I don't know which academy you're from, but today, you can be removed. As he spoke, he pressed down with one palm, causing the air to ripple. A wave spread across the ground, and many survivors were knocked away before they could react.
Luing raised an eyebrow, void split palm?
Watching closely, he also pressed down with one hand and then struck out with a palm.
At the same time, Willow also struck out with a palm. Two identical attacks collided in mid-air, and everyone heard a loud boom.
The air scattered, countless gusts shattered walls, even crushed bridges. The ground at the collision site cracked, air currents surged upward, and then dispersed at a height of 100 meters.
Willow looked at Luyin in surprise. You can actually use the void split palm? Luyin's gaze remained calm.
He had heard from Granny that Willow could use the void split palm, so he wasn't surprised. What surprised him was that Willow's void split palm seemed a bit weak, as Willow's right palm was trembling at the moment. This was the consequence of forcibly using the void split palm.
Bai Lai also looked at Luyin in astonishment. The void split palm wasn't something just anyone could use.
This person was no less capable than Willow. At the same time, on the Steel City wall, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui simultaneously looked toward the city and leaped into the air, their gazes icy cold. Killing intent filled Bai Shui's eyes. A heaven-level expert causing destruction within the city would result in massive disasters.
These students completely disregarded the lives of Earthlings and must be eliminated.
Inside the city, Granny exclaimed, Zhang Dingtian is here, and there's also a force at the exploration realm nearby.
Luyin remained indifferent. Opposite him, Bai Lai frowned.
Finish this quickly, Zhang Dingtian has arrived. Willow narrowed his eyes, his body covered in ringed battle armor.
He leaped toward Luyin, delivering a kick so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see his attack speed. Luyin lifted his leg and kicked Willow's calf. The ground cracked and sank, a wave of air spreading out.
Willow let out a low roar, star energy erupting from his body, crushing toward Luyin. The earth trembled as he sought to decide the outcome with pure star energy.
Luyin sneered coldly.
He was certain that the star energy within him was not as abundant as Willow's, but his absorption speed was twice as fast. Even in terms of consumption, he had nothing to fear.
Granny retreated rapidly, unwilling to endure the clash of this star energy.
In the distance, Bailey's gaze turned cold as he charged toward Granny, raising his hand to grab her. Granny gritted her teeth, crushed several flame crystals, and surging flames burned across the ground. With a low shout of flame palm, flames gathered in Granny's palm and struck towards Bale. Bale's gaze was cold and arrogant, his movements unchanged.
Granny's flame palm was dispersed by a single strike from Bale. The gap was too vast. Granny's flames were too weak against Bale. Luyin watched as Granny was seized by Bale.
His right palm struck out, and the air visibly formed a shockwave towards Bale. Bale turned and shattered the splitting palm with a single punch.
Willow, go.
Willow laughed heartily, his figure flickering as he rushed into the distance, his speed increasing once again. Luyin snorted, using the Yushin step to charge directly at Willow. He raised his palm, and as it struck, stars appeared.
Willow's expression changed as an inexplicable sense of danger surged forth.
Fixing his gaze on Luyin's palm, he dodged without hesitation.
Unfortunately, the celestial palm was not so easily evaded.
The rotation of the stars inherently carried immense suction power, and with Luyin's right palm as the center, everything in this space seemed to be drawn in like stars being absorbed. Bai Lai was shocked, even he was astonished by Luyin's palm strike.
Bang!
With a deafening crash, Willow's rift palm, unleashed at the last moment, was completely shattered. His body, like a meteor, was violently slammed into the ground, further destroying the already broken bridge. The earth was left with a massive crater, and within it, Willow spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Luyin in disbelief. He never thought he would be injured by a single strike. That strike was too fierce, even his ring and battle armor were shattered.
Granny was shocked. Willow, the strongest in the academy, had actually been severely injured by a single blow. Unbelievable.
Daring to fight within the city, you're courting death. A loud roar came from afar, followed by a sharp slash cutting across the sky and descending directly, aimed straight at Byleth. Byleth shook off Granny and dodged it himself.
The slash cut through the earth, stirring up countless fear scales.
Bai Lai immediately donned his ring armor, gazing solemnly at Zhang Dingtian. High above, Zhang Dingtian scanned the scene below. His gaze passed over Bai Lai and Granny, landing on Luyin standing on the ground and the clearly injured Willow in the pit. His heart sank. He had fought both Bai Lai and Willow before, both were very strong.
Now, one was severely injured, and a stranger had appeared.
That person was clearly the one who injured Willow. This person was even stronger. Troublesome. At this moment, even Zhang Dingtian had this thought. More importantly, there were only 4 of them here, and 4 other heaven-level experts had yet to show themselves. Willow covered her body and emerged from the pit, looking at Luyin with apprehension as she walked to Bai Lai's side. The situation is unfavorable. Bai Lai narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his expression became calm.
Not necessarily. With a three-way melee, find a way to leave on your own.
After speaking, he suddenly charged at Granny, and before anyone could react, he flung Granny toward Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian instinctively raised his blade to strike, while Granny was horrified, her face turning deathly pale. Lu Ying soared into the air, pushing Granny aside, and met Zhang Dingtian's slash with a palm strike. The sky-splitting palm clashed with the slash, colliding in midair.
The air twisted under the immense force of the impact.
Feeling the overwhelming power of the collision, Lu Ying was forced to land, his feet sinking deep into the ground. He was shocked this was the strength of Zhang Dingtian.
After throwing Granny aside, Byret left immediately, and Willow did the same.
One Zhang Dingtian was already difficult to deal with, and with the addition of an inexplicable enemy, though they were confident, they were not foolish. However, while they were not foolish, neither was Zhang Dingtian. After delivering a slash to Granny, he unhesitatingly followed up with another slash at Byret. The two strikes came almost without pause. Byret had barely taken a few steps before encountering the slash. He quickly dodged, his expression dark.
"We don't want to fight. Let us leave." Zhang Dingtian's body surged toward Byret.
"None of you are leaving," he said, raising his blade for another slash.
The oppressive force of the close-range strike enraged Byret.
Heavy fist.
Byret roared, clenching his right fist.
Ripples of force spread through the air as he unleashed a powerful punch.
Boom!
The earth trembled. The heavy punch was Bale's combat technique.
He originally thought this punch would be enough to injure Zhang Dingtian, but the result left him horrified.
Not only was Zhang Dingtian unscathed, but he also pressed forward even more ferociously, directly forcing Bale into the ground. The shockwave swept in all directions like a tsunami, utterly destroying everything within a kilometer radius.
Willow had no choice but to intervene, striking at Zhang Dingtian with a rending sky palm.
Zhang Dingtian countered with a single slash, tearing through the rending sky palm. His long blade once again swept horizontally toward Bale as he fought the two of them alone.
Lu Ying was just about to attack Willow when ice appeared under his feet.
Not far away, Granny's legs were frozen, and Snow White walked out from behind her, staring coldly at Lu Ying.
"Don't move recklessly."
Lu Ying looked at Snow White, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman actually existed.
"You are Luo Shang Snow White?" Lu Ying guessed. Snow White said coldly, "It seems you alien students have done your research quite thoroughly."
Lu Ying said indifferently, "Zhou Shan told me. She said your beauty can be recognized at a glance."
Bai Shui's gaze turned icy. "You touched Zhou Shan?"
Just as Lu Ying was about to explain, a slash swept past. Zhang Dingtian attempted to drag him into the battlefield as well. Lu Ying dodged, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bai Shui directly freezing Granny. His brows furrowed as he used his movement technique to appear beside Granny, grabbing Bai Shui's hand. It felt smooth to the touch but very cold.
"You want to kill her?"
Bai Shui said coldly, "So what?" As she spoke, an extreme chill emanated from her body.
Lu Yin's gaze changed. "Talent, you possess the ice talent."
Bai Shui remained silent, and the hand tightly clasped with Lu Yin's directly froze, spreading toward Lu Yin's arm. She intended to freeze both Lu Yin and Granny completely. Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp, and the frozen hand erupted with star energy, faintly revealing the movement of stars. As his palm moved, stars appeared, and with the release of the heavenly star palm, the solid ice shattered. With a slight exertion of force, Lu Yin's heavenly star palm shook Bai Shui off, pushing her back over 10 meters. Bai Shui's arm ached, and her heart was filled with shock. It was the first time someone had so easily shattered her solid ice. Perhaps seeing Bai Shui being repelled, Zhang Dingtian abandoned Bear and Willow, slashing toward Lu Yin with a single strike. Lu Yin, impatient, dodged Zhang Dingtian's strike, took out Zhou Shan's ID, and threw it to him.
"I'm Zhou Shan's friend, not an alien."
Zhang Dingtian caught the ID, his eyes filled with surprise.
"You're an Earthling?"
Lu Yin nodded, his peripheral vision catching something, and his expression changed. "Not good, those two are trying to escape. Chase them." With that, he used his movement technique to pursue Willow, who was closest to him. Zhang Dingtian had no time to think and slashed at Bale.
Among the group, Zhang Dingtian was currently the strongest on the surface.
Even Bale, a cross-border powerhouse, was at a disadvantage. Although Lu Yin's celestial palm was fierce, it still hadn't allowed him to break through to the combat power of the fusion realm. This was partly because his base combat power was too low, only a little over 1,000, and partly because the celestial palm was only operating with 2 stars. If it were 3, perhaps Lu Yin could reach cross-border strength.
Willow was already no match for Lu Yin and had been severely injured in the battle with Zhang Dingtian, making it easy for Lu Yin to capture him. Bale also fell under Zhang Dingtian's relentless attacks, taking a slash to the chest and plummeting down.
This battle was not extensive in scope, yet it was profoundly stirring. Each participant possessed the combat strength of the strongest in the academy, a level of confrontation rarely seen even among the academies of the Great Yu Empire.
Academy elites like Granny were completely out of their depth.
This fight allowed Lu Yin to recognize his own strength. He possessed the power to suppress someone like Willow, one of the academy's strongest. Looking at Bai Lai and Wei Luo lying on the ground, Zhang Dingtian raised his blade, intending to strike them down directly. Lu Yin quickly stopped him. "These people can be used as bargaining chips in the future.
Zhang Dingtian was puzzled. Bargaining chips? Negotiation?
Louis nodded solemnly and said, "You should know that the purpose of these students coming to Earth is for a trial. Although trials don't prohibit life and death situations, the students who dare to participate in these trials usually have significant backgrounds and wide connections. We can use their lives to negotiate with the upper echelons of the Dayu Empire."
Snow White's eyes fixed on Luin as she said coldly, "Using their lives to exchange for Earth's freedom?" Luin nodded.
Planetary evolution sounds noble, like it's about enhancing humanity itself, but in reality, it's just the Great Yu Empire's method of conscription.
If Earth's evolvers aren't selected, they'll be sent to the battlefield.
Whether it's the Great Yu Empire's wars, other empires' conflicts, or the battles beyond human territories, all of them are countless times more brutal than these trials.
Out there, even those who can traverse the stars might not survive. These students can give Earth a few more survivors.
Zhang Dingtian remained silent and sheathed his long blade. A trace of sorrow flickered in Snow White's icy gaze. They had once believed Earth to be the universe's sole intelligent life-bearing planet. But ever since discovering a corpse on Neptune, everything had changed. Earth was merely a primitive planet under the surveillance of the Great Yu Empire.
What did it matter if they could explore space?
They had only just learned to walk, and everything was still under watchful control. Now, we are facing the most terrifying apocalypse, not mutant beasts and zombies, but the Great Yu Empire.
When the trial ends, who knows how many people will be sent to the battlefield?
Even beings like the Seven Saints might just be slightly higher-ranking soldiers.
Granny looked at Luin in astonishment.
She hadn't expected this person to have such plans. This was more than just negotiating with a tiger, daring to negotiate with the upper echelons of the Great Yu Empire.
Since the Empire's establishment, no native had ever dared to make demands of the Empire.
This was courting death, but she had to admit, it might work.
Granny wasn't sure about others, but Willow had quite a background. His family even had someone serving in the Imperial Court's 13 squads. Cough, cough. You're thinking too simply. The Great Yu Empire is renowned across the universe for its iron-blooded military discipline.
They won't accept threats from natives, Bear mocked.
Luin looked at him. You don't need to worry about that. Just stay alive. All of you are bargaining chips.
Bai Lai sneered disdainfully. These natives had no idea about the situation of the Grand Universe Empire.
Bai Shui looked at Luin with confusion.
Using students to threaten the Grand Universe Empire might work, but by doing so, this person would place himself in the eye of the storm, making it impossible for the Grand Universe Empire to tolerate him.
What was he relying on?
No one would selflessly sacrifice for others.
Bai Shui secretly grew wary of Luin. Boom!
A sudden loud noise came from the north.
Zhang Dingtian looked toward the north, his expression changing.
The Academy of Science, this is bad, he said, before rushing rapidly in that direction. At that moment, in the sky, two figures flew toward the west. Bai Lai looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth. Hadian. Zhang Dingtian soared into the sky and immediately spotted the two heading west. At the same time, from another direction, two more figures also rose into the air, following closely behind and Hadian. Zhang Dingtian's eyes turned icy cold as energy erupted from his body, creating visible ripples that spread outward. He raised his long blade, and the energy vibrating in the sky vanished instantly. At that moment, the long blade made countless people's scalps tingle, as an overwhelming sharpness surged forth, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth apart. The high-altitude clouds were invisibly torn apart, and the world fell into silence.
Luin was shaken. A battle technique?
No, this was the strongest slash. In the west, Id and the others turned their heads, their expressions changing. Zhang Dingtian had hidden his strength. This slash was shocking. Although it wasn't a battle technique, it was extremely close. Don't hesitate, leave quickly, Id said in a low voice. Not far away, Jules and Bolaro were shocked. This native is defying the heavens, run quickly. Zhang Dingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light, and his long blade slashed fiercely. Under the astonished gazes of countless people in the capital, a massive strike spanning the city swept westward. The sky was split open, the air distorted, and the sharp energy created illusions for everyone, as if this high altitude had been severed. Hadian, Jules, and Bolaro simultaneously turned back to withstand the strike.
In just an instant, the strike was torn apart, transforming into 5 waves of energy that disappeared into the vast sky.
Erd's face was grave, his gaze filled with disbelief.
Hadian's black robe was torn open, revealing a scaly upper body, with a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth glaring under the sunlight. Jules panted heavily, staring at Zhang Dingtian in astonishment.
Bolaro was the worst off, spitting out blood, his already green skin turning even greener, with faint cracks appearing on his surface. Go, Id shouted again in a low voice, rushing toward the west. Hadian reluctantly glanced at Zhang Dingtian and also flew toward the west. Grace and Bolaro said nothing, closely following behind Id and Hadian.
Zhang Dingtian stood tall in the sky, exuding dominance.
With just one man and one blade, he silenced the surroundings, earning the reverence and cheers of countless people.
Granny was stunned.
Among the natives, there was actually someone this strong, a cross-border powerhouse, definitely a cross-border powerhouse. This monster might be one of the very few few who could rival him among the exploration students of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes.
Zhang Dingtian's strike made his heart surge with excitement. He wondered how powerful his heavenly star palm, operating with 3 stars, would be. Could it defeat Zhang Dingtian? Bai Shui exhaled and revealed a faint smile. As expected of the leader of the 7 saints, Bai Lai and Wei Luo were shocked. So this was a cross-border powerhouse. They had underestimated Zhang Dingtian too much. If they had known he possessed such strength, the two of them would never have made a move in the capital. Zhang Dingtian turned around and flew toward the north, where the Capital Institute of Technology, one of the most important places in Huaxia, was located. Lu Yin and Bai Shui hurriedly followed. Granny also grabbed Bai Lai and the two chased after them. The Institute of Technology was in the northern part of the capital. The corpse brought back from Neptune was initially handed over to the Institute for safekeeping, but for some unknown reason, it needed to be relocated. At the moment of relocation, Huaxia's top management, including Number 1, were present, as only they had the authority to issue orders. However, a massive explosion occurred, leading to the apocalypse. It can be said that the Academy of Science is the true origin of everything. Bai Lai and Wei Luo only thought about going to Zhang Dingtian's residence in Office Number 1 to search, never considering the Academy of Science. Only Id thought of it. When the group arrived at the Academy of Science, what they saw were scattered wreckage and numerous corpses. Zhang Dingtian clenched his fists and ordered the army to seal off the surrounding area and search for survivors. Hua Shang, Director Lian wants to see you, a soldier reported. Zhang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. The director is alive, he said, then asked the soldier to lead the way. A few kilometers away from the ruins of the Academy of Science, there was a sunken area, which served as the underground entrance to the academy. This area was also sealed off by the military. An elderly man in a white lab coat leaned wearily against the wall of the ruins, drinking water. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in a black professional outfit. Huansha, how is the director? Zhang Dingtian asked anxiously upon arrival. A woman named Huansha said, it's nothing, just a little startled. What's startled? I just twisted my ankle. I wasn't startled, the old man said unhappily. Huansha smiled and said, yes, just twisted your ankle. Zhang Dingtian looked at the old man. Dean, what happened? Lu Yin and the others appeared simultaneously. Bai Shui looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Just moments ago, Lu Yin had searched through Bailey and Willow's cosmic rings right in front of her, taking everything he could, which left her feeling quite odd. Lu Yin found it perfectly natural. He had contributed to this battle, and besides, he was very poor and couldn't afford to waste anything. The star energy crystals from Bailey and Willow combined to make up 1 cubic meter. He could roll the dice again. Thinking of this, Lu Yin became excited, wondering what he would roll this time. He was truly looking forward to it. Di Lian ordered Zhang Dingtian to disperse the troops. Zhang Dingtian waved his hand, and Huansha was also sent away, leaving only Bai Shui, Lu Yin, and Granny. Lu Yin asked Granny to leave. Granny was quite reluctant. After he'd left here, he rushed westward, clearly having discovered something. She wanted to know as well. Lu Yin glared at her fiercely, and only then did Granny leave unwillingly. Beside him, Bai Shui stared at Lu Yin, seemingly wanting him to leave. Lu Yin completely ignored him and curiously looked at Di Lian. Who is this? Di Lian asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, I'm here on behalf of Zhou Shan to listen. Bai Shui was speechless. Zhang Dingtian was also momentarily stunned and said, he is Zhou Shan's friend and a heaven-level expert. Even the dean exclaimed in surprise, heaven-level? An earthling? Lu Yin nodded. Di Lian was even more surprised. I didn't expect that besides you 7 and the ascetic monk from Tianzhu, someone else could reach the heavenly level at this time. Unbelievable. Young man, how did you do it? Lu Yin replied indifferently with 2 words, talent. Dean Lian accepted it. It seemed there was no other explanation. Dean, what exactly happened? Bai Shui asked. Dean Lian sighed. The Academy of Science was breached, and all the information was taken by that alien kid. What information did he get? It seems like the Academy of Science doesn't have anything that would interest him, Zhang Dingtian asked in confusion. Di Lian shook his head and frowned. I don't know either. He connected that thing on his wrist to the Academy's optical computer, and before long, he was overjoyed. Personal terminal, Bai Shui said gravely. This is alien technology, far beyond Earth's technology. Perhaps the information that the Academy couldn't identify was recognized by him. No wonder he wanted to destroy the Academy. It seems he didn't want us to find out. No, I was the one who destroyed the Academy of Science, Dean Lian said. The group was shocked. Dean Lian smiled bitterly. That person killed all the researchers as soon as he entered, searching for the optical brain. I had to destroy the Academy of Science, otherwise, the underground would be exposed. And this was the only way to notify you. Lu Yin admired him. The old man had great courage, not even afraid of burying himself. Zhang Dingtian frowned. The Science Academy has been destroyed. All the information has been reduced to ashes. We can't even find them to take revenge. Dean Lian shook his head. Who said the information is gone? If the Science Academy's destruction meant the information was lost, what would be the point of me being the dean? As he spoke, he opened the underground area under the
gaze of Zhang Dingtian and the others.
All the Science Academy's information is backed up underground. You should have alien technology, right? Give it a try, maybe you can analyze something.
Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, and Lu Ying immediately went down. Not long after, the group stared at the light screen projected from their personal terminals, their faces filled with shock. The light screen displayed the massive explosion from over 6 months ago. On the light screen at the Academy of Technology, the explosion seemed unremarkable, everything was destroyed. However, upon analysis through a personal terminal, a black shadow was seen rushing westward during the explosion, disappearing in an instant. This scene could only be deciphered by a personal terminal. Earth's technology was incapable of analyzing it due to the shadow's extreme speed.
Zhang Dingtian and the other two looked grim. Even the dean was shocked. What is that black shadow? A person?
Lu Ying said calmly, over 6 months ago, I recall the 7 saints hadn't reached the heavenly level yet.
This speed is equivalent to the heavenly level. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that corpse.
Only that corpse at the site could possibly achieve this.
Dean Lien was surprised. You mean, that wasn't a corpse at all? That person isn't dead?
Lu Ying nodded, using energy to envelop oneself, stopping all bodily functions. It's no different from being dead.
It's normal that Earth's technology couldn't detect it.
It seems there's no mistake. This corpse is the fugitive from the student's trial mission. The group fell silent, staring at the light screen.
Lu Ying looked at Dean Lien. Let me ask, why did you transfer that corpse back then?
Zhou Shan told me it was because you couldn't control some kind of substance. Even the dean glanced at Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui, saying, we analyzed that the corpse contained a peculiar substance. Once this substance erupts, the consequences are unimaginable. We truly cannot control it and must relocate. Back then, number 1 was worried about the substance erupting during the relocation, so he dispersed the 7 of us as a precaution.
Unexpectedly, it came true, the apocalypse arrived.
Fortunately, the 7 of us guarded different areas, which allowed us to protect the survivors, Bai Shui said solemnly. Lu Ying sighed. Number 1 was truly a great person. If he had let the 7 of you protect him back then, he might not have died. The dean sighed. There was no other way. No one could have predicted this outcome.
Looking back now, the root cause of everything was that corpse. It triggered the explosion and brought about the apocalypse. Lu Ying frowned, sensing something was off. Why would that corpse want to create an apocalypse?
An apocalypse for Earth meant evolution.
Was it not afraid of attracting the attention of the Great Yu Empire? When we were studying the corpse, our Academy of Science placed a nanotracker in its skin tissue.
Let me see if I can find location information, Dean Lien said as he fiddled with the light brain. After a while, he opened the world map and exclaimed in surprise, found it.
The last place the tracking signal disappeared was here. Everyone looked over. Europe, the Mediterranean.
That alien student is heading to the Western Mediterranean, Zhang Dingtian said gravely.
Should we go? Bai Shui asked. Zhang Dingtian stared at the screen. No.
Lu Ying said calmly, that corpse once belonged to a strong figure who roamed the starry skies. Even now, gravely injured and on the brink of death, it must still have the ability to protect itself.
It's too dangerous for us to go. Dean Lien said, don't worry, if those alien students fail to catch him, he will definitely come back. Lu Ying looked at Dean Lien in confusion.
Dean Lien said, his belongings are kept in the Academy of Science. They will never be abandoned.
What belongings? Lu Ying asked.
Back then, the corpse was brought back to Earth, and no one knew what else was brought along, only that there was a battle blade. Dean Lien was about to speak but was stopped by Bai Shui.
This is a state secret and cannot be disclosed.
Lu Ying chuckled. The apocalypse has already arrived, and the highest authorities in the country are you 7 saints. What secrets could there still be?
Bai Shui stared at Lu Ying. We don't know your background. Who's to say you're not an alien student? Zhou Shan can vouch for me.
I was already in the penal camp before the trial students arrived, Lu Ying said with a frown. Bai Shui's lips curved into a stunning arc. I remember those students mentioning that Earth had long been under the surveillance of the Dayu Empire.
Entering early isn't impossible.
Strong words and twisted logic. You always have the last say, Lu Ying said unhappily. This woman seemed to oppose him at every turn. He had heard rumors about her and Lu Xiaoge, and it made him want to teach her a lesson. Bai Shui replied indifferently, I'm just telling the truth. I must tell you, those students earlier were just the first batch of trial participants. The second batch is about to arrive, and there will definitely be enemies you can't handle. I can help you, so don't fail to appreciate my goodwill, Lu Ying said. Bai Shui snorted, if you're an Earthling, you should help us, otherwise, you're a traitor.
If you're not from Earth, then begging you would be pointless. Lu Ying had a toothache. This woman's analysis was quite reasonable.
Zhang Dingtian looked at Lu Ying and said in a deep voice, your identity is unclear.
Zhou Shan can only represent himself. If you want to learn about state secrets, it must be decided by the 7 saints. Lu Ying waved his hand. Forget it. Communication is cut off now. Where would we go to vote? Besides, this woman seems to have decent influence. If we vote, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. With that, he left directly. Zhang Dingtian watched Lu Yin's departing figure, lost in thought. Bai Shui said, this person is very strong. I can't figure out how, apart from the 7 of us and those foreigners who
accepted the inheritance when the country compromised. Someone could break through to the heavenly level at this time.
It's not impossible. The ascetic monk from India was the first person to break through to the heavenly level without accepting the inheritance. He can only be considered the second, Zhang Dingtian said. Bai Xuan nodded.
She wasn't targeting Lu Yin specifically, but she did find him suspicious. He was unusually strong, and a bit greedy. Thinking about how Lu Yin had snatched the two alien students' spatial rings right in front of her made her uncomfortable.
Walking out from the underground, Lu Yin's expression was heavy.
The Earth was now in an apocalyptic state, with alien students running rampant, an escaped convict of uncertain strength hiding somewhere, and the second wave of trial takers about to arrive. The Earth was becoming increasingly chaotic, and his own strength was still improving a bit too slowly.
The Daiyu Empire is just one empire within the Kanglan territory. The outer universe has many territories, producing countless geniuses.
If he couldn't even handle the ordinary students of the Daiyu Empire's academies, let alone the top institution Yutong or the young elites from the Empire's royal court's 13 teams, he must speed up his progress.
Granny, come here, Lu Yin shouted. In the distance, Granny approached. What's the matter?
Spread the word, the fugitive is in Earth's Europe, the Mediterranean, Lu Yin said calmly.
Granny was startled. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Go ahead. Granny frowned. Since you know, why don't you go yourself?
Just do it. Stop asking so many questions, Lu Yin said impatiently. Granny felt stifled, opened her personal terminal, and sent a message to the Starry Sky Network. For Lu Yin, the most important thing now is star energy crystals, followed by that fugitive. He possesses Trace's body refinement technique, which can allow him to undergo a third body refinement and reach the fusion realm.
However, anything beyond the fusion realm becomes problematic.
Generally, body refinement techniques only allow for 3 refinements.
Only stronger techniques can enable a 4th refinement.
Such techniques are impossible for even Willow or Bailey to possess. They can only be found with stronger individuals.
Earth's only hope lies with that fugitive.
Although the fugitive might be strong, Lu Yin was unsure what methods the 4 students might have. He decided to stir the waters, attracting all the students to compete for it. The more chaotic it became, the more advantageous it would be for the fugitive. Once his third star began to operate, none of the first batch of trial participants would be his match. For now, he needed to buy time. In a secluded courtyard in the capital, Lu Yin closed the doors and windows, scattered flame crystals around, then returned to the room and opened his hand. The die slowly appeared. The surface of the die was dim and had not yet recovered. Without star energy crystals, it would take a long time to recover to a usable state, and he did not want to wait. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Yin's eyes gleamed as he stared at the die. He crushed the hard-earned cubic star energy crystal, and the surging star energy poured into the die, making its glow increasingly bright. Finally, it recovered, and the stars shimmered faintly. Lu Yin licked his lips, feeling a bit nervous. At this moment, his mood was just like that of a gambler.
Come on, give me some luck, let's see what I can roll.
Saying this, Lu Yin pointed his finger at the dice. The dice spun rapidly, the hazy starlight incredibly beautiful. Lu Yin widened his eyes and stared intently. Finally, the dice stopped spinning. The numbers on 5 sides disappeared, leaving only one side 1 dot.
1 dot again, Lu Yin exclaimed in delight. 1 dot allows him to randomly obtain an item from someone's spatial ring.
The first time he rolled the dice, it was 1, and he got the Heavenly Star technique and Heavenly Star palm that led to his rise.
This was the second time. Lu Yin watched as the dice emitted a beam of light that pierced through the void, as if opening a passage. Then, something fell to the ground with a snapping sound. Lu Yin stared blankly at the ground, incredulous. Is this a snack?
On the ground lay a beautifully packaged snack bag, quietly resting.
The snack bag was inscribed with words Lu Yin couldn't understand, which were probably advertisements.
Lu Yin picked up the snack bag in a daze, feeling an urge to spit blood. I spent a cubic star energy crystal just to get this thing. Snacks.
Even a broken dagger would have been better.
The surface of the die dimmed and then disappeared. Everything in the room returned to normal, leaving Lu Yin speechless as he held a bag of snacks, his heart bleeding.
What a scam.
For 10 days, Lu Yin stayed in the capital. It had become much quieter here. The number of corpses outside the city had significantly decreased since clashing with the beast tide, and more evolvers dared to venture out. The capital city remains calm, but Europe is in chaos. 10 days ago, Lu Yin instructed Granny to release news about fugitives in the Mediterranean. Initially, no one believed the news, but as traces of Erda and others were exposed, many students started to believe and headed to the Mediterranean. A few days ago, a great battle erupted in the Mediterranean, evaporating a layer of the sea surface. Rumor has it that the fugitives possess fusion realm strength, killing several students before escaping, with Erda and others sustaining injuries.
The Academy's strongest teams are not limited to Erda's group.
3 teams came from China, 2 from northern Russia, 2 from Europe, and others from Africa and other regions. The number of top-tier student teams is considerable, throwing all of Europe into turmoil. Lu Yin listened to Granny's report with great satisfaction. As long as the fugitive hadn't been caught, everything was fine.
fine.
His simulation of the star's rotation was also progressing smoothly, with the third star faintly visible. In at most half a month he would succeed, and that would be the time for him to take action.
Outside the capital, countless zombies wandered along the roadside.
From time to time, zombies emerged from the shops on either side, biting into unidentifiable objects. Amid the sound of countless gunshots, a convoy of vehicles drove forward, not slowing down as they ran over the zombies, leaving behind pools of blood and a pungent stench. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and an inexplicable gust of wind swept across the flat ground, overturning the convoy. All the evolved beings on the vehicles escaped, looking around in confusion. The sudden windstorm was too eerie.
What's going on?
A tall man patted the dust off his body, holding a cigarette, and shouted loudly, "Captain, no idea where that gust of wind came from and flipped the car," someone reported.
The man frowned and looked into the distance. The surroundings were calm. Where could the gust of wind have come from?
At that moment, a shop in the distance was sliced in half by an invisible attack. In the next second, all the evolved individuals stood frozen in place, their upper bodies cleanly severed in falling to the ground.
They were all annihilated by the invisible attack.
Originally, the deaths of these evolvers were nothing unusual, but in the following days, evolvers were successively wiped out by invisible attacks, drawing the attention of the Hua camp. When a ground-level expert from the Hua camp was wiped out, Zhang Dingtian left the capital.
The ground-level expert who was killed was second only to the heavenly-level experts like them in the capital.
If he didn't act, no one in the Hua camp dared to. On both sides of the road, zombies roared as they charged at Zhang Dingtian, while strange mutated beasts writhed underground. Zhang Dingtian's expression remained unchanged. With a casual wave of his hand, an energy gust slaughtered all the zombies. It was probably due to sensing Zhang Dingtian's strength that the road on both sides was eerily silent.
Zhang Dingtian walked for half a day without encountering any attacks.
After some thought, he put on the personal terminal that Bai Shui had given him. This personal terminal came from Paris. Originally, Zhang Dingtian disdained using it, but at this moment, there was nothing more suitable. He lightly tapped the personal terminal, and soon, the terminal emitted a beeping sound.
Zhang Dingtian's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the northeast.
Raising his blade, he slashed directly. The massive strike tore through the ground and swept across. Over there, a figure fled in a panic, its left arm injured by the slash, letting out a low growl. Zhang Dingtian charged forward abruptly, slashing horizontally with the back of his blade. The figure turned around, revealing a hideous and terrifying face. It was a zombie.
With a loud bang, the zombie was pinned to the ground with a single strike.
Its blood-red eyes emitted a cruel gleam as its hands flailed, and an invisible gale transformed into sharp blades slashing toward Zhang Dingtian.
With a casual swipe, Zhang Dingtian dispersed the wind blades. The blade's edge flipped, sweeping effortlessly, and the zombie's head rolled into the distance, shattered by the residual force.
Zhang Dingtian frowned as he looked at the zombie, his expression strange. In his understanding, zombies were merely failed products of human evolution and shouldn't possess great power. However, this zombie not only had Earth-level strength but could even wield fierce winds with its hands, which was peculiar. Zhang Dingtian quickly returned to the capital and found Dean Lian, explaining the situation with the zombie.
Dean Lian was shocked. What did you say? A zombie with Earth-level strength? Even capable of wielding fierce winds? Impossible. They are merely failed products of human genetic mutation. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, that is the reality.
Dean Lian pondered, his gaze heavy.
Currently, the number of zombies on Earth far exceeds the number of survivors.
If zombies can truly evolve, it would be a serious problem. Humanity would not only have to face powerful mutant beasts but also zombies. More importantly, wielding a raging wind is not something that can occur through evolution. As of now, they know of only 2 people capable of using supernatural powers.
Even Zhang Dingtian doesn't possess supernatural powers, so how could a zombie have such abilities? If one can appear, then a second one can too. Isn't that Luin from Jiling?
Ask him if he's ever encountered such a zombie, Dean Lian suggested.
Zhang Dingtian immediately ordered someone to summon Luin and Bai Shui.
The moment Luin heard that Zhang Dingtian had encountered a corpse king, his expression changed.
You know?
Zhang Dingtian stared at Luin and asked. Luin nodded and explained the situation about the long-haired corpse king. Back then, he had speculated that the capital might know about this, but he hadn't expected them to encounter it only now.
Bai Shui was incredulous. Devouring natural energy crystals can produce supernatural powers? How is that possible? Even humans can't do that.
Luin said in a deep voice, what I saw was exactly that scene. There's no need for me to lie to you.
Dean Lian's expression was serious as he looked at the 3 of them.
We have always believed that zombies are the product of human evolutionary failure. The fact is, most zombies are indeed like that, only wandering around, with very weak combat abilities, posing a threat only to ordinary people.
But on the other hand, if zombies are not failures, but rather represent another path of evolution, wouldn't that make sense?
Zhang Dingtian's gaze shifted. Humans can absorb the energy crystals within mutant beasts to become stronger, and zombies can do the same. They can even absorb supernatural energy crystals crystals to gain even greater power. Dean Lian said gravely, no one has ever seen a zombie consume an energy crystal. A single mutant beast can often easily tear apart many zombies, and even if severely injured, it can escape effortlessly. Therefore, zombies have no way of obtaining energy crystals, and no one would willingly give the energy crystals they worked so hard to acquire to a zombie.
This possibility was ruled out from the beginning. However, we cannot deny that some extraordinarily lucky zombies might obtain energy crystals. If such a possibility truly exists, the Earth will undergo a massive transformation. I'll go catch a zombie to experiment, Zhang Dingtian said and immediately left. Before long, Zhang Dingtian threw a zombie onto the ground and casually tossed an energy crystal into the zombie's mouth. The group stared at the zombie. After a long while, the zombie showed no reaction.
Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luing said indifferently, one doesn't prove anything. Let's catch some more and test. Zhang Dingtian nodded and ordered people to capture zombies.
Half an hour later, a total of over 50 zombies were bound and brought over.
Zhang Dingtian placed more than 50 energy crystals one by one into their mouths. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie let out a low growl, its face contorted in pain, its blood-red eyes fixed on Zhang Dingtian. On its body, a faint energy seemed to tear through its skin, and then with a bang, its entire body exploded.
Apart from this zombie, the other zombies showed no reaction.
Even the Dean watched the scene in shock. The energy crystal reacts to certain zombies. This reaction proves that this evolutionary path is feasible. Louis looked at the shattered flesh on the ground, and suddenly silver appeared in his mind, along with that scarlet vertical eye. Just thinking about it now made his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to take it out at all. This matter must be strictly kept confidential. It absolutely cannot be known by certain people, Bai Shui said coldly, then turned to look at Luin.
Luin said calmly, it seems that planetary evolution isn't as simple as we imagined. Zombies are actually part of the evolution process. Could it be that they are also qualified to participate in the trials? Zombies lack intelligence, Bai Shui replied. Luin chuckled, no intelligence? Not necessarily. Zhang Dingtian immediately ordered everyone outside the city to return.
He decided to use the remaining thermal weapons to bomb the zombies. Zombies could no longer turn back into humans, and now that it was known they could evolve, they could not be allowed to remain, especially since the fact that they could consume supernatural energy crystals to gain immense power was intolerable. Even the Dean agreed. The sheer number of zombies was too overwhelming. Even if only 1 in 10,000 zombies successfully evolved, it would be terrifying. Such supernatural power was not something ordinary people could contend with. Just look at Bai Shui. In fact, if it weren't for her ice talent, she might not have been a match for Paris. It was precisely because of her ice talent that she easily killed Paris and controlled Granny. This is the terrifying nature of talent. That night, a deafening roar erupted outside the capital. Luin looked up, watching missiles crash outside the city, wantonly sweeping across the land.
Zombies are not terrifying. What's terrifying is their numbers.
This is a consensus among everyone, and thermal weapons are the best way to deal with large numbers.
The bombing lasted no more than 2 minutes before it ended. Luin found it strange surely the capital couldn't have so few thermal weapons left. Just as Luin decided to continue gazing at the starry sky, a figure flew toward his residence from the sky. Luin looked over and was surprised to find it was actually Bai Shui. This unbelievably beautiful woman, who always seemed to dislike him, was looking for him late at night. Why? Luin watched the enchanting figure approach under the moonlight. He certainly didn't mind giving Lu Xiaoga a green hat. Bai Shui arrived at the place where Luin lived, and the moment she saw him, she let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Luin was puzzled. What's the matter? Granny walked out of the room, looking at Snow White strangely. Snow White said indifferently, it's nothing, just passing by. Luin was speechless. Are you sure? Snow White pondered for a moment, then said calmly, all personnel operating the firearms are dead, and all firearms have been destroyed, rendering them unusable. Luin was startled. Who did it? Bai Shui stared at Luin without speaking. Luin chuckled. So you rushed over to prove my alibi. Hopefully, it wasn't you. Otherwise, we won't let you off, Bai Shui said coldly. Luin was puzzled. You seem very wary of me. Why? Bai Shui did not answer and turned to leave. Wait, you came, and now want to leave? It's not that easy. Luin lightly stepped to appear beside Bai Shui, reaching out to grab her hair. Bai Shui's gaze turned icy cold, and an extremely frigid aura emanated from her body, sweeping toward Luin. Lu Yin's right palm vibrated, dispersing the freezing aura, and continued to reach for Bai Shui. Suddenly, a layer of solid ice appeared before Bai Shui, reflecting light under the moonlight. Luin struck the solid ice with his palm, shattering it, while at the same time, Bai Shui retreated several meters away, watching him warily. Luin shrugged, just joking. Not funny, Bai Shui said coldly. You barged into my house late at night and threatened me. That's not funny either, Luin replied with a slightly cold tone. Snow's eyes sparkled. I'm sorry, she said, then soared into the sky, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Luin looked up at the sky. Who exactly destroyed the thermal weapons? Do they not want the corpse tied to be bombed? Granny gazed in awe at Snow's departing figure and exclaimed, every time I see her,
I find her stunning. This woman truly deserves to be described by Zhou Shan as the goddess of Luo River. In terms of appearance alone, she could rival the star-picking maiden.
Star-picking maiden?
Luin asked, puzzled. Granny looked up at the starry sky, yearning. The star-plucking maiden is one of the most beautiful women in the cosmos. It's said she can stroll among the stars and often appears in the trial grounds, solely to find those destined to meet her. There's also a legend that she can predict the future and glimpse into the past. She is the dream of countless people in the starry sky.
Luin was speechless. You're a woman, and she's your dream too? Granny rolled her eyes at Luin. She's my idol.
I heard she comes from a mysterious sect of unparalleled power in the inner universe.
Any disciple from that sect can easily dominate the younger generation of the Grand Universe Empire.
And the star-plucking maiden even made it onto the starry sky battle rankings.
At this point,
Granny paused, pouted, and said, you wouldn't understand even if I told you.
Forget it, I'm going to sleep. Luin didn't pay much attention to Granny's words.
The universe was vast and boundless, even the smallest matters could be exaggerated into myths.
Predict the future, glimpse into the past. How could such a person exist?
As he thought about it, Luin looked up at the night sky. In his right palm, 2 stars appeared to revolve, and faintly, a 3rd star began to emerge.
The bombardment of the zombie horde with firearms temporarily ceased.
Luin didn't know how Zhang Dingtian and the others were handling it, nor did he care. He glanced at his personal terminal. There were about 40 days left until the arrival of the second batch of trial participants.
It was getting close.
The 100,000 evolvers of the Hua camp left the city in batches.
Under Zhang Dingtian's orders, they didn't need to face mutant beasts. Their sole task was to kill zombies. This task wasn't difficult. For evolvers, zombies were much easier to kill than mutant beasts.
On the Steel City wall, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui stood side by side. Even if we clear out the zombies around the capital, it's just a drop in the ocean, Bai Shui said helplessly as she watched the Grand Hua camp army march out. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, it's better than doing nothing. I've already sent people to Nanjing, Hubei, and other places to inform them of the situation and urge them to take full action to eliminate the zombies and prevent uncontrollable factors. Mentioning Hubei, Bai Shui's eyes flickered.
Is he doing well? Zhang Dingtian looked at Bai Shui and said indifferently, I don't know.
White Snow remains silent.
The cleanup of zombies went relatively smoothly. The 100,000 Hua camp evolvers could eliminate nearly 2 million zombies daily.
In just a few days, the area outside the capital became significantly emptier. Countless zombies were slaughtered and burned, causing thick smoke to billow around the capital's surroundings, emitting a pungent odor. On the west side of the capital, at the site of the hot weapon launch, Zhang Dingtian came here once again. He had been investigating the murderer for the past few days but found no leads. The killer's methods were clean and efficient, killing with a single strike. The deaths of over 500 people at the launch site occurred within just 1 minute, showcasing an extremely fast killing speed.
Do you think it could have been that Luin? White Snow asked from a distance. You've seen it with your own eyes, haven't you?
Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the ground. Bai Shui pressed her lips together.
We'd better get in touch with Jinling as soon as possible. This Luin has a mysterious identity. I always feel like he's an alien student. Zhang Dingtian looked at Bai Shui. So what if he is?
In this world, we can distinguish between friend and foe. There's no need to distinguish between races.
Earth no longer has the privilege of differentiating by race.
Bai Shui's gaze dimmed, and she said nothing.
Zhang Dingtian turned around and walked inside.
As he opened the door, a flash of white light streaked toward his neck at an incredible speed. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and he dodged at the last moment. Even so, a gash was still left on his neck. Under the white light, a silver-haired man curved his lips into a sinister smile. The butterfly knife struck toward Zhang Dingtian again. Zhang Dingtian drew his long blade and held it in front of him. The butterfly knife twisted in an eerie arc, bypassing the long blade and heading straight for Zhang Dingtian's eyes. This strike was meant to destroy his vision. As the butterfly knife approached, Zhang Dingtian not only did not close his eyes but instead faced it head-on. Energy erupted from his body, momentarily slowing the knife. The long blade slashed horizontally, creating a massive strike that formed a visible blade aura, splitting the camp in two and even cracking the ground. The silver-haired man stepped back, exclaiming in admiration, as expected of the first of the 7 saints.
Until we meet again.
With that, he suddenly dashed into the distance, attempting to escape. Zhang Dingtian turned and slashed with his blade, only to be shocked to find the silver-haired man charging toward Bai Shui. He forcibly halted his strike. Bai Shui raised one hand toward the silver-haired man. Cold air enveloping the sky as solid ice spread from the void. She intended to freeze the entire realm. The silver-haired man sneered, effortlessly tearing through the ice with the butterfly knife in his hand. He thrust the blade toward Bai Shui's neck. Bai Shui found herself unable to resist, watching helplessly as the blade approached.
At the critical moment, Luin used his evasive footwork to appear in front of Bai Shui.
Raising his palm, he struck out with a powerful blow.
The silver-haired man was startled, redirecting the butterfly knife toward Luin.
White light clashed with the celestial palm once again, causing the void to tremble tremble, stars to shatter, and terrifying shockwaves to send Bai Shui flying. The ground instantly crumbled, and countless bursts of energy scattered in all directions. Smoke and dust shrouded the land. Soon, as the smoke and dust cleared, only Lu Ying remained in place. The silver-haired man had disappeared. The assassination happened quickly. From Zhang Dingtian's injury to the silver-haired man's departure, less than 10 seconds had passed. The surrounding army hadn't even had time to react before everything was over. Bai Shui's gaze was filled with shock. In that brief moment, she felt the sensation of death. That beautiful butterfly knife easily tore through her defenses, and that glint of cold light was truly meant to kill her. Since becoming one of the 7 saints, she had never experienced such a crisis. Lu Ying walked out of the shallow pit and looked at Bai Shui. "Are you okay?" Bai Shui shook her head, her gaze complicated. "Thank you." Lu Ying turned his head to look at Zhang Dingtian. "You're injured." Zhang Dingtian touched his neck. "It's nothing serious." The surrounding troops only appeared at this moment, shocked to discover that Zhang Dingtian was actually injured. That was Zhang Dingtian, the number 1 of the 7 saints, and he was injured? This was something no one could believe. "Why are you here?" Zhang Dingtian asked, looking at Lu Ying with a puzzled expression. Lu Ying glanced at his own palm. "Curiosity. I also want to know who the murderer is." Zhang Dingtian said calmly, "It's that person." "I know," Lu Ying replied, glancing at the scar on Zhang Dingtian's neck. His brows furrowed. He had witnessed the process of Silver's assassination attempt on Zhang Dingtian. There was no denying that Zhang Dingtian was indeed formidable. Without any footwork or combat techniques, he had managed to retreat from such a close-range assassination attempt by Silver. Lu Ying admitted that if it had been him at the time, he wouldn't have done better than Zhang Dingtian. What Lu Ying wanted to know most now was how Silver managed to conceal his presence. Ordinary students could hide their presence and block personal terminal detection, but Zhang Dingtian hadn't noticed him even at such close range. That was truly terrifying. It could be said that in such an assassination attempt, very few would have survived. "Why did that person try to assassinate you?" Bai Shui asked curiously. Zhang Dingtian narrowed his eyes. "Not sure. I've never met him before. There's only one possibility I can think of. He doesn't want the corpse tied to be slaughtered." Lu Yin's heart sank. Today's assassination confirmed his previous suspicions. Ian was connected to the Corpse King. He didn't care about the mission but was concerned about the Corpse King. It was incomprehensible. This person was truly enigmatic. Zhang Dingtian had guessed some things, but he couldn't learn more. A single assassination wasn't enough to obtain useful intelligence. "Pass down the order, eradicate the corpse tied day and night for the next 24 hours, Zhang Dingtian suddenly commanded. Someone like Ian couldn't be captured. Zhang Dingtian sealed off the news of the assassination but intensified the campaign against the corpse tide. Even many evolvers who hadn't joined the Hua camp were forcibly conscripted to leave the city and eliminate the zombies. A period of time quickly passed, and there was only 1 month left until the arrival of the second batch of trial participants. During this time, Europe was embroiled in intense battles, but there was no trace of the fugitives. Just as there was exactly 1 month left until the arrival of the second batch of trial participants, a beeping sound came from Lu Yin's personal terminal on his left hand, forcibly receiving an email. "Dear students, the safety period has ended, and the trial officially begins. From now on, the location of personal terminals cannot be turned off and will be synchronized and displayed on the Star Network map. Please complete your tasks as soon as possible. Wishing you all great success in your endeavors." This email made the trial even more brutal. The first batch of trial participants had already landed 2 months ago. These 2 months were considered the so-called safety period, during which anyone who wished could suppress their combat power and hide, or secretly mine precious minerals and herbs to earn points. However, once the safety period ended, everyone's location would be clearly marked, unless they discarded their personal terminal. Lu Ying exhaled and gazed at the starry sky. This is what a trial truly is. No one can hide. The 2-month period serves both as a safety buffer for the students and as an opportunity for Earthlings to seize the resources of the trial students. This is fairness, the so-called fairness of the universe. At the moment of Yasta's death, his personal terminal could no longer connect to the Starry Sky Network. However, at this moment, the Starry Sky Network established a local area network for Yasta's personal terminal. This local area network represented the Earth model, and the locations of all the first batch of trial participants were displayed on Earth. There are quite a few people, Lu Ying murmured to himself. The dozens of meteors he had seen in Jinling were only a fraction. Across Asia, there were over 100 trial students, and there were also students in Europe, Africa, the Americas, and even in places like Antarctica. Currently, the largest concentration of people is in Europe, with over 100 individuals gathered in a relatively small area near the Mediterranean. At this moment, a line of text appeared at the top of the local area network map. Earth's Tianzhu monk defeated Hadian. Lu Ying was surprised. Even the battle results were announced. At the same time, many trial students were shocked. Hadian was no weakling. He was the strongest in the academy. To be defeated by an Earth native left many students shaken, especially those of Granny's caliber, who found it unimaginable. To them, the strongest in the academy
academy was almost invincible. Yet, someone had already been defeated at the very start of the trial, making them take the trial more seriously than ever before. The Dayu Empire held trials periodically, but it was rare for the strongest in the academy to be defeated during one. If Earth had undergone normal planetary evolution, its strongest individual would never have reached the explorer realm, let alone achieved victory. Thus, Hadian's defeat was hard for many to believe. However, soon another notification appeared. Erd defeated the Earth Indian monk. Luin was puzzled. Why were Erd and Hadian in India? At this moment, Granny hurriedly found Luin. The trial has officially begun. The local network not only allows us to see each other's locations but also to communicate with each other. You know that, right? Luin's heart sank. Communicate? Granny nodded. The trial students come from various places across the Great Yu Empire. The empire is too vast, and we don't know each other, so there was little contact in the first 2 months. But once the local network was activated, we could communicate with each other. Just now, a message was released saying that the fugitive left something important in Huaxia's capital and will definitely return to retrieve it. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened. Who released the message? Granny shook her head. I don't know. The local network can only detect the location of personal terminals, but it can't identify who is using the terminal. Lu Yin's mind raced through the possibilities. The only ones who knew the fugitive had left something in the capital were the 7 saints, the dean, and himself. Even Erda didn't know. Now that the message has been released, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui will definitely suspect him. Suddenly, a surging energy swept across the land. Lu Yin immediately rose into the air and caught sight of the sharp-eyed Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. The information wasn't leaked by me, Lu Yin said. Zhang Dingtian stared intently at Lu Yin. Make me believe you. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly at Granny. Release the information anonymously, saying the fugitive's belongings are hidden in Tianzhu. That's why Eden Hadian appeared in Tianzhu, and only the monks of Tianzhu had the ability to defeat Hadian. Granny responded quickly and complied. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, this method won't last long. Lu Yin stared at Zhang Dingtian. I'm just showing my sincerity. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhang Dingtian took a deep breath, gripping his long blade tightly. Lu Yin was the only outsider who knew the secret. He wanted to control this person, but Lu Yin's strength was not weak, and Zhang Dingtian wasn't confident. Bai Shui spoke. Lu Yin, let us check your personal terminal. Lu Yin was furious and said coldly, who do you think you are? If you have the guts, come and take it yourself. Bai Shui was enraged. She had only wanted to prove Lu Yin's innocence out of goodwill, especially since he had once saved her life. But this guy was infuriating and completely ungrateful. 9 people know this secret. I am in the capital city, and to put it bluntly, even if I had ulterior motives, I would keep them to myself. Only an idiot would leak the information. Think carefully yourselves and stop bothering me without reason, Lu Yin said coldly. After hearing Lu Yin's words, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui exchanged glances. What he said was correct. If he were also a trial student, he wouldn't do something so thankless. I do suspect one person, Lu Yin spoke again, staring at Bai Shui, Lu Shaoge. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were surprised. Why? He is in Hubei, which is marked in blue. You should know what that means, Lu Yin said calmly. Bai Shui denied. My northeast, including Zhou Shan's Jinling, is also marked in blue. That doesn't prove anything. Lu Yin looked at Bai Shui. You are one of the upper 3 saints, possessing the strength to kill trial students. Jinling was saved because of me, otherwise, it would have been controlled by the students. Lu Shaoge is one of the lower 4 saints, similar to Zhou Shan. Where would he get the strength to resist those students? Take a look for yourselves. There is more than one trial student in Hubei. Bai Shui wanted to refute, but the words stuck in her throat. Lu Yin was right. Lu Shaoge did not have the strength of the upper 3 saints and could not possibly stand against those students. Zhang Dingtian pondered, put away the knife, and said, without evidence, one cannot be judged guilty. This applies to you, and it applies to Lu Shaoge as well. After speaking, he left. Bai Shui glanced at Lu Yin and departed with a complicated look in her eyes. Granny approached Lu Yin's side and asked curiously, was it really Lu Shaoge who spread the news? How would I know? Lu Yin replied casually. Granny blinked. Then why were you so sure just now? Lu Yin looked at Granny as if she were an idiot. If I don't sound confident, how will they believe me? When shifting blame, you have to be steady, ruthless, and precise. Don't you get that? All these years of learning have been wasted on you. With that, he descended to his residence. Granny's face darkened. Shifting blame? This bastard was truly despicable. The anonymous message Granny sent quickly spread across the local network. The students, who had been fervently engaged in Europe, immediately rushed to India. Erd and Hadian hurriedly clarified, saying they were just passing by and happened to encounter the ascetic monk from Tianzhu, which led to a fight. However, no one believed this explanation, and more students began appearing in Tianzhu. In the following days, Lu Yin watched the local network as if watching a movie from a peaceful era. One notification after another kept popping up, who defeated whom, who died, and so on. Some students even rushed over from the other side of the ocean in the Americas, but several were eaten by mutated sea beasts. For a while, the notifications on the local network never stopped. It wasn't until 5 days later that and Hadian were able to prove their innocence. The fugitives' belongings were not in Tianjin. Instantly, the attention of many students shifted to the capital city. Lu Yin sighed. What was bound to come would eventually come. Trying to mislead others could only buy so much time. After all, the students daring to participate in the trial weren't fools, and the capital city was the most likely place. Under these circumstances, connected with many students, proposing to take control of the capital and wait for the fugitive. If the fugitive did not appear within a month, they would all join forces to resist the second wave of trial participants. This proposal received a positive response from many students. The 10th Academy of the Starry Sky was about to arrive in the Kanglan territory. It was conceivable that there would definitely be extremely powerful individuals among the second wave of trial participants, and it was even possible that the second wave of trials was specifically prepared for those individuals. Many students were not confident in dealing with them alone, and Erd's proposal gave them hope. For a time, there were many who responded. The capital city, Zhangdingtian, and Bai Shui looked grim. They had also received the news and knew that trouble was coming. For the next half a month, the capital would become a battlefield. Zhangdingtian was very strong, but even strength had its limits. Moreover, he lacked combat techniques, and if surrounded, he definitely wouldn't be able to protect the capital. As for Bai Shui, there was even less to say. Even if the Seven Saints united, facing so many students would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Lu Yin received the news, his expression also turned grim. In this trial, his identity was that of an earthling. If the capital were to fall under control, the effect he wanted to achieve would be greatly diminished. Moreover, he had no intention of letting the fugitive go, nor the items the fugitive had left behind. In short, the capital was very important. Lu Yin, let's go quickly. The capital definitely can't hold out, Granny said anxiously to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was contemplative. Currently, Earth's top combat power consisted of figures like Zhang Dingtian and Ode, with Zhang Dingtian slightly stronger than Ode. However, with numerous students about to besiege the capital, there would undoubtedly be more than one or two experts at Ode's level. To break the stalemate, surpassing this level was essential. The only way was to enhance his combat strength at least to reach Ode's level to compensate for the energy intensity gap and use the celestial palm to crush them. With this thought, Lu Yin said to Granny in a deep voice, "Stay in the capital. I'll be back in a few days." After speaking, he flew into the sky. Granny gritted her teeth. She wasn't foolish. Stay in the capital and wait for death? Just as Lu Yin was about to leave the capital, he was stopped by Bai Shui. "Are you trying to escape?" Bai Shui questioned him, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said in a deep voice, "I will return before the attack on the capital." "Why should I believe you?" Bai Shui said, her beautiful face filled with disdain for Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied indifferently, "There's no need for you to believe me. You can't stop me. Or are you saying you want to have a duel to the death with me before the war against the students?" Bai Shui clenched her fist. "Let him go," Zhang Dingtian's voice came through, but he did not appear. Bai Shui had no choice and descended to the capital. Lu Yin took a deep look at the capital, then flew away. Not long after leaving the capital, Lu Yin looked at his personal terminal. "The closest one is you," he said, then suddenly charged westward. After Lu Yin left, Granny also departed. She was not Lu Yin's servant, and if he hadn't been watching her, she would have slipped away long ago. Now the opportunity was perfect. However, the idea was beautiful but impossible to realize. Granny was sadly stopped by Bai Shui. "On what grounds are you stopping me?" Granny said angrily. Bai Shui stared at her coldly. "Because you are Lu Yin's woman. He left, so you must stay." "Who is his woman?" "Don't talk nonsense," Granny said angrily. Bai Shui felt helpless facing Lu Yin, but dealing with Granny was quite easy. In no time, she froze Granny and threw her into Lu Yin's residence. It took Granny a good while to thaw out. "Lu Yin, you bastard. Ice woman, you bastard. Native, you bastard. Completely unreasonable." Granny cursed, utterly furious. Shanxi, the closest to the capital, did not have one of the seven saints guarding it back then. As a result, the strongest person in Shanxi now is only at the earth level. Despite this, Shanxi has still gathered a group of evolvers in Tongcheng, making it one of the largest gathering places in the entire region. Lasse is an optimistic and easily satisfied person. Despite being the second strongest individual in the Galru Academy of the Great Yu Empire, he has no ambition to complete missions. He simply wants to claim a piece of land to mine peacefully, achieve some modest results to report back, and has no intention of stirring up trouble. Lasse spent the 2 months of the safe period very happily. Upon his arrival, he claimed Tong City as a heaven-level expert, becoming its guardian deity and enjoying the worship of countless people. Occasionally, he would help these poor survivors fight off monsters, but most of the time, he lived a very leisurely life, especially after discovering a peculiar mineral deposit recently, which would significantly boost his performance record. Just thinking about it made Lasse very happy. Basking in the sunlight and sipping his drink, Lasse squinted his eyes and hummed a song from his hometown. "Ah, these primitive planets are the best. Fresh air, simple folk, no one watching over you. You can do whatever you want, and occasionally discover
uncover some precious minerals to gild your reputation. Ah, this life is perfect, absolutely perfect. Ha ha ha. After enjoying himself for a while, Lasse beckoned with his finger, and two beautiful young women approached. One massaged his shoulders, the other his legs, while also pouring him more wine. Lasse exhaled deeply and said, "This is the life." Just as Lather brought the wine glass to his lips, the sunlight above was blocked. Lather frowned and looked up. What he saw was an ordinary-looking, very young man floating in mid-air, staring at him. Ha! A realm explorer? Lather's expression turned serious. He waved his hand to send away the two clearly frightened young girls and coldly stared at the man. "Who are you?" "Robbery," the man said, uttering two words. Lather stared blankly at the man. What did you say?" "Say it again." The man was naturally Luin. He had only one way to enhance his strength in the shortest time possible: quickly absorb star energy. And robbery was the fastest method. "I said, robbery." Ray's burst into laughter. "Kid, I can tell you're a trial student. So clueless. Do you even know who I am before trying to rob me?" "Let me tell you." Before Ray's could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. His body was sent flying by a terrifying force, crashing directly into the ground and creating a massive crater. Inside the crater, Ray's coughed a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he looked up. That was the sky-splitting palm? Damn it, where did this freak come from? Luin descended and walked up to Lasse. "Empty everything from your spatial ring. Don't make me take action." Lasse's face twitched. "You must be the strongest from some academy, right? Instead of completing your mission, you're here robbing me? You'll lose points for this." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand, and the air began to distort. This was the wave poem. Lasse hurriedly said, "No, don't do it. I'll empty it. Saying this, Lasse reluctantly poured out everything from his spatial ring. It was a mix of all sorts of things. Luin took the star energy crystals and some useful items, then left without another word. "Hey, what's your name?" Razor shouted. Luin ignored him. Razor cursed loudly, thinking there were still jerks like this among the students. Suddenly, Razor remembered something and quickly opened his personal terminal's local network, only to see a line of text floating at the top of the map. "Razor has been defeated." Razor spat blood again. There was only one possibility for not reporting a name. The jerk's personal terminal wasn't his own, it was stolen. In the distance of Tongcheng, Luin looked at the local network and nodded in satisfaction. The people from the Great Yu Empire monitoring Earth's trial must know his name but chose to conceal it, which was fair enough. "Who's next?" Luin stared at the map. "It's you." With that, Luin dashed out swiftly. For 3 consecutive days, Luin robbed more than 10 students who were quietly hiding in Huaxia. Without exception, these students were of the same level as Granny, content to quietly occupy a spot, gather some resources, and survive until the trial ended, without intending to get involved in anything else. Unfortunately, they caught Lu Yin's attention. He was currently in dire need of star energy crystals, and even the smallest gain was still something. Within the clouds, Luin sorted through his spatial ring. The space in his ring was relatively large, but it still wasn't enough. There were too many random minerals and herbs cluttering it. Helplessly, Luin began discarding items one by one, otherwise, there wouldn't be room for the loot from his next robbery. These students hardly had anything valuable, so throwing things away didn't bother him. The only thing that annoyed Luin was how poor these students were. After robbing so many, he had only managed to gather 2 cubic meters of star energy crystals. In reality, the students daring to participate in the trial were all elite members of their academies, far wealthier than ordinary students. If they were regular students, even if Luin robbed 100 or even 1,000 of them, he might not be able to gather a single cubic meter of star energy crystals. This type of crystal is hard currency in the universe, equivalent to gold on Earth. Even students from wealthy families are reluctant to use it to accelerate their cultivation progress, preferring to save it for critical moments to protect their lives. As a result, most students cultivate by methodically absorbing the free-floating star energy in the universe, unlike Luin, who seeks shortcuts. "Looks like I have to rob someone like Willow, the strongest in the academy, otherwise the efficiency is too low," Luin muttered to himself. In truth, even if he didn't think this way, it wouldn't matter. Everything around that could be robbed had already been taken. Now, stories about Luin were spreading across the local network, claiming that an interstellar thief had infiltrated the trial students, striking fear into everyone. Due to its suggestion, more and more students were gathering at Tianzhu. During Lu Yin's robbing spree, Tianzhu had already amassed no fewer than 30 students, including nearly 10 of the academy's strongest. Only those ranked in the top 3 of their academies dared to track fugitives. The gathering of 30 such powerhouses made the entire Tianzhu tremble in fear. On the 5th day, he'd announced to the public that he was setting off for the capital, telling other students not to come to Tianzhu. The local network exploded with excitement. The declaration of war on the capital had finally begun. At the hidden peak of Huaxia, Luin stood up. "Has it started? It's my turn to begin hunting." With that, Luin soared into the sky. 2 days later, a notification floated across the local network map: "Ian has been defeated." Many students felt their hearts sink. They had seen this kind of notice no less less than 10 times before, and rumors all pointed to the infamous interstellar thief. That person's personal terminal was stolen, making it impossible to determine their identity. Originally, many students believed that the thief only dared to rob ordinary students.
But Ian being robbed made many people's hearts tighten. Ian was the strongest in the academy.
On the desolate ground, a man coughed up blood, his face pale as he glared at the distance. There, Lewin easily used his blood to open the void condensing ring, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the contents inside.
Not bad, not bad. Quite a lot of good stuff.
As expected of the academy's strongest.
Who exactly are you? Which academy are you from? Leave your name. Ian roared in fury.
Just moments ago, he had encountered this person. Without a word, the man had struck him with a sky-splitting palm, leaving him stunned. By the time he reacted, he had already taken another blow. The first strike only injured him, but the second was critical. It sent him crashing to the ground, gravely wounded.
Lewin tossed the condensed space ring to Ian. Call me seventh brother. Seventh your sister. Ian was furious, watching Lewin leave.
In the far west of Huaxia, Shanghai, Hadian, and no fewer than 10 other students wore grim expressions. Ian was robbed, and that person called himself seventh brother. We should deal with this threat first before heading to the capital. After all, there are still 15 days until the second batch of trial participants arrives, so there's enough time, someone suggested. That's right, letting such a rat cause trouble, another person said with a grim face. His junior schoolmate had also been robbed, and that bastard even robbed women.
He was furious. And Hadian exchanged a glance.
Alright, we'll act in pairs, search the areas around the capital, gradually narrowing the scope, locate all personal terminal positions, and immediately take action against anyone acting alone with the combat strength of the Academy's strongest. Better to kill by mistake than let them go. Too bad the local network has blocked image transmission, otherwise we would have already known who was causing trouble, someone said unwillingly.
After speaking, the group dispersed and left. Lewin looked at the positions of all the personal terminals on the map.
Acting in pairs, how interesting.
One of them must be the strongest in the academy. Bring it on.
Half a day later, Lewin stood amidst the clouds. In the distance, 2 students appeared and glanced at their personal terminals.
Only a power level of 1,700? Trash, one of them said disdainfully, glaring at Lewin as he spoke. The other waved at Lewin. Kid, come here. Lewin calmly flew to stand in front of the two, his gaze indifferent. Kid, let me ask you, have you seen the person who robbed you? One of them asked. Lewin nodded. I have.
Draw a picture of that person, the man said.
Lewin shook his head. I haven't learned how to draw.
You idiot, you can directly create the image you want by connecting to a personal terminal, the man said angrily.
Lewin said calmly, actually, there's no need. That person is right here.
Where? The two were startled.
Lewin pointed to himself. It's me.
After speaking, he struck out with both palms.
The ripple palm distorted the air and directly hit the 2 men.
One of them immediately lost consciousness and fainted on the spot, while the other barely held on and roared angrily, so it was you.
You're courting death.
As he spoke, he drew a long blade and slashed at Lewin.
This person is the strongest in the academy.
Although not as strong as Willow and others, he is much stronger than Trace and the rest.
However, he still couldn't withstand Lu Yin's heavenly star palm.
With just one strike, his long blade was shattered, and his body was slammed to the ground. Lewin easily succeeded in robbing once again, and this incident once more set the local network ablaze.
Erd's face was grim. How long had it been, and yet another person was robbed? Where did this bastard come from?
Everyone, remember, do not approach any strangers.
Erd sent the notice to everyone.
In truth, he didn't even need to notify them, as all the students instinctively avoided anyone, regardless of their combat strength.
Lewin looked at the condensed empty ring.
Altogether, it's about 1.5 cubic star energy crystals. I can absorb them now. After speaking, Lewin removed his personal terminal and threw it into the mountain stream. He rushed to the other side, found an abandoned farm, crushed the star energy crystals, and directly absorbed them by operating the heavenly star technique. Far away in the capital city, Zhang Dingtian and the others stared at the local network, speechless for a long time.
I can guarantee it was Lewin who did it, Bai Shuemo said with certainty. Zhang Dingtian was puzzled. Why? Snow recounted the story of Lewin robbing Bailey and Willow, saying, if not him, then who? Zhang Dingtian's expression turned peculiar.
This Lewin seemed ordinary and unremarkable, yet his actions were so extreme. By now, he had robbed over 15 people, including several of the strongest students in the academy.
What exactly was he trying to do? If Snow could guess it was Lewin, then naturally Granny could too. Compared to Zhang Dingtian and the others, Granny was even more shocked.
She recalled the first time she met Lewin back then. He was only at the gaze realm and barely worth her attention. Yet now, he had quickly surpassed many of the academy's strongest students. This guy was truly a monster.
Lewin leisurely absorbed star energy on the farm.
Meanwhile, Erd and the other students were frantically searching for him. They had been looking for 5 days without finding a single clue, until they finally discovered an ownerless personal terminal in a mountain stream.
Keep searching.
If we can't find it within 7 days, forget it and head straight to the capital. The second batch of trial participants will arrive in 10 days, and the plan must not go wrong, Eid said grimly. In the distance, two figures hovered in the sky. They were Gules and Bolaro, the two who had been tracking Eid earlier. The pair had not joined forces with Eid. According to Gules, they intended to reap the benefits as bystanders.
I'm exhausted.
Let's go down and rest for a while, Gules said, tossing her long hair, her beautiful face showing a hint of fatigue.
Bolalo looked around. This was an open grassland, a farm, lush and green. He liked it. Beep 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 beep.
Just as the two landed, the personal terminal emitted a soft sound. 2,100 combat power. There's a student here, Gules said in surprise, looking toward the farm.
Bolalo said calmly, a student? Only 2,100 combat power. Let's go take a look.
Grace nodded and slowly walked toward the farm. Inside the farm, Luin was feeling troubled. From entering the Seeker realm to reaching its peak, only a few star energy crystals were needed. However, advancing from the early stage of the Explorer realm to its peak required hundreds of times more star energy than the Seeker realm. He had absorbed about 1 cubic meter of star energy so far, which had raised his combat power to over 2,000. Yet, a significant portion of the star energy was expelled as impurities. To reach the peak combat power of the Explorer realm, he would need to absorb at least 4 more cubic meters of star energy crystals. Such a large amount of star energy crystals, he might not even obtain it by specifically robbing the strongest individuals in the academy. It seems that reaching the peak of the exploration realm in the short term is impossible. Fortunately, surpassing 2,000 combat power is enough, Luin murmured to himself, recalling Bear's strength. At this moment, Gules and Bararo were approaching. Luin noticed and looked toward the farm's exterior, staring at Bararo in surprise.
What was this? A plant had gained sentience?
Come out, the person inside, Gules called out sharply, flicking her long hair with an air of arrogance. Luin walked out of the farm, staring curiously at Bolaro.
Gules protested, hey, why are you staring at a man? I'm the one calling you. Luin pointed at Bolaro, a plant has become sentient?
Upon hearing this, Bolaro's eyebrows shot up in anger.
How dare you, he exclaimed, kicking at Luin.
As a top student of the DU Empire Space Academy and second only to Gules in strength, his combat power reached 2,900. He didn't take Luin, whose combat power was only 2,100, seriously at all. Luin used the wandering step to dodge directly, his body appearing on Bararo's right side.
He placed a hand on Bararo's abdomen, his voice icy, robbery.
With that, a tremendous force erupted from his palm, the air blasting Bararo away like a cannonball. The sky-splitting palm shattered Bararo's outer defenses. Gules' eyes narrowed as a uniquely shaped bow and arrow suddenly appeared in her hands. She aimed at Luin, and thunder roared in the void. In an instant, Luin sensed danger and evaded with the wandering step. By his ear, the arrow tore through the air, shooting into the distance. The next moment, the ground trembled, thunder roared into the sky, and a violent shockwave swept in all directions. Luin didn't look back because Gules had already aimed her next arrow at him. Luin raised his hand to grab at Gules. Gules sneered, lightning coursing over her body. Her exquisite and graceful figure was surrounded by thunder, shaking the surroundings fiercely and distorting the air. Luin frowned, and as his palm struck, stars appeared. With a loud bang, 2 stars shattered, and the immense impact force barely tore through the thunder, directly striking Gules' body. Grace was shocked. She hadn't expected Luin to actually break through her thunder defense. This was the defensive armor her brother had given her, something that few in the exploration realm could penetrate. Yet, it had been torn apart by the man before her. Grace's body was flung backward in a sorry state, crashing to the ground, with her bow and arrow falling to the side.
Don't touch her! A loud roar came from not far away.
Bolalo knelt on one knee, strange green patterns appearing on his body, resembling waves surging in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding green plants began to writhe. The grass beneath Luin's feet seemed to come alive, binding him, while the area was filled with countless hostile intent.
Luin was surprised.
The star energy on his body erupted, shattering the plants as he charged toward Bolalo, raising his palm to strike. Bolalo let out a low growl, his arms entwined with weeds as he swung them at Luin. With a loud bang, a shockwave spread out, tearing up the ground and kicking up dust. Bolalo was struck by Luin's palm and slammed into the ground, spitting out blood, his arms twisted into irregular shapes.
I remember now.
You two also once hid in the capital, Luin said calmly, grabbing Bolalo and throwing him in Grace's direction. His body then appeared in front of Grace.
At the same time, the local network announced Glaze and Bolaro have been defeated. In the distance, Eid was shocked. Even Glaze was defeated? On the grass, Glaze glared at Luin. You're that interstellar thief. Luin frowned. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a good person. Rubbish!
Grace shouted angrily, her words crude and harsh.
Luin was surprised. A beauty cursing so fluently? Quite the temper. Grace snorted. Bolalo stared at Luin. Kid, I'm warning you not to touch her. Her brother is Gulbach, one of the strongest among the younger generation of the Grand Universe Empire.
If you dare harm her, there won't be a place for you in the entire universe.
Luin pursed his lips.
I said I'm a good person, I don't hurt others, he said as he snatched the spatial ring from Grace, wiped a a bit of blood from the corner of her mouth to open the ring and began searching for star energy crystals. Grace and Bararo stared blankly at the scene.
This is a good person? His movements were way too practiced, weren't they? He must have done this a lot. Hey, don't mess around. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you, just don't rummage through it. You can't touch a girl's stuff, Grace shouted, kicking at Luin with her feet. Luin rolled his eyes. A bunch of useless junk. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. What did he see? A pile of star energy crystals. There had to be at least 2 cubic meters of them. Luin looked at Grace in astonishment. You're so rich. Jules clenched her teeth, her face flushed with anger. You bastard. Luin tossed the spatial ring to Jules and began searching Balalo's. Balalo remained quiet. This person was just robbing. As long as he didn't kill, it was fine. The star energy crystals in Balalo's spatial ring weren't as many as Jules, but not by much. Together, the two had a total of 2 cubic meters of star energy crystals. What wealth. Luin was very satisfied. You are great. See you again if fate allows, he said, preparing to leave. Jules shouted, you bastard, leave your name. Call me seventh brother. Luin waved his hand and began to rise into the air. Jules was furious, but suddenly her eyes shifted. Wait, do you want more star energy crystals? Luin had just flown into the air when he heard this sentence and immediately landed, looking at Jules. What do you mean? Jules gave a sly smile. Follow us, I'll take you to rob someone. Luin was astonished. Barailer's face twitched. Here we go again. Jules' never suffer a loss personality was kicking in. This woman was good in every way, except she refused to take a loss. If she ever did, she'd definitely find someone to take the fall for her. In any case, she'd never be the one to lose the most. Luin looked at Jules strangely. You take me to rob? Do I look like an idiot? Jules snorted. Believe it or not, you don't have a personal terminal and can't find other students. Those students will attack the capital city in at most 7 days. How many can you run into by luck in 7 days? I lead the way, and every encounter is guaranteed. Luin sneered. What if you lead me into a trap? Jules raised her head. I, Jules, am not that kind of person. Go ask around. Who doesn't know about the character and credibility of Jules from the Space Academy? My brother is Gulbach. Would I harm you? Bolaro was speechless. Luin squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, with my current strength, even if I get surrounded, I can escape. Fine, lead the way, but I'll confiscate your void ring and return it to you after we're done. Jules gritted her teeth. Fine. Half a day later, the three flew north. In the sky, Luin asked, I've always wanted to ask, is this person a plant that has gained sentience? Bolaro was furious. I was born on a pure plant planet. Everyone on our planet is like this. Do you have a problem with that? Luin was amazed. The universe is truly vast. All kinds of people exist. Bolaro turned his head away. This jerk's words sounded like an insult. Jules rolled her eyes. What's the big deal? You've seen Bailey before. On their third gravity planet, the tallest is only 1.6 meters, and the average is 1.2 meters. He's considered tall, rich, and handsome there. There are also people from planets whose bodies are covered in scales, some with 4 arms, some as tall as dozens of meters, and so on. There are all kinds of strange shapes. You are not a student of the Starry Sky Academy? Bolalo suddenly asked, looking at Luin suspiciously. Luin said, of course not, I am from Earth. Jules and Bolalo widened their eyes, feeling utterly humiliated. They had been robbed by a native. Half an hour later, Jules excitedly said, they're here, 2 students are coming. Luin was excited and glanced at Grace. This woman was even more excited than he was. Hey, idiot. Tell me how we're splitting it. Hearing Grace's words, Luin raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a half smile. You want to split it? Grace raised an eyebrow. You don't want to split it? The two looked at each other. Ballard tugged at Jules and whispered, we can't be seen, or if word gets back to the academy, your brother will lose face. Jules nodded and said to Luin, you play by yourself, we'll hide. Then she and Ballard hid. Luin didn't object. He wasn't comfortable with the two of them around anyway, so it was just as well they hid. In the distance, 2 figures slowly appeared. 10 minutes later, a notification came through the local network. 2 more people had been defeated. 5 days later, when many students thought the Starry Sky Bandit had stopped, they unexpectedly appeared again, without any warning. Grace excitedly looked at Luin. Quick, how much did you loot? Let's split it. Luin looked at Jules. Are you sure? Jules stared at Luin, muttering, you wouldn't shamelessly want to keep it all for yourself, would you? Luin thought for a moment and tossed a star energy crystal to Jules. Take it. Jules, furious, directly smacked at Luin. Bastard, so stingy. Luin smiled. You brought this on yourself, don't blame me. He had long noticed that this woman's personality was problematic. She helped him rob people because she was unhappy herself. Even if he didn't give her star energy crystals, she would still help, unless she could snatch the items back from his hands. Luin wasn't worried at all that she would quit halfway. With Grace acting as an insider to help, Luin's path of robbery went exceptionally smoothly. In just a few days, they had robbed several groups of people, managing to gather 5 cubic star energy crystals. Even Grace was envious when she saw it. There were still 4 days left until the
the second batch of trial participants arrived, and Luin faced his first real crisis since the apocalypse. He was surrounded by 7 students, 3 of whom were the strongest in the academy. On the rooftop of an abandoned county supermarket, Luin scanned the group. Grace had discovered through her personal terminal that there were only 2 people here, but suddenly 7 appeared. The other 5 weren't wearing personal terminals, just like him, keeping themselves hidden. These people really went all out to catch him, even throwing away their personal terminals. "You're the star pirate? With only a combat power of 2,100, it seems your combat skills must be quite impressive," a rugged-looking student said sternly. He was one of the strongest in the academy. Beside him, a woman with an ordinary face but a stunning figure giggled and said, "Many people use star energy crystals not for cultivation but to hone their combat skills." "Junior, are you the same? Why don't you tell your senior sister what your combat skill is, okay?" Luin looked at the woman, the corners of his mouth curving up. "Want to know? Come and try." The woman giggled, raised her hand, and pointed an energy gun at Luin. "Junior, do you know that sometimes in battle, you don't always have to rely on yourself? External tools are also very important." At the same time, several others also drew energy guns and aimed at Luin. These energy guns could harm explorers. Back when Trace was dying, he had shot through Granny's shoulder with one, demonstrating their considerable power. Lu Yin's eyes fixed on the people around him. Suddenly, he took out a flame crystal from his congealing space ring and smashed it on the ground. Towering flames engulfed the building, obscuring visibility. The group fired simultaneously, but Luin evaded using his flowing step. He casually threw out several other supernatural energy crystals. Ice and gale winds mixed with flames enveloped the surroundings. White mist evaporated, completely blocking everyone's vision. These crystals were obtained from the students who were robbed, now used by Luin to obscure vision. The wandering step was executed by Luin at an extremely fast speed, leaving only an afterimage in place, while he himself appeared in front of one of the academy's strongest students. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Sky Star Palm, instantly shattering the students' ring armor and sending their body crashing to the ground. Immediately after, Luin spun his body, and the void-splitting palm blasted outward in all directions, its immense power crushing the floors and dispersing the void. Among the remaining 6 students, 4 were severely injured, leaving only 2 of the academy's strongest students to tear through the void-splitting palm and attack Luin. Lu Yin's gaze was sharp as he struck out with both hands, each palm simultaneously manifesting stars, one palm aimed at a person. Boom! The original site was completely shattered, and the 3 of them descended vertically, crushing the ground. The abandoned supermarket was blasted into 2 halves. Suddenly, Luin felt a sharp pain in his back. The student who had been slammed into the ground earlier had stabbed a sword into his body, staining his clothes with blood. Luin used his Sky Star Palm to unleash a stellar explosion, forcing the 2 back. He turned around, grabbed the student's arm, pulled out the short sword, and slashed. The student's pupils shrank as he immediately released the sword hilt and retreated. Lu Yin's slash missed, and he flung the short sword backward. The blade grazed one student's cheek, leaving a streak of blood on the wall, while the short sword pierced through over a dozen buildings and embedded itself in an armored vehicle. The ruined building swayed precariously, with dust and smoke billowing all around. Luin panted heavily, the pain in his back keeping him on high alert. These 3 strongest students of the academy were almost at Bailey's level, slightly stronger than Willow. The 3 surrounded him, leaving him no room to escape. In the distance, Grace and Bolaro watched, their eyes flickering. "Do you think we should kick him while he's down and rob him instead?" Grace was eager to try. Bolaro pondered, "We can, but we need to wait until he's seriously injured." Grace said smugly, "At least that Erden guy isn't stupid and knows how to set an ambush. Otherwise, this lady's help would have been for nothing." Bolaro was surprised. "You knew this was a trap?" "Idiot, of course not, but Erd would definitely think of setting a trap as long as he's not stupid. I can take this jerk to Rob, and Erd can likewise use me to ambush him. Nobody's dumb, right?" Jules rolled her eyes at Bolaro and said, 3 academy champions comparable to Byleth. In this situation even Erd himself would find it hard to escape. "This guy is doomed, hee." Jules laughed happily, feeling quite satisfied. Among the 7 attackers, only 3 could truly pose a threat to Luin. Luin exhaled and took out an item from the condensed void ring, causing the expressions of the 3 people attacking him to change drastically. "What is this?" In the distance, Gers was stunned, her face turning red with anger. "That despicable, shameless bastard." Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile as he wore a delicate ring armor that shimmered with lightning. Yes, it was Gers's armor, reportedly given to her by her brother for self-defense. Her condensed void ring had been taken by Luin, so naturally, this item was also seized, along with that uniquely designed bow and arrow. Gers's armor. The burly man was furious, glaring at Luin. "You dare to rob Gers? Are you insane? Her brother is Gulbach." Luin sneered, "I don't care who he is. Robbery doesn't discriminate. Are you out of your mind?" As he spoke, he struck out with a palm, the cracking sky palm fiercely hitting the burly man. The man gritted his teeth and resisted, but his body was blasted back over 10 meters, smashing into the supermarket pillar. In an instant, the supermarket it completely collapsed and countless falling rocks rained down.
With a loud bang, Luin and several others rushed out of the ruins.
One of them crushed a crystal, unleashing a raging wind that transformed into cyan blades slashing toward Luin. Luin charged straight at the cyan blades, lightning flickering across his body. The cyan blades had no effect on him. He bypassed the blades and appeared in front of the man, delivering a heavenly star palm that slammed him hard into the ground. The strike nearly caused the man to vomit his internal organs, and he fainted instantly. The other two, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, immediately retreated. The battle armor Luin wore was completely impervious to their attacks. Back then, even Luin himself had to exert his full strength with the heavenly star palm to break through the lightning defense.
7 people attacked, 2 escaped, 5 were defeated.
When this record was made public on the local network, all the students fell silent, including Erd. He considered himself the strongest among the first batch of trial participants, but even he found it difficult to achieve such a record. Immediately, all the United students received a notification from Erd to abandon the pursuit of the Starry Sky Bandit and prepare to attack the capital city in 3 days. Luin casually sat on the ground, his gaze fixed in the distance.
Come out. Jules and Bolaro stared at Luin in shock.
This man had made a name for himself in today's battle. The strongest among the natives was Zhang Dingtian, who possessed cross-border combat power and had once repelled all 4 of them, including Erd, with a single strike. That display of power had left Jules trembling. Now, Lu Yin's strength similarly astonished her. A single palm strike had severely injured the Academy's strongest fighter.
What kind of battle technique was this?
Luin threw the healing medicine to Jules. You help me apply it.
Jules glared and pointed at herself. What did you say? You want me to help you apply the medicine? Is it hard to understand? Luin said indifferently.
Jules was furious. Dream on. I am pure and untouched. I've never even touched a man's body, and you dare to desecrate me. Luin coldly stared at her. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I had just lost, you wouldn't be so polite, would you? Apply the medicine immediately. I'll do it, Bolaro said. Luin snorted. No, your hands are dirty.
Bolaro was furious.
Luin stared coldly at Jules. Say it again. Help me apply the medicine. Jules gritted her teeth and said word by word. Fine, remember this. One day I'll settle this score with you. After speaking, she smeared the ointment on her hand and pressed it onto Lu Yin's back.
A wave of coolness surged through him, and Luin exhaled.
The healing medicine produced by the Clover Company was indeed effective, forming scabs quickly. Jules' small hands were soft and boneless, combined with the cool ointment, making Luin thoroughly enjoy the moment. His gaze toward Jules also softened a bit.
Oomph, get up, keep robbing, Jules said.
Luin raised his hand and tossed the condensed void ring to Jules. No more robbing. That's enough. You go play by yourself. Jules said anxiously. No way, it hasn't shown up yet.
We must rob him.
Luin smiled and ignored her. Those people hadn't really taken him seriously before, thinking the strongest in the academy was enough to deal with him. But now, 7 of them showed up at once. If they kept robbing, they'd definitely encounter this kind of lineup again.
Only a fool would go.
Luin rummaged through the 5 students' cosmic rings and found 2 cubic star energy crystals. He waved to Grace and soared into the sky.
Grace suddenly shouted, You bastard, my battle armor, my bow and arrows.
Let me borrow them for now. I'll return them later. Lu Yin's voice grew fainter until it could no longer be heard. On the spot, Grace stomped her feet in anger. The battle armor and bow were gifts from her brother for self-defense. It was precisely with the armor and bow that she could make Erd wary.
Now they had been taken away.
That bastard, shameless and despicable scoundrel. In the capital, Zhang Dingtian and the others also saw the battle achievements on the local network. Bai Shui was shocked. Those students from the Starry Sky were all heaven level, and those daring to complete missions were at least among the top 3 in their academies, with nearly half being the strongest in their academies. She had personally witnessed the strength of the strongest in the academy, and now, 7 of them had been defeated at once. How did Luin become so strong after just a few days? Zhang Dingtian suddenly looked up toward the south of the capital, revealing a rare smile. An old friend has arrived.
Bai Shui's eyes lit up. Is that Zhou Shan?
The 2 hurriedly flew toward the southern part of the capital but suddenly stopped midway, looking north. Another old friend is coming. It seems everyone wants to wade into the muddy waters of the capital this time. Bai Shui exclaimed in delight. Wu Sheng is here too. That's great.
Zhang Dingtian took a deep breath. They shouldn't have come.
4 of the 7 saints, plus Luin 5 people against dozens of trial students. It's truly a battle of overwhelming odds. In the distance, Luin found a secluded mountain village, set up flame crystals around the area, and took out a large handful of star energy crystals, crushing them directly. Instantly, surging star energy flowed, and Luin began absorbing it by activating the heavenly star technique. In the western part of the capital, more than 10 students, including Eid, appeared. Everyone, adjust your state. In 3 days, we will officially attack the capital. Our opponents are not the natives guarding the capital, but the second batch of trial participants who are about to appear. According to the rules, even if there are fusion realm experts among the second batch of trial participants, their powers will be sealed, and they can only display exploration Restoration realm strength. Even so, they are not opponents ordinary people can contend with.
Everyone, be prepared.
All the students were solemn. The appearance of a second batch of trial participants is rare in the trials of the Great U Empire's planets. This time, it is purely because of the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky. Many hidden geniuses, who usually keep a low profile, joined the trial at the last minute for the sake of their results. This is the reason for the second batch of trials. Some of them have come to Earth, and among them are the kinds of geniuses they are about to face. More and more students approached the capital. In the southern part of Huaxia, over a dozen students landed on the vast sea, exhausted.
We've finally arrived in Huaxia. That guy Eid is organizing people to seize the fugitives' belongings. We must act too. We can't let him get ahead.
In the east and north, groups of students also appeared, as Huaxia was engulfed in turbulent winds. On the third day, as the sun illuminated the earth, Zhang Dingtian stood atop the steel city walls, gazing solemnly into the distance where a group of dark shadows emerged. At the same time, in the distance, Luin opened his eyes. Over the past 3 days, he had absorbed 5 cubic star energy crystals and expelled the impurities from his body. Now, his body was brimming with surging star energy, far stronger than before. This was the result of energy suppression. The more star energy absorbed, the higher the energy intensity. At this moment, he had undoubtedly reached the peak of the explorer realm. In terms of combat power, it should be 3,000. These days, Luin had robbed a total of 7 cubic star energy crystals, used up 5 cubic ones, and now stared at the remaining 2 cubic star energy crystals in front of him. Unable to resist the temptation, he took out the die, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Alright, let's take a gamble. Hopefully, I won't roll a 1 again this time. That's just too frustrating.
Trying to steal something good is almost impossible."
With that, he crushed 1 cubic star energy crystal. The dim surface of the die quickly changed, eventually transforming into a dazzling starlight. Luin swallowed hard, extended his finger, and gently tapped the die. The die spun rapidly as Luin stared at it intently, his eyes wide open. Finally, 5 sides of the die disappeared, leaving only one side 2 dots.
Luin was thrilled. 2 dots, an unfamiliar number.
He stared fixedly at the die, and suddenly, a rotating black hole appeared beneath it.
A purpose inexplicably surfaced in Luin's mind. Decompose? Decompose everything? Luin was astonished. What did this mean?
Looking at the slowly rotating black hole, Luin thought for a moment and casually threw a piece of scrap iron into it. In an instant, the scrap iron passed through the black hole and emerged, no longer scrap but a complete iron block, smooth on the surface, hard, and much smaller in size than the original scrap. Luin looked at the iron block and understood the meaning of decomposition. Any lifeless object thrown inside would be broken down into its raw materials. This function is quite useful. Luin thought for a moment and threw in a spatial ring, one he had taken from a student. He had taken several students' spatial rings without returning them because those students had gone too far. The spatial ring passed through the black hole and emerged as a dark red metal the size of a fingernail. Luin was pleasantly surprised. It was Chiu gold, the metal used to make spatial rings, and one of the precious mineral resources. Putting away the coiled gold, Luin threw all the stolen spatial rings into it. Altogether, he obtained a thumb-sized piece of coiled gold. After thinking for a moment, he threw the coiled gold into the black hole. With a snap, a piece of metal emitting a dark golden glow fell out. Luin's eyes widened. This was coiled gold essence, far more valuable than coiled gold. It was an essential material for crafting ultra-large spatial rings and was extremely expensive. Luin carefully put away the coiled gold essence, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Should I find a junkyard in the future specifically to dismantle things? After 5 minutes, the black hole disappeared. The duration of this black hole, like the time-still space, could be extended using star energy crystals. Luin guessed that the exchange ratio was probably the same. He felt a headache coming on, realizing that no matter how many star energy crystals he had, they would never be enough. Forget it, I'll think of a way later, Luin muttered to himself, moved his body with a snapping sound, and looked toward the direction of the capital. It's time to go back. With that, he flew off into the distance with a bang. Luin rushed toward the capital, which was already in chaos at this moment. Millions of survivors looked fearfully at the sky, where occasional shockwaves swept across the land, bringing disaster. Erd united with more than 20 students to attack the capital. By the time this news spread, the war had already begun. The steel city walls were destroyed in an instant. Bai Shui stood outside the ruins of the walls, panting heavily. In front of her were Hadian, who wore a proud expression, and 2 students. "These mere natives dare to try and stop us, overestimating themselves," one student said disdainfully, his eyes burning as he stared at Bai Shui. This woman was simply too beautiful. Another student also looked at her with the same fiery gaze. They were the strongest in the academy, and just one of them would have been enough to deal with Bai Shui. However, her beauty had drawn the attention of 3 of them. If not for the excessive number of people, there were still quite a few students in the distance casting glances her way. Hadian frowned as he looked at Bai Shui. "Woman, I'll give you a chance to submit to us. I can take you off this garbage planet and let you truly explore the stars." "Hadian, you wouldn't want to hog it at all, would you?" a nearby student immediately protested. Hadian remained aloof. There were differences between academies, and his strength surpassed the other two. Among those present, only Eden Zhang Dingtian could defeat him. He didn't care about anyone else. Bai Shui clenched her fists tightly, exhaled slowly, and her blue hair fluttered. Immediately, the ground froze, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The three students opposite her were indifferent. This woman could at most rival the strongest in the academy, but taking on three at once was unrealistic. In the distance, Zhou Shan roared in anger, crashing to the ground along with a student. His strength was barely enough to handle one person. In the sky, over a dozen figures hovered coldly, looking down arrogantly. They never worried about failure, just a city of natives, after all. "Stop wasting time, take action," one of the students said haughtily, raising a hand and pressing down toward the capital. The air pressure in the sky plummeted. Countless people were crushed and spat blood, despairing as they looked up at the heights. Suddenly, the void twisted, and a massive slash tore through the sky, striking toward more than a dozen students. Shocked, the group simultaneously countered and shattered the attack. In the distance, Zhang Dingtian soared into the air, gripping a long blade, his gaze icy cold. Although they had heard rumors, when truly facing Zhang Dingtian, all the students felt a chill run down their spines. There really was a cross-border powerhouse among the natives, utterly monstrous. With a whoosh, an arrow streaked across the sky and struck a student, the very one who had just attacked the capital. Blood rained down from the sky. This was Wu Shang, the Wolf Saint, one of the 7 saints. Originally stationed on the grasslands, he had learned of the capital's siege through a stolen personal terminal and had arrived a few days earlier to offer assistance. More than 20 students from the 4 Saints Academy, an overwhelming disparity that even Zhang Dingtian could not make up for. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhou Shan spat blood, his body marked with several bloody wounds. Wu Shang was also pierced through the abdomen by a student and lifted up, staining the ground with blood. Tens of thousands of evolved beings from the Hua camp went to battle, but they were slaughtered like weeds, unable to even get close to these students. Granny hid to the side, watching the scene in terror. She was not from Earth and would not throw her life away, and with her strength, she couldn't even stop a single student. A fierce wind swept through, the world turned icy cold. Many students looked in astonishment toward the ruins of the city wall. There, 2 students were frozen. Hadian's gaze was shaken. "A gift, you actually have a gift." The 2 words innate talent caused a sensation, and all the students looked at Bai Shui in disbelief. Her already stunning beauty was now etched even deeper into everyone's hearts. Bai Shui's lips were stained red, blood dripping from her chin onto the ground. She panted heavily, each breath exhaling a frosty mist. She had reached her limit. These monsters simply couldn't be killed. Very few people knew about Bai Shui's talent. Even the 7 saints weren't fully aware of it, as she had hidden it well. However, faced with this group of Hadian students, she was powerless and had no choice but to reveal it. In the next instant, all the students greedily fixed their eyes on Bai Shui. Everyone understood the importance of a gifted cultivator. As long as their faction could capture one, their status would skyrocket. The student who had defeated Wu Shang with a spear casually flung him aside, let out a loud laugh, and charged toward Bai Shui. The student who was about to kill Zhou Shan also grinned and rushed over. In the sky, more than a dozen idle students acted simultaneously. At this moment, Bai Shui was more important than the capital city, or even the fugitive. Granny sighed. This is the sorrow of the weak. Bai Shui's talent was exposed, and she can only be captured. No one would waste the talent of a cultivator. She would be arranged to marry some powerful figure to increase the chances of giving birth to talented cultivators. This is tragic. Erd, sitting opposite Zhang Dingtian, greedily stared at Bai Shui and suddenly charged forward. However, Zhang Dingtian was a step faster. "Get lost, all of you!" Zhang Dingtian roared, unleashing countless slashes. The terrifying strikes filled the surroundings from all directions. More than 20 students were blasted back, shocked by Zhang Dingtian's strength. However, even so, their determination to seize Bai Shui remained undiminished. Talented cultivators were simply too important. Erd tore through the slashes and punched Zhang Dingtian in the abdomen. Zhang Dingtian was forced back over 10 meters but still stood firm. His long blade swept horizontally, and Erd retreated rapidly, a bloody gash appearing on his chest. Haidian crushed the water crystal, and with a low shout of water tornado, the surging water transformed into a tornado and roared toward Zhang Dingtian. At the same time, attacks of all kinds came from all directions. Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened, his gums biting down until they bled. With a low growl, he plunged his long blade into the ground and then slashed upward fiercely. Countless fragments of stone shot out in all directions, the earth trembled, and massive cracks spread from outside the city toward the interior, burying countless survivors. The attacks from all directions were neutralized by Zhang Dingtian, but he himself had reached his limit. Several students who had not acted earlier suddenly charged forward. 2 of them attacked Zhang Dingtian, while one reached for Bai Shui, laughing. "The gifted cultivator is ours, huh?" Zhang Dingtian was struck, his body pressed into the ground, and he almost lost his grip on the long blade. Bai Shui stared at the student reaching for her, raised her hand, ice palm. Bang! A wave of air swept through the sky, freezing the ground. The student reaching for Bai Shui was directly frozen. He had underestimated Bai Shui too much. The top 3 saints were enough to rival the strongest in the academy. Even Hadian couldn't take her down easily. Seeing Zhang Dingtian severely injured, he charged out again. This time, he reached for Bai Shui. A gifted cultivator was almost as valuable as a fugitive, and Zhang Dingtian, the obstacle, had already been removed. Along with Erd, 2 other students also made their move. All 3, comparable to Hadian in strength, simultaneously reached out to grab Bai Shui.
At this moment, even Zhang Dingtian couldn't protect her.
Bai Shui's face turned pale.
Is it over? What a pity. In an instant, a familiar figure appeared in front of Bai Shui. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud crashes echoed, accompanied by 3 disheveled figures flying backward. They were none other than Erd and the other 2. All the students stared in disbelief at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shui. Who was he? He had defeated the academy's 3 strongest students in a single strike. In the corner, Granny widened her eyes, actually came back. In the city, Zhou Shan let out a bitter laugh and spat out blood. Bai Shui stared in shock at the figure before her. Though not tall, he shielded her from the storm. This person had truly returned, and seemed to have grown much stronger. The one who appeared in front of Bai Shui was naturally Luin. Without a personal terminal, he was unaware of the attack on the capital. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Luin said to Bai Shui, "I told you I would come back." Bai Shui's face was pale, and she weakly said, "Be careful, there are too many of them." Luin nodded, his expression slightly serious. Indeed, there were too many of them. He had now reached the peak of the explorer realm, and his heavenly star palm was no weaker than Zhang Dingtian's techniques. However, even Zhang Dingtian had been beaten into a sorry state. A head-on fight would be very difficult. Zhang Dingtian crawled out from the ground, leaning on his long blade. He glanced at Luin, then swept his sharp gaze around the surroundings, his expression resolute. Luin threw the healing medicine to Zhang Dingtian. "Treat yourself." Zhang Dingtian rudely swallowed the healing medicine directly. Luin was speechless. This was supposed to be applied externally. Oh well, swallowing it should work too, since it came from Clover Company. In the distance, the 3 men led by It stood up and stared at Luin. "Who are you?" Luin had no intention of wasting words with him and directly donned Gyurisi's battle armor. Thunder collided outside his body, scattering sparks. Hadian was surprised. "That's Gyurisi's battle armor. How did it end up with you?" Luin replied indifferently, "She gave it to me." Impossible. Erd, Hadian, and several students spoke simultaneously. Gyurisi was very famous in the Dayu Empire, all because she had a protective and powerful brother, Gulbak. Mentioning this person left the younger generation of the Dayu Empire feeling powerless. He was a total monster. Because of Gulbak, no one dared to bully Gyurisi. If that battle armor was truly given to this person by Gyurisi, then it was troublesome. Could this person have ties to the Gyurisi family? All the students looked at Luin with uncertainty and suspicion. Could this person be Grace's boyfriend? Luin took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold. "Stay away," he said, and then directly charged at Erd. This person was the strongest among the students and the organizer of the attack on the capital. To capture the leader, one must first capture the king. Erd was still immersed in his speculation about Luin when Luin had already launched his attack. Erd quickly retreated, having just experienced Luin's prowess and deciding not to confront him head-on. Luin used his agile footwork to appear directly in front of Hadian. Hadian was startled. He hadn't expected the attack to be directed at him. Water tornado. Hadian enveloped himself in water, attempting to block Luin. Luin rushed toward him, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, and then struck in another direction, the exact spot where Erd had retreated. Sky-splitting palm? Ed was surprised. He threw a punch, and with a bang, the airwave pushed everything around aside. Luin bypassed Hadian and attacked Ed again. Ed gritted his teeth. "Kid, don't push it." Luin sneered and raised his palm to strike Ed. Ed snorted, sensing the danger. He clenched his right fist, faintly hearing the majestic roar of a beast. This was his combat technique, the Beast King Fist, which had defeated the strongest fighters from 30 academies, earned him a special admission to the Universe Hall, and made him famous throughout the Great Yu Empire. On Earth, he had only used it against Zhang Dingtian and a fugitive. Now, he was forced into a desperate situation once again. Stars emerged from the palm. Lu Yin's Heaven Star Palm technique unleashed. 3 stars shone brightly before exploding. The first star burst, causing Ed's eyes to widen as his Beast King Fist was forcibly halted. The second star burst, inflicting severe pain on Ed's right fist. When the third star burst, Ed spat blood and was sent flying backward. His right fist shattered. His body slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Facing Ed, Lu Yin's Heaven Star Palm was unleashed without reservation, crippling him with a single strike. Everyone was stunned. That was Ed, a powerhouse who had entered the Universe Hall exceptionally, recognized as the strongest among them, and someone capable of trading blows with Zhang Dingtian. Yet, he was crippled with a single strike. Zhang Dingtian was equally shocked. This person was far stronger than he had been some time ago. That palm strike, he wasn't confident he could withstand it. Luin glanced at his right palm. The third star began to revolve, seeming
seemingly unexpectedly powerful. The celestial palm is not merely a simple stellar explosion attack. Each star's explosion stacks the damage, and the celestial palm with 3 stars far surpasses that with 2 stars. Luin had once speculated that when the 3rd star revolved he could rival Zhang Dingtian, but at this moment he realized he wasn't just rivaling him, he had surpassed Zhang Dingtian. In the distance, a student stared at their personal terminal in shock. TH 3700 combat power, cross-boundary combat power. All the students felt their scalps tingle. A cross-boundary powerhouse was absolutely a monster, something only those with extraordinary talent in the universe had ever achieved. And now, on a remote planet, 2 cross-boundary powerhouses had appeared. Unbelievable. Beside them was even a gifted cultivator. Was this really an ordinary planet? Granny was stunned. This bastard had actually become so powerful. Luin clenched his fists, his gaze sweeping over all the students. He grinned and suddenly charged at one of them. That student was also among the strongest in the academy. Seeing Luin charging at him, he was so terrified that he lost his wits and fled without even thinking of resisting. Unfortunately, Luin grabbed his shoulder, exerting force with his palm and even crushing the ring armor. Stay put, Luin growled, delivering a punch to the student's forehead and knocking him out cold. He then continued charging toward other students. The scene at this moment was bizarre. Luin was like a lion charging into a flock of sheep. The Sky Star palm made him invincible, and the attacks from the numerous students were completely ineffective against him. His armor protected him thoroughly, leaving the students helpless. After Luin knocked out 8 students, everyone scattered in panic. They gave up, unable to fight back, unable to defend themselves. What was the point of continuing? Haidian fled immediately, but he was quickly entangled by Bai Shui, who had been keeping an eye on him. Get lost, woman, Haidian roared. He definitely didn't want to be knocked out. Without even thinking, he knew that bastard must have a purpose for knocking out the students. Recalling the fate of Bale and Willow back then, Haidian gasped. Could this bastard be planning to kidnap all the trial students? With a whooshing sound, just as Haidian broke through the ice to escape, a terrifying slash tore through the ground, forcibly stopping him in his tracks. Ahead, Zhang Dingtian stood holding a long blade, coldly staring at Haidian. Did I say you could leave? Haidian froze for a moment, then felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and lost consciousness. Bai Shui withdrew her hand, her gaze slightly excited. It seemed that doing this was quite satisfying. Zhang Dingtian stared blankly at Bai Shui. It was the first time he had seen Bai Shui strike someone from behind, and he had to admit that Lu Yin's approach was quite provocative. Further away, Gers and Balalu stared dumbfounded at the capital, their faces twitching. Am I seeing things? That shameless scoundrel is capturing students? Balalu smiled bitterly. You're not seeing things. He really is capturing students. Distinguished trial students, elites from the Starry Skies academies, being caught like rabbits. This must be the only time in trial history. In any trial, students are usually like lofty gods, looking down on all beings. Their opponents are only themselves. But now, all the trial students, even the strongest among them, were being captured one by one, trembling like rabbits. In the end, fewer than 5 managed to escape. When the capital city returned to calm, apart from the ruins left behind, there were 19 students who had been knocked unconscious, lying miserably on the ground. Luin wiped his sweat, exhausted. Finally, it was done. The few who escaped were incredibly fast. Their footwork techniques were impressive. Couldn't catch them, forget it. Here are 19 people, plus Bai Lai and Willow, that makes 21. Huh? Zhou Shan brought those 2 from Blue Mountain Academy as well? That makes 23 students, quite a lot, Luin calculated, his hands moving swiftly, searching one by one. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui looked on speechlessly, his movements were way too practiced. Didn't faint, he was just seriously injured. Seeing this scene, he widened his eyes. You're the infamous star pirate. Luin glanced at him. Don't talk nonsense. These are spoils of war. I can't fight for nothing. Was furious. At this moment, Granny also came out to help Luin handle the spoils of war. Luin did not blame her. This woman was also a trial student, and it was already good enough that she didn't help attack the capital. This battle was exhausting. Even though Luin managed to offset many attacks with his battle armor, his internal organs still suffered shocks and needed some rest. As for Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui, they were even worse off, not wanting to move at all. Zhou Shan and Wu Shang were severely injured, so Luin had Granny treat them briefly before they were taken back to the capital by Hua Camp for emergency care. All the evolvers from Hua Camp were deployed to clear the ruins. 2 hours later, all the unconscious students gradually woke up, only to find themselves tied together. They glared angrily at Luin, especially when they discovered they had been robbed. They were so angry they almost spat blood. You are that space pirate, the one who robbed Ian, someone shouted. Ian was right next to him. Hey, don't use me as an example, it's embarrassing. It must be you who robbed Ian, and now you dare to rob us too. You bandit, you thief, someone else shouted. Ian was speechless. Luin sneered, walked up to these people, raised his palm, and many students were startled, quickly shutting their mouths. Just as Luin withdrew his hand and was about to say something to Zhang Dingtian and the others, his gaze suddenly narrowed, looking toward the sky. At the same same time, countless people across the earth looked up, and in the sky, meteors streaked down. One meteor after another crossed the horizon.
Luin was shocked.
This was the arrival of the second batch of trial participants.
Why so early? Luin asked in confusion, looking at Granny.
Granny replied, it's rare for a second batch to appear during a trial.
I don't know either.
It should be calculated from the moment the notification was received. Bai Shui approached, her expression grave. Zhang Dingtian looked up at the sky, his gaze narrowing as he saw 3 meteors flying in this direction. Luin immediately shouted, take all these people back to the capital, quickly. Before long, a rumble echoed from the distance.
Countless survivors in the capital were gripped by fear.
The despair they faced today was comparable to the day of the apocalypse. Not only were dozens of heaven-level powerhouses engaged in chaotic battles, but now meteors were crashing down as well.
Had humanity truly reached its end?
The steel city walls had turned to ruins. Luin and the others stood atop the rubble, watching as a meteor crashed down just a few kilometers away from the capital's gathering point.
They could even see the alien spaceship engulfed in flames. Boom!
The earth trembled once more, and massive cracks spread toward the capital.
Zhang Dingtian waved his hand casually, and his energy tore through the ground, blocking the fissures.
In the next moment, a scorching wave of heat swept across, carrying endless dust as it passed over the capital.
Everyone felt the pressure descending upon them.
Soon, as the dust settled, what appeared before everyone was a 3-meter diameter, circular spaceship. It was very small, identical to the one Aster had before. This was an individual spacecraft, capable of seating only one person. The ground was smashed into a massive conical crater. A rumble echoed again in the distance. Luin narrowed his eyes as 3 meteors crashed down, all landing at once. This was the second batch of trial participants, heading for the 10th courtyard of the starry sky, aiming to achieve results in the trial. Was held to the side, his eyes fixed intently on the spaceship, his gaze filled with excitement. Come on, let these natives witness what true prodigies are, what real power looks like.
Crack!
The circular spaceship hatch opened, hot air gushed out forming white smoke. A hand reached out, gripping the edge of the spaceship, and then, a figure stepped out into the sunlight, raising his head. Appearing before everyone was a handsome man with a hint of a smile in his eyes. The man stepped out of the spaceship, slowly floated, and landed on the ground. He did not look at Luin and the others but instead scanned the surroundings, his gaze carrying a sense of exploration. Looking at the man, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Danger, extreme danger.
This person gave him an intensely dangerous feeling.
He lowered his head to check his personal terminal. Combat power 3000, peak of the exploration realm. Clearly, the combat power was the same, but why did this person feel so dangerous to him? Not only Luin, but Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Granny, and even he'd felt an extreme sense of danger the moment they saw the man. This gentle-looking man seemed to conceal a suffocating pressure.
Who is he?
Luin patted Ead's head and asked. Ead stared blankly at the man, shook his head, and said in confusion, I don't know. Luin narrowed his eyes.
That man hadn't even glanced at them until now. Did he completely disregard them?
This was an unspoken arrogance, engraved in his very bones, indescribable. At this moment, 2 black dots flew in from the distance.
2 men arrived quickly.
Seeing the newcomers, Ead was excited.
Senior Lars, I'm here. Senior Lars. Smack.
Luin slapped Ead on the head again.
What are you shouting for? Who's here?
Ead glared at Luin fiercely and said, your doom has arrived.
Senior Lars is a master of the Universe Hall. You can't possibly be his match. Let me go, and I can plead with him on your behalf.
Luin looked at the 2 men who had just arrived, his expression serious.
Yutong?
The place where the true elites of the Great Yu Empire resided, which could also be considered an academy, specifically designed to train the top experts of the younger generation. Outside the capital, the first man to descend remained standing on the ground, surveying his surroundings. The 2 men who appeared afterward hovered in midair, looking down at Luin and the others. One of them stepped forward, gazing arrogantly below. You really know how to disgrace Yutong. To think you were captured by natives useless. Erd's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, glaring at the man before lowering his head.
The other man waved his hand dismissively and calmly looked downward. Who captured Erd?
Release him, and I might spare his life.
Is he the Senior Lars you mentioned? Luin asked.
Erd excitedly replied, that's right.
Senior Lars isn't just an ordinary expert of the Universe Hall.
His father is none other than Sika, the Deputy Minister of Finance of the Great Yu Empire. Minister Sika has gathered all kinds of battle techniques for Senior Lars. Senior Lars' strength is unrivaled among his peers in the Universe Hall, second only to those at the Fusion Realm.
Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Deputy Minister of Finance? Is his family rich? Erd was stunned. That's not the point.
Luin looked at Lars with a burning gaze. He was in great need of star energy crystals. The students had just contributed 8 cubic star energy crystals to him, which was far from enough. This Lars might bring him a pleasant surprise. As for the strength Erd mentioned, Luin didn't care much. Compared to the first man who appeared, this Lars gave him a much gentler feeling. That first man was the truly dangerous one. That person feels different now, Zhang Dingtian suddenly said. Luin turned his head and
looked at the man still standing on the ground. His gaze shifted. The man now gave him a very ordinary feeling, extremely ordinary, just like a regular person, completely devoid of the danger he exuded when he first appeared. The moment Lars and his group approached, this man changed. High above, Lars frowned. What's the matter? Not planning to release the person? Or do you think you can miraculously hold on to this place? Elder Ras, the fugitive left something in this city. As long as we control this place, the fugitive will definitely come, Erd shouted. Having been defeated and with the arrival of the second batch of trial participants, he had completely abandoned the idea of completing his mission. Instead, he thought it better to curry favor with Ras, which might provide him with a future ally. Ras's eyes lit up, and a smile played on his lips. Oh, it seems my luck isn't bad. Even with a random landing, I managed to find a good spot. At that moment, the man standing behind Ras glanced to the other side, his gaze sweeping over the spaceship. He leaned in and whispered a few words into Ras's ear. Ras then turned his attention to the first man who had appeared in this place. Friend, my name is Ras. Let's get acquainted. On the ground, the man crouched down, picked up some soil, and brought it to his nose to sniff. The scent of blood. High above, Lass's face darkened. Friend, let's get acquainted. My name is Lass, son of Sika, Deputy Minister of Finance of the Great Universe Empire. The man stood up, looked up at Lass, and revealed a faint smile. Charlo, a nobody, wouldn't dare to overreach. Lass frowned. Charlo? He hadn't heard of this name before. Luin said to Zhang Dingtian, we can't let them talk. If they reach a consensus, it'll be trouble. I'll go capture Lass, you keep an eye on Charlo. Zhang Dingtian nodded and gripped his long blade tightly. Erd heard it and looked at Luin as if he'd seen a ghost. Capture Ras? Was he insane? Putting aside Ras's strength, just his background alone was enough to deter all the trial takers from touching him. This guy was absolutely crazy. Luin glanced at the starry sky. This was just the beginning. After waiting for so long, he was finally getting close. With that thought, Luin shot toward Ras with a bang. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, he raised his palm and struck, causing the air to distort directly. Ras was pondering Charlotte's identity when he was unexpectedly attacked by Luin. He didn't even make a move. The man behind him stepped forward in fury. How dare you attack young Master Ras? As he spoke, his hand turned into a claw, and an invisible beast's roar echoed through the void. Luin seemed to see a giant claw obscuring the starry sky. This sensation was similar to Erd's Beast King Fist, but it carried an even greater sense of majesty. Luin did not let his guard down. As his palm struck, stars appeared, and the rotation of two stars erupted directly. With a loud bang, the two collided in midair, creating an arc-shaped shockwave that spread out. Subsequently, an invisible force crushed the ground. The man was forced back 100 meters by Luin's palm strike, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Luin in shock. His strength was similar to Eid's. Luin's full-powered Heavenly Star Palm had defeated Eid, and the Heavenly Star Palm with 2 stars was enough to injure him. Lass narrowed his eyes. No wonder you were able to capture Eid. You have some skill. As he spoke, he raised his right palm, which transformed into a claw. However, compared to the previous man, Lass's claw was far stronger. A massive claw-shaped shadow truly appeared in the void, as if it had stepped out of the universe to grab at Luin. Luin's expression changed. Eid, the previous man, and Lass all used battle techniques that originated from the same source, yet each was stronger than the last. Below, Charlotte's eyes lit up. The supreme combat technique of the Yutong, Heavenly Beast Claw, with a legacy of 108 forms. Although this person has only mastered 5 forms, it's enough to crush most explorers. An impressive combat technique. Behind, Zheng Dingtian's eyes widened, and by Shui, Granny, and the others were shocked. They had never even heard of such a combat technique before. It was terrifying. This was the foundation of the Great Yu Empire. In Luyan's palm, 2 stars revolved, and then a 3rd star appeared, clashing with Lars's claw strike. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically as a massive shockwave swept in all directions. The 3 stars exploded simultaneously, and in an instant, the terrifying combined impact stunned Lars. The phantom on his right claw shattered directly. Lars's eyes narrowed, and his figure disappeared. At the same time, Luing used the wandering step, and the figures of the 2 vanished into the sky. The next moment, the 2 reappeared simultaneously. Luing struck out with another palm, and Lars, wary, dodged to the side. His Heavenly Beast claw had been broken and could no longer defend. He crushed a gale crystal, and a gray whirlwind coiled around the index finger of his left hand. He pointed it at Luing. This was his most powerful combat technique, the Yin Wind Finger, a technique that Sika had paid a great price to obtain for him. Luing sensed danger. Ras's finger made his entire body feel icy cold, a chill different from ordinary frost. This was a bone-chilling cold, as if it could freeze star energy. Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp as he activated the Heavenly Star technique, and 3 faint stars appeared around him. The gray hurricane on Ras's Yin Wind Finger was continuously weakened as it approached Lu Yin's body. Ras was shocked. How was this possible? Lu Yin easily dodged the Yin Wind Finger and pressed his left palm against Ras's abdomen. Sky-splitting palm, he said, as a massive force slammed Ras violently into the ground. He didn't even have time to put on his ring armor. Not
Not far away, a man who had been following Rash shouted angrily and charged at Lu Yin again, striking with a claw. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he activated the Heavenly Star technique once more. The man's claw slowed down as it approached Lu Yin's body, slow enough for Lu Yin to clearly see all the changes in this combat technique. Lu Yin used the flowing step to dodge, raised his right palm, transformed it into a claw, and, to everyone's astonishment, grabbed at the man. With a loud bang, the man's right shoulder was injured, and his body crashed to the ground. Bird stared blankly at the scene. What had he just witnessed? That person had actually used the Heavenly Beast Claw supreme combat technique inherited from the U-Hall. It could only be learned by joining the U-Hall and studying the stone wall. Yet that person had just used it. How was this possible? Not only was Eid surprised, but everyone was shocked, including Lu Yin himself. Previously, after defeating Eid and capturing numerous students, he endured countless attacks. Although he had the defense of Gule's battle armor, his body still suffered injuries. It was at that moment, while operating the Celestial Star technique to restore his star energy, that he unintentionally discovered another use for the technique. Not only could it accelerate the absorption of star energy, but it could also form a peculiar defensive force field around him, weakening the enemy's attacks. Originally, he thought this was the most powerful aspect of the Celestial Star technique, but at this moment, he realized he still didn't fully understand this technique. Not only could it defend, but it could also perfectly present the enemy's combat techniques before him. If he wished, he could learn them. Even he hadn't anticipated this. Lu Yin clenched his fists, his gaze filled with excitement. The Celestial Star technique, when he first obtained it, he knew it was extraordinary, but now, he felt he had still underestimated it. Extraordinary was an understatement. It shouldn't even exist. This was a technique that mimicked the operation of the universe, incomparably powerful. On the ground, Charlotte's gaze was filled with surprise, then her lips curved into a smile. Interesting. Not far away, Lars rose with difficulty, blood at the corner of his mouth and disbelief in his eyes. The sky-splitting palm had struck him directly without any defense, and at such close range, it had caused him serious injuries. However, these injuries were far less shocking than the revelation brought by Lu Yin. How could this person possess the Heavenly Beast Claw? Who exactly are you? Lars shouted. Lu Yin landed and in a single step appeared before Lass. The one who captured you, he said, pressing his hand down hard on Lass's shoulder. With a crunch, Lass let out a miserable scream. His shoulder had been crushed. Sorry, but if I don't do this, you'd resist too easily. With that, he tossed Lass toward the capital. Another man shouted sharply, you're dead. That's young Master Lass, Lord Sika's son. Lord Sika won't let you off. The 13th Royal Guard won't let you off. The Great Yu Empire won't let you off. Lu Yin frowned. Noisy. He crushed the man's shoulder in the same way and threw him toward the capital as well. After dealing with the two, Lu Yin turned to look at Charlotte, who stared right back at him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, Sharo said with a gentle smile, calmly looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. Sharo smiled faintly. My name is Sharo. Let's get acquainted. Lu Yin. Lu Yin? Lu? Charlotte was surprised. This surname is not easy to come across in the starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Indeed, on Earth the surname Lu was very common, but in the starry sky, it represented another category of people, ancient singular surnames. This was the general term for such people. In the universe, the scrutiny of those with ancient singular surnames was extremely strict. No one knew when it started, nor when it would end. One of the reasons Lu Yin came to Earth was to obtain a legal identity. Earth had a considerable number of people with ancient singular surnames. This planet had been under the surveillance and scrutiny of the Dayu Empire for countless years before it was finally legalized. What Lu Yin wanted was a legal identity. The surname Xia is also quite rare in the starry sky, Lu Yin said before leaping into the air and flying back to the capital. Charlotte's lips curved into a smile. The ancient clan of single surnames, he was one of them. Outside Earth, a massive spaceship hovered silently in space, resembling a giant beast overlooking the planet, its lights blazing brightly. At the very moment Lars was captured, the entire spaceship was thrown into an uproar. In the vast monitoring room, dozens of people gathered, all staring at the screen. The screen displayed the scene of Lars being defeated, as well as the moment when Lu Yin crushed Lars's shoulder. Someone roared in fury, how dare they harm young Master Lars? Death penalty, they must be sentenced to death. This native is doomed. 3 months ago, he killed Yasta, and he was the first native to kill a trial student. Recently, he robbed so many students, even Gules was robbed. Later, he captured 23 trial students, and now he dares to harm young Master Ras. This native must be executed, otherwise, we cannot answer to Lord Sika, someone shouted. What did this native say? Can't hear a thing. Damn it. Many people were furious. Of course, there were also a few who admired Lu Yin's actions. The so-called trial was not only aimed at students but also had the purpose of testing the natives. Many of the Empire's elites come from various native planets. This is how the Empire discovers talent. This person is undoubtedly talented, but unfortunately, offending Ras means offending Sika. Sika holds immense power in the Dayu Empire, and no matter how exceptional this native is, he is doomed. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps echoed, seemingly light, light, yet it exploded in everyone's ears, rendering the previously noisy monitoring room silent. Everyone stepped aside, respectfully watching as three men gradually approached. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, clad in battle armor, his gaze as deep as the ocean.
His name was Saiken Muldo, a general of the Great Universe Empire and the chief overseer of Earth's trial.
On the right was a pale-faced young man with unsteady steps, exuding a chilling aura. Though he appeared frail, he was, in fact, Toliona, the deputy captain of the 9th team of the Empire's Royal Court's 13th squad.
On the left side of West Kenmardo stood a man with a gloomy expression and icy gaze.
His face was marked with strange patterns, his figure tall and slender, reaching 2 meters in height, with arms longer than those of ordinary people. His name was Shaluo Shu, the vice-captain of the 13th squad of the Imperial Court, and he was also the protector of this rash trial. These three individuals were the highest authorities for this trial, all of them powerful enough to traverse the starry skies. As the three arrived, everyone stepped back, standing respectfully on both sides. The three walked straight to the light screen, watching the playback of the scenes within.
"Stop!" West Kenmaldo shouted in a low voice, and the image froze.
In the frame, it was the scene of Luin performing the Heavenly Beast Claw.
West Kenmaldo was astonished.
Without observing the stone wall, he can still perform the Heavenly Beast Claw, and it's not just an imitation, it seems like a perfect execution.
This person is a prodigy.
Sharo narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy.
Continue playing.
Soon, the image froze again, and the final scene was of Luin crushing Lars's shoulder. The Sal tree grinned, cruelly licking its lips, ruthless enough and bold enough.
"Have you found out where this person comes from?" Saiken Maldo asked in a low voice.
Someone stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Report to the general, this person is not on the trial student list." Nonsense, if he could kill Asta in an instant, he absolutely cannot be one of the trial students this time.
"Look back 10 years and see if anyone crossed the blockade line to enter Earth," Saiken Maldo shouted. "Report to the general, we've checked, and there's nothing even going back 30 years. Saiken Maldo frowned. "It seems the Empire's monitoring station needs to be reorganized."
This person used the wave palm and the sky-splitting palm, clearly originating from the starry skies, and is quite young,
yet they claim no discovery.
The surroundings were silent, everyone uneasy, most of them being from the monitoring station. "Record everything about this person and capture them after the trial ends," Shaluoshu suddenly spoke, his tone grim.
On the other side, Toliona raised an eyebrow. "Capture? Why?" Shaluoshu's gaze turned cold. "Entering the trial planet without authorization, shouldn't they be captured?"
Toliona sneered. "Although Earth is monitored by the Empire, it is still free.
Anyone can enter.
If they weren't discovered, it's only the fault of the monitoring station's incompetence."
"Would you blame the floor if you tripped while walking?" Shaluoshu stared at Toliona. "What do you mean? Are you obstructing Team 12 from carrying out their mission?" "I've never heard of the 12th squad interfering in trials," Toliona said disdainfully.
The people around nervously watched the scene. The two of them were both deputy captains of the Royal Court's 13 squads, a powerful institution.
When they spoke, no one else even dared to breathe. Saiken Maldo waved his hand. "All right, Shaluo Tree, I know you're under orders to protect Los, but a trial is a trial. The results speak for themselves." Shaluo Tree sneered. "Fine, you're the chief overseer of the trial and have the authority to decide. I can only report this to the squad and let the captain decide." West Kenmardo's gaze turned cold, becoming even icier.
At that moment, faint footsteps sounded, just like when West Kenmardo and the other two had appeared earlier.
The steps were light, yet they echoed explosively in everyone's ears.
Everyone looked toward the passageway. There, a person appeared, a woman. The first thing that caught the eye was her white hair, cascading down to her ankles, accentuating her snow-white jade-like feet. The woman's appearance was pure, her eyes bright, with a faint hint of red in her pupils. She wore a breezy summer outfit, her skin glowed like crystal, and a small tuft of hair tied on her forehead added a touch of cuteness. However, the most captivating feature was not her appearance or attire, but the ring on her hand. A black-edged hollow silver ring, engraved inside with wings and a sword in flight, surrounded by 10 dark shadows. This is the power ring of the Cosmic Youth Council. The woman's name was Mira, from the Cosmic Youth Council, representing the council to oversee the planetary evolution trials. When Mira arrived, the faces of Saiken, Muldo, and the others grew solemn, especially Shaluo Tree, as Mira's faintly revealed red pupils were fixed on him.
The immense pressure nearly brought Shaluo Tree to his knees.
"I've heard someone is attempting to interfere with the trials."
"General Muldo, is that true?"
Mira turned her gaze to Saiken Muldo, a faint smile appearing on her face as she asked. The heart of the Sal tree trembled, and it lowered its head. As the vice-captain of the 13th team of the Great U Empire's Imperial Court, a powerful figure who roams the starry skies, it now bowed its head before a young woman. This was the strength of Mira, and also the strength of the Cosmic Youth Council. Saiken Muldo said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Miss Mira, for your supervision. For now, this matter has not occurred." Mira smiled and said, "That's good. Actually, your Great U Empire's trial shouldn't have involved me in the first place. But unfortunately, the Great U Empire's Youth Council was abolished. abolished, and I was the one to announce the notice.
I couldn't shirk the responsibility. After all, the trial cannot proceed without someone from the Youth Council present. Wouldn't you agree, General Moldo?
West Kenmardo nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Mira." Mira smiled faintly, her gaze falling on the light screen.
A decent person.
I hope he achieves good results. After speaking, Mira turned and left the monitoring room, leaving behind a faint fragrance.
After Mira left, everyone finally took deep breaths. The immense pressure just now had been overwhelming. That woman was terrifying.
Her strength undoubtedly surpassed anyone present.
She was just a student, though from the inner universe, still just a student. How could she be so powerful?
Taliona said gravely, "Mira, a member of the Cosmic Youth Council, a student of the 6th Institute of the Starry Sky, known as the Scarlet Lotus Demon Bow. I didn't expect her to be so powerful."
West Kenmardo exhaled, refraining from discussing Mira with Toli.
His gaze returned to the light screen. This young man had been protected by Mira. If he could perform even better, perhaps he might gain Myra's assistance and rise to prominence.
A lucky young man. Shallowosho's expression darkened.
He had actually been intimidated by a woman, and a surge of boundless anger welled up in his heart.
Toliona glanced at him and sneered disdainfully. So what if he was angry? Would he dare to make a move against Mira?
Setting aside her strength, Mira had the backing of the Cosmic Youth Council, which consisted of 10 monsters. On Earth, outside the capital city, Cheryl left without saying much to Luin and the others. He walked away on his own, not even flying, simply treading the ground as he headed toward the wandering tide of corpses.
Luin robbed Lass and another man clean. It must be said, Lass truly lived up to being the son of the Deputy Minister of Finance. He was loaded.
From his spatial ring, Luin obtained nearly 12 cubic meters of star energy crystals and numerous other natural crystals, leaving Granny and the others astonished.
Lass glared furiously at Luin, slumped on the ground.
"You're finished. Everything of mine is monitored by the Empire's surveillance station.
You're finished. My father must already know, and after the trial ends, you'll be judged.
I'll make sure you can't live or die peacefully."
Luin smiled faintly. "I'm looking forward to it." Lass's gaze flickered.
A native is just a native. When the moment of judgment truly arrives, he'll understand the meaning of despair.
What was the battle technique you used at the beginning?
Luin stared at Lass and asked.
Lass sneered, "A mere native dares to covet the Sky Beast Claw? It doesn't matter if I tell you. The U-Hall of the Great U Empire has passed down the 108 style Sky Beast Claw. I've only mastered 5 styles.
If you have the ability, go to the U-Hall and master all 108 styles. That would definitely shake the stars."
"Do you think you have what it takes?" Luin marveled. 108 styles, and you've only mastered 5? Your aptitude is pretty poor. Lass was furious. "I am Sika's son. I am a genius. Even those like Gulbach have only mastered less than half. What would a native like you know?"
"Such top-tier battle techniques are not something ordinary people can master."
"You mean this?"
Luin raised his hand, his palm turning into a claw. A faint beastly roar echoed through the void, and an immense pressure was released, causing rubble to shatter. At this moment, Zhang Dingtian and the others all felt a sense of dread.
Lass gritted his teeth.
This bastard actually mastered the 3 forms of the Heavenly Beast Claw. If he had just used the 5th form of the Heavenly Beast Claw against him, could he have mastered that too? The thought sent chills down Lass's spine.
Such a person must be eliminated.
With Lu Yin's help, the capital had already captured 25 students, including Lass, a scion of nobility, shaking the local network. Granny looked at the local area network, counted, and said, "The second batch of trial participants totals 62 people, of which 15 landed in Huaxia." 62 people, although the number is much smaller than the first batch of trial participants, the quality is entirely different.
Any one of them possesses peak combat power at the exploration realm.
Among the 7 saints, only the top 3 saints can fight them, and even then, victory is not guaranteed.
If they encounter a master like Lars, even Zhang Dingtian is not confident he can easily defeat them.
Sometimes, combat skills can make up for many gaps. The power of many combat skills cannot be reflected in combat power values. Northern Europe, where wind and snow rage endlessly, a region once picturesque in times of peace is now covered in ice and snow. Countless zombies are frozen, and the entirety of Northern Europe is a vast expanse of white, devoid of bloodshed, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Several meteors crashed into Northern Europe, one of which landed on Otto Island.
Otto Island is located in the Nia Bay of Northern Europe.
The bay was frozen, and there was no sign of human activity within 100 miles around Otto Island. A spaceship crashed onto Otto Island, creating a cone-shaped crater in the ground. As the hatch opened, a young man stepped out, exhaling a breath that froze into white vapor mid-air and fell to the ground.
The man cursed, "Damn randomizer, what kind of godforsaken place did it throw me into? It's so cold. Could this be the coldest spot on this planet?"
As he spoke, the man stepped forward, looking around, and cursing incessantly. Opening his personal terminal, the man's expression suddenly changed.
A combat signal appeared a few kilometers away. He immediately took to the air and flew toward it.
Soon, he saw a figure sitting on a snowy peak in the distance,
staring blankly at the sky as if in a daze. The man stood in mid-air, looking down. Hey, where is this place? The person below glanced up at the man. I don't know. The man's gaze turned cold. What did you say? You don't know? Why are you here?
Hiding from someone, the figure said indifferently. The man landed and walked behind the figure. Your combat power isn't weak. 2300.
No personal terminal, a native? The figure turned to look at the man. Can you do me a favor? Post a message on the local network. The man asked in confusion, what message?
The figure's lips curved into a smile.
Just say you saw a fugitive. What? The man was startled and immediately made a move.
In the next moment, his strength drained away, and the figure, who originally had only 2300 combat power, suddenly erupted with an unparalleled force that crushed him. This was fusion-level combat power, and the personal terminal kept sounding alarms.
Thank you, the figure said faintly, then turned to look into the distance.
Minutes later, the Earth's local network exploded, and everyone received a message stating that the fugitive was hiding in Northern Europe and possessed combat power at the fusion realm level, requesting assistance.
At first, people didn't believe it. Who would openly reveal the whereabouts of a fugitive? This was a mission.
But when the message detailed the fugitive's appearance, it was confirmed. After all, Ed and others had previously encountered the fugitive in the Mediterranean region of Europe. Immediately, the message was verified as true, and many students hurriedly flew to Northern Europe.
In the capital city, Luin and the others were surprised. The fugitive is hiding in Northern Europe and their whereabouts have been made public? No matter how you look at it, something feels off. Granny said, not all students care about the trial tasks. Anything that happens during the trial could affect the final score.
For example, someone being defeated or someone achieving victory could influence the final result. It's not impossible for a student who believes they can't defeat the fugitive to simply reveal the fugitive's whereabouts to gain points.
Luin looked at Erd. You fought the fugitive. How strong is he?
Ever since Luin captured Lars, Erd had become much more obedient.
He replied, very strong.
Even if a strong wanderer of the starry sky has weakened combat power, their understanding of battle techniques and use of star energy won't be weak. There were more than 10 of us students attacking him together, and he instantly killed 5 of us before escaping. That person said the fugitive has fusion realm combat power.
Is that true? Granny asked.
Ed said he didn't have it when he fought us, otherwise we wouldn't have dared to get close to him.
Luin pondered. He always felt something was odd. How could someone who escaped from the inner universe to the outer universe be so easily discovered by students, not even realizing their tracks were exposed?
Look quickly, some students are approaching Northern Europe, Granny exclaimed, and everyone turned to look at the local network. In Northern Europe, 3 students flew over. 2 were from the first batch of trial participants, and 1 was from the second batch. The 3 appeared simultaneously. The second batch of trial students was clearly much stronger than the 2 from the first batch, making those 2 students afraid to approach. Where's the fugitive? One of the students shouted. The other 2 students were also searching when, suddenly, their bodies went limp and collapsed onto the snow. At the same time, the second batch trial student also fell to the ground. Not far away, a man walked over slowly. His steps were light, but each one exuded an indescribable pressure, causing the 3 students to tremble. The 3 looked up and saw the man wearing a ringed battle armor, looking down at them with undisguised contempt in his eyes. His short black hair was streaked with white strands in the middle, giving him a strange and eerie appearance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qingyu, the so-called fugitive, the man said with a faint smile. Then, under the shocked gazes of the 3 students, his star energy erupted, knocking all 3 unconscious. Far from enough, Qingyu muttered to himself, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked into the distance. Over the next 2 days, the local network was in turmoil, as no fewer than 12 students were captured by the fugitive. For the first time, the fugitive's name was revealed: Qingyu. At the moment when many students accepted the task before the trial, they only knew there were fugitives but were completely unaware of any details about them. The task explicitly stated that they had to find out for themselves, and now they finally learned the fugitive's name. On the 3rd day, over the skies of Northern Europe, all the students were stunned by the appearance of a woman. Fire Shaoling, heir to the fire family of the Great Universe Empire, possessed fiery red hair cascading down to her waist, with an exceptionally beautiful and serene appearance, resembling an elf. This woman held a status in the Great Universe Empire even higher than Los, as the fire family was a colossal clan within the empire. When Hua Shaoling appeared, more than 10 students hidden around Northern Europe emerged simultaneously. They had refrained from showing themselves due to their fear of Qingyu's strength, but now they dared to, because Hua Shaoling was a fusion realm expert. Although her cultivation was sealed due to the trial, fusion realm is still fusion realm, incomparable to exploration realm. Seeing Hua Shaoling, Qingyu stood up, his eyes lighting up.
What an exquisite woman.
I didn't expect such a refined beauty to exist in the border regions.
Ha ha.
Hua Shaoling looked down, while Qingyu stood casually. Behind him were 12 students bound and in a pitiful state, severely injured. Even if you retain fusion realm combat power, you can't fully utilize it.
You can only intimidate with star energy.
Surrender yourself. yourself, Xingyu, Hua Xiaoling said coldly. Xingyu's lips curved into a smile.
So proud, I like this kind of woman. With that, he stomped on the ground and an iron rod shot out, which Xingyu casually swung toward Hua Xiaoling. Hua Xiaoling frowned and dodged, but behind her, Xingyu appeared at some unknown moment, caught the iron rod, and smashed it down in a reverse grip. The trajectory of the iron rod's descent was clearly visible, yet it gave Hua Xiaoling a feeling of being unable to evade. The surrounding world dimmed. Sensing the danger, flames ignited on Hua Xiaoling's body, transforming into a phoenix's cry that soared into the sky, burning everything in all directions. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. The snow-covered ground melted in an instant, and even the sky turned red from the flames. Xingyu stepped back, holding the rod, and looked at Hua Xiaoling in astonishment before becoming excited. A talent, and it's a flame talent. Woman, you are worthy of following me. Hua Xiaoling's gaze was cold as she slowly raised her jade-like finger, pointing at Xingyu. A fire phoenix sword, phoenix spirit finger. Beep, 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 beep. In the distance, several students glanced at their personal terminals, their expressions changing drastically. 4,100 combat power. The corners of Xingyu's mouth curled up. Impressive. This strike could make an ordinary fusion realm retreat. Unfortunately, you've encountered me, Xingyu Baiyi. As he spoke, Xingyu spun his iron staff, and in an instant, countless iron staffs appeared, almost obscuring the sky and plunging the world into darkness. Then, one iron staff pierced through the fire phoenix with the force of shattering the heavens, striking Hua Xiaoling on the shoulder and smashing her into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground trembled, and the melted snow formed a river, into which Hua Xiaoling was plunged. In the sky, Xingyu raised his head, holding the iron staff, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The onlooking students immediately fled. Even Hua Xiaoling was defeated, so they dared not approach. After all, Hua Xiaoling was one of the few Rongjing experts in this trial. Soon, Hua Xiaoling climbed up from the ground, drenched all over, her face pale as she looked at Xingyu, who was slowly approaching. Baiyi, that surname, are you from that family? Xingyu crouched down, reached out a finger to lift Hua Xiaoling's delicate chin, and smiled faintly. You actually know. It seems you're not entirely ignorant. Since you know, you should understand what this surname represents. You're qualified to be my woman. Think about it. I'll take you away from this territory. Hua Xiaoling slapped Xingyu's hand away, clutching her shoulder as she endured the pain and gasped. Your wanted notice comes from the inner cosmos. If you really are from that family, who would dare issue a warrant for you? Xingyu grabbed Hua Xiaoling by her hair and lifted her up. Looking at Hua Xiaoling's angry gaze, he said coldly, don't get agitated. If you break the seal and restore your fusion realm strength, you'll be out. Don't you want to join the 10th Institute of the Starry Sky? Hua Xiaoling's heart sank, and the faint, immense star energy around her began to fade. Xingyu sneered, watch closely. This will all be over soon. After speaking, he threw Hua Xiaoling toward the group of bound students. 13 now. This one seems to carry quite a bit of weight. Xingyu was right. Hua Xiaoling wasn't just significant, she was extremely significant. The moment she was captured, Saiken Maldo and the monitoring station almost personally stormed Earth, but he was stopped by Mira. During the trial, no one is allowed to interfere. This is the decision of the Cosmic Youth Council. General Maldo, are you planning to openly defy the decision of the Youth Council? Mira said calmly, looking at Saiken Maldo. Saiken Maldo's expression shifted, and he said seriously, Miss Mira, please forgive me, but Hua Xiaoling is Captain Hua Qingshan's daughter. She cannot be allowed to come to harm. Mira narrowed her eyes. I know, so what? She can break the seal on her own. The current outcome is her own choice. Saiken Maldo took a deep breath and looked at Mira. In the end, West Ken Maldo gave up. In front of the Cosmic Youth Council, not to mention Fire Qingshan, even the Great Universe Empire was insignificant. The powerful forces they had destroyed were not just one or two, and the Great Universe Empire did not want to follow in their footsteps. Myra's gaze passed over West Ken Maldo and landed on the screen, especially on Xingyu. The combat technique just now looked so familiar. The local network had already broadcast the news of Fire Xiaoling being captured. Instantly, the numerous students who had been enthusiastically heading to Northern Europe immediately stopped in their tracks and began to regroup. In the capital city, Id was shocked. Even Fire Xiaoling has been captured? How are we supposed to complete the mission? The two looked at each other. Luin was puzzled. Was Xiaoling very powerful? Erd nodded, and said gravely, in terms of combat strength, Hua Xiaoling should be the strongest among the students in this trial, because she possesses fusion realm power. Lu Yin's gaze shifted. Fusion realm. Not only has she reached the fusion realm, but Hua Xiaoling also possesses innate flames. Her father is Hua Qingshan, the captain of the 5th team of the 13 royal court teams of the Dayu Empire, a superpower capable of hunting in the starry sky and whose combat strength is enough to overwhelm ordinary personal terminals. Under the guidance of such a strong figure, Hua Xiaoling is an absolute elite among the younger generation of the Dayu Empire. Unexpectedly, even she was defeated. Id continued. Only Id, Granny, and the other students were shocked by the news of Hua Xiaoling being captured. For Luin, while it was surprising, it felt somewhat distant. His focus was now on the few students gradually approaching. Before long, 3 students appeared outside the capital. They were all all second batch trial participants.
Although they were not from Yutong, they were elites from powerful planets, comparable to or even surpassing Eid. Unfortunately, none of them managed to escape from Lu Yin's grasp. All were captured. He had already captured 28 people, quite a number. At this moment, two more individuals arrived outside the capital, none other than Jules and Bolaro, who had been hiding on the sidelines. Zhang Dingtian was about to make a move but was stopped by Lu Yin.
"What are you doing here? Your battle armor will be returned to you after the trial is over," Lu Yin said loudly. Gers pulled the corners of her mouth into a reluctant smile at Lu Yin. "I want to join you." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What? Join us? What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said.
I want to join you," Gers replied, raising her head with an expression that seemed to say, "You should feel honored that I want to join you."
Lu Yin's gaze deepened. "Why should we take you in?" Jules was furious. "Take me in? Watch your words. I said cooperate with you. Why should we?" Lu Yin retorted bluntly.
Jules gritted her teeth. Xingyu's strength has reached the fusion realm. 1 or 2 students alone can't handle him. His belongings are in the capital, so he's bound to return.
"Let's join forces to deal with him." Lu Yin thought for a moment.
This woman made a good point, that Xingyu seemed difficult to deal with. If they really returned to the capital, it would be troublesome. Having more people would provide some security.
"All right, come in. But I warn you, don't try anything funny, or I'll tie you up." Grace snorted and led Bolaro into the capital.
She indeed had no other intentions. The pressure Xingyu brought to all the students was too great, and only by uniting could they resist. This was also the only way to complete the mission. Many students from Northern Europe had already joined forces, so she certainly couldn't fight alone. Instead of cooperating with those students and splitting the results, it was better to work with the natives for maximum benefit. On the outskirts of the capital, Charlot hadn't gone far but was walking amidst the tide of corpses. Strangely, the tide of corpses did not attack him, as if they couldn't sense his presence. For 3 days here, Charlot's expression remained unchanged. During this time, he stayed with the zombies, seemingly observing something. After a long while, Charlot stood in place inside. "As expected, I can sense their presence.
They're everywhere, truly troublesome."
Far south of the capital, an exquisitely beautiful woman with green hair and dressed in a green robe slowly flew northward. Her entire attire was green, even her long boots, which were adorned with intricate floral patterns, giving her an aura of freshness. That night, Erd was thrown back into the prison, replaced by the young Master Ras.
"This person's identity is truly extraordinary."
One after another, students have contacted Lu Yin, expressing their willingness to pay a price to obtain him, but Lu Yin has rejected them all. The value of this young Master Ras far surpasses what those resource crystals can offer.
Ras was roughly thrown to the ground, not far from where Hua Camp's evolvers were constructing defensive walls. "Grace, why are you here too?" Ras exclaimed in surprise, looking at the woman not far away. Grace smiled sweetly at Ras. "Sorry, Senior Ras, I got captured too." Lars was furious. That little brat was lying through her teeth. Did she look like someone who had been captured? "Wait a minute, you were the one behind this group? No wonder they dared to kidnap me. You've got some nerve. Don't think that just because your brother protects you, you'll get away with this. My father is Sika." Grace blinked her innocent big eyes. "Senior Lars, don't accuse me wrongly. I don't have the ability to lead them. If you don't believe me, ask someone else. I've been robbed by him too."
Lars didn't believe her at all. He refused to believe that mere natives would dare to lay a hand on him. Although that native's strength was unexpectedly formidable, so what? Without a certain background, no matter how talented, they were still ants. "Another student is approaching," Granny exclaimed. Lu Yin and the others all looked into the distance. A figure quickly approached and finally hovered above the capital city, overlooking Lu Yin and the others. Seeing the newcomer, Lars was overjoyed. "Senior Mono, it's Senior Mono. Senior, I'm here." Yule's expression changed. "Why is it him? He actually came too." Lu Yin was curious. "You know him?" Yule said solemnly, "Mono, an elite strongman of Yutong, once competed with my brother. Although he is no longer considered a match for my brother, he is still one of the few Fusion Realm students in Yutong." Hearing Fusion Realm, everyone's heart sank. Among the second batch of trial students, there were definitely Fusion Realm experts. Hua Shaoling was one of them. Originally, everyone thought it would be rare to encounter a Fusion Realm expert, but unexpectedly, one appeared here. Mono lowered his head and scanned the capital, spotting Lass. His eyes lit up. His purpose for coming was Lass. Lass's father was Sika. As long as he saved Lass, he could hitch a ride on Sika's big ship, ensuring a worry-free future in the Great Yu Empire. "Native, release young Master Lass." Mono shouted loudly, the shockwave dispersing the clouds and pressing down forcefully, instilling fear in countless survivors. Lass was overjoyed. Lu Yin frowned and was about to make a move. So what if it was a Fusion Realm cultivator? A Fusion Realm cultivator with sealed cultivation might not necessarily be stronger than him. At that moment, Zhang Dingtian stepped forward, his gaze steady. "This match, leave it to me." Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Ever since he saved everyone a few days ago, Zhang Dingtian had rarely taken action. Whenever students came, it was always Lu Yin who defeated and captured captured them. Granny, Jules, and the others focused their attention on Luin, and even Eid and the others had almost forgotten about Zhang Dingtian. He was a cross-realm powerhouse, the first of the seven saints, and he had his pride. The capital was originally his domain to protect, but now it was being safeguarded by someone else. Zhang Dingtian had endured this for a long time, and now, with his injuries healed, he was eager for a fight. Bai Shui looked at Zhang Dingtian with concern. These alien students had unpredictable battle techniques, and their mastery of power far exceeded theirs. While Zhang Dingtian could easily crush ordinary students, the opponents they now faced were top-tier powerhouses. Lars sneered. If it were Luin, there might be something worth watching, but a mere native daring to challenge a Melder-level powerhouse? Even if the Melder's cultivation was sealed, they were still far beyond an ordinary seeker. Just a mere native. Luin nodded. Be careful. Zhang Dingtian's gaze sharpened as he raised his long blade and leapt into the air, confronting Mano head-on. Grace's eyes lit up. While Russ and the others were unaware, the first batch of trial students knew well that the greatest threat from China back then wasn't Luin, but this number one of the Seven Saints, a rare cross-border powerhouse. Alone with his blade, he guarded the capital, forcing even her to retreat from his edge. Mano looked arrogantly at the airborne Zhang Dingtian. Native, get lost, he said, casually waving his hand. A surge of star energy swept across, not scattered like that of ordinary explorers, but concentrated in one direction. This wasn't unconscious control, it clearly demonstrated the mastery of star energy by a fusion-level expert. Zhang Dingtian's gaze remained resolute as he raised his blade and slashed horizontally. Following the trajectory of the long blade, the strike tore through the star energy and directly swept toward Mano. Manuel, who originally didn't care about Zhang Dingtian, suddenly changed his expression. Raising his hand, he crushed the slash with a single claw. Interesting. A mere native actually possesses strength comparable to an ordinary Yutong member. No, it's slightly beyond that of an ordinary Yutong member. You, a cross-border powerhouse? Facing Manuel's increasingly surprised expression, Zhang Dingtian raised his blade for another slash, but it was shattered by Manuel. Zhang Dingtian possessed cross-border combat strength, stronger than Eid, enough to contend with Ras. However, against Manuel, a fusion realm powerhouse with sealed cultivation, his attacks had no effect. Manuel was a true fusion realm expert. Even with his cultivation sealed and unable to fully utilize his fusion realm power, his mastery of star energy and combat techniques remained intact, making him unmatched by Zhang Dingtian. With a loud clang, Manuel's probing palm turned into a claw, striking the blade with a resounding impact. The force caused a slight crack to appear on the blade, and the power traveled along the long blade to Zhang Dingtian's arm, shredding the sleeve of his garment completely. Originally, Manuel intended to shatter the long blade with this strike, but he failed. At the critical moment, Zhang Dingtian miraculously dissipated part of the force, not only preserving the long blade but also avoiding more severe injuries to himself. Zhang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. Raising his long blade high, he let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying slash flickered unpredictably, and his body inexplicably vanished, leaving only an afterimage in place. Phantom Step? Lu Yin was surprised. Zhang Dingtian had actually learned the Phantom Step. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Two Zhang Dingtians? Lars opened his mouth wide in shock. No way, a native was actually fighting Mono on equal footing? Mono had even used the Heavenly Beast Claw and still couldn't defeat him. How was this possible? Since when did natives become this insane? A cross-border powerhouse? A native planet actually has a cross-border powerhouse. High above, Mono's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the afterimages and spun around, sweeping out a leg. The violent gust of wind twisted the air, and the shockwave struck the ground, shattering it. At that moment, Zhang Dingtian appeared beside Mono and slashed out with a blade, striking Mono in full view of everyone. Countless hearts leapt in shock as they watched this scene, including Jules and the others. This was cross-border combat power, capable of contending with Mono. Could it be that Zhang Dingtian was truly defying the heavens? The long blade swept through, but there was no sensation. Zhang Dingtian's pupils contracted as Mono's figure before him dissipated. Instinctively, he raised the blade to block behind him. With a clang, the long blade shattered, and the terrifying force slammed into Zhang Dingtian, driving him into the ground. Everyone fell silent. In the sky, Mono appeared, his expression dark. A mere native had not only forced him to use the Sky Beast Claw but also compelled him to reveal his footwork combat technique. Unbelievable. Everyone looked toward the land outside the city, where smoke and dust rose straight into the sky. Jules exhaled. That's more like it. If this native had defeated Mono, it would have been mind-blowing. No matter what, a native couldn't possibly defy the heavens, right? It's your turn now, Jules said to Luin. Luin pointed outside the city. It's not over yet. Do you want him to die? The natives can't possibly defeat Mono. They can't even hurt him, Jules said. Luin narrowed his eyes. I really don't like the word natives. Humph. Jules turned her head away. Zhou Shan and Wu Shang also appeared, looking worriedly outside the city. Bai Shui clenched her fists tightly, with a chilling aura emanating from her body. Lars stared blankly at Bai Shui. He had no
noticed this woman earlier. She was simply too beautiful. He had originally planned to take her back as a maid, but what was this? A chilling aura? Ice? A talent? Damn it, what kind of primitive planet was this? There were even gifted cultivators, cross-border powerhouses, and that freak who defeated him. This place had everything. At this moment, as the smoke and dust cleared, what appeared before everyone was Zhang Dingtian holding a broken blade. His body was covered in wounds, yet he stood tall, gazing resolutely into the sky as he slowly ascended. Mono raised an eyebrow. You've got guts. What's your name? Zhang Dingtian. Mono praised. Follow me, I'll take you to join Yutan. You're qualified. How about it? Not interested, Zhang Dingtian replied coldly with 3 words, gripping the broken blade. Mono chuckled. You think you can fight me with that broken blade? Let me tell you, the gap between us is insurmountable. Facing me, you can only fail. Not necessarily, Zhang Dingtian, I'll give you something, Luin shouted below, raising his hand and throwing the ring armor of Gules over. Zhang Dingtian instinctively caught it, looking at Luin in confusion. Luin said, your fight was unfair from the start. He's at the fusion realm, while you're only at the exploration realm. Don't be stubborn. Zhang Dingtian's eyes flashed as he put on the ring armor. In the next moment, the armor covered his entire body, radiating thunder. Seeing this scene, Grace went berserk, glaring fiercely at Luin. You bastard. You actually gave my clothes to someone else to wear. You shameless, despicable scoundrel. Luin waved his hand. Don't mind, I'll return them to you. Grace was furious. I don't want them anymore. They're soaked in sweat and disgusting. You can keep them as your burial money. Luin ignored her. High above, looking at the thunder enveloping his body, Zhang Dingtian felt the surging power. He remembered that a few days ago, Luin had used this very battle armor to capture so many students, which showed the formidable defense of the armor. Opposite him, Mono's face darkened. Golbaka's creation, he said, his cold gaze sweeping toward Gules. His eyes narrowed. Golbaka's sister is here too. Perfect, I'll teach her a lesson. With that, he suddenly charged downward. Zhang Dingtian snorted coldly, slashing out with his broken blade. Although it was a broken blade, it did not hinder the strike in the slightest. The fierce slash swept through, cutting off Mono's path. Mono was furious. You're courting death, he roared, striking at Zhang Dingtian with a claw. The roar of a void beast echoed, sending chills down the spine. This claw contains 7 techniques, surpassing even Lars' heavenly beast claw. Ordinarily, it would be enough to kill Zhang Dingtian. Facing such a terrifying combat technique, Zhang Dingtian roared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The broken blade trembled rapidly, distorting the air. A strange force field gathered along the broken blade, and the sky grew inexplicably oppressive. Then, Zhang Dingtian swung the broken blade, clashing with the beast's claw. The high skies trembled, stirring the winds and clouds. A massive shockwave swept across the capital, tearing open the ground. A slash extended from the outer walls of the capital, cutting into the earth for an unknown depth and distance. Scarlet blood sprayed across the sky, falling onto the ruins below. Zhang Dingtian's battle armor shattered, and his body was blasted toward the ground. At the critical moment, Luin stepped in to catch him. Even so, Zhang Dingtian was too severely injured to take action, and the broken blade was completely shattered. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Zhang Dingtian, because with one strike he injured Mono. Bang! High above, Mono stared at Zhang Dingtian in shock, blood dripping from his right arm, his fingers trembling. He, a dignified expert in the fusion realm, an elite of the Universe Hall, someone who had once competed with figures like Gulba, was actually injured by a native and forced back 100 meters. This was an inconceivable event. Even with his cultivation sealed, it should have been impossible. No one would believe it if told, yet it was the reality. His 7-style heavenly beast claw had failed to kill that native. The ground, Luin was equally shocked. Zhang Dingtian actually wasn't killed by that claw, and that blade even integrated with Ripple Palm. Truly a genius. That blade of his was enough to rival his own full-powered heavenly star palm. Back when he first encountered Zhang Dingtian, his heavenly star palm could operate with 2 stars, slightly inferior to Zhang Dingtian. But ever since he could operate 3 stars, he surpassed him. The 3-star heavenly star palm was equivalent to Rasa's 5th-style Skybeast claw. However, this Mono's Skybeast claw was clearly stronger than Rasa's. Zhang Dingtian surviving was truly lucky, and it was all thanks to that battle armor. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Ras was dumbfounded. Where did this freakish native come from? Bai Shui and the others quickly took Zhang Dingtian away for treatment. For him to fight to this extent was truly remarkable. The opponent was an elite of the Grand Universe Empire, while they had only been cultivating for such a short time. Luin soared into the air, looking at Mono. Next, your opponent will be me. Mono stared at Luin, his eyes filled with bone-chilling coldness. The humiliation he had just suffered, he was determined to reclaim it from this native. Outside Earth, in the monitoring room of the massive spaceship, everyone was equally shocked as they stared at the screen. They all knew who Mono was. Among the few individuals who had reached the fusion realm during this planetary evolution trial, Mono was considered one of the strongest. Yet, he had been injured by a native. Their astonishment was no less than Mono's own. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and everyone turned to look. It was Saiken Maldo.
Mondo. At this moment, the general's eyes were filled with excitement.
Cross-border combat power. I never expected this planet to have such a person.
If only he had better combat techniques, he could definitely fight Mono even more brilliantly. Our army needs someone like this, haha. On the side, the Sal tree licked its lips. Apologies, General Moldo, but the Royal Court's 12th squad will take him.
Westkin Moldo was furious. The Royal Court's 12th squad is not primarily responsible for combat.
This person clearly possesses an exceptional combat talent, quickly mimicking the combat technique, flowing steps and integrating the wave palm into the blade. He is undoubtedly a combat prodigy. On the other side, Toliona said, General Moldo is right. This person is indeed a combat prodigy. Our own family is willing to rebuild his physique. Such a person should be given to our 9th squad. Soon, the argument among the three grew increasingly heated.
The crowd looked enviously at the severely injured man on the light screen, whose gaze remained steadfast. As long as he survived the trial, his future would be bright. A cross-boundary powerhouse symbolized a genius.
If memory served correctly, there was also an ice talent cultivator among this group, along with the mysterious person who captured Lars.
This group was extraordinary indeed.
While the three were arguing, Myra's gaze was fixed on the light screen. Inside the screen, Luin had already engaged Mono in combat. Due to Zhang Dingtian's explosive attack, Mono had been injured. At this moment, he was like a wild beast, attempting to unleash all his fury on the natives.
Luin was his first target. He struck with the 7-style Heavenly Beast Claw, initially thinking it would be easy to defeat Luin. However, Lu Yin's performance was even more monstrous than Zhang Dingtian's. He actually dodged it.
The Heavenly Beast Claw covered an entire area of space, and even with just 7 styles, it was not something a seeker could evade.
Yet Luin calmly avoided it. Morno looked at Luin in astonishment.
This person was even more difficult to deal with than the one just now. Lu Yin's gaze grew serious as he activated the Heavenly Star technique.
Morno attacked again, his figure vanishing. Luin immediately used the Wandering Step and disappeared as well.
In the next instant, claw shadows flickered all around, forcing Luin out. The Heavenly Beast Claw descended directly, stopping less than 20 centimeters away from Luin. Luin felt the immense power of the Heavenly Beast Claw, but his eyes captured every change in its movements. He shifted his body to the side, dodging once more, and struck out with a palm toward Morno. It was merely the Void Split Palm, a battle technique Morno disdained to evade. The Heavenly Beast Claw tore through the Void Split Palm and attacked again. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened. He had observed it 3 times enough. He struck out with another palm. Morno initially thought it was still the Void Split Palm. For a seeker to use the Void Split Palm so proficiently was rare, but such a battle technique could not harm him.
However, in an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger descended. Morno's scalp tingled, and his pupils contracted violently.
Before him, Lu Yin's palm transformed into a claw. This was the 7th form of the Heavenly Beast Claw. Mono fell to the ground like a meteor, blood spraying in midair before staining the ground. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Mono had actually been severely injured. Lass's heart sank. He had completely forgotten that the native could mimic the Sky Beast Claw. Bai Shui and the others stared at Luin in shock. This person was becoming increasingly terrifying, growing stronger when faced with strength. On the ground, Mono's face was pale, his gaze filled with shock. Blood from his abdomen gradually spread, staining his outer garment red. But at this moment, his attention was not on his injuries, it was on the battle technique this person had just used. There was no doubt about it, that was the 7th-form Sky Beast Claw.
How do you know the Celestial Beast Claw? Mono shouted, staring intently at Luin. Bang!
Luin landed on the ground and said calmly, I learned it from you.
Impossible.
No one can master the Celestial Beast Claw so quickly. I spent 9 months in the Universe Hall to learn the 7 forms of the Celestial Beast Claw.
How could you learn it so fast? Mono questioned. Who exactly are you?
Where did you steal the Celestial Beast Claw from?
I already told you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Luin replied indifferently, leaping forward once again toward Mono. The 7-form Sky Beast Claw descended, accompanied by the roar of a void beast, causing the air to tremble and distort. Mono gritted his teeth.
His cultivation was sealed, and the 7-form Sky Beast Claw was the strongest attack he could currently unleash. It should have been unstoppable, but he encountered the same attack. More importantly, his own attack was ineffective against this person, who could easily evade it. In this battle, there was no chance of victory. The ground trembled, and a massive claw mark appeared on the surface, deeply embedded into the earth. As for Mono, he was sent flying directly. He admitted defeat. Unless he broke through the seal and restored his fusion realm strength, there was absolutely no way to defeat this person. This individual also possessed cross-realm combat power. These abnormal natives know this person was definitely not a native. Otherwise, it would be impossible to perform the void-splitting palm. Who exactly was he? Luin stood on the ground, watching Mono's retreating figure as he flew away, and let out a sigh of relief.
The pressure from a fusion realm expert was immense. If Mono couldn't bear it and broke the seal, he could severely injure or even kill Luin in an instant.
Even if Mono were expelled from the trial, it wouldn't save Lu Yin's life.
He had no intention of pushing someone like that too far. Today's greatest gain was the 7-form Skybeast Claw. This battle technique, inherited from the Universe Hall, was truly formidable. A total of 108 forms? Luin wondered how powerful it would be if he mastered them all. He was looking forward to it. In the capital city, Los was in utter despair. Even Mono had been defeated, no one could save him. His trial was destined to rank at the bottom. Boom! Granny stared at Luin in disbelief, recalling the first time she met him. Back then, he was merely at the Seeker realm, but now he was almost invincible in the Explorer realm. What was his background? Yada, Tata Planet Academy? His grandfather is the dean? Could it be that his grandfather is an unparalleled powerhouse who has yet to reveal himself? Mono was very famous among the trial students. When the news of Mono's defeat and retreat from the capital spread on the intranet, it shocked all the students. Their first reaction was disbelief, but the intranet doesn't lie. Shortly after, Grace confirmed the matter, making many students take the force guarding the capital seriously. Currently, the Fusion Realm experts who have appeared are Hua Xiaoling and Mono, and both of them were defeated. This trial is proving to be quite challenging. Not long after, several more students were captured by Chengyu. Luin calculated 17. That fugitive took 17 students. Bai Shui looked at him puzzled. Why are you calculating this? Luin's expression was not very good. He's stealing kills. Everyone was speechless. Luin took a deep breath. This guy isn't stupid. He thought of the same thing as us, using students to force some kind of compromise. Unfortunately, the nature of our two sides is different. He's a fugitive, while we're just natives. He's destined to be judged, and no matter how many students he captures, it won't help. Then it has nothing to do with you, Duel said, blinking. Luin looked at her. For every student he captures, that's one less for us to capture, and one less bargaining chip for future negotiations. Duels widened her eyes. You really want to use students to negotiate with the Empire? That's impossible. Luin said matter-of-factly, there's nothing impossible. The students who dare to participate in the trial are all elites and very important to the Empire. Duel sneered. Do you know how many students from the Empire participate in the trials? Let me tell you, this planet is just one of many trial planets. Even if all the trial students died, it wouldn't affect the Empire. Do you think the Empire would compromise with the natives for these students? Dream on. After hearing Duel's words, Bai Shui, Zhou Shan, and the others' expressions changed. The Dayu Empire was too vast, and there were too many students, with countless academies. The students participating in the Earth trial were just a very small part. Attempting to negotiate with the Empire was indeed impossible. That's not necessarily true, Luin said, grabbing Lars. This person's identity is enough for us to get some promises. Lars was furious. Let go of me. Luin shook him off, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Deputy Minister of Finance of the Empire, quite a high position. I heard there's also a connection with the 13 Imperial Court Squads. Even better. The bigger his background, the higher our chances of successful negotiations, right? Duels pondered for a moment, glancing at Lars. That made sense. This guy was Sika's only son. For this son, Sika might risk everything. Lars glared angrily at Luin. This bastard was actually using him to threaten the Empire. Whether it worked or not, he would become the laughingstock of the younger generation in the Empire. Bastard, bastard. In Northern Europe there is also a group of angry students. More than 20 students from around the world gathered together to find Xingyu. The leader of the group was named Yin Gang, who was not from the Great Yu Empire but a young powerhouse from the Flame Refining Star in the Kanglan territory. Flame Refining Star is a powerful force on par with the Great Yu Empire. Although it is just a single planet, its size is extremely vast, and the planet is engulfed in seas of fire. It is rumored that all living beings on Flame Refining Star possess great resistance to flames and can wield powerful combat techniques involving burning fire, making it a terrifying force. Yen Gang, like Hua Xiaoling, is a fusion realm powerhouse whose cultivation has also been sealed. However, in the eyes of many students, his strength surpasses that of Hua Xiaoling. Xingyu, release Hua Xiaoling. Yen Gang stood tall in the sky, his cold gaze fixed below. His body emitted a dark red hue, radiating intense heat even in the frigid Nordic climate, causing the snow on the ground to melt. Xingyu sat leisurely on the ground, with 17 captured students behind him, including Hua Xiaoling. Quite a crowd, huh? Kid, do you think you can snatch people from me? Xingyu teased as he looked at Yen Gang with disdain. He had once been an explorer wandering the starry skies, and mere students were of no concern to him. Yen Gang said coldly, I warn you, Hua Xiaoling is the fiancé of the young clan leader of Yin Peak on Lianyan Star. If you dare harm her, you will face the wrath of Lianyan Star. Xingyu sneered, it's just the wilderness border territory. Do you really think you're something special? But I can give you a chance to take her away from me. Let's see if you can do it. You speak, Yen Gang said in a low voice. The corner of Xingyu's mouth curved up. Go to the capital of Huaxia, bring me my things, and exchange them for this woman. Yen Gang's gaze flickered. You let Hua Xiaoling go first, and I'll get it for you. Xingyu laughed loudly. Are you an idiot, or do you think I'm an idiot? Release the person first? Has your brain been burned to ashes? Yen Gang was furious, clenching clenching his fists tightly. The air around his body was scorched and distorted. Fine, I'll bring the item, but you must promise not to harm Hua Xiaoling. Xingyu shrugged. That depends on how long it takes you to get the item. If it takes too long, I can't make any guarantees. This woman is very beautiful. Yan Gang was enraged. Hua Xiaoling is a Rongjing level expert. If you dare to touch her, even if we have to break the seal, we will kill you. Doing this, you won't be able to join the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky, right? If you can't even handle the trial mission of the Exploration Realm, the Starry Sky Battle Academy won't accept such trash. How will you explain this to your young clan leader then? Xingyu teased as he looked at Yan Gang. Yan Gang snorted and whispered to the students behind him, keep an eye on him, I'm heading to Huaxia. Mono just retreated from Huaxia in defeat. Can you handle it alone? One of the students asked. He was from the Hua family and didn't care about Yan Gang, but he did care about Hua Xiaoling. Yan Gang sneered, don't compare me to that kind of trash. With that, he soared into the sky, the air twisting in his wake, forming a white streak of compressed air. From northern Europe to the capital of Huaxia, it would take at least 2 days at the flying speed of a boundary explorer, and that's assuming there are no mutant beasts obstructing the way. If they encounter powerful mutant beasts, the delay would be hard to estimate. The capital city at night is illuminated in only a few areas, for fear of attracting the appearance of mutant creatures. Luin arrived at the Underground Institute of Technology and, under the guidance of Dean Lian, saw the item left behind by the fugitive Qingyu, a stone the size of a human head. The stone was roughly spherical but had 16 faces, each smooth and flat. Mysterious markings that were incomprehensible adorned its center, and the entire stone exuded an ancient and time-worn aura, as if it had come from a distant past. Luin stood beside Bai Shui. This time, Luin was able to see this stone thanks to Bai Shui's suggestion. Initially, she strongly opposed letting Luin come into contact with items left behind by fugitives, claiming that the approval of the Seven Saints was necessary. But now, there was no need for that. The entire capital was under Lu Yin's protection. Luin looked curiously at the stone placed securely within the glass case. It's just a stone, but it feels quite extraordinary. Dean Lian asked, can you guess how old this stone is? Luin shook his head. Dean Lian exclaimed, unable to determine. Unable to determine? Luin was surprised. With Earth's current technology, being unable to determine the age of a stone was somewhat unbelievable. Dean Lian said, this stone has existed for an incredibly long time and has undergone changes that cannot be detected. Its traces of time keep shifting, making it impossible to measure. We've studied it many times, but we couldn't uncover anything. Bai Shui said, based on the intelligence we've gathered during this period, the fugitive Qingyu escaped here from the depths of the universe, covering an extremely long distance. Even so, he is still wanted, and no information about him has leaked. There's only one possibility: what he's carrying is too valuable. It should be this stone. When he was brought back to Earth from Neptune, was there anything else besides this stone? Luin asked. Bai Shui looked at Dean Lian, who replied, a battle blade, dozens of crystals, essentially star energy crystals, and a chip that included cultivation methods. However, it was heavily damaged, and most of it is unreadable. The battle blade was just given to Zhang Dingtian, and as for the star energy crystals, we absorbed them for cultivation long ago. At the beginning of the apocalypse, we were already very close to the heavenly level, which is the exploration realm. Bai Shui interjected. Luin looked at the stone. So, this stone and that battle blade are the only two things Qingyu left behind here. We've studied the saber. The material is extremely hard, far surpassing any metal on Earth, including mutated metals. As for this stone, we have no clues. We can't figure out anything, Dean Lian said. Luin said indifferently, may I study it? Dean Lian didn't mind. Suit yourself. Snow hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Without Luin, even the capital couldn't be protected, let alone this stone. Besides, they couldn't figure out the stone anyway. Soon, even the Dean and Snow left, leaving only Luin alone. Luin looked at the stone, slowly took it out, and held it in his hand. It felt icy cold to the touch, yet there was nothing particularly special about it. After observing it for a while, Luin couldn't discern anything and put the stone back, preparing to leave. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He performed the flowing body step and reached out toward the corner. A shadow was exposed, staring at Luin in surprise. Raising its hand, a chilling aura spread. Luin narrowed his eyes, his probing hand turning into a claw. The sky beast claw struck out, and the shadow cried out in alarm, hurriedly dodging. Luin used only one move of the sky beast claw, its power not strong. The shadow easily dodged and was exposed under the light, revealing a woman with a beautiful appearance but a cold demeanor, who was staring at him indifferently. Who are you? What is your purpose? Luin asked. This woman was definitely a student, and her strength was not low, though not as strong as Mono. She was probably on par with Ras. The woman said coldly, my name is Jenny Ona, from the Ona family. You should have heard of it. Luin frowned, never heard of it. State your purpose. Jenny Ona's eyes flashed with coldness. How dare you speak to me like that? Luin was displeased. This woman, like Lars, was full of superiority. The Ona family? It sounded anything but simple, but he didn't care. No matter who you are, since you're here, don't think about leaving, he said. said, charging toward Geniona. Geniona was startled. She knew this man had repelled Mono, and she didn't consider herself his match. Stop, I am from the Ona family. My father is Snow Mountain Ona, and my uncle is the captain of the 9th team of the Royal Court's 13 teams. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Luin grabbed Geniona. The woman didn't resist much but glared at Luin angrily. I'll warn you one more time. I'm not someone Lars can compare to. Our Ona family is influential enough to sway imperial decisions. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Luin's expression changed. Suddenly, he released Geniona and rushed toward the stone. At the same time, a figure rapidly approached the stone, attempting to snatch it, but was intercepted by Luin. Luin grabbed the person's arm, feeling its smoothness. He looked up. Another woman? The second woman to appear was dressed in green, resembling a sprite. Seeing her arm caught by Luin, she snorted, flipped over, and kicked at him. Luin exerted force with his hand, attempting to twist her body to neutralize the attack, but was shocked to find he couldn't move her. This woman's strength was astonishingly great. Helpless, Luin released her arm, dodged her kick, and struck out with his left hand using the Skybeast Claw. The 3 moves of the Skybeast Claw were enough to defeat a powerhouse like Ede, but they were useless against the woman. The green-clad woman raised her fist and smashed it directly, shattering the Skybeast Claw. The residual force even surged toward Luin. Startled, Luin thought, what immense strength. He activated the Celestial Star technique and observed the numerous changes in her punch. This wasn't just one punch, it was 10 punches delivered in an instant. Luin's gaze turned serious as he narrowly avoided the green-clad woman's punch wind, keeping a wary eye on her. The woman in green looked at Luin in surprise. You dodged it? Luin frowned deeply. This woman was incredibly strong, no weaker than Mono, no, even stronger than Mono. That punch just now was no less powerful than the 7-style Beast Claw. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed to be just a casual strike. Where did such a terrifying expert come from? Was her target that stone? Just as Luin was about to say something, another figure emerged from the darkness. These people could conceal their star energy and evade personal terminal combat power detection. They were all exceptionally skilled masters. The appearance of the third person made Luin's heart sink shallow. This was the person who had once brought him an intense sense of crisis, a feeling that left a deep impression on Luin, similar to the first time he encountered Silver under the moonlight. A narrow underground space, 4 people confronting each other, 2 men and 2 women. Geniona's gaze was filled with surprise. She hadn't noticed the other 2 hiding. The woman in green also looked at Charlotte in astonishment. She hadn't realized when this person had hidden. Is your target all this piece of stone? Luin asked in a deep voice. Geniona didn't speak to the woman in green. Charlotte smiled gently and said, that's right, Luin, do you know the origin of this stone? Luin's eyes flickered. I don't know. Charlotte smiled and said, then we can have a talk. This stone is a heritage item of a certain powerful race in the universe. It's said that one can obtain the combat techniques of that race from it. Shin Yu is wanted because of this stone. Since you don't know its purpose, we can explore it together. I'll tell you the method. How about that? The woman in green looked at Charlotte in surprise. You know the method? Charlotte smiled and said, I know a bit. This stone is useless to anyone who takes it, except for the bloodline descendants of that powerful clan. Others cannot explore this stone, which is also why that powerful clan hasn't acted directly. Otherwise, the entire Kanglan territory would be in trouble. So, there's no need for you to fight over it. The green-clad woman looked at Luin. What do you say? Luin glanced at the 3 of them. Apart from Jenny Anna, he wasn't confident he could defeat the other 2. Even all the experts in the capital combined couldn't stop them. Alright, we'll explore it together, but you can't take the stone away. Charlotte nodded with a smile. No problem. Not just us. If you have friends who want to explore, they can too. The method is simple. Drop blood on it. The blood can activate the stone. As for whether we can receive the inheritance, that depends on ourselves. I can tell you, it's almost impossible to succeed. Luin glanced at Charlotte and immediately contacted by Shui and Zhang Dingtian. Soon, the 2 appeared, along with Zhou Shan and Wu Shang. Geniona frowned, looking proudly at these people. Zhang Dingtian and the others watched them warily. 3 experts, 2 of whom were no less skilled than Mono. If a fight broke out, it would be a disaster for the capital. There's no need for everyone to be on guard. I have no hostility toward you. I just want to explore this stone together. Well then, I'll start first, Charlotte said, making a gesture of invitation as she spoke. Luin threw the stone, and Charlotte casually drew a drop of blood, letting it fall on one side of the stone. Instantly, the stone floated in mid-air, absorbing the blood. Mysteriously, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, as if countless combat techniques flashed before their eyes, and in that fleeting moment, they experienced an indescribable chilling and terrifying aura. Charlotte sat cross-legged on the ground, looking up at the stone with a contemplative gaze. The woman in green was the second to begin.
After her blood was absorbed into the surface of the stone, she also sat down, her deep gaze fixed on the stone. The stone had 16 sides. The group formed a circle around it, and everyone began. Luing glanced at Charlotte before starting. He could be sure that if he made a move now, it would not end well. These people seemed unguarded, but they definitely had their own defensive measures. Without further thought, Luing let a drop of blood fall onto one side of the stone. Watching the blood being absorbed, a fist suddenly appeared before him, piercing through the heavens and attacking him across ancient time and space. Wu Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He had failed. Immediately after, Zhou Shan also failed. It seemed like a chain reaction. Bai Shuai, Geniona, and Zhang Dingtian failed one after another, their faces pale as they stared at the stone in shock. Luing saw the fist coming closer and closer. He saw the starry sky, endless darkness, and even the river of time. Countless people had perished under this single punch, a punch that turned day into night. Luing instinctively activated the heavenly star technique, clenching his teeth so hard that he bit through his lip. The incoming fist's speed grew slower and slower, and he gradually saw it clearly. Although the fist covered the starry sky and reversed day and night, it was not without a place to evade. Wait, why hide? Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened. On the surface of his body, 3 stars revolved, and abruptly, a 4th star faintly emerged. During this period, he had been observing the star chart, and at the moment when the fist's pressure bore down on him, the 4th star barely manifested as a shadow. As the stars exploded, the fist before him vanished just as it was about to strike, and he himself seemed to traverse an infinite distance, arriving outside a long corridor. Endless darkness shrouded all directions, obscuring any sense of distance. The only thing visible was a corridor filled with an ancient aura and permeated with the scent of blood. Luing could not describe the corridor before him. There was no light source, yet the entire corridor was clearly visible. Though it was plainly in sight, the next moment when he looked again, it had changed. This was a corridor capable of transformation. The entire corridor was a dark red color, with stone walls on both sides engraved with incomprehensible murals. The figures in the images made no sound, yet to Luing, it felt as if they were wailing and shouting. The walls seemed as though they could drip blood, and the air was filled with the scent of blood. In the boundless darkness, the only thing that existed was this corridor. Beneath Lu Yin's feet was the corridor's floor. If he took a step back, he would merge into the endless darkness. Luing frowned deeply and lifted his foot to walk forward. At the entrance of the corridor was a stone slab, seamlessly integrated with the rest of the corridor. Rows of names were engraved on the slab, and most of these names ended with the characters White Knight. White Knight was a surname, representing a certain heritage. Recalling what Shaler had said about the powerful clans of the universe, Luing realized that this stone slab was likely an artifact of the so-called White Knight clan's heritage. At the top of the stone tablet, a name was engraved: Jinwu Night King. The moment he saw this name, Lu Yin's gaze seemed to pierce through boundless space, catching sight of a man standing tall in the starry sky, exuding unparalleled dominance. However, in just an instant, Luing regained clarity, his eyes filled with shock. Just a name alone was enough to make him lose himself. Jinwu Night King, White Knight. Who exactly was this person? Forcing himself to suppress the shock in his heart, Luing shifted his gaze toward the interior of the corridor. He lifted his foot and stepped forward once more, this time entering the corridor. At the same time, deep within the universe, at the center of an ancient continent, a towering stone monument stretched beyond sight, as if piercing the heavens. It radiated a terrifying aura, causing the stars to tremble. In the middle section of the stone tablet, 2 glowing stones slowly revolve around it. At the very bottom, several figures stand silently, covered in dust, and at first glance, they could be mistaken for sculptures. The moment Luing stepped into the corridor, his image appeared on the base of the stone tablet, but it was very blurry and completely indistinct. Another new clansman has entered. I wonder what height they can reach. The current clansmen are becoming more and more outrageous. Their talents are getting worse. Don't worry about that. No matter how poor their talents are, they are still members of my Bai Yi clan. Anyone from my Bai Yi clan can crush countless geniuses. Speaking of which, why hasn't the stolen ancient stone been recovered yet? The efficiency is too low. There's no need to rush. No one in the universe dares to covet the ancient stone of inheritance from my Bai Yi clan. It will be returned soon. However, the clansman who stole the ancient stone must be severely punished. That clansman has extraordinary talent. It's a pity to kill him. It doesn't matter. This generation has that child. No one else is important. That child is the hope for the future of our Bai Yi clan. As they spoke, several people unconsciously looked up. Their gazes crossed the vast distance to the top of the stone tablet, where the image of a figure flickered with light, lifelike and indistinguishable from reality. The figure stood at the summit, overlooking all beings. Suddenly, the image of Luing at the base of the stone tablet disappeared. The group looked over in sight in disappointment. It can't even display his appearance. Too poor. Has this generation's fortune all been monopolized by that child? It's too cruel for the others. Not entirely, just now 2 children climbed up. Not too bad. In the corridor, as Luing took his first step, he felt an overwhelming pressure. It wasn't wasn't physical pressure but mental. The solitude of the night almost consumed him. The further he went, the stronger the feelings of loneliness and despair became. At 3 meters in, a fist appeared in the darkness, glowing white, and directly knocked him out of the corridor, plunging him into the darkness. In an instant, he regained clarity, and what he saw were the astonished expressions of Zhang Dingtian and the others.
"Why are you all staring at me?" Lu Yin asked. Jenny Anna looked at Lu Yin as if he were a monster. "You succeeded?" Lu Yin shook his head. "No, you're lying. Just now, your body was emanating an ancient aura."
"You definitely succeeded," Jenny Ona said incredulously, as if she knew something. Lu Yin replied indifferently, "I have no need to explain to you."
Jenny Ona was furious.
She had accidentally learned from her father that the fugitive was actually a member of that legendary and terrifying clan, and even carried the inheritance stone of that race. She decided to try her luck, and her father did not stop her, as no one except those with the bloodline of that race could successfully receive the inheritance.
But now, what was going on?
Not only had someone succeeded, but 3 had appeared at once. She felt as though her worldview had been challenged. Xing Yu's identity was known only to the higher-ups. Most students were unaware of it. Even if some students heard his full name, they wouldn't understand its significance. This was a matter of perspective, and also the sorrow of being in the borderlands of the universe. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Jenny Ona who came, all the students would have come to try their luck. Perspective determines a person's future. Mono had the strength of the fusion realm, making him the strongest among all the trial students.
But so what?
Even if the inheritance stone were placed right in front of him, he wouldn't recognize it. Lu Yin scanned the crowd and noticed that Zhou Shan and Wu Shang had already left. Only Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui remained. Judging by their expressions, it was clear they hadn't succeeded. The only ones left were the woman in green and Xia Luo. Soon, the woman in green opened her eyes, exhaled, and glanced at the crowd with a look of pride. But when her gaze fell on Xia Luo, who was still sitting quietly, her expression changed instantly. She seemed somewhat displeased, as if Xia Luo had surpassed her. Janyona looked at the woman in green with displeasure and said, "Don't think you're the only two who succeeded. That guy succeeded too."
The woman in green was surprised and followed Janyona's gaze to Lu Yin. "You succeeded?" Lu Yin didn't answer. He wasn't sure what successfully entering the inheritance meant, so he didn't want to say much.
The woman in green gave Lu Yin a strange look.
"You're not from that race, are you?"
Lu Yin still ignored her. The woman in green was annoyed and wanted to speak again. At that moment, Sharo opened his eyes, and simultaneously, stones fell, hitting the ground with a thudding sound.
"Hey, what did you learn?" the woman in green asked Sharo curiously. Sharo smiled and said, "Nothing."
"Impossible, you've been here longer than me," the woman in green said incredulously.
Xia Luo smiled and looked at Lu Yin. "How about you?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I didn't succeed."
"Liar," the woman in green shouted, staring at Lu Yin.
"You succeeded too, didn't you?"
"You must have learned something, I'm sure of it." Lu Yin glanced at the woman in green, then at Charlotte, and finally turned his gaze to Jenny Ona.
Jenny Ona immediately felt uneasy. What are you planning to do?"
Lu Yin's lips curved into a smile.
"I almost forgot about you. Surrender now.
From this moment on, you're also a proud member of the negotiation army."
"What negotiation army?"
Jenny Ona was confused, and before she could react, Lu Yin had already grabbed her. Her strength was similar to Lars's, so Lu Yin subdued her with ease.
"You bastard, let go of me. Do you know who I am? You native, you scoundrel. I am Jenny Ona, the heir of the Ona family. How dare you grab me? No one will be able to save you." Jenny Ona shouted, glaring angrily at Lu Yin.
Lu Yin sneered, "I don't care who you are, as long as you're useful for the negotiations.
With one Ras and one you, the chances of success are pretty high."
Jenny Ona screamed and shouted, but it was useless.
Lu Yin tossed her to Bai Shui. "Keep a good eye on her. She's a bargaining chip."
Bai Shui furrowed her beautiful brows, thought for a moment, then nodded and led Jenny Ona out. The woman in green and Charlot did not intervene, they came only for that stone. If possible, Lu Yin also wanted to capture them, but he truly had no confidence. Both of them were unfathomable, especially Charlot. He seemed ordinary, but Lu Yin would never forget the sense of danger he brought to everyone the first time they saw him. "Brother Lu, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better throw away this stone, or it will bring you unimaginable disaster," Charlot said before leaving. Without waiting for Lu Yin's response, he left directly. The woman in green hurriedly chased after him. She was eager to know what Charlot had obtained from the inheritance stone. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What Charlotte said was exactly what he had just been considering. This stone was very precious, but it was also the source of disaster. Keeping it would undoubtedly attract unimaginable terrifying enemies, far beyond what he could currently handle. Not just him, even the Great Yu Empire wouldn't dare to touch it. Thinking of the series of names with the surname Bai Yi on the corridor's stone slabs, Lu Yin felt his scalp tingle. They were undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful clan. Lu Yin didn't consider himself some kind of heaven-defying genius with extraordinary luck. It was impossible to face such a powerful clan and still keep the stone. He secretly decided he had to get rid of it. But to whom? That was a tricky matter. Outside the capital, more than 10 students suddenly joined forces, planning planning to rush into the city.
They were all here for Jenny Anna. The Anna family was far stronger than the Lars family.
Jenny Anna had been absent for so long, and these students couldn't wait any longer.
Zhou Shan immediately ordered someone to sound the alarm.
Luin and Zhang Dingtian were both in the Underground Technology Institute, while Gules, Bolaro, and Granny were resting. Only Zhou Shan faced more than 10 students, unable to resist at all. Suddenly, a green figure streaked across the sky, leaping over Zhou Shan and charging into the group of more than 10 students. With one punch per person, in just over 10 seconds, all the students were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. This scene was quite shocking, especially for Zhou Shan, who was one of the second batch of trial students and possessed the strength of the strongest in various academies. Yet, he couldn't even resist that woman in green. How was that possible? And the speed of that woman in green was simply too fast. In the distant sky, Luin and the others had just ascended and happened to witness this scene, their expressions equally stunned. When the stone was being snatched earlier, the woman in green definitely wasn't this fast, otherwise, she wouldn't have been stopped. Now, she was unbelievably fast, likely due to the inheritance she obtained from the stone. Outside the capital, the woman in green furrowed her brows tightly. So this is White Flash. It's still a bit slow. It seems it should be used during the day to be the fastest. I'll try tomorrow. More than a dozen students were immediately captured by the evolvers and taken into the city, including Jenny Anna. At this moment, the number of students captured in the capital had reached 42. Luin unceremoniously looted them. Before this batch of captives, he already had 20 cubic crystals. Jenny Anna alone contributed nearly 15 cubic crystals, surpassing Lars and making her the highest contributor among all the captured students. Adding the more than 10 students from this batch, Lu Yin's total number of star energy crystals instantly reached 42 cubic crystals, exactly matching the number of captives. This was quite a considerable fortune. Jenny Anna, as the heir of the Anna family, only had 15 cubic crystals, while the total number of star energy crystals in Lu Yin's possession was 3 times that amount. As expected, robbery was the most lucrative path. Lu Yin was thrilled he could roll the dice again. Greeted Zhang Dingtian, Lu Yin went into seclusion. He had no choice but to consume star energy crystals, otherwise, the space in the cosmic ring wouldn't be enough to store them. Burying flame crystals around him, Lu Yin raised his hand, and the die appeared. Its surface was no longer dull and lifeless but had regained some of its luster. Lu Yin didn't want to wait for it to recover slowly. With a bold gesture, he crushed a cubic star energy crystal. Immediately, the die absorbed energy frantically, its surface quickly recovering and shrouded in a hazy starlight. At moments like this, Lu Yin was always both excited and nervous. He slowly extended his finger and, like a pilgrim, lightly tapped it. The die spun rapidly, and what finally appeared before Lu Yin was a 1. Once again, Lu Yin's gaze was filled with anticipation. What would he steal this time? Soon, a fist-sized star energy crystal fell from the void, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Lu Yin looked speechless. He had exchanged 1 cubic star energy crystal for this thing, a 1,000-fold difference. Gambling truly ruins lives. That single point was terrifying. Thinking this, Lu Yin regained his composure. It didn't matter, he had plenty of money. He continued to spend. He crushed another cubic star energy crystal, and the die returned to its original state. Lightly tapped once, still just 1 point. Lu Yin was speechless. This luck was too bad. The chances of getting something good with just 1 point were incredibly low. Sure enough, this time he got it. He got it. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was toilet paper? Lu Yin was furious. Who put toilet paper in a cosmic ring? Who was such a beast? Lu Yin was enraged to the point that he wanted to cross a black hole and beat that bastard up. Who would put this thing in a cosmic ring? Damn it! After being angry for quite a while, Lu Yin finally calmed down slowly. No matter how much money you had, you couldn't spend it like this. 2 cubic star energy crystals, 2 whole cubic units only to exchange for a fist-sized star energy crystal and a roll of toilet paper. If Granny knew, wouldn't she cry herself to death? Her entire fortune was only a few dozen star energy crystals, and this was a loss of 2,000 times that amount. At this moment, Lu Yin finally realized how lucky he had been the first time he obtained the celestial star technique. That day, it seemed like all the luck in the universe had converged on him. Should he wait a bit? Was today just an unlucky day? As Lu Yin crushed the star energy crystal for the 3rd time, he couldn't help but wonder. Then he shook his head. Never mind, keep going, he had money. Feeling anxious, Lu Yin tapped the die. As it slowly came to a stop, the result before his eyes was 4. Lu Yin let out a breath of relief. 4 points time-stopping space. Not bad, this round wasn't a loss. In the next instant, Lu Yin appeared in the gray-white time-stopped space, with numbers disappearing one by one behind him. The initial time in the time-stopped space was 3 days. Lu Yin had to stay in this space for 3 days, and he was contemplating how to use this time. 3 days wasn't too long, but it wasn't short either. It was definitely impossible to train the heavenly star palm in such a short time. As for the skybeast claw, he only knew 7 forms. That left only one option, the punch he saw within the inheritance stone. That punch had blasted him out of the inheritance stone, but in the the instant he activated the heavenly star technique, he had managed to grasp the essence of that punch. The woman in green had obtained that incredible speed, but he had gained that punch. With this in mind, Lewin adjusted his breathing, and in his mind appeared the image of a punch flickering in black and white night punch. 3 days later, as the final second disappeared, Lewin emerged from the time-stopped space, feeling quite exhausted. In the gray-white space, although time was still, the fatigue in his body did not disappear. Lewin casually ate something and rested for a night, only waking up the next morning. Continue, Lewin shouted in a low voice, crushing the star energy crystal to restore the die. This was the 4th time rolling the die. As his finger touched the die, Lewin felt a wave of dizziness in his brain. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it. The die slowly stopped spinning, and what appeared before him was 2 points. 2 points could disassemble items. It just so happened that he had seized quite a few things recently. He directly disassembled a batch, obtaining some strange metallic materials he couldn't recognize. After the disassembly vortex disappeared, he crushed another star energy crystal and placed his finger on the die again. The dizziness in his brain grew heavier, and a sudden daze appeared before his eyes. Lu Yin's expression changed. He remembered now the die was his innate gift, and an innate gift couldn't be used endlessly. Just like star energy, it would eventually be exhausted. When an innate gift was overused, it would cause the brain to enter a dormant state. Lu Yin's body swayed, almost collapsing. Unknowingly, he had reached his limit. 5 times rolling the die 5 times was his limit. He shook his head vigorously and looked at the die. The 5th roll revealed something that had never appeared before. 5 points. The die had a total of 6 points. Lewin had rolled 1 point, 2 points, and 4 points before. Now, it was 5 points. Looking at the number 5, Lewin inexplicably thought of its purpose: talent borrowing. The so-called talent borrowing means that after rolling a 5, one can borrow the talent of the person they touch and store it within the die, allowing themselves to use it. After one use, it disappears. The condition is that they must touch the talent cultivator whose talent they wish to borrow within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the function vanishes after 10 seconds. Lewin glanced at the time. 2 seconds had already passed. He hurriedly rushed out of the room. In the entire capital, there was only one talent cultivator by Shui. Without hesitation, Lewin dashed toward the ruins of the steel city wall in the capital, where Bai Shui was located. In mid-air, Lu Yin's body swayed. The 5 rolls of the die had drained his spirit to the limit, and he desperately needed rest. Meanwhile, Bai Shui was still 100 meters away from him. When there was only 1 second left, Lewin placed a hand heavily on Bai Shui's shoulder and exhaled deeply. On the ruins of the city wall, Glanny, Grace, Baralo, and Zhou Shan stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? Bai Shui was also stunned and looked at Lewin. Lu Yin's hand was still on Bai Shui's shoulder. Noticing the strange looks from the people around, he quickly withdrew his hand. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else," he said, then immediately left. The ruins of the city wall were silent, and everyone had yet to react. Granny was speechless. This excuse was way too lame. And why did this jerk suddenly reach out? Trying to take advantage? In broad daylight, no less, and without any warning. What a lunatic. It wasn't just Granny who thought this, everyone else did too, especially Grace. Just now, was Lewin about to confess? Did we interrupt him? Bolaro replied seriously, probably. Snow White's face flushed red, her stunning beauty momentarily captivating even Granny. This woman's beauty made the stars pale in comparison. In the capital city, Lewin crashed into his residence with a loud thud and fell asleep immediately. He had reached his limit. Not long after Lewin fell asleep, rumors began to spread throughout the capital. Have you heard? Saint confessed to Saint Luo but was rejected. He drank himself into a stupor and now doesn't dare to show up. That's not right. I heard that the hidden saint didn't even dare to confess, was so captivated by the radiant saint that he couldn't even speak and just ran away. You've all got it wrong. My cousin's uncle's brother's neighbor saw with his own eyes that the hidden saint kissed the radiant saint and even proposed to her. The wedding ring was already bought. Get out of here. Where would you buy a wedding ring at this time? That afternoon, Zhang Dingtian found Bai Shui. I heard it's not true. He mistook me for someone else. Bai Shui immediately interrupted in a low voice. She naturally knew what Zhang Dingtian was about to say. Zhang Dingtian was momentarily stunned. That's good, he said, then left. Bai Shui was furious. That bastard Lewin was definitely taking revenge on purpose. Back then, she had stopped him from looking at the things Qing Yu had left behind, and this bastard had waited until now to retaliate. How despicable. She really wanted to confront Lewin, but the more she saw him at times like this, the harder it was to explain. Who knows what rumors might spread? Bai Shui could only endure it. The next afternoon, a figure descended upon the capital. The air twisted, and immense star energy swept across the sky, oppressing the entire city. Zhang Dingtian and the others immediately rushed out, looking toward the high sky. The visitor was none other than Yan Gang. Hand over everything Qing Yu left in the capital immediately, Yan Gang shouted, coldly looking down at everyone. Zhang Dingtian gripped his long blade and leapt into the air. Who are you? Yan Gang, from Lian Yan Star, Yan Gang replied arrogantly and indifferently, looking at Zhang Dingtian with disdain. Below,
Grace exclaimed. Lianyan Star? Bai Shui asked in confusion. What's wrong with Lianyan Star?
Yule said solemnly, Lianyan Star is one of the major forces in the Kanglan territory, on par with the Dayu Empire. This planet is engulfed in flames, and the people on it are very powerful, especially their unparalleled flame combat techniques. Granny said in a deep voice, ordinary flame combat techniques are useless against them. Their skin has been scorched by flames for years and has long since mutated. Anyone from Lianyan Star who appears in the Dayu Empire is at least a fusion realm expert.
This Yin Gang must be one as well.
He is definitely stronger than Mono, Yule said gravely. Bai Shui looked up at Zhang Dingtian, her gaze filled with worry.
The enemies were getting stronger and stronger.
If you want something, let Xingyu come and get it himself, Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, gripping the battle blade tightly. This blade belonged to Qingyu. His own blade had been destroyed by Mono, and this one was now his weapon.
Yin Gang sneered coldly. A mere ant like you dares to speak to me?
As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, and star energy accompanied by scorching heat blasted toward Zhang Dingtian.
Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened as he used his evasive footwork to charge at Yin Gang. With a slash of his blade, the blade trembled rapidly, incorporating the variations of the ripple palm.
It was with this very slash that he had injured Mono.
Zhang Dingtian's slash was incredibly powerful.
He was already a cross-border expert, and with the addition of the battle technique, even Yin Gang was taken aback. Yin Gang clapped his hands together, and flames suddenly surged forth, transforming into a spear that thrust toward Zhang Dingtian. The clash of swords and guns, flames fell upon the capital like meteors, causing panic, scorching the earth, displacing the air in the sky, and sending shockwaves in all directions. With a loud bang, Zhang Dingtian ultimately could not withstand Yin Gang and was swept down by a single shot, crashing heavily onto the ground. High above, Yin Gang looked at Zhang Dingtian in amazement. To survive a shot from me, few in the exploration realm can achieve that. You're quite impressive. You can follow me. Bai Shui, Zhou Shan, and others angrily glared at Yin Gang. These trial students always carried an air of superiority over Earthlings, and their offer for Earthlings to follow them sounded like charity. This was a blatant display of the law of the jungle.
Granny was surprised. Flame talent?
Grace said in a deep voice, no, the skin of the flame star people has mutated, allowing them to generate flames through high temperatures.
It can actually be considered a unique kind of talent.
This person is truly powerful. Luin was still asleep, and everyone was powerless against Yin Gang. Yin Gang stood cold and proud, his flaming spear pointing downward. I'll say it again, hand over the item, or I'll turn you all into charcoal. Zhang Dingtian coughed up blood. Give the stone to him.
Everyone was sorrowful. Grace raised an eyebrow. A stone? What stone?
At that moment, a green figure soared from afar, disappearing in a flash, and reappearing behind Yin Gang. You're quite good, let me try white flash.
What? Yin Gang's eyes narrowed, he hadn't reacted yet.
Everyone stared in shock at the crater on the ground outside the capital. Just moments ago, Yin Gang, who had been looking down on everyone with arrogance, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. In the sky, the woman in green was excited, clenching her fists and murmuring something to herself. Yin Gang roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot as he glared toward the sky. You wench, I'll kill you. With that, he charged forward. Flames engulfed his body, forming an armor-like shape to protect him. A flaming spear pierced through the air, aiming at the woman in green. The woman in green exclaimed excitedly, perfect timing.
Without any visible action, her body suddenly vanished.
Immediately afterward, Yin Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body struck by an invisible attack, bending at the waist before being slammed into the ground once more. The figure of the woman in green reappeared, looking down triumphantly.
Everyone was stunned. The gap is quite significant.
This time, not only did the others notice, but Yin Gang himself also felt the immense disparity. Climbing out of the deep pit, he stared in shock at the woman in green hovering in the sky. Who are you? Bang! The woman in green raised her head, Lulu Mavis. Upon hearing this name, Yin Gang, Grace, Granny, and the others were shocked.
Mavis? That Mavis? Yin Gang exclaimed. Lulu Mavis's lips curled into a smile. Is there a second Mavis in the universe?
Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, and the others were puzzled.
Mavis? What does that mean?
The flames around Yin Gang dissipated as he looked deeply at Mavis, his tone suddenly much more respectful.
This place, is it yours? Lulu Mavis didn't answer but instead beckoned to Yin Gang with her finger. Go on, I still want to test the power of white flash. Yin Gang smiled wryly. I'm not here to fight.
The heir of the Hua family, Hua Shaoling, has been captured by Qingyu. Qingyu has conditions he must get back the things he left in the capital before he'll release Hua Shaoling.
Lulu Mavis frowned. What does it have to do with me? You're not fighting anymore?
Yin Gang stood calmly, with no desire to fight at all, his attitude completely different from when he first appeared. Lulu Mavis, feeling bored, pouted and headed straight into the city.
Watching Lulu Mavis leave, Yin Gang rose into the air, his tone suddenly turning colder. Did you hear what I just said? Who's in charge here? Call them out to talk to me. Zhou Shan immediately went into the city to look for Luin.
That stone belongs to the capital, and the decision-making power should actually rest in Zhang Dingtian's hands. However, Luin has clearly inherited something, and he cannot make decisions on his own stone to give it to others. He must discuss it with Luin. Although unwilling to admit it, Luin is now the greatest protector of the entire capital.
Granny, Nebius, what is it?
Bai Shui suddenly asked. Granny and Yules exchanged a glance and solemnly said, the universe is infinitely vast, giving rise to countless empires and numerous massive forces.
Each of these forces has its own rules for trading currencies. The only bank capable of issuing universal currency across the entire universe is called the Mebius Bank. The Mebius Bank spans the entire universe, issuing a unified currency. It is an immensely vast and ancient economic dominator.
No need to say more, just the words, the only institution in the universe issuing a unified currency, are enough to make people understand what Mebius is.
Compared to the entire universe, Earth is just an extremely insignificant planet.
Even so, there are many banks on Earth, and none of them exclusively issue a universal currency for the planet.
Yet, Mebius Bank can issue a universal currency for the entire universe. What a terrifying level of influence. No wonder the arrogant Yen Gang doesn't dare to act recklessly.
If that woman is truly from Mebius Bank, her background would far surpass that of Hua Xiaoling, Los, and Geniona. In the capital city, Luin lay on the ground, eyes closed, brows furrowed, his entire body drenched in sweat, fists tightly clenched. In his dream, he saw a snow-white jade finger shattering the void, traversing time to descend, spreading across countless stars, coming closer and closer. Suddenly, Luin shouted, "How dare you?" and abruptly sat up, gasping for breath, his pupils dilated and unfocused. After a long while, he finally calmed down, shaking his head vigorously, his gaze filled with confusion. At this moment, Zhou Shan arrived. "Luin, what's wrong with you?"
Luin got up from the ground and said tiredly, "It's nothing. Why are you here?"
Zhou Shan looked at Luin suspiciously, his whole body looking as if he had been pulled out of water. "Are you really okay?"
Luin shook his head. "I'm fine."
"A man named Yen Gang is representing Qingyu to take that stone," Zhou Shan said.
Luin's eyes flashed, and he nodded.
"Let's go, let's meet him."
Zhou Shan responded with a hum. "Do you want to change clothes?"
"I'll change when I return," Luin replied, flying toward the outskirts of the city. On the way, Zhou Shan briefly explained how Lulu Mebius defeated Yen Gang.
Upon hearing the name Lulu Mebius, Luin was surprised.
Mebius, if he remembered correctly, this surname existed only in one place across the entire universe, Mebius Bank.
Mebius Bank was no ordinary bank.
Back then, he had wanted to open an account at Mebius Bank but lacked the qualifications.
Even ordinary wealthy families didn't qualify. Mebius Bank was the only bank capable of exchanging universal currency. If this really was the Mebius family, then that woman's background was truly terrifying.
Soon, Luin arrived.
Yen Gang was already impatient. Without Lulu Mebius around, his attitude became arrogant once again.
Luin saw Yen Gang but ignored him, instead glancing at Bai Shui. He remembered that he seemed to have done something before he fell asleep. Bai Shui's expression was not good, partly because of Yen Gang and partly because of Luin. The rumors in the city were growing, and she couldn't stop them, feeling secretly angry.
"Where is Lulu Mebius?" Luin asked Granny. Granny replied, "Went back to the city." Luin nodded and looked at Zhang Dingtian. "Are you injured?"
Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, "This person is very strong, from Flame Refining Star."
Luin raised an eyebrow. Flame Refining Star? Never heard of it.
After arriving in the Kanglin territory, he went straight to Earth and wasn't very familiar with the situation in the Kanglin territory.
Not far away, Yen Gang's gaze turned cold. "Who's in charge here? Come out and speak." Luin turned back to look at Yen Gang. "What do you want?" Yen Gang laughed angrily. "Are you ignoring me?" Luin's lips curled up. "So what if I am?"
Flame Gang's eyes suddenly widened, the temperature around his body rose, distorting the air. However, he seemed to think of something, glanced warily at the city, exhaled, and said indifferently, "Stop wasting time, give me Qingyu's belongings."
"Why should I?"
Luin retorted, his tone far from pleasant.
"Many people are like this when they've just woken up."
A murderous intent flashed in Flame Gang's eyes.
"How dare you? Do you know who I am?" "I don't know, and I don't need to know," Luin replied calmly. Yen Gang was furious. If it weren't for considering Lulu Mebius, he would have acted directly. Mere natives couldn't stop him. "State your terms." "I must take Qingyu's item." Luin had never planned to keep that stone. Even without Charlotte's warning, it would have been the same. That stone had origins greater than the heavens, something he couldn't possess. But even if he gave it away, he had to exchange it for sufficient benefits. "Are you representing Qingyu or the trial students?" "Qingyu," Yen Gang said coldly. Luin said calmly, "The item can be given to him, but all the students he captured must be handed over to me." Everyone was surprised, not expecting Luin to propose such a condition. Recalling that Luin had mentioned using these students to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire, Zhang Dingtian and the others became more resolute. In reality, what Luin cared about was the students' star energy crystals. The negotiation was merely incidental. Yen Gang frowned. "What do you want the students for? By the way, it seems you've captured quite a few students here as well. Is Jenny Anna among them?" Nowadays, many students have removed their personal terminals themselves, so their information naturally cannot appear on the local network. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's personal terminal has no name, which makes it
impossible to publish certain battle reports. It seems there is such a person, Luin replied. Let her go, Yen Gang shouted in a deep voice. Luin sneered. Who do you think you are? Yen Gang's eyes widened in fury. How insolent, he roared, clapping his palms together to produce flames, then leaping toward Luin. The people of Refining Flamestar were naturally hot-tempered, and it was already impressive that he had held back until now. But with Lu Yin's words, he attacked once again. Everyone was on high alert. Luin clenched his right fist tightly, the light around his fist twisting. Standing firmly on the ground, he threw a punch. Yen Gang, who was charging toward him, had a drastic change in expression. It was clearly daytime, yet this punch made Yen Gang see the night, the transition between day and night. His body inexplicably ached, as if experiencing some kind of contradiction. He let out a low roar, flames transforming into a spear as he thrust it forward. The shockwave crushed the ground, and with a loud bang, Yen Gang was sent flying backward. The flaming spear was obliterated, and he retreated several steps in mid-air. Luin also stepped back, gazing at Yen Gang with a serious expression. This person was indeed very strong, even surpassing Mono. He was undoubtedly a sealed cultivation expert at the fusion realm. The technique he had just used, the White Knight Fist, was a legacy battle skill of the White Knight clan. In terms of power, it surpassed the Sky Star Palm of 3 stars and the 7-style Sky Beast Claw. Yet this person had managed to block it without sustaining any injuries. His combat strength was not to be underestimated. Luin was surprised, and Yen Gang was even more shocked. A mere explorer could actually give him a sense of crisis. At the last moment, he had to exert his full strength. If this person's attack had been any stronger, he wasn't sure if he would have broken the seal. This native was very strong. Zhang Dingtian narrowed his eyes. He had fought Yen Gang before and knew how terrifying he was. The fact that Luin could repel him showed that his strength had improved significantly since their first meeting. This person was progressing incredibly fast. Lu Yin's strength earned Yen Gang's respect. Yen Gang descended slightly and looked at Luin solemnly. Jenny Anna is the heir of the Anna family of the Great Yu Empire. Capturing her will bring you immense trouble. After all, this planet belongs to the Great Yu Empire, and the Anna family has 10,000 ways to exterminate the humans on this planet. Think carefully. Luin replied calmly. I understand very well. There's no need to say more. If you want something, have Qingyu release the captured students to me. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Yen Gang reluctantly nodded. Alright, I'll contact Qingyu, he said, then opened his personal terminal. Just as Yen Gang was contacting Qingyu, Lulu Mebius suddenly appeared, startling everyone. I knew you had received the inheritance. That punch just now was pretty good. Let's spar a bit, Lulu Mebius said excitedly, staring at Luin. Luin smiled faintly. I refuse. Lulu Mebius blinked. Refuse? Why? The strong should spar more to improve. I'm not strong, Luin said flatly. Lulu Mebius shook her head. In the explorer realm, you're quite good. You're qualified to fight me. Stop talking and let's go. Watching a beautiful girl tell a man to let's go, Zhou Shan and the others had strange expressions. Is this woman clueless or what? Luin had a headache. He really didn't want to fight this woman. Her strength was overwhelming, and taking a punch from her was no pleasant experience. Coupled with the speed she gained from that stone, Luin was certain that if they sparred, he would only be on the receiving end, unable to catch her. He definitely didn't enjoy seeking out punishment. Hey, are you even a man? Come on, hurry up, Lulu Mebius shouted. Luin remained indifferent, staring at Yen Gang. Lulu Mebius grew anxious, but since Luin didn't move, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't possibly resort to a sneak attack. After all, she was a lady. She didn't ambush good people, only bad ones. Luin suddenly had a thought. He remembered the Heavenly Star technique, which could analyze the changes in the 7-style Beast Claw to learn it. Then, could he learn from Lulu Mebius's movements to understand her speed? It seemed possible. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Should he spar with her? Suddenly, Bai Shui exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw her using her personal terminal to talk to someone. After a moment, Bai Shui looked up, her face grim. The blue camp has been destroyed. Zhang Dingtian's gaze turned cold. Who did it? Luin also looked at Bai Shui. The Northeast Blue Camp, a force established by Luo Shang. He still remembered that Jiayu was one of the 3 snow maidens of the Blue Camp back then. Bai Shui said solemnly, it wasn't destroyed by someone, but by a mutant beast, a massive flying sea turtle. A sea turtle? The group was surprised, their expressions peculiar. Bai Shui nodded. According to the personal terminal detection used by the Blue Camp, that sea turtle's combat power exceeds 10,000, but it cannot be precisely measured. Everyone was shocked. Over 10,000? A combat power exceeding 10,000, capable of traversing the starry skies. The limit of combat power in the exploration realm is 3,000. Beyond that is the fusion realm, with a limit of 6,000. Above the fusion realm is the extreme realm, with a limit of 10,000. Anyone with a combat power exceeding 10,000 is called an explorer, meaning they are strong enough to explore the universe. Such individuals can traverse the starry skies, unbound by the constraints of the cosmos. Qingyu is one of those powerful beings with a combat power exceeding 10,000, capable of traversing the starry skies, otherwise, he would wouldn't have been able to survive on Neptune. There's actually a mutated beast on Earth with a combat power exceeding 10,000. Where did it come from? At this moment, Yan Gang seemed to be speaking with Qingyu and shouted loudly. Qingyu is already before he could finish his sentence. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure swept in from the east, engulfing heaven and earth. Yan Gang was forcibly slammed to the ground by the pressure, maintaining his speaking posture as he swallowed a mouthful of dust. At this moment, the eastern sky was completely obscured. Luin and the others stared in shock toward the east. A colossal sea turtle, its size surpassing the entire area of the capital city, appeared before everyone's eyes. This scene left millions of survivors dumbfounded. Was there really such a massive sea turtle in the world? Moreover, it exuded an aura that filled everyone with dread. This was the power of a being with over 10,000 combat strength, capable of traversing the starry skies with its immense might. Yan Gang angrily got up, ready to curse, but froze the moment he looked up. Where did this monstrous turtle come from? The sea turtle moved swiftly, roaring past. Its enormous shadow enveloped the capital city for barely a second before vanishing as it headed westward. Its massive eyes didn't even glance downward. To it, Luin and the others were mere ants that could be crushed effortlessly. Outside Earth, on a massive spaceship, Saiken Maldo and the others stared intently at the light screen, which displayed the image of the giant turtle. General Maldo, a creature with combat power exceeding 10,000, can no longer be considered a trial. Capture this creature immediately, Toliona urged anxiously. After all, Gen Iona was still in the capital city. If this creature attacked the capital, no one would survive. Saiken Maldo clenched his fists tightly and turned his gaze toward Mira. Mira's expression was calm, a faint smile on her lips. For the young elites of your Dayu Empire, is death really that terrifying? Taliona's face changed, but he said nothing. The massive sea turtle quickly disappeared. From start to finish, no one spoke, and no one dared to draw the sea turtle's attention. It was truly terrifying. It didn't need to attack. Its sheer body alone could crush everyone. Luin exhaled. Huh? Wait, where's Lulu Mebius? Luin looked westward again, vaguely seeing a green figure quickly moving away. That crazy woman wouldn't be chasing the sea turtle, would she? Outside the capital, Yan Gang coughed, choking on the smoke and dust. It took him a while to recover. Everyone was still immersed in the terror of the sea turtle when Yan Gang spoke. Qingyu agreed. You can trade with him. Tell me which one in the local network is Qingyu, Luin said calmly. Yan Gang told Luin. Luin directly contacted Qingyu. Are you Qingyu? Luin asked. In northern Europe, Qingyu looked at his personal terminal, a smile on his lips. You're the native stationed in the capital who captured dozens of students? Your belongings are in my hands. If you want to trade, hand over the students you captured to me, Luin said. That kid just talked to me. Alright, do you want Hua Xiaoling? If you do, I can give her to you too, Qingyu teased. Luin narrowed his eyes. He knew that Yan Gang was running errands for Qingyu because of Hua Xiaoling. He already had Ras and Geniona, so he didn't necessarily need Hua Xiaoling. Otherwise, Yan Gang would fight desperately. Hua Xiaoling doesn't matter, but the number of students you have is too few. Qinyu's gaze sharpened. Kid, the reason for the trade is that I don't want to run errands. Otherwise, do you think you few could stop me? Of course, you can't stop me. After all, you still retain the strength of the fusion realm. However, while you can escape, so can we. If we hide that stone and time drags on, the trial mission will fail, and the Dayu Empire will personally take action to capture you. Can you withstand that? I know you want to use that stone to gain a chance to escape. Compared to your own life, my terms are quite generous, Luin said. Qingyu laughed. Very clever. That's right, I do want to use that stone to escape. Fine, I can capture some more students. There's a batch here, adding up to a total of 32. Is that acceptable? Acceptable. 10 days later, at the Tianju territory, beneath Hidden Peak, we exchange, Qingyu said. Luin agreed, then hung up his personal terminal. 10 days later? Yan Gang stared intently at Luin. Luin said to him, you can go to Northern Europe to pick up Hua Xiaoling. Yan Gang's eyes lit up. You'd better hand Jenny Ona over to me. You have no idea about the power of the Ona family. Impossible, you can leave now, Luin said impatiently. Yan Gang's eyes flashed coldly. Without saying more, he left directly. After Yan Gang left, Luin explained the situation to everyone. Zhang Dingtian said solemnly, I'll go with you. Qingyu is the culprit behind Earth's evolution. Because of him, countless Earthlings died. I want his life to pay for it. Snow White also firmly said, I'm going too. Luin looked at Granny, spread the word, saying that 10 days later, Qingyu will appear under the Tianju Hidden Peak. You want to use the students to eliminate Qingyu? Duels asked. Luin nodded. Isn't this your mission? Eliminate him, complete the trial task, and it will benefit you. What about you? Do you also want to avenge the people of this planet? Duels asked. Luin took a deep breath. The trial isn't just aimed at the students, it's aimed at us as well. You have your achievements, and I have mine. Completing the mission can also increase our bargaining chips with the Great Yu Empire. Duel sneered. You really want to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire? Are you crazy? It's impossible to succeed. Let's give it a try. Luin shrugged indifferently. Soon, the
the local network was in an uproar. Qingyu acted swiftly and captured some students, causing most of the students who were monitoring Qingyu in northern Europe to flee. At the same time, news spread wildly that Qingyu would appear at the base of the Tianzhu hidden peak. Many students were shaken and rushed to Tianzhu. Whether the news was true or false, it was worth traveling a bit further, as there was nothing to lose. Qingyu's whereabouts were completely exposed, and many students headed to Tianzhu. This would be the final battle of the trial. Either the students would complete the mission, or the mission would fail, prompting action from the Great Yu Empire. Only these two outcomes were possible. Lu Ying entered seclusion once again, holding a star map and observing the movement of the stars. He hoped to activate the fourth star. The celestial palm technique was terrifying. With each additional star, its power multiplied. 3 stars suppressed it, rivaling Ras. With 4 stars, Lu Ying speculated it would be enough to suppress Manhwa and Yin Gang, fusion realm experts whose cultivation had been sealed. The power of the celestial beast claw and white knight fist could not be enhanced for now. To increase his combat strength, the celestial palm was his only option. However, before that, Lu Ying found a piece of paper, closed his eyes, and recalled a scene from his dream. In his sleep, he dreamed of being crushed by a jade finger that spanned the starry sky. The feeling was so real, as if he had truly been crushed. His heart was filled with boundless anger, and that scene was deeply etched in his memory. He picked up the pen, intending to draw it, but he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to start. The jade finger piercing through the starry sky was vividly clear in his mind, yet he just couldn't put it on paper. Frustrated, Lu Ying threw the paper aside. He had a feeling that he should be able to draw it, but he simply couldn't. After pondering for a while, he sighed and gave up. It's just a dream, he thought. Lu Ying raised his hand, and the die appeared. The side with 5 points emitted a trace of icy coldness. This was by Shue's innate gift, which he could borrow. Once used, it would disappear, and if he wanted to use it again, he would have to roll a 5 and touch her within 10 seconds. An interesting gift, Lu Ying murmured to himself. He took out a cubic star energy crystal from his congealing space ring and crushed it, letting the die absorb it. However, this time, the die did not absorb it. Reached the limit? Looks like I'll have to wait for a while, Lu Ying thought to himself, waving his hand to disperse the die and beginning to observe the star chart. This trial was akin to a nightmare for many students. The first batch of trial students fared better. Apart from most of the academy's strongest being captured, the rest of the ordinary students only aimed to occupy a spot and achieve some passable results, so they were relatively unscathed. The second batch of trial students, however, was unlucky. Whether in the capital or northern Europe, nearly half were captured, something unprecedented in the trial history of the Dayu Empire. This left Saiken Maldo and the others utterly humiliated. What was even more significant was that even prominent family heirs like Lars and Jenny Owner were captured, including experts from the Yutong clan, leaving Saiken Maldo and the others unable to lift their heads. Mira, on the other hand, was watching with great interest, occasionally offering praise, which sounded more like sarcasm to Saiken Maldo and the others. This is what a real trial looks like. In many places, the trials are just students crushing the natives. That's not a trial, it's more like a staged play. General Maldo, your Dayu Empire truly lives up to its reputation as a strong and iron-blooded nation, Mira praised. Saiken Maldo was speechless. This woman had just said that the young elites of their Dayu Empire were afraid of death, and now she was saying the opposite. If this wasn't sarcasm, what was? General, we should start preparing. The final battle is in 10 days. Qingyu gave a 10-day window to allow the students to gather. It seems he's very confident, Toliona said in a deep voice. That Lu Ying has no idea how terrifying the strength of the fusion realm is. There's a 90% chance this trial will fail, Shalooshu said coldly from the side. Saiken Maldo stared at the light screen. In their eyes, Lu Yin's actions were akin to negotiating with a tiger, foolishly attempting to strike a deal with Qingyu. It was courting death. Forget the strength of the fusion realm. Even if Qingyu were only at the exploration realm, the strength of the White Knight clan was not something ordinary elites could contend with. Mira looked at the light screen, a faint smile on her lips. Fusion realm? No, that's wrong. She was certain Qingyu was definitely not at the fusion realm, and it would be difficult for him to even fully utilize the peak strength of the exploration realm. His injuries were too severe, and he could barely exert half the strength of the exploration realm. Even so, to outsiders, it would still appear indistinguishable from the strength of the fusion realm. Such was the White Knight clan. Hopefully, 10 days from now, there will be a good show to watch. 2 days later, Yen Gang sought out Qingyu, intending to take Hua Xiaoling away, but Qingyu refused. Did you get my stuff? Qingyu mocked. Yen Gang was furious. In 8 days, you can trade with those natives. Let Hua Xiaoling go first. Qingyu said coldly, the condition we agreed on was that you'd use my stuff to exchange for Hua Xiaoling. Since you didn't bring it, what right do you have to make me release Hua Xiaoling? Get lost. Yen Gang was furious, but facing Qingyu, he admitted he was no match. Seeing Qingyu's gaze growing colder, Yen Gang quickly left, fearing he might also be captured. Hua Xiaoling was tied up and sitting on the snow, her gaze flickering as she looked at Qingyu's back. If this person truly belonged to the Bai Yi clan, no trial student could possibly be his match. The transaction 8 days later was in
entirely under his control. He was merely toying with them. At the foot of Tianju Hidden Peak, one student after another appeared, almost all of them being second-batch trial students. Most of these students had removed their personal terminals to avoid their locations being revealed and had gone into hiding. Mono also appeared, hiding himself. Apart from Mono, there was another sealed cultivation expert at the fusion realm, who also hid himself. Only true elites dare to appear here now. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 8 days, Luin had been observing the star map, watching the movement of the stars. The fourth star became increasingly clear, but still did not fully emerge. Sighing, the further he went, the harder it became to simulate stars. Luin could feel that adding stars was not so simple. The celestial star technique seemed more like mimicking the universe to create a star operation system. It was a grand technique, and just simulating 4 stars was already so difficult. Currently, the celestial star technique he had mastered could at most simulate the operation of 8 stars, but he had no idea when he would be able to achieve that. As for breaking through to the fusion realm, it was unlikely to happen in the short term. Breaking through to the fusion realm was not as simple as directly undergoing body molding. Each person's physique was different, and the challenges faced in breaking through to the fusion realm varied as well. It required a certain feeling, a signal from the body to itself. Only by attaining that feeling could one prove that the body was ready to break through. Otherwise, even if one attempted body molding, it would fail, and Luing did not want to experience the consequences of a failed body molding. If breaking through to the fusion realm were that easy, someone like Lars, who lacked no star energy crystals, would have done it long ago. Everything mastered by the human body will affect the breakthrough to the fusion realm, including techniques. Luing looked at his palm, unsure of what impact the heavenly star technique would have on his breakthrough to the fusion realm. Flipping his palm, the die appeared. Luing crushed a cubic star energy crystal again, and the die began to absorb frantically, soon returning to normal. Luing was overjoyed the die had recovered. Calculating the time, once used 5 times, he would reach his limit and fall into slumber, and the die would also sleep for 10 days. This meant that, generally speaking, he could only use it 4 times in one go, and it would be best to rest for a few days after using it. Luing really wanted to use it now. He had plenty of star energy crystals in his condensed void ring, but the time had come and was time to head to Tianju. Walking out of the bedroom, he soared into the air. Not far away, Zhang Dingtian and the others were already waiting for him. There were 5 of them in total: Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Granny, Duels, and Bararo. Including him, there were 6 people. Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng stayed behind to guard the capital. Behind Zhang Dingtian and the others, a group of students was tied up. Each of them looked pale and emaciated, clearly starved. Although they lacked strength, their eyes still glared angrily at Luin, especially Lars and Geniona. One was the son of the deputy minister of finance, and the other was the heir of the Ona family. When had they ever suffered such hardship? At this point, someone of Willow's level had become quite ordinary. "Let's go," Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, leaping into the air. In his hand, a rope tied 42 students together, dragging them like a string of empty wine bottles as he flew westward. They all left. These students couldn't stay here, or else Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng wouldn't be able to hold the place. Luin was momentarily stunned. This scene was quite spectacular. He wondered what the other students would think if they saw it. Blenny was already dumbfounded. She was just an ordinary student among the trial participants, and any one of these captured students could easily defeat her in an instant. Yet now, they were being treated like this. Her worldview was shaken. Blyce, on the other hand, was very excited. She taunted Erd and Lars while also provoking Geniana, making Jenny so furious that she wanted to bite someone. Luin greeted Bai Shui, but Bai Shui didn't show him a friendly face. Luin also understood why. He had already heard the rumors circulating in the city. Bai Shui's anger was normal, and even he was a bit upset. What did they mean by being rejected? Was he really that bad? On the other side, high above Tianju, countless survivors of Tianju stared blankly upward. Xingyu tied all the captured students together with a rope and dragged them toward the base of Tsang Peak, doing exactly what Zhang Dingtian had done before. This infuriated many students to the point of spitting blood. They were supposed to be elites, but now their dignity was completely gone. Hua Xiaoling's face was flushed red with anger. She not only hated Qingyu but also extended her hatred to Luin. Why couldn't they just make a proper deal? Why did they have to use them for an exchange? Bastard! If it weren't for the trial, she would have broken the seal and fought Qingyu to the death. Outside Earth, West Ken Maldo and the others looked equally grim, while Mira was smiling happily. She watched the light screen, which finally switched to the base of the Tibetan peak. That was the location of the final showdown. No one believed this would be an ordinary transaction. A battle was inevitable. Xingyu set out a day early. When he arrived at the base of the Tibetan peak, Luin and the others had not yet arrived. However, the many students who had been waiting there were treated to a spectacular sight. The elite students, who had always been high and mighty, were being humiliated in such a manner. Among them was Hua Xiaoling. Many students were gloating over their misfortune. Yan Gang was trembling with rage. Hua Xiaoling was the fiancé of the young Lord of Flame
flame refining star.
This scene was not just a slap to Hua Xiaoling's face but also to the face of the young lord of flame refining star. Xingyu casually threw the numerous students onto the ground, yawned, and looked toward the towering Zhang Peak in the distance.
His expression was relaxed, showing no trace of being a wanted fugitive.
Half a day later, Lu Yin and the others arrived. The moment they saw Lu Yin and his group, the hidden students were once again shocked. The number of students captured by Lu Yin far exceeded that of Qingyu.
The long string of captives hanging in mid-air was as spectacular as it was overwhelming. Even Yin Gang was stunned.
Then came a wave of fury. Flame refining star had a good relationship with the Ona family, and it was the Ona family who had hosted him upon his arrival in the Great Yu Empire. He hadn't expected Jenny Ona to be treated in such a manner, ending up in the same situation as Hua Xiaoling.
He was so enraged that he nearly self-immolated.
In the shadows, the students tasked with protecting Jenny Ona trembled with anger. It was foreseeable that once this scene was reported back to the Great Yu Empire, the Ona family would lose all face. Compared to these two women, loss seems not very important. Xingyu looked at Lu Yin and the others with bright eyes. His gaze swept over them and finally settled on Lu Yin. "You're the one who negotiated terms with me.
Why do you think so?"
Lu Yin asked, puzzled.
Xingyu smiled faintly, intuition.
Lu Yin waved his hand, and Zhang Dingtian threw the 42 students onto the ground, landing not far from the 32 people tied up by Qingyu. The two groups exchanged glances, feeling rather awkward, especially Hua Xiaoling and Jenny Owner. The Hua family and the Owner family didn't get along very well, but they were on the same level. The two had known each other since childhood and hadn't expected to meet under such circumstances. "All the students are yours, a total of 32.
Where's my item?"
Xingyu asked, hands clasped behind his back, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out the stone and casually tossed it to Qingyu. Qingyu caught it, gazing at the 16-sided ancient stone with a flash of fervor in his eyes. Then, he looked at Lu Yin in surprise.
"Don't you want to know what this thing is used for?"
"I don't want to," Lu Yin replied indifferently. Facing this person, he didn't want to expose the White Knight fist.
Who knew if it would be revealed to the White Knight clan?
He had no desire to be hunted down. It was better to get rid of such things as soon as possible.
Xingyu nodded in approval.
"Very smart, and very sensible.
You didn't try to fool me with a fake. It's a pity, though. If you hadn't threatened me, I could have given you a bright future."
Xingyu's words made Lu Yin's gaze turn cold. Zhang Dingtian stepped forward a few paces to confront Xingyu directly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
"Was Earth's evolution your doing?" Zhang Dingtian asked in a deep voice. Xingyu glanced at Zhang Dingtian and sneered. "What kind of thing are you to dare question me?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the long blade in Zhang Dingtian's hand, and he chuckled. "My blade ended up in the hands of trash like you? What an insult! Hand it over." With that, his figure disappeared, charging directly at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian raised his blade and slashed, the blade's edge trembling rapidly as he unleashed a full-force strike. The slash cut through the air, heading straight for Qingyu. Qingyu was surprised. Cross-realm combat power? Interesting. As he spoke, he drew out an iron rod and smashed it down. Zhang Dingtian's slash was easily crushed, and the iron rod pierced through the void, shrouding the sky as it descended. Not only Zhang Dingtian, but also Lu Yin, Bai Shui, and Gules were all enveloped in this strike. As Qingyu's rod smashed down, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. How familiar this feeling was, very similar to the White Knight fist. Without thinking further, he extended his hand, transforming it into a claw, and met the attack head-on with the seven-form Heavenly Beast claw. Gules released an arrow. Bolaro, Bai Shui, and Glanny struck simultaneously, everyone joining forces to withstand Qingyu's attack. With a loud boom, the group was forced back. Bai Shui, Glanny, Gules, and Bolaro all coughed up blood. Qingyu's attack was too fierce, and they were struggling. Zhang Dingtian also retreated more than 10 steps, each step leaving clear footprints on the ground. Only Lu Yin stood firm, his back foot sinking into the earth as he blocked Qingyu's staff, his body enduring unimaginable pressure. The iron staff disappeared, and Qingyu stood 10 meters away from Lu Yin, somewhat surprised. "Your strength is quite impressive. Although I only retained the power of the exploration realm, being able to block one of my strikes is quite remarkable." "Exploration realm?" A few students, including Hua Xiaoling, exclaimed in shock. Even Yen Gang and others hiding in the shadows were surprised. "Wasn't he in the fusion realm?" Qingyu laughed loudly. "A bunch of fools, believing whatever others say. If I were really in the fusion realm, what would be the point of this trial? Would the Great Yu Empire send you to your deaths?" Exploration realm students naturally correspond to exploration realm trial tasks. "You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid and too weak." From the shadows, Yen Gang roared and charged out, his palms colliding to produce flames. The flames transformed into a spear that thrust toward Qingyu. Gules shouted, "The fugitive is here. Capture him, and the trial task will be completed. Our performance will be noticed by the Youth Council and the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky. Everyone, attack together." Grace's words immediately had an effect. Any student daring to come here was doing so to complete the mission, all for the sake of the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky. No one would give up, especially when Yen Gang took action. Not wanting to be outdone, the students charged forward one by
one to attack Qingyu.
Qingyu was extremely arrogant. If he hadn't revealed his strength at the exploration realm, most students wouldn't have dared to act. But he was too arrogant, showing no restraint. Exploration realm? No matter how strong, he could still be defeated. Qingyu laughed wildly, a bunch of pathetic trash. Let me show you what true strength is. Let me make you experience the terror of the Bai Yi clan. As he spoke, his long staff swept across, flashing with black and white light. In an instant, several students were struck, 2 of whom were cut in half at the waist, their blood staining the ground. Only Yen Gang's flaming spear was shattered, and his body was slammed backward more than 10 steps. Pale-faced, he looked up in shock and exclaimed, "The Bai Yi clan?" Qingyu wielded his staff in a sweeping motion, and the terrifying shockwaves crushed the ground, creating countless cracks. Fiery red magma sprayed out, splashing onto the surface, and the sky turned scorching hot. Yen Gang's pupils contracted. The Bai Yi clan, he was terrified. Luin instructed Zhang Dingtian and the others not to intervene. Qingyu dared to reveal his strength, proving he had absolute confidence. This person was terrifying. Even if Luin fought with all his might, he wouldn't be a match. The gap in exploration levels was this vast. So, this is the Bai Yi clan? He hadn't even heard of them before the trial. With a startled cry, several bound students fell into the crevice. Bai Shui immediately acted, freezing the ground, thereby saving them. Qingyu smashed a staff onto a student's long blade, shattering it and sending the student flying. His gaze fell on Bai Shui. "Ice talent? Woman, you are mine," he said, and his body vanished instantly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Bai Shui, reaching out to grab her. Luing used the wandering step and barely managed to appear at the moment Bai Shui was about to be caught, striking out with a palm. The Sky Star palm shattered 3 stars directly, and the terrifying force blocked Qingyu. The irresistible repelling force sent Bai Shui flying. Qingyu was surprised. What kind of battle technique is this? Luing gritted his teeth and retreated rapidly. He was no match, absolutely no match. Even with Qingyu's mere explorer-level strength, he far surpassed him. Qingyu sneered and immediately pursued, "A gifted cultivator, peculiar combat techniques, cross-border combat power. You've successfully piqued my interest." "Interesting, haha." Suddenly, a majestic force erupted in the scene, shooting straight into the sky, sweeping through the clouds. The airflow overturned everyone, including Luin. Ahead, a stranger appeared in front of Qingyu, pressing both palms against Qingyu's abdomen. Die! With a bang, Qingyu was blasted away, his body deeply embedded into the mountain wall. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Was this a fusion realm expert? A true fusion realm expert? Luin stared in shock. This was the power of the fusion realm. Even Qingyu couldn't react in time. The sudden attack by the unfamiliar man, who struck Qingyu away, abruptly turned towards Luin, his gaze filled with a chilling killing intent. No one had expected this, not even Luin himself. Why would this person attack him? Facing a lethal strike from a strong expert at the fusion realm, Luin activated his heavenly star technique, barely managing to discern the man's attack trajectory. His body shifted sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. The man's blow shattered the ground, and the aftermath caused several students to cough up blood. However, the strike missed its target and did not hit Luin. The man was surprised and attempted to strike again, but a beam of light from the sky enveloped him, forcibly interrupting his attack. The star energy backlash injured him instead. Everyone looked up. This was the Diwu Empire monitoring station taking action. During the trial, any student who broke the seal and entered the fusion realm would be disqualified. This person was clearly a fusion realm student and was now being forcibly expelled from the trial grounds. Luing gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping over the 42 captured students before finally settling on Ras. Ras's eyes were filled with venom and a trace of regret. It was him. Among the many students, only a few were qualified to command a fusion realm expert, and the one who hated him the most was undoubtedly Ras. Luing clenched his fist, wanting to eliminate this threat directly. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Everyone turned to look at the mountain wall. Qingyu emerged from the smoke and dust, his expression grim, with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Many people's hearts sank. Could even a full-force strike from a fusion realm expert fail to kill him? Qingyu wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, glanced around with icy eyes, but a smile played on his lips. Very good. Giving up your grades just to deal with me. Commendable determination. Unfortunately, there won't be a second chance. You think a mere fusion realm can kill me? Dream on. Today, all of you will die. With that, he swung his staff, the long rod blotting out the sky, sweeping across the crowd with immense pressure. Several students were crushed to death on the spot. Grace shouted, "He's injured. Strike now, and we can still win." Yen Gang, Mono, and other fusion realm experts whose cultivation had been sealed immediately launched an attack on Qingyu. Qingyu laughed heartily. "Win, I'll make you cry." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the distant ground overturned, revealing 3 bound figures. Everyone stopped and looked at the 3 people, their eyes filled with confusion. Only Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui's expressions changed drastically. Wang Yu, Tong Zhan, Lu Shaoga? Luin was equally shocked as he stared at the 3. These 3 were among the 7 saints of China, especially Wang Yu, one of the top 3 saints. How could they be here? And Lu Xiaoga, he had been captured as well. Xingyu grinned cruelly and looked at Luyin. A mere ant dares to negotiate with me? Do you really think I set the 10-day deadline to let these useless people gather? It was to capture them. Anyone who dares to negotiate with me must die. Before death, I will make you experience pain. Not just these three, your capital, Jilin, Wuchang, and other places in China are all facing beast tides. The apocalypse of this planet is my doing. So what? What can you do to me? Now, regret it. After speaking, he waved his hand, and a sharp gust of wind swept through, severing three heads. Bai Shui's face instantly turned pale. Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened sharply, gripping his long blade as he charged toward Qingyu. Qingyu sneered coldly, his black and white hair fluttering as he pointed a finger. No one could see the movement clearly, but Zhang Dingtian's right chest was pierced by that single finger, his body flung away. Qingyu then launched an attack on the students, like a tiger among sheep, blood spilling across the ground. Bai Shui's eyes turned crimson as she struck a palm toward Qingyu. Qingyu flicked his finger lightly, shattering the ice, and grabbed Bai Shui's long hair with one hand, taking a deep breath. So fragrant, woman. From now on, you're mine. At that moment, Lu Yin's figure appeared, his left hand wielding the heavenly beast claw and his right hand unleashing the heavenly star palm. Qingyu's gaze turned sharp. Among everyone present, only a few truly caught his attention, and Lu Yin was one of them, though only slightly. White snow was once again sent flying. Lu Yin's beast claw was broken by Qingyu. The heavenly star palm collided with Qingyu's finger. The stars shattered, but it couldn't withstand a single finger, piercing through the right palm, retreating in disarray. All the students stared at Qingyu in shock. This monster. Yen Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body's surface cracked, shaken. This was the strength of the White Knight clan, the offspring of a terrifying noble family, transcending everyone else. Not interesting. I originally wanted to play a bit longer, but forget it, let's end it with them. Qingyu stood on the ground and said indifferently, his gaze directed toward the captured students. Beside the captured student, Jules and Bolaro had already fallen to the ground, their fate unknown. In their place stood a handsome man with gentle eyes. Lu Ying covered his bleeding right palm, and his expression changed drastically the moment he saw the man Lu Xiaoga. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui also looked on in disbelief. Lu Xiaoga, you're not dead? Lu Xiaoga smiled faintly and respectfully bowed to Qingyu. Young master, I have already taken control of all the captured students, a total of 72 people. It's enough. Qingyu nodded and looked coldly toward the sky. Your trial is over. If you want the lives of these 72 students, let me go. Lu Xiaoga, why? Bai Shui shouted, glaring angrily at Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga smiled faintly. Xiaoxue, the earth is too small. I yearn for the stars. You betrayed us. Where is Wang Yu? Where is Tongzhan? Bai Shui shouted. Lu Xiaoga shrugged. They're truly dead. Those who don't know their place aren't worth pitying, he said, looking gently at Bai Shui. With your talent, you should actually head to the stars. Give up. The ice affinity, the talent of cultivation, your future shouldn't be confined to earth. Zhang Dingtian widened his eyes and bit his lip until it bled. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. The wounds Qingyu inflicted on him and the pain brought to earth paled in comparison to the harm Lu Xiaoga had caused him. At the beginning of the apocalypse, an entire city and countless survivors were burned to ashes under Lu Xiaoga's orders. Even his own body bore the scars of those flames, a pain so extreme that it was unforgettable. That was the first time Lu Yin had experienced such agony, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. He had thought it would be nearly impossible to avenge himself, but unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoga was not only alive but standing right before him. Qingyu waits for the starry sky's response, while Lu Xiaoga faces the white snow. Lu Yin closes his eyes. In his right palm, the die appears. Crushing the star energy crystal, the die absorbs it frantically. This is the only chance he hopes to roll the right number. Outside Earth, inside a massive spaceship, Saiken Maldo size, it's over. The trial mission complete failure. No one refutes. Faced with Qingyu's invincible strength among his peers, no one can defeat him. Talion aside, if that girl from the Mebius family had gone, it would have been different. With the terrifying power of the Mebius clan, they might not have been inferior to Qingyu. The Shero tree sneered, Mebius is Mebius, and our Dayu Empire is our Dayu Empire. Even if the Mebius clan defeated Qingyu, so what? Would that girl become part of the Dayu Empire? Taliona did not refute, it was the truth. Saiken Maldo turned to look at Mira. Miss Mira, my apologies for letting you witness a failed trial. Mira smiled faintly, her pupils faintly revealing a hint of red as she looked at the light screen. Failure? Is it over? Saiken Maldo nodded helplessly. Sorry. Mira chuckled. Let's wait a bit, shall we? There might be a turnaround. Isn't the trial all about finding hope in despair? Taliona said bitterly. Qingyu comes from the White Knight clan. He is a fugitive being hunted under the orders of the White Knight clan. His strength far surpasses his peers, not to mention when facing some students exploring realms. On Earth he is almost invincible, even though he only retains the strength of the exploration realm. Mentioning the White Knight clan, even Myra's expression became much more serious. How do you plan to deal with him? The White Knight clan has sent word, try to capture him alive. If he dies, his corpse must also be sent back to the White Knight clan. Their ancient inheritance stone must be returned, Saikin Moldo said. Mira nodded. So, in other words, whether alive or dead, right?
The group fell silent. They were indeed considering whether to kill Qingyu. Qingyu's attempt to trade the lives of 72 students for a chance to escape was absolutely impossible.
The pressure from the White Knight clan far outweighed the lives of 72 students. Wait a little longer.
According to the rules of the Youth Council, as long as there is still a trial participant who hasn't lost their combat ability, the trial isn't considered over.
Look, isn't someone still trying?
Mira stared at the light screen, where Luin happened to crush the second star energy crystal.
Lu Xiaoge.
Zhang Dingtian roared in fury, blood staining his clothes as he spat blood and swung his blade.
Lu Xiaoge was surprised.
You're not dead, he said, slowly raising his hand as a ray of light burst forth, then blasted toward Zhang Dingtian. Along the way, Zhang Dingtian's strike was effortlessly shattered. Bai Shui appeared in front of Zhang Dingtian, layers of solid ice erected in an attempt to block Lu Xiaoge's attack. However, facing Bai Shui's upper 3 saint-level strength, Lu Xiaoge displayed terrifying power. The light crushed through, simultaneously forcing Bai Shui and Zhang Dingtian back.
Gerson Balalo woke up and stood, initially intending to intervene but immediately froze.
This Earth native seemed far from ordinary in strength. Don't harm that woman, Qingyu swept his gaze over and said coldly. Lu Xiaoge bent down, responded, and then looked indifferently at Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. The so-called 7 saints are nothing but a joke. Wang Yu and Tong Zhan were both captured by me. They are too weak. Zhang Dingtian, if you were at your peak, you might have been able to fight me.
But now, what are you?
You have never understood my strength. Zhang Dingtian spat out blood, unable to even hold his blade. Bai Shui glared with bloodshot eyes, her gaze icy cold. Not far away, Lu Yin was frustrated. The first time he rolled the dice, it landed on 2, which allowed him to decompose items. Lu Yin immediately crushed the second cubic star energy crystal, and the dice landed on 5. He glanced at the smug Qingyu and Lu Xiaoge, who had defeated Zhang Dingtian. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin decided to try again. When the dice stopped spinning, the 5 faces disappeared, leaving behind a single number 4. Lu Yin was thrilled. This was the one. In the next moment, Lu Yin entered a gray-white space, the time stasis space. He took out all the star energy crystals from the condensed void ring and threw them all toward the number. Instantly, the number increased from 259,200 to 436,800. Over 5 days, he used up all the remaining star energy crystals to gain 2 extra days. Then, he began healing his injuries while taking out the star chart and immersing himself in it. 5 days were enough to simulate the 4th star. Just how powerful would the 4-star version of the celestial star poem be? Could it block Chengyu? He could only give it his all. In the gray-white space, 5 days felt very lone. There was no sound, no scenery, only solitude. By the end of the 3rd day, the wounds on Lu Yin's hand had healed significantly, and the 4th star of the celestial star technique was becoming increasingly clear. By the end of the 4th day, the 4th star had already appeared. When the 5th day ended and the number turned to 0, the scene before Lu Yin's eyes shifted, and he left the gray-white space. In reality, time had not changed. Qingyu was still looking up at the sky, Lu Xiaoge remained indifferent and aloof. Bai Shui and the others were still filled with resentment, and many surrounding students lay heavily injured on the ground.
Not planning to answer me? Really want to put me to death?
Qingyu shouted loudly, his figure disappearing and reappearing in front of the captured student. He raised his hand, grabbed Hua Xiaoling's red hair, and sneered coldly, "Let her be buried with me." Hua Xiaoling was furious, terrifying power swirling around her as she prepared to break through the seal.
Qingyu said coldly, "Trying to break through? Think it through. A fusion realm expert participating in the exploration trial mission and still failing. Do you think you can join the Starry Sky Battle Academy?" One sentence made Hua Xiaoling's face turn pale. Qingyu had already said this to her several times. Precisely because of this, she willingly allowed herself to be captured. A dignified fusion realm expert, and a gifted cultivator at that, actually failed in the exploration trial mission. To the Starry Sky Battle Academy, such a student was nothing but trash. Not only the Starry Sky Battle Academy, but other advanced institutions in the universe would not accept such a student. This would be the greatest stain on her life. Hua Xiaoling closed her eyes, restrained her star energy, and resolved that even in death she would not break through. Outside Earth, Saikin Moldo grew anxious. "Miss Mira, we can't wait any longer. Hua Xiaoling cannot die." Taliona and Shalooshu also stared at the light screen. If Hua Xiaoling were to die on Earth, the Great Yu Empire would undoubtedly face upheaval. The Hua family was not to be trifled with, and they would all be in trouble. Mira paid no attention to Hua Xiaoling. The offspring of nobility from a mere fringe planet was not worth her concern. Her focus remained on Lu Yin. From the very beginning, this person seemed off, as if he had changed. The most noticeable thing was the injury on his hand. It had actually healed. So quickly? Was it a talent? That dice? They had all seen Lu Yin's talent dice. At first, it seemed strange, but talent could manifest in all sorts of ways, so they hadn't thought much of it. Now, it appeared to be something extraordinary. "Miss Mira," Saikin Moldo said urgently. Myra's lips curled into a smile as she pointed at the light screen. The crowd looked again, their expression
expressions filled with astonishment. On Earth, Xingyu, who was supposed to pose a threat to Hua Xiaoling, was now more than 10 meters away from her. Just moments ago, he had been blasted back by a fierce palm strike.
He had actually been forced back? Ridiculous. Xingyu raised his head and glared forward.
Not only Xingyu, but everyone stared blankly in that direction. Lu Ying stood in front of Hua Xiaoling, withdrawing his hand. It seems you've forgotten about me.
Everyone looked at Lu Ying. This person repelled Xingyu?
Yule swallowed nervously. Granny was deeply shaken. Ever since following this person, her worldview had been completely overturned. Xingyu, who had swept through all the students, was actually repelled by him.